Looking at the notification that Quinn had just received once again, he could tell that it wasn't from his own system, but was part of the system used to enter celestial space. Wait a sec. In the past, the system has always made things easier for me to understand. So is the system doing the same for me now? Quinn thought. Maybe this system was actually from his own system. Either way, it was a detail that didn't really matter much. What he was more concerned about was who and what this message was. Welcome, BB. My name is Zox, and I'm one of the Celestials that helps out the newbies. Here is a greeting message as a hope that the two of us can work together. I just thought I would send you a note before meeting you in person. Reading the message, Quinn didn't know if he was lucky that the message didn't come from Bliss or someone he knew, but he also thought it was very bold of this Celestial to believe that the two of them would meet. However, just as Quinn had finished reading the message, he could see a round floating ball of energy coming toward him. There was no shape to the energy like the others. It was just a ball about half the size of Quinn himself. Hello there, I'm Zox. You must have just got my message. A voice came from the floating ball of energy. Yeah. Wait a second, How did you find me? How did you know who I was? Quinn replied, quite surprised. He believed the celestial space was a bit of a safety area. For one, there were so many celestials all around the room, each looking different yet similar at the same time. So how did this ball of energy know who and where he was? Ah, well, I thought you might be a little confused, which was why I took it upon myself to help the new ones like you, Zox replied. Also, your confusion is indeed quite valid. Although I don't know who you are or what type of celestial you are on the outside, I can read your energy. Every celestial energy is slightly different, and since I am a person who likes to spend nearly all his time in this space, your energy was unfamiliar and new. So looking through the name list, I just popped you a message while heading down here. It was a sound explanation, and Quinn could tell what Zox was saying was true. The energy everyone gave off in this place was distinct, but unfortunately, Quinn could not tell what Bliss or Immortui's energy reading was like, so finding them would be impossible unless he went up to every single one. When Quinn also tried to bring up this list of celestials that Zox spoke of, the system had come up with a message. You are unable to access this feature. Please level up to unlock more features in the celestial world. Whether to trust someone for the first time he met them or not was a different thing. It wasn't as if everyone he met for the first time was terrible. Geo was a clear example of that, but it was the fact that he had never really met another friendly celestial. I mean, these guys are gods, right? The whole balance thing, there should be some good ones or at least some like me, but so far, they all seem to be doing things just for their selfish benefit, Quinn thought. If you're really here to help a new celestial like me, then can you tell me what the others are doing? And what are those white balls they are standing around? Quinn asked. Just as he finished asking the question, he saw one of the energy figures disappear, and it looked like they had been absorbed into the strange white ball. Sure, Zox said, moving his whole body as if he were nodding. The white balls are different solar systems belonging to this universe. As for what the Celestials are doing, they are discussing matters. Many Celestials work together to help fulfill their condition, you see. They are discussing the best plan and course of action to take. As you are quite new to this, it would be helpful to talk with as many Celestials as possible. After all, if you stay in your solar system, or with those you know, your growth will be limited. You might never feel satisfied. In fact, part of the reason why I offer these services is so that we can work together as well. Who knows, one of these days I might actually get close with a big shot and become a big one myself. Now learning of this fact, Quinn felt like he could trust Zox. There was a reason behind why he was doing things. Celestials were looking at entire solar systems with billions of lives and discussing the best course of action amongst themselves. And it was the first time that Quinn felt like he himself was one of such gods. Just then, Quinn saw another energy form disappear into the white light. And what was that we just saw? Quinn asked. That was a celestial accessing that world. Not every solar system is in the same plane, you see. It also allows the stronger celestials to move quickly from one solar system to another. It's the fastest way. This is also why making connections and discussing with others is essential to ensure you don't step on the toes of another celestial if you enter their space, Zox explained. Before you try anything, though, just know that only the higher celestials can do such a thing, and I am sure you're a long way from that. Hearing this gave Quinn little hope of going back to his world and also visiting other solar systems, but how to search for the right solar system was another thing altogether. Still, he remembered that Richard Eno had found a way to access the place without becoming a Celestial himself, so Quinn thought he could at least try to look for one too. Besides, to even get the chance to access a feature, Quinn had no idea what level he needed to be at and how much more time he would need to complete his condition. To Quinn, making more connections sounded tiresome and not something he wanted to get involved with all the other solar systems at least. Just one was enough trouble. Zox moved away into a small group of Celestials around one of the white orbs of energy. "Come on, this is your chance," Zox shouted. Following, Quinn could hear the others discussing, but when he had approached, the others stopped. "Let me introduce you to a new Celestial guy. I thought it might be great for you guys to get acquainted with him." Zox took the lead. The others stared at Quinn for a while. Honestly, Quinn wasn't sure if he wanted to be doing this in the first place, but he thought about what was the worst thing that could happen. He goes back on his deal, and the gods try to kill him? "Sure, we can talk," one of the other energy forms, who had two big antennas sticking out from where his head would be, said. At least Quinn thought they were antennas based on what he could see. "All of us are from the solar system Narxer, but we mainly focus on the planet Human. This is because they have the most life forces, and our conditions mostly revolve around that," the Celestial started to explain. "Not all of us from the solar system are here right now, and we already have a deal set up with another, but we're always looking for more partners. And the thing is, there are two types of partnerships, one of which allows you to use our planets. In this, you help us with our condition, and in return, you can do what you want to help yourself as long as it doesn't interfere with ours. And that's where the discussion phase comes in. In that, we will debate and finalize a deal. Or we can go with the second method, a more extensive partnership. In this, you can access our solar system and we have access to yours. However, this would require more discussions with those that are part of your solar system, the other Celestials, and since you're new, I doubt you have much say over them. Anyway, what solar system and planet are you from anyway?" the Celestial asked. "Oh, we have named it the Milky Way Galaxy. I don't know the names you use to refer to my galaxy and solar system, and the planet I am from is called the Earth," Quinn replied. He had a hunch they would at least have heard of the Earth. At first, Quinn also thought that perhaps he was giving away too much information, but seeing how many Celestials and white energies there were, he didn't think they would know all of the Celestials and locations in this place. This was until the group in front of him suddenly stepped back and quickly moved away from him as if he were some plague. What is this reaction? Quinn was surprised. Although Quinn couldn't see the exact expressions on the others' faces, he could tell how they felt by their actions. Some of them were visibly pulling away, almost flinching, and a few were just taken aback by his words. "What is this? Everything changed when I said Earth. Do we have that bad of a reputation or something?" Quinn thought. Often when he thought about the human race and what they had been through, he wondered if Earth was a normal place or not. Meeting the Amra race, he was glad to find out that they were pretty similar to humans in their traits and characteristics. Is this fear or disgust? I can't really tell. If it's fear, who are they afraid of? What Celestial is toying with us so much that they are afraid of us? Clenching his fist, this thought in particular was enraging Quinn a little. Since it didn't look like his new friends were willing to talk, Quinn decided to turn and look at the one who was. The large ball spun itself when Quinn locked eyes with it, and immediately spun around and started almost running. However, in less than a second, Quinn had managed to run ahead of it and block its path. I don't quite know the rules of this place yet, or if I can even hurt anyone in here, but believe me, I will try before I get some answers. Quinn pulled his fist back, preparing his punch. No, I'll talk, Zox replied, shaking his whole body side to side. Just please promise me if I tell you why we are acting so strange, you'll just leave me alone. To get the floating ball acting this worked up, Quinn needed to know, so he nodded to the deal. The celestial ball let out a large sigh before he started speaking, and then started to float away from the others so they could continue doing their business as usual. No doubt, though, that they would be talking about Quinn. Once they were away from everyone, Zox was ready to talk. There are actually a few reasons why people don't want to work with anyone from Earth, Zox started to explain, and it looked like he was looking to his left and right, although the ball had no eyeballs, so Quinn couldn't tell other than by the swiveling of his body. It's gotten quite the reputation as a troublemaker planet, so much so that nearly everyone has heard of that planet, which is quite rare for a single place. One of the main reasons it has caught the eye of many of the bigger celestials is because there has recently been a rise of a godslayer from that place. I'm sure you should know a little about them, but if you don't, they are always a worry for us, since it's in the name we give them. Anyways, it's caused an even bigger stir ever since a godslayer that has come from Earth has started to enter other solar systems and other territories. On top of that, he has also slain a couple of celestials. Hearing this, Quinn was quite surprised. Someone from Earth was actually capable of killing celestials? Although he knew that not all of them were celestials because of their strength, they were still in a high position in which they would have been able to use resources around them. On top of that, when trying to think of who it could be, Quinn only knew of two that had left Earth to do such things, one of them being Ray and the other Syl. Although Quinn didn't know if Ray had actually left Earth yet, he wasn't someone he really needed to worry about. Quinn had received a taste of his power before, which reassured him about his capabilities. They couldn't be talking about him, right? Quinn thought. But unless Richard Eno was still actually alive, then there was no one he could think of. But still, because of the Godslayers, they have reacted like that? I can tell what is going on in your mind, but that's not all, Zox continued. You see, Earth has a large number of lives. Due to the conditions of many celestials, it is an attractive place for many. However, not many have attempted to migrate or go to Earth because there are already strong celestials there currently, which is why even with the trouble of the Godslayers, no one has decided to try and do something. And because of this, the celestials who are just as large and strong are now eyeing up Earth as well. After hearing all this, Quinn had gone back to when he was alone with Bliss in the White Room. Now what she was saying had made sense. Her story and Zox had matched up, but while deep in this thought, Quinn had noticed that Zox was pulling away. Wait, Quinn shouted. How do I find other celestials? Which one of these glowing lights is the Earth? And do you know someone named Bliss? However, Zox continued to run away in the distance while shouting, We had a deal! For a second, Quinn did think about chasing Zox down, but in the end, the latter was right. The two of them had a deal, and it wasn't like he had done him wrong. Now on his own, Quinn attempted several things. First, he had approached a few of the white energies to see if there was anything he could see or do. However, the system would state that he would need to increase his level before being able to do anything. That included bringing up the list and more. In fact, the only thing Quinn could do now was roam around and talk to other celestials. However, it looked like no one was willing to speak to him. The celestials around it would start to step away when approaching some of the white balls of energy. It was an apparent reaction to his arrival. I didn't even do anything, and I already have a reputation here, Quinn sighed. With nothing else to do, I should just head back and see how the others are doing. I don't know how much time has passed or if I will ever find Bliss. This time, bringing up his own system rather than the one used in this space, Quinn activated the skill, and his whole body felt like it was being turned to mush once more. Then, opening his eyes, he found himself in the alleyway he was in earlier, and the multiple arms hovering over him proved he was in the right place. Sorry about the wait. How long have I gone for? Quinn asked, standing up. What do you mean? Geo frowned. With a confused expression he added, You just closed your eyes and then opened them again. Are you okay? You've been acting a little strange for a while now at least, I think. Unless something happens to humans that make them go crazy this time of day. Hearing the question, Quinn didn't reply. It was because he was amazed. He had at least spent a couple of hours in the other space, yet Quinn had sat down and stood straight back up to the others. Rather than slowing time down, it was more like time didn't move at all. This does mean that I will probably never find Bliss? If she spends a significant amount of time on Earth, and with the 2 points of time being different, it's unlikely we will meet up, unless I stayed there for thousands of years or checked every passing second. Although it wasn't a way for Quinn to find Bliss or do much else in the space, it did make him think of something. When running to stop Zox, he had run at full speed, and even with his body in an energy-like state, he was just as fast there as he was here. Sorry, guys, I might be gone for a few seconds this time. I just need to try out a few things, Quinn smiled. Have you heard about the one from the Milky Way galaxy? One of the Celestials leaned over and whispered to the other. Oh, right. There's a new Celestial on that planet now. Hopefully it means things are looking up. If new Celestials are coming, then surely it means that they will be able to get rid of most of the Godslayers. Wait, if the current Celestials couldn't do anything, do you think a new one will make a difference? It could be a few thousand years until the new guy can grow strong enough to clear that mess. Look, you all make good points, but I wasn't talking about that. Maybe it will be easier if I just show you guys rather than explain. A group of 6 Celestials were moving through space at a fast speed, and after a short while, they arrived in front of the Celestial they were talking about. The person in question was none other than Quinn. The group continued to stare, with more coming and leaving after getting bored as for what they were witnessing. Some didn't understand what was happening and what the others were doing here. "This is what he has been doing this whole time," the Celestial said. "Rather than using this space to check on potential planets or communicate with others, he has tried to find the most open space possible? Well, most of us have been trying to ignore him anyway, so even if he did talk to others, they would just walk away. That's why I think that might be the best action now. Maybe this is his way of trying to grab attention. But doing these things isn't going to help his cause at all. We have seen far more impressive things and different causes." Finally, the group of Celestials that would come and go seemed to stop arriving to stare at Quinn. Finally, he had the space he needed to focus on what he was doing. There was a big concern for Quinn in the past, and that was time. There was hardly any time for Quinn to do things properly, due to the crazy events that would be happening to him or others. Even now, Quinn was rushing to head back to Earth, worried that something could happen to them. However, he made up for that time with his ability to quickly learn and comprehend things. Vincent had given him a few compliments about how quick of a learner he was, but Quinn didn't know if the former was just saying those things or not. Eventually, though, through his experiences, he even realized that he could just grasp something he had seen and try to implement it in different ways, or to make his own creations come to bear fruit. And sometimes, even this would be an understatement to his comprehension talent. Now, in this space, he had plenty of time. How long he had been here he didn't know. When concentrating, he lost track of time, and time felt unreal inside the space. The concept of a minute or an hour in a place like this just felt a little silly when he thought about it. Still, when resting, he also spent time trying to do other things and learning more about the space. His super hearing was still effective, just like his speed in a place like this, so there was no need to communicate with others. He could just pick things up himself. One of the things he learned was where he currently was. When entering space, it would put you in a location next to the galaxy you were currently in, so the white ball of energy closest to him would allow him to see the Amra planet and the others next to it. Although Quinn never found any Celestials around the planet, at least not those that looked like the Amra race, he believed there would be at least one Celestial that looked like them. Trying to locate Earth from here was impossible. In this space, one could move in all directions, including up and down, so there was no way to confirm what area the Earth was in. One day, Quinn had attempted to just run through the entire place looking for it. He ran and ran, checking the white balls of energy before anyone could say anything, but he never did find it. Instead, he was being called all sorts of weird names, and all of the Celestials looked at him weirdly. Through this experiment, though, he found that there were Celestials that could just move to another location through space by pinpointing where they wanted to be. But it was a feature for the higher levels, of course, which was why he had other uses for the space, and he was finally confident enough that he was ready. "Would you like to leave the celestial space?" "Yes." Upon pressing the button, an involuntary sigh of relief appeared on his face. And now, back in the alleyway, Quinn looked at the others again. "It's good to see all of you are still all right. How long was I out for?" Quinn asked. "Well, at least in this turn you were doing something for some time. I think it was around 10 minutes, Geo replied. Quinn nodded and tried to move his hands a bit, but to his surprise, his own body felt foreign to him, mainly because of the extra added weight from the planet they were on. "Come on, let's go," Quinn said, already walking out of the alleyway and heading down the street straight for the castle. "Does this mean that you've devised a plan on how we're going to get to the next floor?" Nock asked. He couldn't hide his nervous expression anymore as he looked over his shoulder to see if there were any guards or anyone following them. "I know what I'm doing. You guys don't have to worry about that. If you just stay behind me, you guys will be safe," Quinn replied. Geo certainly didn't like the sound of that, and Nock was increasingly getting worried the closer they got to the castle. Now they were almost at the bridge, where 2 tower guards were present. "Ha! I like this human," Dober said. "I never knew this place could get so exciting. Doesn't this guy just make your blood boil?" Up until this point, They were still walking together until Quinn ran straight ahead and instantly reached the two guards. Then he grabbed both of their heads and slammed them into each other. The next second, before they could do anything else, he threw them both by the heads into the sky, hurling them back to the town where they had come from. "I thought as much. He has decided to fight. I don't think this is a good idea. It will just make the next set of floors even harder," Geo shouted, but Quinn was nowhere to be seen. Quinn had already run across the bridge and destroyed the large door. It was only now had they heard the delayed sound of the slam from the ruptured door. The three looked at each other in surprise and quickly ran in the direction where Quinn had gone. However, a few minutes later, as they entered the castle walls, they came across a grim sight they had never expected. The Tower Amra were all beaten, and on top of that, they had large cuts all over their bodies. It was not just one or two, though. The ones that stationed the wall, those on the floor, around 30 or so. Amra had been defeated so quickly. "Look at that!" Nock pointed to the ground. Looking, they could see the Amra's blood creeping towards the main hall and entrance of the castle. "Just what are you doing, Quinn? What happened in those 10 minutes while you were away?" Geo thought. Looking up, they could soon tell where all the blood around the place was going, as something cast a large shadow over them. The castle was huge, and there was a lot of ground to cover. On top of that, Quinn wanted to attack before any of the guards could react to his infiltration. Thus, he needed no distractions for his plan to work, which was why he was running around, defeating anyone he could find. He wouldn't outright kill them, and he just needed to injure their bodies to an extent where they would no longer get up and be a nuisance. But he had to use his speed to the max, to run faster than he usually could to do this. One way to do this was to use the Blue Fang set, but that only worked for a limited amount of time, and on top of that, this was Quinn's trump card. It was a very special set that had gotten him through very dire circumstances in the past, so instead of using it from the get-go, he came up with a new technique to increase his speed. During the fight with Russ, Quinn had discovered he could use the celestial energy in his body by making a cut on himself, and currently he had a small cut on his leg that allowed the blood to flow out. Then, using his other abilities, he hardened the celestial blood, creating for himself a pair of blood boots. Now, as he moved his legs, Quinn would also use his blood control skills to speed up the blood around his legs at the right time as well. This allowed him to surpass his current limits and move even faster. However, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. To maintain the speed, he needed an immense amount of control to match up the movement of the blood boots and his own legs, but during his time in the celestial space, he was somewhat able to practice this technique. His body in the celestial space didn't work the same way as it would on the outside, but Quinn's body was still the same. It was strange that he still had access to his body to control celestial energy and use his abilities despite the fact that he was only present in celestial form. It made him wonder if there had to be a reason for the fact that he never saw anyone fighting in celestial space, but he never did find out. Nor did he know what would happen if one was attacked or killed in celestial space either. Either way, Quinn was now running all over the place, beating up all the guards one by one, and finally, he had reached the main room that he was looking for, where the source of energy was piercing the sky. The castle had a courtyard in the middle, and a strange device which gave off tremendous amounts of energy. It looked like a portal which was lying flat on the ground. It was also by far the most guarded place in the whole castle. Quickly scanning through the area, Quinn could see 10 guards around the portal, another 10 on the square-shaped second floor, and another 10 on the first floor. Then, without hesitation, he busted through a door and found himself on the second platform, looking down at the guards below. He quickly leapt up over the railing and headed straight towards the portal. At the same time, using his nail, he pricked his finger, and blood started to pour out. It was only a tiny cut, but the blood that came out of it was a lot more than one would think from such a small cut. Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and shadow covered his body, putting away his armor and revealing his bare chest. The blood armor instantly covered his bottom half, and one could see all the red lines of energy pulsating through his body. "That's the one Athos has been looking for! Attack him!" one of the guards shouted. "I'm sorry, but you won't even be able to get close to me." When Quinn landed, a red pulse went out from his heart. It was a dense form of energy that looked to be coming off his boots as it spread out towards the guards, and when it hit them, they felt a tingling sensation in their bodies until Quinn lifted his hands. "Skill used, Blood Forest." Immediately, the red blood aura had almost fallen to the ground, and had become a liquid substance, more like real blood, and in less than a second, sprouting up from the floor were what looked like plants made of blood. However, they weren't like regular plants, and one could tell based on the gut-wrenching screams of the guards that the blood had acted like vines wrapping around their legs. At the same time as the blood vines were wrapping around the legs of the guards, they all seemed to be growing sharp thorns that immediately pricked and stabbed into all of their legs, the reason why they all had started screaming. It had pierced the hard exterior of their body with ease, and the strange thing was, there was no blood spilling out. On the contrary, the blood vines from the strange blood plants that had dug into them were getting wider with every passing moment, as if sucking the blood into themselves. The guards all fell to the ground, defeated even before they could move to attack. The vines and plants made of blood started to recede from the unconscious Amra, turning back into a more liquid form. Eventually, all the blood started returning to Quinn, and while some went inside his body, most of it was forming an object slightly above him. Geo, Dober, and Nock had finally caught up, entering the courtyard and found the fallen Amra looking helpless, unable to move with large holes in their body. "Quinn, what are you doing? I thought you were better than this. What happened?" Geo shouted. Quinn started to speak without looking at them and still forming the object above them. "I didn't kill them, don't worry, Geo. I wouldn't do that to your people. I know you care about them, just like I care about my friends as well. But you don't understand how these beings see you, how the ones at the top see you all. I'm sorry if this sight upsets you a little. Maybe I have become a little numb after everything I have seen, but I don't plan to be like them. Never do I want to be like them, and the worst thing is, I'm a little afraid that I might change, but before I do, I want to do everything I can while I'm still sane." Blood from Quinn, the Amra around him, and the ones he had injured moved into the object above, which soon took the form of a giant greatsword. Although the sword looked solid from far away, up close one could see it was made of blood. When finding out that time in the celestial space moved differently, Quinn felt like it was finally time for him to learn. He then learned how the absolute blood control ability worked, which he had received for becoming king of the vampires. He also focused on understanding how his celestial powers could be used and formed to improve his combat and shadow skills, and to find a way to utilize everything he had at his disposal. When using his soul weapon, Quinn realized that his current body was not what it was like before. It has undergone many changes, and he has only touched the tip of the iceberg. Now he was ready to take on anyone. "Well, how are we going to get to the 11th floor? We need the guards," Nock shouted. Quinn took one look at the three and smiled at them. "I never planned to go through the doors in the first place. This is a shortcut." Crouching down, Quinn jumped off and started to spin his body. As he did, it looked like a vortex of blood was covering him, causing him to spin even more until one couldn't even see Quinn in the air anymore. But at the last moment, Quinn swung out his leg, which was bright red as if one was looking into the sun itself, and kicked the large hilt of the sword. The sword started changing color from the bottom as it glowed and reached the tip. It immediately went through the air, constantly making bangs, and finally it had reached where it needed to. It had pierced the ceiling, spinning and breaking it like a drill. Large crumbs were falling from the sky, and the giant blood sword continued going deeper into the tower. "I had a theory I wasn't so sure about, but it looks like I was right," Quinn said, as the others stared at the sword in utter shock and disbelief. On the top floor, where Athos sat on his throne, a frantic female ran inside the room. "Sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but the human has reached the 50th floor. The sword attack had broken the illusion of the bright sky above. As the pieces of the tower continued to fall on the city, the residents raised their heads and stared up in shock. Their hands plastered over their mouths, and the children in the area were crying, looking at the scene. After all, some of them had lived in the tower all their lives, because once one person had entered the tower, the whole of their family could also join, and so could the future generations. Therefore, not all those who lived in the tower were strong Amras, nor had they stepped foot outside. And seeing the damage caused by the blood sword, they could only think that it was the world's end. To them, a demon had created a sword of blood that everyone could see, and now the sky had turned blood red as the hell had descended. As for the person responsible for it all, he was still standing in the courtyard, looking up at what he had done. My theory was correct after all, Quinn thought. After exploring the celestial space, Quinn had linked the special tower doors and the tower together, It was strange how each floor felt like they were in a completely different place, almost like they were on another planet, and that's when it clicked. It didn't just feel like it was a different place. Each of the doors was almost like a portal to another area. When looking at the outside, although the tower was expansive, it wasn't enough for the space they were exploring. Things didn't match up. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, the sky looked extremely high, and the blue light of energy must have meant something, which is why Quinn believed that the rest of the floors, the living quarters where the Amras actually lived, were real parts of the tower. Having blasted a hole straight upward, it looked like he was right. The Celestials were able to create the celestial space, so creating actual dimensions, trial rooms, and other things for themselves wouldn't completely be out of question, Quinn thought. Since he was no longer using his celestial energy, his armor wouldn't burn if he was to use it. Now using his shadow, the chest piece had soon attached to him again, and his wings had sprouted. "I will ask you guys again, are you sure you want to come with me? If so, then you will need to hold on," Quinn said with his hand held out. The three Amra looked at each other. They honestly were stunned by everything happening, and didn't know what to do, but in the end, there was one that took the first step. "You are one crazy human," Geo replied, holding his hand. "I have never seen anything like you. For a long time I have thought, why are the lives of those in the tower different from those outside it? I want to ask our god these questions." Quinn now started to know why he liked Geo quite a bit, and the answer was because he reminded him of himself, reminded him of his old self. After seeing that Geo was going along, Nock couldn't fall behind and quickly ran over as well, and finally there was Dober, who just smiled as he held on to one of the wings. "You won't need to do that. I will let you guys see everything when I get up there," Quinn said, as he activated his shadow and placed each of them into his shadow space. Straight after, bending his knees, Quinn blasted off into the air. The Amra from below could see a small person flying up to the hole that he had just created in the distance. They couldn't quite tell what it was, but could see large black wings on its body. This was because Quinn had activated his shadow. "What is happening? Is that an angel?" A little child looked over in awe. "An angel? Don't be foolish. I don't even think that is an Amra. Don't look at it," a mother said, placing her hands over the child's eyes. Quinn moved fast with his wings, and was able to reach the hole quickly. He wasn't flying as fast as he could run, but he was still agile and swift. When going through the hole, it was as Quinn had expected. The next moment, he found himself on the ground floor of another city. This time it looked different to the one below. The technology being used had advanced, and Quinn could see more high-rise buildings and different technological specs here. The Amra even seemed to wear more clothing similar to humans in fashion. However, the style was completely different, as everything seemed to be a different shade of green and nothing else. "Catch the intruder! We have to stop him at all costs!" an Amra guard shouted. Continuing to fly upward, Quinn could see most of the Amra on this floor were already alerted of his presence and had equipped themselves for a battle. They also wore slightly different colored clothes, which was most likely to show the status of being someone from the 25th floor. In their hands, they had large tube-like weapons, imitating something somewhat like a bazooka, while others had objects that looked like cannons, and finally, some had just rounded rocks in their hands. "Fire!" the commander shouted. Being thrown by the larger, stronger Amra were several different colored rocks of all shapes, sizes, and colors. The first one to reach Quinn was a red-colored rock. Using his wing that was covered in the shadow, he was able to block it, but the second it made an impact, it exploded. The Amra who had made the hit had jumped for joy until the smoke had cleared up, and everyone saw that Quinn was unharmed. Of course he was, because the demon tier armor and shadow powers were the best defense one could get, and when the other rocks started to come towards him, Quinn decided to do something else. One green-colored rock came from his right, and using his wing, he sucked the rock in. Then, straight to the other side, the rock had come out of the other wing and aimed below at some Amra guards. It came out just as fast and destroyed the whole building in which it crashed. That was a powerful throw, but not nearly as much as the one I received earlier, which means there are even stronger ones above, Quinn thought, while holding two more rocks in his hand that he had caught midair. Once again, Quinn threw both of these down at those below as he sped up and started to fly even higher into the sky. After all, Quinn's goal wasn't on the 25th floor, so there's no need for him to waste any time here. Now that the Amra were alerted and would be waiting for him on every floor, it didn't seem like they would give him the ship's equipment without a big fight. The far quicker and in this case and moment, The easier option was to talk to the tower owner and ask them directly to get him a ship so he could leave this place. Flying up higher towards the purple sky this time, Quinn was about to reach the second hole he had created. As soon as he passed through, he reached the next floor and landed on the hard gray-colored ground. He stood with spread wings, looking up. This was because there was no hole in the sky this time. So my attack could only go through 2 floors? Whoever made it must have made this tower out of some strong stuff. Seeing as there was no one around them for now, Quinn decided to release the others. When they got out, they stumbled a bit but quickly regained their balance and began to look around. Wait, where are we? This doesn't look like where we were before. Are we on the 12th floor? Nock asked. Wait, I've been on the 12th floor too. This looks nothing like the 12th floor, Geo said. When the other two looked around, they noticed huge 3-tiered mansions off in the distance. They were all somewhat shaped like a temple. The ground was flat everywhere, and the only thing they found was the large mansions, around 20 in total. I have only heard about this place, Dober started to speak, with sweat running down his face. This is where the SETI-ranked armors live. Some of the strongest Amra live here. Oh my, we are on the 50th floor. Just as Dober finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake, and before the 3 of them could react, Amras, much larger than all of them, began to land on the gray floor in front of them. Other than their size, another thing to note was that some of them ever had a different colored outer skin than the rest. This is nice. I guess I get to use a little more strength against you guys, Quinn smiled, unfazed by the huge Amras in front of him. Item type soul weapon activated. There is something seriously different about these guys compared to the others, Quinn thought, looking at the Amra that were known as the SETI rank. They were slightly larger in size by about a quarter compared to others. Their shoulders were broader, and the color of their outer skin was also different. It almost looked and felt like they were part of a different race. It was hard to believe someone could change this much. Is it the tower? Has some sort of evolution made it? So their bodies have changed? Quinn thought. One thing was clear. They were far stronger than the other Amra. It was why he had decided to summon his soul weapon. Either way, it didn't matter too much, and this didn't look like a situation that Quinn could just fly out of this time. Immediately, 2 of the SETIs had a strange green-colored rock and threw it right at Quinn. Using his demon-tier piece of equipment that still had the shadow activated, Quinn stretched them out to hit the rocks. This was because bringing them in to defend himself would have taken more time. It was the quickest action he could take. As the rocks had hit Quinn's wings, they had stopped mid-air, but something strange happened that hadn't occurred before. Several vibrations came out, hitting the air like ripples. When attacks hit Quinn's shadow, it would either slow it down or stop the attack altogether if it was a more condensed form of the shadow. Because of the demon-tier chest piece's special ability, the wing's shadow acted more like the latter, as a defensive mechanism stopping any attacks it touched, no matter how great. Although this had stopped the physical aspect of the attack, it seemed like something else was occurring. Hitting the air, a large ringing sound could be heard in Quinn's ears, and it was becoming extremely painful for him. I can't hear anything. My head feels like it's going to explode. Quinn soon could see around 8 more of the green rocks coming towards his front. Trying his best, he shook off the strange feeling and decided to face the other rocks head-on. If blocking them isn't the right thing to do, then I will just have to attack head-on instead. Lifting up the twin tail's blades, one would think he would start to swing them towards the SETI. However, Quinn instead had bashed his 2 weapons against each other. At that moment, several chains had broken off his blade. There were 5 parts from one part of the weapon and 5 parts from the other, allowing for 10 links to be in the air. The blade looked broken for a few seconds, and where the parts had come off, it almost looked like human muscle. The chains, deep within Quinn's body, started to swirl around more, and the 2 twin-tail blades extended out again, returning to their original length, but the 10 pieces were still floating about, and they soon started to glow red. Quinn had retracted away his shadow wings once more, and the red veins on his body started to show, as celestial energy was also running through his soul weapons. I'm sorry, but unlike the others, I don't think I can give you the chance to live, but if you give up now, I will spare your life, Quinn stated. The SETI didn't listen, and instead picked up more rocks they had brought with them, ready to attack from a distance again. Seeing this, Quinn had no choice. The floating chain links grew red and went straight towards the rocks. It had pierced right through them. The rocks were split to even more parts going past Quinn, but he could easily avoid them, and for the ones that he couldn't, he lifted his blade slightly, allowing it to deflect. "What is that weapon? And those links able to block an attack from the green rock? That weapon must be something from the gods," one of the Seti said. In a way, they were right. Similar to how Quinn could now create celestial weapons, his soul weapon had become a celestial weapon itself. There was a large boost in its power, its durability, just like when celestial points were given to the others, and at the same time, there were more things it could do compared to before. "Let's get rid of you in one go." With celestial blood running through the weapons, Quinn could control the other links with his blood powers. They went right past all of the Seti, moving at an incredible speed, but the Seti also knew they weren't coming towards them, so they started to leave. However, they did do something strange. There was a separate link that was placed in between a few of the Seti. Placing both his weapons out to the side, they started to glow bright red, and so did the links. The next second, a red aura, just like when Quinn used blood, came out of the links. It continued to move, and the red aura had wrapped around the back of the Seti, connecting all of the links together, and finally connected back to Quinn's blade. It was then, using all of his strength, Quinn pulled forward, while also restricting the aura, to constrict and make the area smaller. The Seti felt something suddenly hit their backs, a strong force that was slightly burning into their skin from behind. They were lifted off their feet and were coming directly towards Quinn. When they were only a few yards away, the twin tails glowed bright red again, but their forms started to change, and this item looked like gauntlets. Meanwhile, the 10 or so links that were behind them had changed their form into swords as well. "I figured out that my twin tails chain worked just like how Peter had described it. He had an image in his head of what he could think of and used that to create a weapon when using celestial energy, and now I could do the same," Quinn thought. Moving his hands, it looked like a red aura around the whole area was gathering in seconds. Just with his fingertips, he made what looked like a type of claw shape. Red lines were cutting the air around him. The whole area was distorting, and even the ground around Quinn's feet was disintegrating a little. Inside that space, I learned to return to my roots a little. I always preferred hand-to-hand combat rather than all of these blood skills, so why not do something that's more suited to me? The Seti had somewhat recovered in the air and had wound up their fists, ready to punch the enemy in front of them. Twisting his foot on the ground, Quinn had pounced from his position, leaping with great power, and swiped his hand, aiming for the fist. The red lines of power still flowed, and as they touched the hard rock hand of the Seti, it had gone through like it was butter. Blood could be seen for a split second coming out of the hand, but it almost evaporated into a mist and had joined the red aura behind it, making it grow larger. Using his other hand, Quinn had slashed at its stomach, and the same thing happened there. Then, before it could do anything, Quinn continued to slash with his hands, causing the enemy in front of him to disappear into nothing but more vampire aura. Quinn moved quickly from one to another, using his new celestial blood gauntlets to cut through all of the Seti's attacks. Anything they tried to attack ended up hitting just air. It looked like the enemy in front would just disappear. Quinn was faster than them, and even if he wasn't and they were to touch his deadly claws, they would lose their own limbs. In the end, the other three that had come with Quinn could see only him standing there, with the bodies of the Seti on the floor, whatever was left of them. "I'm sure there should be something on this floor we can use to trade for the spaceship parts you need," Quinn said. Moments later, something could be seen falling from the sky, landing around 200 yards away. It was heavy and caused a loud noise as well as a huge dust cloud to rise, blocking the view of them all. Although Quinn couldn't see, he could sense the energy. The large object had crashed at such a speed that Quinn could not react against it. The only thing he did see was that it wasn't just a single object. Rather, he had seen 3 in total. The dust cloud made by them had created a wave. The gray-colored flooring tiles were cracked, and the floor was covered in the smoke of dust. Looking around, Quinn noticed that the other 3 had been struggling to move ever since they had gotten here. "Is it the gravity?" Quinn thought. "It is heavy here. My body was able to adjust to the speed a lot quicker, but for them, they were meant to get used to the changes from each floor." Jumping directly to the 50th floor might have become a problem for them. All three of the Amra had their hands on the floor, pushing off it like a giant weight was sitting on top of them. They were shaking as they utilized every muscle in their body. Lifting his head, Gio could see the wall of dust coming towards them and the hole not too far behind them. "If we get hit by that, we're going to get thrown back into that hole. We have to move," Gio thought. "Knock! Dober! If we don't get out of here, that wall will hit us. Move your asses!" Gio shouted. "Why are you telling us to do something when you can't do it either?" Knock shouted back, and managed to place one foot on the ground, and his upper body was upright. Two of his arms were pressing off his one knee, and Knock was now the one doing the best. "Ha ha! At least if we die, I can say I bested you in my final moments," Knock smiled. Dober was at the back, and that's when he could see something happening. The outer skin on Gio's leg looked like it was beginning to crack. At first, Dober thought it was a wound that Gio had received somehow, but he couldn't remember them getting hit. When taking a closer look, he could see that there was no blood, though, and instead, it looked like parts of his rocky skin were falling over, and a new shade of rock was coming through. In addition, the hide of the rock was somewhat thicker, increasing the length and size of Gio's legs by a little bit. "He is evolving into one of the SETI ranks," Dober noticed, but he also saw that it might not matter because the wall of debris was already upon them. Then, from the side, dense red energy came out of nowhere, sending the debris off in the distance through the air and crashing into one of the large mansions that was originally owned by one of the SETI rank Amra. "Did you guys think I forgot about you all or something? You guys chose to follow me. You guys are helping me out, so I won't just let you die," Quinn stated, still not looking at them, instead looking off in the distance. Quinn briefly looked at his hands for a second, which were still covered in his celestial gauntlets. They made his hands look around double the size and were almost a solid black, like when Peter transformed, but also still had several red glowing lines coming down to his wrist and continuing on his skin. Strangely, the chains that would be stuck in Quinn's body were still there, connected from the base of the gauntlets, sprinkling to his body till his shoulders and the top of his chest. "The tiger form martial arts I practiced did well when mixed with the power of these gauntlets, but every time I change the shape of the soul weapon, it has a different effect with blood. My fists were getting stronger each time my fingers went through their bodies. I could feel the blood was merging with my own powers. But now that he's here, if I have a big fight ahead of me, I will have to use everything I learn in that space, right here and now." Walking forward, Quinn didn't decide to be aggressive, but he wouldn't get out of this form either, in case he needed to use it at any moment. It was then that he felt a surge of energy from behind. Although he didn't want to look away from those in front, turning around, he could see Gio standing there. At least, Quinn thought it was Gio. "It looks like I was right. The SETI can evolve, which has something to do with this tower," Quinn thought. Gio's skin now darkened, turning pitch black compared to before. There were also little sparks of white rocks throughout his skin, making Gio look somewhat like a rare ore. At the same time, Gio was now just as large as the SETI rank Amra, and he didn't just go through a simple evolution, but it looked like he evolved to the point where he could match the older SETI rank Amra on this floor. I wonder, why do all of their skin differ from one another, even though they have all evolved? Quinn thought as he saw Gio lift Knock and Dober off the ground with ease, placing them upright so they could stand on their own 2 feet. The two of them haven't evolved either. Turning his head to focus on the front, Quinn found that the smoke had now slowly settled, and he could see 2 females with a golden-like skin color on their outer scales. Since they were female, one thing to notice was that they had 2 arms instead of the 4. They were roughly the same size and width as the SETI rank, but he had never seen this color on any of the SETI ranks. The other difference Quinn could see and feel was that they both had a marking on their head. It looked like a rectangle pointing upwards, with 2 snake-like figures wrapped around it, but the figures did not have heads. Thinking about it, it somewhat looked like the tower from the outside in the distance, and sensing the celestial energy in them, Quinn could tell they were beyond that of the SETI rank Amra he had just fought against. Finally, there was what could only be described as a literal giant. It was a large Amra that had similar traits to the rest. Its color was also one that Quinn had never seen either. He had a platinum shine that was almost reflective like a mirror, because his skin was reflecting everything surrounding him, from the Seti Amra to the buildings. However, the biggest difference was that this Amra had 6 arms, 3 sticking out from either side. This was the first for Quinn, and this perhaps was not just an Amra, because Quinn could tell this giant was a celestial too. "This has become quite an interesting predicament. I never expected a god to just come to this place unannounced," Athos said in a booming loud voice that shook the entire area. This is our god, the god of the tower," Nock said in a quivering voice as the echo from Athos' words dimmed. They had never seen him before, never seen any images of him, but at first glance they could tell who this was. "Quinn, I was right about you. From the way you stand calmly, I can tell you don't feel anything in his presence. You really are on the same level as him," Geo thought. "Maybe I can tell more now that I am just a bit closer to the two of you, but for me to reach where you two are, I think it would just be impossible for me. Good luck, Quinn, my friend." "I never expected to come to this place either," Quinn said, still walking forward, not halting his advance. "I only have one simple wish, to get off this damn place so I can return and help my friend. First, though, I might have some questions to ask you." "I won't disrespect you since you are like me," Athos expressed. "However, you have caused a lot of trouble on my planet. I am curious about your name and where you are from." Quinn had stopped his advance for the first time and stood in front of the colossal giant. Although they were around 50 yards apart, the shadow cast from Athos had easily reached up to where Quinn was standing. Quinn looked down on the ground for a split second before looking up at the 3 in front of him. Even though the person in front of him seemed calm, it would be naive to think he was a friend. "What do I say?" Quinn thought. "After learning the reaction from the Celestials in the strange space, revealing information about where I am from could backfire on me. But I also never saw this Athos in celestial space. What if he doesn't know about what's going on in the celestial realm? Not everyone will enter that space, and I can tell the celestial energy between these 3 is far beyond anything I have. If the 2 of us were to fight, I don't know exactly how well I would fare, even with all my training in celestial space." After thinking for a while, Quinn was almost ready to hide the truth, but before opening his mouth, he bit his lip, stopped, and smiled. "I have faced so many challenges and did everything for the sake of my galaxy and everyone who lives on Earth, and here I was about to lie about where I come from? I shouldn't be ashamed about my origins, and I shouldn't care what others think. I am from the planet called Earth," Quinn said confidently and smiled, looking directly at Athos's face. Somehow, Quinn expected a reaction. On the other hand, Athos crossed all 6 arms and stared at Quinn. He didn't say a word. The entire floor was silent. Geo was still near the hole made by Quinn's attack when entering the floor. The others seemed somewhat now used to the extra gravity, as they could stand independently, but their faces showed clear signs of discomfort. "I am surprised that Dober and Nock are quickly adapting to the change. This isn't something they would have been able to do before. Is it because the energy and the 50th floor is influencing us? Or is it because of the dire situation? Or maybe because we are in front of such great people at the moment?" Geo thought. "I'm not wrong in thinking that's certainly Athos standing there right now, the god of the Amra race," Dober said. "The energy inside me almost feels like it's starting to pull towards him." Hearing this, that was when the other 2 realized the same thing. The energy in their body, the one they had gained from entering certain floors in the tower, was pulling towards the man in front of them. "But who is Quinn?" Nock finally asked. "How can what was he called? A human, right? How can a human stand in front of our god that close? And why has our god not said anything after hearing the name of Quinn's planet?" Unfortunately, none of them had the answer to this question, and all they could do was listen in on this grand event that others wouldn't be able to witness. "You are very far away from home," Athos finally replied. "I hear there are also many things happening on Earth at the moment. Tell me why you are here and why you chose to climb the tower." Although Quinn was relieved that there wasn't an immediate fight on his hands, he still was beaming with his own celestial energy, ready to fight at any moment. For now, though, Quinn thought that honesty would be the best policy. I did not come here because I wished to. Rather, someone has forcefully teleported me here. I entered the tower because my friend informed me that I could get the parts for a ship here that would allow me to travel back to Earth, Quinn answered. Once again, there seemed to be a pause while Athos thought about what to say. Although honestly, it made Quinn quite anxious. What was the problem? You have caused a mess in my tower and scared the people. This will no doubt affect my planet, Athos replied. On top of that, even if I were to give you a ship, it would take you an incredibly long time to return to your planet. And since you seem stuck here, I can only assume you don't have the means to use the celestial space to travel back. Which makes me wonder, who has even sent you here in the first place? There has to be a reason, and I do not wish to get involved in other people's messes. Then don't, Quinn replied. The person responsible for my current predicament is my problem, and I will deal with it, but it sounds like you have a way of sending me back. I apologize about entering the tower, as it was the only way I knew how to get around, and as for my extreme action in the tower, I am in a bit of a rush, you see. If you grant me this favor and help me out, then I will be happy to return this favor and help you out in any of your problems in the future. Quinn still didn't know what Athos's celestial condition was, but learning and listening to the other celestials speak, they always seemed to enjoy making deals with each other, at least one that would benefit them both. So now, learning that creating a ship wasn't the ideal solution, it looked like this man, or the god, in front of him was the only answer. So you are asking me for a favor? Athos placed his hand on his chin. Very well, then I have a request you can complete, a favor for a favor. As long as you do what I ask first, then I will happily be able to send you back to Earth. Hearing this, Quinn furrowed his brow a little. First, although he didn't mind doing this Athos a favor, he didn't know what that would be, and second of all, he planned to complete this favor after Athos complied with his. I'm sorry, I am happy to comply, but as I said, I am rushing to return to Earth. There is a lot I need to deal with, Quinn answered. We can discuss the favor, but only if you could send me to Earth first. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't agree. To the others, it seemed strange that one could ask a favor from the god in front of them, because Geo was the only one who had heard Quinn's words when the latter claimed to be a god. That was why he wasn't too surprised by all of this and was watching everything in awe. However, he could tell there had also been a change in the atmosphere after Quinn uttered his words. I have already been kind enough to forgive you for disrupting the peace of my tower and killing some of my most talented individuals. I think I have proposed a fair deal, and the fact is, my favor is actually related to your home planet anyway, so I believe I am being more than kind. It took a second for Quinn to decide what to do, and it was then that he lifted his foot and stomped the shadow that was beneath him. It looked to disperse into pieces before it reformed itself again, creating itself. It was something that shouldn't have been possible and something the others really didn't understand. I will tell you again, I am in quite the rush as well, Quinn raised his fist, opening up and making a tiger claw again. I may not have as much celestial energy as you, but I was born a strong fighter. I promise you it will not be easy to take me down. I will request again. Please agree with my deal and do me a favor by helping me get back to Earth. Otherwise... After Quinn had said those words, the demeanor of the two girls by Athos's side began to change. For one, they looked to have pulled a piece of rock from their own body. It had quickly healed, growing back, nearly as quick as the strange beast Quinn had fought against on the 10th floor. Once their hard golden skin was in their hands, they had crushed the rock and almost started to form it into a spear-like shape. They soon completed this and held 2 spears in both of their hands. Then, brandishing them up in the air, it looked like they were immediately ready to throw them towards Quinn. Now, I had heard you were quite the greenhorn when you displayed your energy out in the open, but I never expected you to be so rash, Athos said. I don't know what type of god you are. Perhaps you were the one who has risen due to a lot of fighting. That is the case. Then I agree you would be troublesome to deal with, but while you are in my tower, I believe you are at a serious disadvantage. Hearing this, Quinn thought that might be the case. The different floors, the whole tower system, and the strange beasts which would reappear each time, for each floor had to be the Amra god's doing, and it was quite possible that the latter could change the structure of the tower as he wished. More than likely, the tower here was somewhat like a celestial item, one that Athos could personally use and do as he wished. I also don't want it to come to this, but as I said, I have urgent matters, Quinn asserted. At that moment, Athos raised 2 of his arms while the other 4 remained folded. Is he preparing to attack? What should I do? Should I try using my shadow first? Should I try to do my best from the beginning and take him by surprise? This is my first real fight against another real celestial, Quinn thought. However, nothing seemed to have happened. The 2 girls didn't do anything, and no energy was forming in Athos's hands. It was then when Athos crossed his hands again, and Quinn believed that something had to occur, and looking around, he had noticed a key difference. What did you do to them? Quinn shouted as he quickly turned his head. They have nothing to do with this, and they are the same race as you. They were only helping me. Geo, Nock, and Dober looked to have all disappeared. Then, in the slight movement that Athos had made, he had changed the floor that the others were standing on to sink them into the ground. Although Quinn didn't know it, they were in a place where they could view and hear everything that was going on. You seem like a person who would care for them, Athos said. It seems you are more inclined to listen to me now. Don't worry, I will not harm them. They are only a security measure to make sure you actually keep to your end of this favor. Once you have completed the task, I will send you to Earth and release them to do as they wish. They can go with you, live their life in the tower, or return to their families. How can I even trust what you say? Quinn replied. I don't really trust a lot of Celestials to begin with, and now you go and do this? I could say the same to you, Athos shrugged. You have attacked my tower, and this is the first time the 2 of us have met. So how would I know you will keep to your promise? I can see you think I am the bad guy here, but I am not. Waving his hand, Athos had created a type of portal that showed the outside city, and it showed the Amra people walking through town with a smile on their faces. Then, upon waving his other hand, another portal appeared, and it showed the Amra that lived on the 10th floor, with similarly happy smiles on their faces. I know what happened on Earth, so I can understand why you might feel the way you do, but you have to know that things aren't the same here. I don't force anyone to try and climb the tower. Everyone can try to enter and clear the floors whenever they wish. The people are also free to leave the tower whenever they want, if the tower life is not for them. All I have done is given the people a goal, something better to look forward to, and a purpose in their life. I will be upfront with you if you don't trust me. My condition is simple, to create something that will give people a dream. The tower is the Amra race's dream. Many living outside wish to enter the tower, while those who live inside wish to reach higher floors. The reason why I am being patient is that I want you to see that I am a fair person, which is why I think this deal can work out for the both of us. Quinn was still unsure, but he had to admit that what Athos said made sense. He could see that the people he had met and those from Geo's village were actually happy, and the tower guards weren't the ones to abuse their power. What happened between Nock and Geo was more like a personal vendetta than anything. Of course, some looked down on each other and split the groups into those in the tower and those who lived outside. But was that really Athos's doing? Quinn really couldn't say, and if Athos was being truthful about his condition, it wasn't something he was imposing on the Amra. This meant, just like humans, it was more of something that naturally happened when you had people of various characteristics. I can see that you are at least thinking about this thoroughly. While you are deciding whether to attack me or not, at least let me explain the favor to you, Athos continued. In this galaxy, soon in this solar system where the Amra race lives, a God-slayer will arrive. I would take care of it myself, but I have other things to deal with, and besides, I feel like it's definitely more suited to your role. A God-slayer? Those were the things that Logan and Bliss talked about, but I also heard many Celestials discuss them in the celestial space. It seemed like there were many of them out in all the different galaxies. Some Celestials were even trying to hunt them down. Is this a way for him to test my strength? Looking around, Quinn still couldn't sense where Geo and the others had gone. In all honesty, he wanted to forget about them. He wanted just to head back home, but there was something inside him, in his nature, that told him he couldn't just abandon Geo, who had helped him. Even though Quinn felt like it was unlikely that Athos would do anything, there was still a small chance, especially after seeing how so many Celestials treated the lives on planets as if they were nothing but numbers to fill their condition. I promised I would continue to try and live this way to the fullest while I still felt somewhat human. I don't want to be like them. Fine, Quinn made up his mind. I accept your deal, but you better keep every promise you make. Otherwise, I swear I will hunt you down and won't give up until you can no longer be reborn. There was a red glow in Quinn's eyes when he said this, and Athos could tell that he was being sincere. The only thing was, Quinn didn't realize how big of a threat these words were to a Celestial, but for the time being, Athos would let it slide, as there was a good chance he could kill two birds with one stone. Very well. I will now transport you to the planet the Godslayer is on. Good luck. Just like before, a strange light appeared below Quinn's feet and instantly enveloped him. Only this time, he knew what was going to happen, so he wasn't afraid, and a few seconds later, when the bright light in his vision disappeared, Quinn found himself in a totally new location. Although he had expected this, the teleportation ability did make him quite curious. However, for now, his attention was more on the place he was teleported to. Well, one thing is for sure, I'm not on the same planet anymore, Quinn thought as he looked around. As far as his eyes could see, he only saw a barren ice desert. This place was cold and windy, but he had a few tricks to keep himself warm with the help of blood control. One thing worth mentioning was, though, that this place was beautiful in a way and reminded Quinn somewhat of the planet on which he had fought against his first demon-tier beast. He couldn't help but sigh upon remembering that fight. Then, not letting himself be distracted, he focused more on understanding where he was. He noticed that there were large slices of ice randomly stuck out. They were not small, but not big enough to be called mountains either. Rather, they were like bundles of tilted needles stabbed into the ground. Then, at the same time, there were also what looked like trees. Although they too were covered entirely in ice, it was hard to tell from a distance whether they were frozen or if they were purely made of ice and were a natural formation. Well, this is definitely not the same planet I was on, so does that mean all the Celestials just teleport people as they please? Or did Athos succeed just because I was in his tower? Come to think of it, before Bliss teleported me to the Amra planet, I was in her white space, so I guess this might just be something high-ranked Celestials can do? Doesn't this also mean if I was a high-ranked Celestial, I wouldn't be having all of these problems of trying to get back, and I would be able to instantly teleport back to Earth? Quinn was a little annoyed thinking about it. If only his condition wasn't so strange. But he didn't want to force people into these things anyway. He wanted the others to give blood in front of his statue on their own will without being forced to it. Still, I would have liked to know how I would have fared against one of these Celestials, even though I have a lower amount of celestial energy. Quinn clenched his fist, getting rid of his celestial form and placing back on his usual set of armor with the shadow. It's not impossible to take out a Celestial without any celestial energy, and these things, called God-slayers, are proof of that. They said my power also belonged to a God-slayer, so I guess I'm not exactly the normal Celestial compared to them. Which means, most likely these gods will underestimate me a bit just because my energy is lower than theirs. I doubt most of them know about me or my history. After thinking of this, Quinn decided he should at least start the task at hand. After all, a God-slayer technically needed to be strong, so this would be no easy fight. The incoming enemy would at least be on Chris's level. In order to widen his search, Quinn used the demon-tier armor's wings to fly around. Unfortunately, Quinn hadn't been able to practice with these much or improve upon what they could do, since in celestial space, items like beast gear didn't work, nor did his shadow powers. It felt great to use the special demon-tier weapons with his shadow, which meant he could block nearly any attack. but after fighting against the SETI rank, he realized there might be times or ways that attacks could still get through. I've been able to increase my celestial and blood powers to a good level, but if this shadow is also some type of God Slayer power, then I should be able to keep improving this as well. There have to be more ways, more skills on how to use it, but I have always just used it in whatever way the system has given me, and I haven't used Shadow Overload in a long time either, not since I lost a large amount of MC points. Thinking about this, a certain person appeared in his head, Arthur. Arthur knew a lot about the shadow, and he had developed his own skills with it. So if there was anyone who could train him how to use the powers, or at least train with them, it would be Arthur. However, Arthur is not here. I wish there was some way I could talk to him. While continuing to fly around the planet, Quinn honestly didn't really know what he was looking for. He soon saw different beasts fighting against each other, and just others living their lives like they usually would. But then there was something that almost made his jaw drop, and it made him second-guess if he was on a different planet. Is that another tower? Looking at it from afar, it looked similar to the one before, but wasn't identical. This one was a bit smaller in height and size, and it was the same for the city around it. I guess I am still in Athos's galaxy, so it seems like he must have set up these towers on every planet. Getting closer, Quinn retracted his wings as he saw the people outside, and they were indeed what he had guessed, Amra. Their armor and clothing were slightly different, but other than that, they were the same in every other way as the people in Geo's village. Heading up to the gate, Quinn thought his best chance was just walking in and asking them if they had any information about a Godslayer on the planet. However, it seemed like there was no need to, as the guards walked out and bowed toward him. "Are you the one named Quinn Talon?" the tower guard asked. "Yes," Quinn replied awkwardly, not sure how to reply. "Were you expecting me? I don't really understand what is going on." The two guards bowed politely, and after raising their heads, they gestured for him to follow them while saying, "Our god has told us of your arrival. He stated that someone in your description would be coming to help us. Please follow me towards the tower, and our commander will explain everything." Since they didn't seem to be attacking him on sight, Quinn started to go along with them for the time being. Just like they said, they escorted him to the tower, and here, a strong force of around 50 or so Amra were waiting. Quinn recognized the SETI rank Amra, and there were 10 of them in total, but there didn't seem to be anyone higher ranked among the group of people. From what he could tell, they were the highest-ranking people in the tower. Soon, a dark green-skinned Amra, who went by the name Peb, started explaining to Quinn as the rest of the troops got ready. "The God-Slayer has been located on our planet. Our Lord believes that we might not be enough to apprehend him with our forces. Also, we have had reports of many high-level beasts dying on the planet. This opponent seems to be a strong one. So we prayed to our Lord to send some support, and it seems like he has answered our prayers." Quinn didn't know how to take this. He was only speaking with Athos a few moments ago, so how long had Athos planned to use Quinn to try and deal with his problem? "Well, I'm here now anyway, and I have to do a job if I want to get—" Bang! Before Quinn could finish his sentence, everyone heard a loud explosion at the front of the gate from where Quinn had entered not too long ago. Soon after, several screams followed, and there was panic as the people started to rush towards the tower, shouting and calling on the tower guards to help. "It looks like our little problem has come to us. This should be a quick one, then." Quinn smiled and activated his wings, flying in the air. "I'll try and deal with this one as quickly as possible. Clear the area if you want everyone to live." After shouting those words, Quinn flew straight towards the gate, and he could see sparks off in the distance. They were vicious, large, and almost pierced the clouds, even though they were coming from the ground. "That's a lot of power. Is this some type of lightning god slayer? It reminds me a bit of Owen. Well, let's see how they deal with this," Quinn thought. Without using his celestial energy, he summoned up his blood aura, but he had created a large spear in his hand and threw it as hard as he could, straight towards the target below to test the waters. Using his blood control, Quinn sped it up and followed as quickly as he could behind the attack, planning to follow up. As for the target, he was in the middle of attacking the Amra that were coming towards him. He would hit them or strike them with lightning, knocking them far away. From above, the blood spear was coming toward him, and it seemed like the person was too distracted to notice the spear. But when it was just a few inches away, the person turned around and grabbed the spear with his bare hand. The strength and momentum of the spear pushed his body in the air and sent him back a little, but he eventually landed on the ground. Now the spear was in his hand. "I can see everything, even your next move," the person shouted, throwing his fist out, and in the next second, it clashed right against Quinn's follow-up punch. "Wait a second. You're a human," Quinn said, noticing the person in front of him. He had seen many human-like beings, but not another human being, and here of all places. "Wait, this Godslayer is a human?" "Quinn?" the person gaped, equally surprised. Deep underground, in a place where no light shone, there was life. An entire town had been created, with houses, living areas, markets, and more. However, what stood out the most in this underground town was a massive tower that almost pierced the top of the ceiling. One could hear loud grunts echoing throughout the town, the sound of weapons clashing against each other and banging off the armor, the deep and heavy pants of tired people trying to catch their breath. "Remember, we are in a new age. We are not like the old," a middle-aged man shouted with his hands behind his back as he overlooked the people training in an open area. The most notable about these people who had chosen to live underground was their glowing red eyes. This was a vampire settlement, but not the same as it was in the past. They were not above grounds, and no castles, families, or leaders existed. Unlike those before us, they believed that the humans would never catch up to us. They believed that they were the superior race, and but it was due to their passivity that we are in the situation we are in today," the man shouted. "This is why we have trained every day, to grow our strength, to prove to them that we are the superior race. Whether you wish to control them or turn them into one of us, you must ensure that you are strong enough to live." Hearing these words seemed to inspire the vampires, as they used more of their vampire aura to coat their weapons and armor, and continued to train with each other, striking harder and faster. However, it suddenly stopped when the vampires heard the sound of high heels slapping the hard ground. They paused what they were doing and began to line up in a single file, and then at the right time they all bowed down. "We welcome you back," they shouted in unison with their heads bowed down. Peeking through, they could see black boots made of beast skin that spiraled up towards the knee. Then a little bit of skin was shown, revealing a part of her pale thighs, before having more armor covering her groin area and heading up towards the rest of her body. Besides her thigh, her skin was only visible from her neck and the gap between the armor on her shoulders and forearms. Her face was stoic, showing almost no emotion, while two dark purple horns were poking out through her short hair. Then finally, there was the weapon on her back, a longsword. Although it was thin compared to the usual two-handed longswords, it was pitch black, and on the hilt was the marking of a single eye with wings. She was one of the Red Vampire leaders, Layla Monroe. "It seems you have come back to us in one piece." The man who was training the others was the first to lift his head, but he kept his hands together in a respectful position. "Yes, I have, but no one else has returned alive," Layla responded. "It's a good thing you are all training, because from the current situation, it's not long before a war breaks out." Walking ahead, it looked like Layla was heading for the tower, but not too far behind her was another woman who had her hair tied up in a ponytail, though she wasn't adorned with armor, instead just a black dress. She looked fairly old compared to the rest, but she never strayed too far from Layla. When the two finally entered the tower, Layla let out a big sigh. "We should rest after what we have been through," the woman said. "I wish we could, but we must act if we want to get through this. It would be best if you got ready to call all of the red vampires back. I know it will tire you out. You did your fair share back there as well," Layla smiled. While walking up the stairs outside, she noticed a shadow casting over the candle lights in the tower. The tower was one of the few places that had light in the entire town. And as the shadow enveloped the candlelights, all of the candles went out as if a blanket of darkness had swallowed them, and a second later they lit up once again. "It looks like he has returned," Layla mumbled. Then, without turning around, she spoke to the old woman beside her. "Jill, it would be best if you head back to your room." Without waiting for a response, Layla put pressure on the step below her front foot and then began to sprint. She ran up the stairs at an incredible speed, eventually reaching a pair of double doors. Pressing her hands, she pushed it open, and here in the large and mostly empty room, she could see a large figure standing there. "Ah, I see you have returned as well," the voice said, as the man turned around, revealing himself to be Laxmus, but he had a giant smile and a dark red crystal in his hand. "The red heart! You finally got it," Layla said, walking closer to Laxmus, who soon covered it in shadows, making it disappear. Seeing this made Layla wonder if Laxmus was keeping it safe or trying to keep it away from her. "That belongs to me just as much as it belongs to you," Layla said, already reaching for the sword on her back. "You have to tell me what you plan to do with it." Although Layla seemed a bit out of sorts, Laxmus didn't let that spoil his mood. "It will take some time to learn how to access its power. Originally, I was planning to use someone else, but that idea went out of the window," Laxmus replied. "Either way, both of us are servants to Immortui, so you don't have to worry. When I hand over what Immortui wants using the power of the red crystal, I will tell him that we have achieved this together. And then, finally, rather than just being servants of Immortui, we will also have the power to stand by his side, to do what we wish and even create our own life in this world." Laxmus clenched his fist, as if he was crushing something in it, but there was nothing. "Well, you better act fast," Layla replied. "The Dhampir are advancing, and it looks like they know where this place is. I tried my best to slow them down with a task force, but they were too strong this time. It looks like the one they call Queen will be helming the attack herself." This information seemed to make Laxmus frown, but soon the smile returned. "I will be ready, and this will be no trouble." After saying these words, a shadow obscured Laxmus's entire body, and he quickly disappeared. After their short talk, Layla decided to walk out of the tower and head somewhere else. Soon she was found at the edge of the town, where there was almost nothing, no houses or anything, and instead just several walls, until she finally placed her foot on something on the ground and pushed it down with the right amount of pressure. Next instant, she heard a clicking sound, and part of the wall started to move. The secret door closed behind Layla, and she continued to walk down the tunnel and could hear the sound of breathing in the distance. "I thought you would come back with the heart. Now you need to explain everything. How did Laxmus manage to get the red heart?" Layla had stopped in the middle of her sentence when she saw Xander kneeling beside a certain someone with a large hole in his chest. Upon seeing the injured man's face, her heart thumped, and her face paled as a fury of emotions appeared on her stoic face, from panic to shock. "Quinn!" Upon entering the secret room, Layla's eyes widened when she focused on the injured vampire on the ground. Then, without hesitation, she quickly ran forward and kneeled beside the vampire. Taking a peek, Xander could see that the scales of her horns were changing color. First, they looked like clouds that were changing to a purple fog, and the next second, they looked like they were made of red lava. Due to her being a vampire subclass, it was hard to hide her emotions, and ever since getting a permanent set of large horns on her head, it had become more challenging for her, especially in a situation like this. She placed her hands over the hole on Vincent's chest, and in the next moment, her palms ignited in green flames. Sweat trickled down her face as she tried to pour as much power as possible to heal the wound. "How could this happen? After so long, how could this have happened to him? Xander, explain!" Layla shouted, her voice shaking near the end. Fear had shouted, gripped her heart with fear, and panic filled her expression. Her breathing was out of control, and the ki zapping out from her body seemed to be affecting her actions. Even talking was difficult. "Don't use your life force!" Xander snapped back and placed both hands on her wrist, attempting to lift them off. "Layla, I mean it. If you do, I will do everything I can to get your hands off his body. And besides, He's not Quinn." Hearing the last sentence, the intensity of the flames started to dwindle, but she kept them lit up. After recalling the red heart in Laxmus's hands, Layla had a good idea of who was in front of her, as she realized who this could be if not Quinn. Why? Why would he come back at a time like this, after he had been hiding for so long? Layla asked. Unsure her powers were doing anything, she continued using her energy, and eventually the stream of energy healed the wound somewhat. Although vampires have pale skin, there was a unique shade in their skin, and it was beginning to return to Vincent's skin. "I don't think he's completely gone yet," Layla guessed. "I can only think of one reason why Vincent came back. Is he here? Is Quinn actually back?" she asked. Shaking his head, Xander turned away. It was hard to see the emotions on his face, since Layla could not look directly at him. "What is this? I thought you said you moved on from him," Xander finally managed to smile back. "Now when you see someone who looks like him, all these feelings for him come rushing back?" Although Layla's face had stayed red for a second, Xander saw both of her horns turn slightly pink, as if she was embarrassed, even though there was a different story in front of him. "It's not that. You know, my past with Quinn is complicated," Layla replied. "I never lied to you, Xander, but either way, we must deal with what is in front of us. I don't think he or my powers will do anything else for him right now. Are you able to place him in your shadow? That will buy us some time." It was then that Xander pulled out a crystal from his robe. It was quite large, around the size of a water bottle, maybe a little larger, and inside the crystal there was a dark shadow moving about. "I don't have much shadow left," Xander explained. "I can put him in, but not for a long time, so if I don't use the shadow powers, then we should be okay, or the other option is to get more shadow." Xander gulped after saying the last sentence. It was the last thing he wanted to do. "I understand, but I know you brought him here, and it was the right thing to do. You must have thought I would have a plan, and well, I do, but first you need to help me out," Layla replied. Then, without saying another word, Xander used the crystal to use some of his shadow powers. It wrapped Vincent from head to toe, and his body sank into the shadow, going into Xander's very own shadow space. "Now, tell me what happened and how Laxmus got the red heart, and then we will devise a plan to help Vincent." Xander explained everything about the grand event, and how Laxmus had summoned them all without any prior information. Xander was unaware this would happen, and found himself in a complicated situation with no initial plans. This was why he wasn't able to do much. "I'm sorry. I didn't think Laxmus would do that. I thought he would have at least let Vincent live to find out how to use the crystal from him." Xander clenched his fist. "Don't worry about that. Although I hate to say it, it probably worked out in our favor that he has such a bad temper. If Laxmus had decided to capture Vincent, we would have to rescue him before any details of how to use the red heart leaked. And now, somehow, Vincent has managed to buy us some time even in his state. Anyway, we might still be able to stop Laxmus. From what you described, Vincent had managed to place the red heart into his own nest crystal, right? What was actually keeping his body alive before was the nest crystal, not the red heart." After saying these words, Layla was already standing up, and it looked like she was about to leave. "What are you planning on doing?" Xander asked. "From the sounds of it, are you planning to steal this settlement's nest crystal? We only have one, and we used it for the blood supply. If you get caught, everything we have done will be for nothing. Don't forget, there isn't just us that you have to worry about anymore." Layla stopped for a second, pulled out her black sword from her back, and held it in her hand. "The red heart is in Laxmus's hand. We joined to stop this storm from happening, and on top of that, there is something else as well. I went out to try and stop the Dampiers from advancing, and it seems like they know about the location of this base. And they are not planning a small invasion either. It will be an all-out war. Xander, the Dampiers are too strong. I believe Laxmus is underestimating them a lot, especially Erin. I couldn't even properly hurt her." This had come as quite a surprise to Xander, especially since Layla was one of the strongest people he knew. She was strong enough even to make Laxmus see her as someone he needed, and someone on equal ground with her. "So, it doesn't matter. Right now, either Laxmus will find out how to use the red heart, or the Dampiers will attack this place. So I need to do everything I can before things get out of hand, and the least I can do is bring Vincent back. Tell me something. You said you met Erin? Xander said. Did you actually fight her, or did you just try to speak to her? Layla chuckled when she heard this comment, and Xander didn't know if he was hallucinating, but it looked like a teardrop trickled down Layla's face. Both. I don't know why, but Erin despises vampires. Maybe it's because it made her become what she is now, I don't know, but I tried fighting her when she wasn't willing to talk. In fact, I even used the black sword, but it was all useless. Hearing this, Xander knew his answer. If the Dampiers attacked, there was little chance they could survive. Moreover, Erin was now a force that was possibly a threat more significant than Graham. Not saying anything else, Layla left to get the nest crystal. Meanwhile, Xander was left to his thoughts, recalling the fight with Vincent. You were right about everything. You knew what Laxmus would do, so does that mean you are right about the other thing as well? In the middle of their fight, Vincent had agreed to turn himself in, but he also said a few more words. Quinn has returned. I know he has. And although I hate to put all the pressure on the boy, his return means he's needed. Find the boy. Find Quinn. And how am I meant to do that? Xander said aloud, recollecting these words. No one knows where he is at the moment. Two fists had collided on the vast icy planet with such strength that even the ground below them cracked. The Amra onlookers had never witnessed such strength in their lives, and were pushed back by the aftershock of the collision. The guards in front of the gate wanted to join in to help Quinn, but they were quickly blown back into the tower walls by the shock waves, just like everyone else. Taking a deep look into the eyes of the other, Quinn was trying to figure out who this person could be. A human that knows my name? And is this far out? I must have known this guy in the past, Quinn thought. It was then that a face had popped up in Quinn's mind. It was one of the enemies that he would never forget, Hilston Blade. But Hilston Blade was dead. This person couldn't be him. Quickly thinking about it more and recalling Logan's words, Quinn could only come to one conclusion about who the Godslayer was. Syl. Shut up! Syl yelled as he pushed his fist further forward. A power boost suddenly came from behind his elbow as large flames flared out of it. The flames were gigantic, and the heat was heavy, as the ice where they stood instantly melted, while the whole area behind him also began to melt as well. The sudden surge in force had caught Quinn by surprise, and he felt like if he didn't do anything soon, the attack would rip off his entire arm. And for the first time in a long while, Quinn felt like there was a need to use one of his heavy skills. Activating the soul weapon immediately, Quinn gathered all the shadows to his right hand and condensed them. Now his arm up till his elbow looked like it wasn't part of his body, but it also meant he could take this attack at least. This power, it's stronger than the last time I fought against him, but how is that possible? I guess I should have expected this. Those Celestials didn't give him the title of Godslayer for nothing, but I'm not sure how long Shadow Overload will work against him. After successfully blocking the attack, Quinn quickly leapt back. He had covered his wings in the shadow since he could still use them as if Shadow Overload was active. The only problem was that while the shadow was in this condensed form to stop attacks, Quinn couldn't really use the Shadow Overload skill in the way he could in the past. At least not with these few MC points he had compared to before, and not if he was expecting to block a few more attacks like the first one. Syl, it's me, Quinn! Why are you attacking me? We can talk! Quinn shouted. Talk? Syl asked, placing both hands on the ground. I fought against a few of you, and I know these petty tricks. Do you think I will fall for this? Quinn would never be out here, on this planet in the middle of nowhere, and you will pay for using my friend's face like this. Quinn suddenly felt a chill on his legs, and upon looking down, he noticed they were beginning to freeze, and the ice wave was slowly coming upwards. The melted ice from before. Damn it, he's using his brain. Quinn had to react to one ability after another, and here was where the problem lay. Syl seemed to be stronger than before in terms of his abilities, and there was also the fact that this was the first time Quinn was facing a Syl who had access to every ability he had ever come across. After freezing the ground, Syl was in the air and had two large whips of lightning in his hands. They looked at least 20 meters in span as Syl whipped them once on the floor, instantly destroying the icy ground. The heat and the sparks instantly evaporated it, creating a sizzling sound of the steam. I've seen this level of power before in the game. If that thing hits me, I don't think my regular body will be able to take it. And Quinn knew this would be troublesome since he could only use the condensed shadow to block an attack from one side. Syl didn't waste any more time and moved his arms back to whip the lightning at Quinn. They hit each other, creating a crackling sound from the sparks, and in the next moment, Syl pulled his arms, sending the whips towards Quinn, one towards each side. "This damned ice will only slow me down." Quinn used his strength to break through the thickness of it, and to be honest, Syl was quite impressed upon seeing this. That was no ordinary ice. He had created the ice using an ice ability, and the fact that Quinn was able to break through with this much ease was cause for slight concern. "Fine, since you won't listen to me and want to fight, let's fight until you come to your senses." Quinn swung his own arms out, and two large, long red auras instantly appeared out of his hands and headed towards the incoming lightning whip. Once again, as the two attacks clashed, they stopped midair, and it looked like they were resonating. All of this happened in a mere instant. Syl focused all his strength on the lightning whips, while a red aura was countering his strength. The shock waves from this attack were more extensive and even destroyed the walls and the icy ground around them. "Item-type soul weapon has been activated." Although Quinn wasn't using his celestial energy because he wasn't fighting against another celestial and didn't want to go all out against his friend, he felt like he had no choice. Red streaks ran up his arms like blood veins when using the item-type soul weapon because it was linked to Quinn's blood, and this was how it worked. He had to give up some of his own lifeblood to power the weapon. Swinging his arm down, Quinn couldn't reach Syl with his weapon, but it caused an extensive line of blood aura to slice a cloud above in half. However, the attack had thoroughly missed Syl. "I'm faster than him, but it's those eyes," Quinn thought. As for the eyes he was referring to, it was the ability that allowed one to see ahead of time. Quinn didn't know how far in the future Syl could see with his current strength. It was then that Syl threw down his lighting whip again, only this time, Quinn threw out his own weapon at the right time, hitting it away, and then charged forward. Quinn started to throw his arms out at a crazy speed, throwing outlines of red aura after aura. By now, Syl had put his lightning powers away, and he was moving faster than the attacks, although this wasn't exactly correct. Instead, Syl was switching between two abilities, one which allowed him to teleport, and the other allowing him to see where the attacks would land. Using these, he could carefully avoid everything while also getting closer and closer until finally he leapt, teleporting right in front of Quinn, this time sending a flame kick right at the latter. "Soul weapon deactivated. Nitro accelerate activated." Using his still clenched shadow hand, Quinn raised it to block the attack, and at the same time, he threw his fist straight at Syl's stomach, hitting him hard and sending him back into the air until he was out of sight. "Shit! I forgot Syl was human, and I just threw out an all-out attack with Nitro Accelerate." It just proved how tough of an opponent Syl really was, that Quinn had no choice but to use everything he had. However, looking in the distance, it looked like there was nothing for him to worry about. "My body is not like your typical human," Syl said, taking off his shirt and revealing his muscle-toned body, which was beaming with energy. Quinn could sense straight away that this energy was key. Syl had his right palm facing the sky, and floating above the palm was an open book. "It looks like I need a set of different abilities to deal with you. You are a tougher one than the previous guy I fought." He then placed the book away, and suddenly, as Syl walked, 2 more Syl appeared, and then 3 became 6, and so on. In front of Quinn's eyes, Syl was multiplying. "The great thing about this ability is once I have used it, it doesn't require any more MC cells, and I can use another." It didn't take long before more than 1,000 Syls appeared off in the distance, now covering all of their arms with strong, powerful flames. "Ah, shit," Quinn sighed. "This might be harder than fighting Athos." Upon seeing the hundreds of Syl doing the flame skill, one didn't need to be a genius to understand that the situation was now much more dangerous. Syl had made all of his clones using one ability, then switched to another ability. The clones were still active, but no longer taking up his MC cells, and each could use the same set of abilities as Syl. Just one Syl was troublesome enough, as 1,000 of them would surely give anyone a headache. Syl's clone should have the same abilities as when he cloned himself, and only the real Syl should be able to use his soul weapon and switch abilities, but how the hell do I tell which one is the real one? There was still time left on the Blue Fang set before it would require a cooldown, so all he could do was try and finish them off as fast as possible. Quinn ran toward the crowd of Syls, and while doing so, he had summoned his own army behind him. It was an army of blood swords. This skill required a lot of blood aura, but Quinn had no choice, since there were thousands of opponents on the other side. Although he didn't wish to go all out, he couldn't relax himself either, since, clearly, Syl hadn't yet recognized him, and was after his life for impersonating a friend. Behind them, the SETI rank Amra had reached the front gate by now, but none of them moved. Not that someone told them not to make a move, rather they just instinctively knew if they tried to get in the middle of the battle in front of them, they wouldn't even know how they died. In fact, many weren't even sure if they would even survive the shockwaves coming from the clashes. On the other hand, with his super speed, Quinn reached the group of Sills first and threw a fist, filled with aura. The truth was, Quinn was running at about 80% capacity, and then when getting close to the army of Sills, he sped up to give an element of surprise. He had successfully hit the first one head-on, sending him back and through the air, but at the same time, Quinn had felt a heavy flame kick him in the stomach, in the head and more. These kicks are strong. I can feel it even though I have ki covering my entire body. Remember, I know every move you're going to make, and I can sacrifice a few clones to get a hit on you. Almost all the Sills spoke at once. They went to attack again, some of them with ice and lightning in their hands, but just then, a few tried to retreat but were too slow, as the blood swords rained down on them. Moments before, a fist hit Quinn straight in the head. He grabbed it with his shadow hand's open palms. Then, clenching it while holding Sill in place, Quinn lifted his leg and kicked Sill directly, knocking him right off and causing the clone's body to disappear. Even if you know it's coming, it doesn't mean you can avoid it. Shadow overload has ended. You will now suffer from the drawback. Blue Fang set is now on cooldown. Usually, seeing these two messages would mean Quinn was at a disadvantage, but that was all in the past. He now had several different ways to fight his enemies. If something hadn't worked so far, he would just need to try another way. Item type soul weapon has been activated. This time, instead of getting the twin tails out, Quinn went for the celestial gauntlets. Immediately, ignoring everyone ready to attack him, he punched the ground, creating a mini crater and an earthquake. Red lines of blood aura began to shine from the cracks in the ice, and in the next second, branches of a blood tree sprouted from them, spreading out and searching for the first target they could see. Several of the blood branches had pierced the clones, attempting to drain them of their blood, but since there was no blood in them, they ended up disappearing. At the same time, a few of the clones were able to get into a position where the blood branches would not hit them. Come on, Sill, you're a god slayer, aren't you? Well, I am God, so come on, let's see what you got, Quinn shouted, seeing a large ice pillar being thrown his way. It cast a shadow over the entire area, and it looked like it would be able to crush anyone just with its sheer size. But Quinn knew there was another person on the other end, someone who would throw it straight at him. First, Quinn threw out a blood crescent kick to those that were on the ground. He didn't aim to hit any of them, but just to hold them back. Then, while spinning his body, Quinn had changed one of his celestial gauntlets into a celestial spear. At the end of his spin, Quinn had chucked the spear out, and strangely, the strange blades that were stuck in Quinn's body followed the spear. When the celestial blood spear hit the giant ice pillar, it got stuck in one of the ends rather than going right through it. However, that's where the real part of the spear started to work, and just like the blood branches, it began to spread blood aura through the entire spear, lighting it up red. Eventually, the pillar broke, causing ice to fall below on the other Sills. While Quinn still had his hand connected to the rest of the spear, he could somewhat retract himself towards it. It was painful as the blades went back into Quinn's body. He could feel it slicing his insides while his body tried to heal it simultaneously, just causing him pure pain. But now he had the spear in his hand and was right in front of Sill. I guess you're the real one then, Quinn said, as he transformed the spear into the original twin tail and swung it, hitting Sill and sending him right back down into the ice. With small cuts on his legs, Quinn had formed his celestial blood armor around his chest, and also created a pair of boots for himself. Then, hardening the blood from his boots, he could kick off in the air, chasing straight after Sill, rather than let gravity do his work. I've realized now that something that small won't be able to kill you. You're right, a voice came from behind. Sill had a single green sword in his hand, and swinging it, he struck Quinn, now sending the latter off in the distance. But while Quinn was in the air, Sill had teleported directly above him again. I never thought I would have to start using my weapons on you as well, Sill stated, cutting with his sword, trying to cut Quinn in half. Meanwhile, Quinn's hands had turned into claws, and swinging them, he caught the blade just before it would strike his head. Two powerful forces clashed again, and to Quinn's surprise, his tiger fighting style hadn't destroyed the sword. Is that a demon-tier weapon? Quinn said, thinking it could only be that. Either way, Quinn pushed the weapon out of the way and attempted to kick Syl, who teleported once again, causing him to miss. "Syl, I don't want to hurt you, but you are starting to annoy me." Quinn swung his arm where he predicted Syl would be, and it had somehow worked, but had hit a giant shield instead. "Oh, I haven't finished with you. You have taken the appearance of a dear friend of mine, and believe me, once you have used everything, I will make you feel powerless and show you that you damned gods are nothing." Enormous energy blasted from the shield hitting Quinn, but he had both his hands covering his body and containing the energy. "You idiot! I'm the friend you are speaking about. I was locked away for 1,000 years, and then that damned woman sent me here," Quinn shouted back. "If you really want me to kick your ass like when we first fought, then I can do that." Syl suddenly frowned, stopping his shield since the attack seemed to do nothing. Then he used his ice powers to create spikes from the ground, attempting to pierce Quinn, but Quinn was avoiding them all and punching the ones that were getting in his way. "I think you have it all wrong. You never beat me the first time. Instead, you ran away, and then the second time I beat you." Syl was now smiling. "You beat me? No way! You tricked me and let Fex get away, which caused us to get involved with the whole vampire settlement," Quinn shouted. And now the celestial blood armor he had created was starting to cover more and more of his body. As it did, its pattern it created made Quinn look less like a human. But then, just as Quinn was ready to go up a level in this fight, he noticed something. Syl was standing there opposite him, smiling, and a tear streaked down his face. "It's really you? I can't believe it." Immediately after noticing the tears on Syl's face, Quinn placed his celestial energy away. The armor that covered his body began to burst into small little particles, and then covering his body with the shadow, he changed back to his usual armor set. All this might have been an elaborate trap by Syl, and Quinn might not even really be seeing Syl, but he knew the tears were genuine. How hard it must have been for everyone around him when they felt he might never wake up. He couldn't tell, but for Quinn it felt like no time had passed, yet all his friends had aged. This included Syl, who looked more like his father than himself. In the end, Quinn inched forward, giving Syl a big brotherly hug. "It's okay, Syl. You've worked really hard, haven't you? I can tell you've gotten a lot stronger, strong enough to kick me about anyway," Quinn smiled, relieved that his friend had finally recognized him. More tears had come from Syl, and his emotions were currently in a turmoil. He hadn't expressed any type of emotion in a long time, other than anger. After all, it had been a while since he had been back on Earth, talked with his friends and kid, and in his head, Quinn was gone, and they might never meet again. But to his surprise, he met the latter out here, far away from home. After Syl had calmed down, he regained his composure, wiping away his tears. It was only now that they were no longer fighting, Quinn had the chance to look at the former's strange outfit. It didn't look like anything someone on Earth would wear, and it seemed incredibly light. It was white in color and almost sparkling if one was to stare at it. "I got it from a beast I killed in another area, different to this one. It's resistant to nearly anything, and it allows me to use my fire powers without ruining my armor. It was beginning to become a problem. I can change into something else if you like," Syl said, as he opened up what looked like a portal and pulled out some more standard-looking beast armor. So that's where he was getting his weapons during the fight. It must be some kind of other ability, Quinn thought, shaking his head. "It's okay, just wear whatever is comfortable for you." Looking around, the two noticed that they were far away from the city and couldn't even see the tower. Their fight had taken them away, and they both didn't think anyone would come for them anytime soon. So instead, the two decided to catch up, jumping up on a tall ice sculpture, the largest one there. They reached it easily and sat on the edge, looking out on the plain. This would also give them an idea if someone was coming toward them or not. Quinn began retelling the story from the moment he woke up from slumber to what he had learned up to this moment, including the meeting with the Blades, Shiro, and his family. He even talked about what Logan had said and how he ended up here. "That Bliss, she had stayed out of everyone's way for so long, and then when you come back, she appears on the scene? I don't think it's a coincidence," Syl said, clenching his fist. "Here I thought that having 1,000 years on you, I would have been able to outgrow you, although I did go easy on you, just in case it was really you." Quinn chuckled at this comment. "That's funny because it was the same for me. I mean, I didn't exactly want to kill you since I knew it was you." Hearing this, they both laughed, but in their heads, they both had the same thought. If that was him going easy, then I don't want to see what he's like at full strength. How did you get so strong? I can understand your ki getting better. I could feel it when I hit you. And I know about your soul weapon, but it was almost as if your MC cells increased as well, Quinn asked. There was a limit to one's MC cells unless something extraordinary happened, and there were a couple of cases for this. One was Quinn's shadow, which allowed him to gain more MC cells. Syl worked off others' MC cells, but this seemed different. You were strong as well. Although you didn't use your shadow much, you have all sorts of new tricks up your sleeve. Is it because you lost a lot of it when fighting Graham? Syl asked. You'll understand why I'm asking, and it will answer your question. It was strange for Quinn to talk to Syl in this way. In the past, the latter hardly said anything, and was difficult to communicate with, but now Syl was talking to him just like any other person. You're half right. Just now, all my shadow is gone. It's because I used all up fighting against you. I can still use my basic shadow skills, but using them as I did before is a complete loss. Quinn was a little saddened because he thought it might be his trump card to fight Celestials, and now this has happened. Well, to answer your question, there is a way that anyone can increase their MC cells, and while traveling I found it. So I am sure there will be a way to get your shadow powers back too, and not just that, but maybe have them at the same level as when you went up against Graham, if not even stronger, Syl explained. It's actually the nest crystals. They have a lot of different uses as it turns out, and are quite versatile in how they give energy. Upon hearing this, Quinn's eyes widened. The nest crystal was what had helped him evolve. He knew the power they had firsthand, so it didn't sound unreasonable to him that they were able to do such things. The question was, did he have time to find nest crystals? Syl did. He had 1,000 years to travel to other planets, so no wonder he had gotten this strong. But while thinking about this, another question came to mind. Syl, why are you here? I mean, why are you out here? This place nowhere near the Earth. Don't you want to go back? Quinn asked. Syl's face had changed for the first time since they sat down, and from his expression, Quinn knew the matter was serious. You know the gist of it from Logan, but I guess he probably didn't tell you everything because he didn't want you to worry about me. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but honestly, Quinn, I did it because I wanted to know about you. One of the abilities I obtained allowed me to look into the future. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but combining my strongest MC cells, I wanted to see if you would come back. Looking into the future, I instead saw that the Earth was being attacked again, but it wasn't the Dalki army or anything like that. Rather, it was just a few creatures, people that I had never seen before. When I told Logan about this, he explained that what I saw was most likely gods or celestials coming to attack Earth. After you had done so much to protect the planet, I couldn't let that happen, but I didn't know when they were coming, and I was afraid to look again into the future. Seeing the future is a strange thing, because you don't know what actions will lead to the one you have seen, so I tried to avoid it as much as possible. Still, I vividly remembered every one of the Celestials' faces, and I decided to go looking for them. The blades were okay, and everyone seemed to be fine without me. Sure, there were problems, but Logan felt like this might even become a bigger problem. Which is why I went out to get stronger and search for these gods. Honestly, I have no clue where I am now, and I kinda don't know how to get back, Syl smiled. It was a lonely tale, and Quinn wondered how Syl could do it on his own without anyone by the latter's side. If it was him, he probably would have gone mad, but Syl always had a strange upbringing in the first place, and now he didn't have to do it alone. And here I thought you were my ticket out of here, Quinn sighed. About that, Syl said, opening a portal and pulling out a strange small device with a single screen. I'm a bit worried, Quinn. The whole time I have been out here, not once have any of the others tried to contact me, but the other day I was asked to return and help. The problem is, I don't know how old that message is. As Logan told me before I left, there would be delays from when the message would reach me depending on how far we were. Hearing this, Quinn clenched his fists. I was right. We need to rush, and we only have one choice on how to get back quickly. We must meet Athos. Today, the celestial space was a bit livelier than usual. With new celestials appearing, more talks of celestials working together, and also the celestial named BB staying in the space for so long. It was clear it was not the space it used to be, and today, too, something strange had occurred. With a lack of new celestials, Zox was floating about, looking for people he could work with. Honestly, he tried his best to avoid a particular area due to what happened last time, and didn't travel too far from his own spot either. That's when something caught his eye. "What's going on over there? Has someone created a separate space in the space? That's strange." Zox slightly frowned as he started to float over. He could see that around 8 Celestials were already in the new space and had gathered around a ball of energy. It was strange to see a new space because the Celestial space, created for all Celestials, was really effective at slowing down the flow of time. Creating anything like this would take thousands of years, probably much longer. The flow of time here was practically non-existent as compared to the universe, and although Celestials could create their own spaces that have a similar effect, something of this degree was impossible. Also, if anyone created a space inside the Celestial space, it would have an opposite effect. It would increase the time flow and might even bring it close to the universal time flow speed. Zox, being a nosy Celestial, decided to enter anyway. He felt unusual and refreshing as soon as he stepped inside, and now he was on the other side of the translucent glass. He could still see others on the other side, but they were moving a lot faster, too fast for Zox to keep track of what was happening. "This space sucks. Time is hardly slow here, if not at all." Zox shook his head. Despite entering the space, though, Zox could see that the eyes of the others were still glued to the white energy. So, floating along, he finally decided to take a look for himself at what was going on. "What is that? What are you guys watching?" Zox asked. "Zinker here has been following this Godslayer for a while, ever since that guy caused trouble on one of his planets, and after learning he had defeated a couple of Celestials already, he continued to watch, waiting for the right opportunity, and it looks like he's fighting against someone right now," one of the Celestials explained. Now Zox understood the reason for the space. When looking at planets through the white balls of energy, due to the space they were in, the lives, actions, and things that occurred on the planet were non-existent. This was a safe way to see the events of the planet firsthand, while also not being directly on the planet itself. It was a common tool that Celestials of their own galaxy would use, not usually bystanders or others. "The Celestial he is fighting against seems to be quite strong. Does anyone here know who he is?" Zox asked, but the rest just shrugged their shoulders. After all they could see in the Celestial space were balls of energy, and there were many that were shaped like the human in front of them. As the fight went on, some began to cheer for the Celestial, especially Zinker, who bore a grudge. "Now I understand why you didn't try to stop him. He would have killed you in an instant," one said to Zinker. That was when it felt like the fight was starting to heat up, but it came to a disappointing end. They both laid down their weapons, and now, most importantly, they hugged each other and now chatted, sitting on top of the mountain. The others were confused as they looked at each other. "Don't tell me this Celestial knows the Godslayer. Has this ever happened before?" Zox asked. "Thinking about it, I have heard of cases like this, but usually it only occurs if the Celestial is not a born one, and to still know someone, they would have to be quite a young Celestial," the other explained. Hearing this, it was then that a light bulb moment ensued to Zox. "Do you know what planet the Godslayer is from?" "Yes, he's one of the troublemakers from Earth," Zinker replied. The celestial ball, Zox, started to bounce up and down as a shiver ran through his body. "That's BB. It has to be. I never knew he was that strong. Didn't he just enter the space? How is he that powerful? And he's with the troublemaker Godslayer? Does he know all of the Godslayers? This is not good. This is not good at all. If others find out about this, what will happen to the Milky Way galaxy?" Both Quinn and Syl were now walking back towards the way they came. They would have loved to have talked about some of the olden days, but it seemed more significant matters were at hand. "I have a ship that we can use, and I placed it in my dimensional space, so it is safe until something happens to me. But as I said, I never really knew where I was going and was just hopping from planet to planet," Syl explained. "And did you manage to kill a few gods during that time?" Quinn asked. "I'm not sure," Syl replied. "So far I haven't come across anyone who called himself a celestial. Also, in the beginning, I stayed close to the planets near ours and slowly moved out. When I landed on their planets, though, they would just send people after me to attack me. It was the same on this planet as well. I'm not sure who the god here is. Oh yeah, I do recall 2 opponents who gave me a really tough fight. Maybe you're talking about them?" Syl replied. The two had different experiences, and this was perhaps the title that they both had. Still, Quinn was amazed by what Syl had achieved, but wondered just how far he had come from Earth. After chatting for a while, the topic of how to return to the Earth came up. "We could just fly from planet to planet and try to find the one I came from, but that could take a long time. Instead, I think it will be better if we get Athos's attention and ask him to send us back, Quinn explained. And how do you plan to do that? Syl asked. Just then, Quinn pointed at a large object in the distance. What is going on? People from below shouted as they looked at the tower they had admired for so long. It had several holes inside it, and most of it was enveloped in flames. It was clear that it was no longer the great building they once worshipped, and at the very top were two individuals responsible for the whole incident standing in a single room. It was bright, and the floor looked almost like they were walking on water while there was a clear sky above. With the two of us working together, it went quicker than I expected, Quinn said. It would have been quicker if you let me kill those inside the tower. These guys tried to kill us, so I don't know why you are letting them off, Syl complained. It's because they are just doing their job, and remember, we are the attackers in this situation. We don't need to kill others to get his attention, but taking down his towers is another thing altogether. In this tower, there were only 50 floors compared to the 100 on the previous one, and as they got higher into the floors, Quinn sensed an energy. He didn't know what it was, but he realized it was part celestial energy mixed with something else that was a little familiar. It's right here. This is the source of the tower. After a thought, Quinn punched down the water like flooring, and as it shattered, he could finally see the familiar thing as he picked it up and held it in his hand. Will you look at that? A nest crystal, Syl smiled. Maybe we can kill two birds with one stone with this method. Holding the nest crystal in his hand, Quinn observed it for a moment before attempting to do anything with it, because he realized that the crystal didn't just have the usual beast energy like he was used to. Instead, he could also feel celestial energy in it as well. I thought it was coming from the tower, but it looks like the tower is linked to the nest crystal. It also reminds me of how the vampire castles were linked to each of the leaders as well. I remember that most of that was done through magic, discovered mostly by Richard Eno. Come to think of it, this celestial stuff is more linked to magic, and that was how the vampires and Eno were summoned in the first place, Quinn thought. That's when Quinn noticed that there was a marking on it, the same marking he had seen on the two that stood by Athos' side that time. This is a celestial marking. Is this how he was able to combine the energy of the nest crystal with his own powers? These crystals are quite strange, but it makes sense how the tower was able to be powered, creating the space and making something like this. It's just a giant celestial weapon created with a nest crystal. Hey man, I thought we were in a bit of a rush, Syl said, sitting on the floor and rocking back and forth. It was something that had become a habit of his when he was bored or thinking. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to use this to increase my MC cells, Quinn replied. Just as Quinn said that, as if the system had heard his wish, it popped up with a notification screen. A nest crystal has been discovered. The system has detected that the user has requested to increase one's MC cells. The system has detected that there is celestial energy embedded into the crystal. Celestial points can be absorbed from the crystal. Would you like to do this first? What is this? Is the system actually being helpful for a change? You haven't come up much these days, but I think I prefer you to the olden days when you threatened to kill me if I didn't drink blood in time. Either way, Quinn decided to accept the system's request, as it was a nice surprise, because so far, he thought he could only get celestial points for defeating dedicated followers or from his quests, so it was nice to learn he could do it this way. I wonder, if I held celestial weapons in my hand, if I could do this as well. Immediately after accepting, Quinn felt a surge of energy enter through his hands and start to spread straight through his body. Unlike his ki, which centered around his body, the celestial energy was almost hidden in cells all over, which was why, when activated, it spread through his veins and more. It didn't take long, and the notification screen was a nice surprise. 28,546 out of 41,256 celestial energy. That was around 10,000 celestial points. Is that how much Athos used to create this tower? Quinn started to think. The other tower was a lot larger, and the floors seemed to be more detailed. On top of that, how many towers does Athos even own? This all means one thing. Athos has a lot of celestial points to play with, at least a lot more than me. Gathering information was Quinn's preparation for what might come, because it could be the first time he would go up against another celestial, and honestly, he was happy that he would have a strong ally by his side to back him up for this one. Would you like to absorb the nest crystal to increase your MC points? This was the next step to increasing Quinn's power. To develop his apparent God Slayer ability, he needed the MC points to match or go up against them before that. Quinn was a little worried that the process would take a long time. After all, it had the last 2 times, when evolving and when heading into his slumber to wake up again, but this time, the energy was easily absorbed into his body. He could feel it rushing into him naturally, and there was next to no strain on his body absorbing the crystal. 20,435 MC points have been gained. Quinn had to blink twice to make sure he had been reading the right number. This number is huge. It's not as much as when Arthur gave me his, but he had been using the Shadow Eater skill on others for years. A single nest crystal was able to do this much. After absorbing 5, I would have been back the way I was. I wonder if Arthur knew about this. He could have increased his strength, or maybe I and Syl are only able to do this because of our special bodies. It was a hard one to guess, but either way, he now had a new way of increasing his shadow powers back to what they were, maybe even improving them. It was only then that Quinn was starting to understand that if Syl was doing this for 1,000 years, he could do more than enough with his abilities, and perhaps he really didn't show everything he had. It's good, right? The feeling of absorbing a nest crystal is quite addictive. I figured it out when I saw some of the demon-tier beasts going after them. I thought there had to be a reason. Honestly, usually there are multiple nest crystals on each planet, but you don't want to mess up their ecosystem so much by taking too much. However, they're hard to find and usually heavily guarded. Even with my powers, there are nest crystals that are not worth it due to the beasts around them, or just how much trouble it would be to get them. It was then that Quinn could feel the tower shaking, and a sinking feeling in their stomach could be felt, as if the tower was starting to fall and crumble, and Quinn had a good idea why this was happening. There's an easy way to find these crystals, and it was what we were planning to do anyway, Quinn replied. I bet in every one of these towers there is a nest crystal, so let's get going. Using Syl's special powers, a ship was summoned, and the two were off. They didn't really know where they were going, but decided just to head to one of the closest planets. Once they reached the planet, they would fly around until they saw a living place. Then there was always something else they would spot, as well, another tower. It looks like he really does have a tower on every one of these planets. I know we're in a rush, but this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone in a way. It will help me prepare for whatever I have to go up against when I get back, Quinn thought. Just like last time, after landing and making a grand entrance, Quinn and Syl were able to enter the tower with ease and blast their way through the floors. Each tower was slightly different in the number of floors they had, but this one also had a nest crystal at the very top. It's getting easier because I now can use my shadow powers as well to help out. With the next tower, I'm going to have to start experimenting a little bit if that's okay with you, Quinn asked. I've got your back in all types of situations. I just hope your plan works, Syl replied. At that moment, Athos was getting reports and watching this all from his seat on the 100th floor. They are destroying all of my towers, and they are doing it with ease. All the hard work I built up over the years has just disappeared like that. I'm surprised you chose this option, but you have left me with no choice. Inside the celestial space, more celestials were starting to gather around one particular ball of white energy. In the end, the special space around the white ball was increased to accommodate everyone inside, and now there were about 15 celestials, all talking and discussing amongst themselves. The floating ball known as Zox didn't like what was happening. There would have been a sheen of sweat running down his ball if it was possible. All the nearby celestials have caught on to what is happening. It's only a matter of time before this spreads and the others find out. But unfortunately, I haven't seen any others from Earth come here yet. I don't think they have even caught on to what's happening, and they never even visit this place often in the first place. They were using the white ball of energy to follow the 2 individuals fighting each other not too long ago. The Celestials found it interesting for a few reasons. Some of them didn't really seem concerned, while others just wanted to see the outcome, but the majority were like Zox. They had a hunch that this would turn into something bigger, depending on their next move. Right now, they were witnessing the Celestial and Godslayer traveling from planet to planet, getting rid of the towers on those planets. Why is Athos allowing this to happen? They are destroying everything he has built up. Those towers took a long time to build, and if I remember correctly, it helps him complete his condition as well, one of the Celestials said. You think Athos is scared? Are you just visiting this section or something? If you think that, then you don't know who Athos is, another replied. Looking around, A few Celestials had just heard of the news about the God-Slayer and Celestial from Earth, and wanted to see what was going on, so they weren't caught up with those in this part of the celestial space. After all, the universe was large, and not everyone knew everyone. "Allow me to explain," a floating ball said as it flew up high above the white energy where everyone was looking. It was Zox. "I classify myself as somewhat of a scholar regarding these types of things. I'm sure most of you know there are Celestials that are born as one due to a belief that they have, and then there are those that are worshipped to the point where they become celestial. Athos is somewhat of a mixed situation when it comes to this. He wasn't born a celestial, but his father was, so Athos was the child of someone with great power, and one day Athos himself was able to kill his father and took over his position as a god. The reason why it worked out that his son could become a celestial after the father's death is unknown, for it was a very long time ago. So don't be fooled into thinking that Athos is a weak god. He had strength before getting into his position. At the same time, he has done well to continue satisfying his condition, and has been growing and expanding at the same time. Although you have seen the strength of these two, I don't think most of us here have ever seen Athos making a move." The Celestials were listening to the floating ball intensely, and it did change the opinion of a lot of them. Because some of them had experience and run-ins with Celestials that weren't born, they often had gone through a lot to get into their position, and it sounded the same was true for Athos. Another thing was that no one at the scene knew Quinn's history either, or what he had been through. They had no clue that Quinn also wasn't a born Celestial. They had no way of knowing his true strength either, nor Sill's. Just then, through the white ball of energy, they could see again that the two of them had destroyed another tower, taking its nest crystals to power up Quinn. "How many towers have they destroyed by now? Although you say all of this, it is clear that Athos isn't doing anything. If he isn't a coward, I am sure there's some reason," a Celestial explained. "Oh, feel free to act yourself if you wish," a deep voice called out from behind, attracting everyone's attention. Upon turning around, the Celestials came across one of the largest balls of energy they had ever seen, and this Celestial had 6 arms. "Athos!" Zox shouted, and quickly went down from the sky and closer to the ground floor, hiding between the other Celestials. "It's good to see you here. You haven't been here in a while, have you?" Athos walked over and could see what the others were looking at. "I see that there is some type of show going on with my current situation," Athos said. "If you guys are really concerned, feel free to attempt to slow them down. As for why am I doing this? You see, it helps with my condition. It will be interesting to see how the Amra race will react to everything that's been happening. I want to see how much hope they have in these towers, and what better way to show them a new goal right after when their god defeats the person who is the cause of all this chaos. When the towers are rebuilt, I will revamp them better than ever, and more people will dream about entering the sacred place, because they will remember the strength that it can impart. Multiple towers will be able to be built on planets. More people will come and try to climb the towers, and my own strength will grow. Lately, the Amra people have been dreaming less about entering the towers and enjoying their pleasant lives, and I am not an evil person. I will not do what my father did and turn people into slaves so that they dream of a better life. Instead, will I use these two as an enemy and a stepping stone." The others didn't say anything. Even the rowdy and confident ones were silent after hearing Athos's words. For a long time, no one said anything, but they didn't want to leave either, as they wanted to watch what was going on and how Athos would react. It was then that the duo on the Amra planet didn't take long to take out yet another tower, and now, in total, they had gotten rid of 6. Quinn held the nest crystal in his hand, and the power was seeping inside him. Seeing the smile on his face, for some reason, had made Athos react a bit. Quinn had just finished absorbing yet another crystal, and he had a smile on his face. "I thought Athos would have arrived a lot earlier by now, but for some reason he hasn't done anything. Still, 6 nest crystals have given my shadow the kind of boost that it needs. 135,420 MC points. My shadow has regained the limits of what it was in the fight against Graham, and perhaps is even stronger. I can finally start to try new ways to use it, and if I get more MC points, maybe I will be able to do even better." Turning around, he saw Sill standing in the strange space, and just like before, the tower started to crumble. It was quite impressive that Sill never seemed to tire and was keeping up with Quinn easily. Flying out from the tower, they landed on the ground. It was mostly meadowland on this planet, and the distance between the houses and the tower was quite long. It was one of their unique planets, and it looked like someone had already instructed the Amra race to clear off the area and get away to a safe distance, because other than the guards in the tower, there weren't many or nearly any people around. They had all left, maybe gone into underground bunkers, or left the city to get away from the aftermath of the two's attack on the tower. Finally, the two landed on the ground, ready to decide where to proceed next. "I hope we find the planet soon. Can't you even remember what the planet looked like or something?" Syl asked. Then an immense amount of pressure suppressed them both, and turning their heads, they saw a literal giant landing on the surface, and by his side there were two others as well. "Who's that giant?" Syl asked. "Athos. He's finally here," Quinn replied seriously, his smile slowly disappearing. Large meadows covered the current planet they were on, and fields of tall grass were spread across nearly the entire globe. Rivers and streams were few and far between, but there was still plenty of water for life. Around where the tower once was, there were a few houses, but they were far. The houses were built crudely out of wood, as each planet seemed to have a different level of advancement. While the main planet that Athos lived on seemed to have the largest tower and the most people as well as the highest level of technology, some of the other planets that Quinn and Syl had traveled to were almost similar to the medieval ages of the Earth. For one, they didn't have ships that would allow them to travel to each planet, so they didn't even know that there were other planets with the same race. The good thing was that the guards had cleared the place of people. They had been sent away from the area of the tower. It seemed like Athos had warned the guards in advance of their arrival and decided to save his people. Quinn could tell this, and he was relieved of this fact, not to mention that finally the one and only Athos had arrived. However, he wasn't alone. Standing by his side were the two females that had a golden shine to their skin. The tower had crumbled and turned into nothing but particles that dispersed into the air, and soon it was as if it never even existed. "I thought we would be back at the tower the next time we met," Athos asked, folding his arms. "You have done a lot of unexpected things for a while now. Do you think it would go unheard? Or did you really do all this just to catch my attention?" Moving one of his arms, he opened it up, and a white portal appeared. Then, quickly popping out of it, were three small figures, at least compared to the others. These three were none other than Quinn's accomplices, the three Amra who had climbed the tower on the first planet with him. "We're finally out of that place! We're finally out! Finally!" Nock shouted as soon as he landed. Dober quickly cleared his throat as he used his head to direct the other into what was going on. Turning around, they could see Quinn standing with a stranger that looked similar to him, and around 30 yards apart were Athos and two others. They were also quite far away from everything, and were standing in the middle of a field whose grass reached their knees, around 100 yards away. Thankfully, Athos had brought them out a safe distance away from where the others were, so if a fight was to happen, none of them would get hurt. "This is our chance. I don't know what happened, but we should run," Nock suggested. "Run? Do you think that we were just let out randomly? The person who put us in this situation is standing right there. There's no reason to run," Geo replied to his old friend. "Besides, there is nowhere to run anyway. Look around. We're in a different place. How do you think we'll get back without help?" Nock understood that there wasn't much they could do about their situation, and calmed down as he looked over to the two groups of people standing across each other. "I continue to prove to you I am not a bad person. I have released these three friends of yours, but if you do not change your mind, they might have to witness your death." Athos spoke with an expressionless face. "I asked you to get rid of my little problem, and although you didn't get rid of him, you did bring him to me." It was a change of pace from the usual people that Quinn would deal with. Now he had one less thing to worry about, and one less thing to be used against him if they were to go toe-to-toe. "I know we talked before, but I want to talk to you again. The only thing I request is a way to head back to Earth, for you to send us there if possible," Quinn asked. "Yes, I didn't get rid of the Godslayer, at least not how you asked, but I can promise you, if you can send us both back to Earth, or at least close to it, he and I will be out of your hair. He will promise to never return to you again, or come back to this part of the galaxy. The end result is exactly what you want: peace." Athos looked to be thinking for a bit before he said anything, but eventually answered. "How could you trust a Godslayer's word so easily? How do you know one day he won't turn and go against you, or come back here against your promise?" "I trust him," Quinn answered. He's a dear friend of mine, and if you trusted me, then you should trust me enough to believe in those I trust as well." "I'm sorry, but this has gone beyond the point where only I am involved, so I have no alternative," Athos replied. "I will give you a choice, my fellow Celestial. I can send you back, but the God Slayer must stay." Quinn looked at Syl for only a second before turning and shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but not a chance." Syl was strong and had defeated Celestials before. Maybe he could even defeat Athos. But if Quinn left and Syl was to die, this was something that Quinn would never be able to live with. "Very well, then. We have no choice but to fight." Then, upon moving all of his 6 arms, a spear, a short sword, a giant shield, and a mace appeared in his hands. And in the remaining 2, there were bows and arrows. But on the close look, Quinn noticed that there were no arrows, and the bowstring that would be pulled was rather thick. "You guys seem very strong, but you will be no match for us," Athos stated. "Whoa, this might be a bit tough. There's 3 of them and like 10 arms between those giants," Syl smirked, not fazed at all, even though Quinn was a little nervous, but it seemed like there was some strange new confidence in Syl. Inside the celestial space, Athos had told everyone his intentions, and in the end, he had stated that there would most likely be a fight. In fact, he was so confident in his win that he had told the Celestials that were watching to spread the word, as they would witness his power. After leaving, that was exactly what those Celestials did. They had ample time to inform the other Celestials in the space that a battle between 2 Celestials was about to begin. However, what attracted everyone's attention was the fact that a God-Slayer was also involved in this battle. It was certainly a strange situation, which was why so many were interested in witnessing the fight, and now there were around 1,000 different Celestials watching everything that was taking place. In the end, the Celestials who made this space had to enlarge it so everyone could fit in. It was then that someone who was really curious decided to enter the space. Some strange things were starting to occur, and some had attempted to get in contact with her several times. Finally, she had entered the space, no longer being able to ignore what was happening. "This place always makes me feel somewhat glum, which is why I don't wish to enter it too often. Now let's see what all the commotion was about." It didn't take long for the Celestial to catch wind and get to the area that was being talked about. She soon could see that the rumors were true. She stared into the white energy deeply as she looked at everyone involved and clenched her hands tightly. "I have tried so hard to keep things in control. Is it just impossible? Earth is where I came from, so I have an attachment to it, but if others find out what is going on, it will be in big trouble." The Celestial was none other than Bliss, one of the strongest Celestials who resided in the Milky Way galaxy. "In a way, everything about to happen is my fault. I sent him here, hoping he would understand and learn the dangers of his actions, but it seems somehow he has managed to make things worse and catch the attention of everyone. My foresight doesn't really work on other Celestials, making it difficult for me to pre-cut anything to do with them, or maybe it's because he's a Talon. Either way, if this gets out of hand and the unexpected occurs, I may have to speak to him," Bliss thought. Somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy, a giant ship, shaped like the front part of a handgun, was floating peacefully. It could hold around 6,000 people, including a fleet of vessels ready to be used at any time. It was one of the most advanced, state-of-the-art ships created with the help of Logan Green. However, not once had Logan Green ever stepped foot on the ship because it did not belong to him. Instead, it belonged to the infamous group, the Blade family. The enormous ship was designed in a similar style to the Bertha ships back in the day. After all, it was what the Cursed group had used a long time ago, and when the Blades had decided to split away from the Cursed group, nearly all members had been part of the Cursed faction. The Blade children, saved from the island and raised on the Cursed faction ship, had made it resemble the place as much as they could. Only now, it had a modern touch, and there were a few more additional facility areas than before. At the moment, there were around 2,000 people on board the Blade ship. It was nowhere near max capacity, but not all those on the Blade ship were members of the Blade family or had the Blade ability. For one, many of the kids went on to have families and brought their families on board the ship. Some wished to follow in the previous generation Blade's footsteps and learn the ability, but some just wanted to live a simple life. Then there was the orphanage based on the ship. Due to the original Blade kids feeling a bit like orphans, not growing up with birth parents to look after them, they decided to open up a facility. At times, the blades would help out certain planets if there were tricky situations. For instance, even if a strong beast attacked a shelter, the blades would send out a group of people to help them. However, when fighting wars, there were always those left without any guardian, which was why they created the facility in the first place. There was everything on board the ship. Shops, a canteen, a cinema, a school, and so on. The ship was designed such that the blades never have to leave the place, and of course, they could leave as they wished. If their role were significant on the crew, there would be rotations and such, but everything worked like clockwork and worked well. One huge addition to the ship was the prison on the bottom of the ship. It worked like most prisons, but its main purpose for being built was to capture the chained that didn't deserve to be called human. It was the Blade's mission to capture these people and ensure they didn't ruin the lives of others. If there were any children or they were young and had been taught by the chained, they would attempt to raise them at the orphanage and send them to school. No one believed that one should be punished for who their parents were, and the Blades knew that best. Currently, the Blades were having a meeting inside one of the meeting rooms on board the ship. The head of each facility and department on board the ship were gathered here. These were not the strongest fighters, but were the most respected among those on the vessel. There was the head of education, head of medical facilities, and more, and standing at the front of them all was a rare dark-haired person who was treated just like any other Blade, due to being with them since the beginning. This person was Shiro. He let out a big sigh as he looked at one of the seats that were currently empty. A digital plaque in front of it stated this seat belonged to the head of Squad 2, one of the 3 attack forces that the Blades used. It was not the only empty seat, as Squad 1, right next to Shiro, was also vacant. "I guess we just have to start the meeting without them," Shiro sighed, wishing at least for this one they would turn up because this meeting would be pretty significant. "Let me first update you on the projects we have been working on so far." Shiro went on to first talk about everything going on the ship. Then he congratulated a few of them on their achievements, but there were nervous looks on everyone's faces because they knew that Shiro always did this when there was something concerning. He would praise everyone even for a minor thing before dropping a giant bomb on top of their heads. "And now, unfortunately, we have to get to the unpleasant parts," Shiro began as everyone in the room bated their breath. "As you all know, we have received a distress message from none other than Logan Green himself. Although he has asked us for help in the past on small things here and there, never has he asked for us to contact Syl." An image of the current Syl appeared on screen. Everyone in the room knew of Syl. In fact, there wouldn't be a person on the ship that didn't know of Syl because of his achievements in the past, and what he was doing was taught to them all. However, nearly no one in the room had ever seen him, to the point where some even thought he was a myth, a fake who didn't even exist, but was talked about to keep them inspired. After all, over the last 1,000 years, plenty of newborns had his powers, but not a single one was able to produce a soul weapon like his that made up for the Blade family's weakness. He was indeed a one-of-a-kind person. Unfortunately, we have not received a reply from Syl, nor has any of our monitoring equipment been able to sense him coming back this way. I was sitting on this one for a while, hoping for Syl to arrive by now, but he hasn't. But one thing is clear, Logan Green needs our help more than ever, and if he asked for Syl, it would be at the level where the whole of humanity's existence is at stake. At first, some department heads in the room didn't believe what Shiro was saying. In their eyes, the world, even Earth, was now more peaceful than ever. There were only battles between a few larger forces, but these skirmishes never involved the general populace. Of course, there were cases where red vampires had attacked normal humans, but by now, that was just something everyone needed to live with. It was only recently that crazy events started to occur. Once they saw that Shiro wasn't laughing, those who chuckled and smiled quickly shut up. Even if they were at the top of the ship's hierarchy, they wouldn't dare to relax in front of Shiro. "I left this information to the end for a reason," Syl stated. "Squad 1 isn't here because there have been sightings of Russ. I know we believed that we had already dealt with him, but it turns out he's alive and kicking. As I say this, Squad 1 is gathering information on him and trying to find his whereabouts. He holds a large grudge against us, so he is a big threat as well, which is why I have decided to go help Logan Green in person. If Syl can't go, then at least I must get there on time." Immediately, everyone looked at each other and started to whisper. Shiro was strong and was perhaps one of the strongest Blades they had. However, he was not at the level of Jake Green, whom they didn't consider a Blade. If Syl was as great as Shiro made him out to be, they were sending someone who was perhaps 1/1000th of the power that they needed to overcome the problem. I'll be honest, but don't you think you should just stay out of it? The Blades have made a good life for themselves, and we will be able to protect ourselves better. We're stronger together, one of the heads of the department said. I don't want to offend, but there is a good chance that sending you out there won't make a difference. So in the end, is it even worth it? You make a good point, but don't forget that I won't be alone. There is a reason why I have been able to survive tough battles until now, but you are right. I believe the Green need more power, so I wanted to discuss who we could send out with me while maintaining everything going here. The room was silent. There appeared to be next to no volunteers, but that was when they heard the door slide open. A rugged voice boomed through the hole, overwhelming the silence instantly. I heard everything, and I will be going with you. That should be enough, right? A man stepped inside the room and soon sat on Squad 2 leader's seat, nearly breaking it from the pressure and making it squeak. The others glanced at him but soon looked away, hoping to avoid eye contact. The only person unaffected by his presence was Shiro himself. With a smile, he replied, Of course you are welcome, Borden. After the incidents in Green City, many people felt anxious about the safety measures. The whole mood was as if Logan Green had let them down. In the beginning, many people didn't know about the attackers and didn't believe the words of the witnesses when the latter said it was the Red Vampires who had infiltrated and were the main reason behind the chaos. The main reason behind this, besides their trust in Green City, was that the death toll was only 2. Considering it was an attack from one of the most powerful factions, the Red Vampires, this number was too low. However, there were news outlets and sources from Earth that supported Pure and had spun this story as much as they could and even spiced it up to show Green City as a weakened hollow shell and the vampires as the scourge of humanity. Look, there is one thing you can change, and it's the fact that the vampires attacked Logan Green. He works closely with the Vampire Corps because he believes in the vampires more than his own race, and now look what happened. The vampires were the ones who attacked rather than Pure, one person had commented online. Just because there are a few bad apples doesn't mean the whole tree is poisonous. The Vampire Corps even saved my uncle's life, and they have fought against the Red Vampires just as hard as any other group. But unfortunately, this latter group happens to be vampires as well, and if they were a group of humans doing this, then you would just say they are a bunch of terrorists. To the one above, that's my point. These vampires feast on our blood and eventually take over us. It's in their nature. The whole Vampire Corps thing is fake as well, just a facade to confuse us, and I bet they're even working with the Red Vampires. The human race was mainly split among 3 solar systems. Earth's solar system had the most influential humans, and they were more directly involved in the political struggle between Pure and Logan Green. The Beast solar system was full of individual-run factions with powerful travelers, such as the Bree family. Meanwhile, the 3rd solar system, where the vampires originally lived, was now inhabited by the Greylash family, who had agreed to stay neutral so everyone there could live peaceful lives. Although humans lived across these 3 different solar systems and elected their leaders differently, Earth was similar to the old ways. There would be an official election and votes from all the planets in Earth's solar system to declare which party should rule. The current leader was Logan Green, a member of the now-forgotten cursed faction that had saved the world, creator of several inventions that made the lives of everyone more effortless, and he seemed like a genuine person who cared for people as well. Still, due to the fear of an attack, either by demon-tier beasts, the Dalki, or the Red Vampires, strength was an important factor when choosing who to lead them. Logan had the Vampire Corps on his side supporting him, while the Pure had the Dampiers. Although they were never officially recognized as a group, people knew they were working together. With the Red Vampires currently being the main threat, people were starting to favor the presence of the Dampiers. It was also why all of these groups had attended the chained faction leader's wedding, hoping to gain the favor of another influential faction and get more people on their side. After all, people had to be careful when choosing where to live and who to vote for. Things hadn't turned out the way they had hoped within the chained faction. Instead of having another strong faction as part of any one alliance, the Chained had ended up being pretty much destroyed as a group, though there was still no news of what had happened to their leader, Russ. Because of the history and the tension between the people who claimed to be part of one group or another, there was always a chance of a quarrel breaking out. If that did happen, they would also need to choose a side even if they aren't part of the whole conflict. With all of this, for the first time since Logan had decided to run for the elections, the polls indicated it was highly likely that Pure would come into power. In the Green Tower, Logan was cool-headed even after learning this news, but truth be told, it did somewhat disappoint him, not in the results but the reaction from the general populace. Logan had stayed on this planet for the people. He had decided to help them because that was what Quinn would have wanted. But now, many saw him as the villain because he was suppressing the Dampiers and Pure from attacking the vampires. Nonetheless, he needed to focus on the task in front of him. "Remember, the main objective for now is to save Vincent, not to take out the red vampires," Logan said. "While there, it would be best if we could figure out their system, how they work, their numbers, and any important information. All this information will allow us to hit the red vampires and get rid of them once and for all. Then the third objective would be to obtain the red heart, if possible." This message soon reached Peter, Muka, Mitchell, Minnie, Linda, Jessica, Hannah, and Jake Green. But in truth, Logan wanted to send his best people along with them to get rid of the red vampires after what they had done. However, after reassessing the video, he knew that no one on their side currently had the strength to take on Laxmus. Jake Green could probably go toe-to-toe with him, but to win a fight was another thing altogether. On top of that, he wouldn't be going himself because he feared the city could suffer another attack. Whether it be Pure or Extremist, he didn't know, but he had to stay at least and protect, in case anyone tried to take advantage of the ongoing unrest. Things were bad as it was. If there was another attack and he wasn't able to stop it, the voices of the people would become louder and an even bigger problem. "Jake will be carrying a portable teleporter. Although I was the one who had banned these, this is an emergency situation. If the situation gets dire, use the portable teleporter to contact me, and I will come in with reinforcements. Don't let things get too dangerous, and keep your safety a priority. Apart from Jake, who will be in disguise, no one knows about this mission, since you aren't directly associated with any factions. However, you are a part of Quinn's group, which is why you are the best people to do this. I don't want to force any of you into this, but with the red heart in Laxmus's hands, all of humanity's lives are at stake, and a group mainly of non-humans are trying to save it," Peter couldn't help but comment. "Help is on the way," Logan smiled at the comment Peter had made. "They will meet you at the meeting point I have shared with Jake. I wish you all luck, and if I hear anything about Quinn, I promise to inform you as soon as possible." At an unknown location on Earth, a large group of around 300 were sprinting through a rocky mountain area at an incredible speed. They would either jump sideways or hop over difficult terrain while running straight ahead. In the front of the group was one covered head to toe in rose gold armor. In addition, she adorned a pointed helmet inclined backwards with a red feather on its side. This helmet covered most of her head and face, only leaving enough space for her eyes and cherry red lips. Out the back of the helmet, one could see her waving blonde hair. Not looking back or slowing down, she continued to run ahead of the rest of the group, because she was confident that whoever she faced, she could deal with them with no problem at all. Then the ends of her hair started to change in color slightly, turning slightly black. "It looks like we are close." "The Dampiers will be at the red base any second now," Agent 4 said, pushing his glasses back onto his nose. "Yes, this is interesting to see what will happen, because I'm sure both parties will be surprised. After all, I doubt he will do anything if his most faithful and hard-working servant is in trouble. For now, we take the sidelines and do nothing as we watch this whole affair unfold, but we might need to act soon if things go in an unexpected direction." Zero smiled. "I hope the red vampires are successful, and then we can move on to the next step," Zero thought. Xander was nervously pacing back and forth. It hadn't been long since Layla had left, and Vincent was in his shadow space, but then again, it wasn't really his shadow space. Anyone who had access to the crystal he was using would also be able to use the shadow space, as long as they knew how to operate it, and quite a few people in the red vampires knew how to handle it. Will Layla have trouble? Should I have gone with her? Xander thought. I know she's strong and shouldn't have any problems getting into the facility. Of course, no one would stop her from walking in there, but I feel like once the nest crystal is gone, everyone will notice it, right? How will she escape after that? Several thoughts went back and forth through Xander's head, since too much time seemed to have passed for such a simple task, so now he was debating whether to leave or not. Having made his decision, Xander walked towards the exit of the cave, and as he was about to push it open, he could hear the mechanism going off and part of the wall starting to move. Then, when Xander saw the two small horns he had come to adore, he could finally breathe a massive sigh of relief. "What took so long? Don't tell me there's a bunch of people behind you or something," Xander asked, peeking his head out to look behind Layla, and sighed in relief upon noticing there was no one else. From underneath the black robe that she was wearing, she pulled out a crystal that looked like it had space directly inside it. This was the space crystal. It was clear that it was a type of nest crystal, and with only one in the whole settlement, Xander realized that what they had been planning for so long had become a reality. "I needed to talk to them. We have to make them aware of everything going on. We brought them along into this mess. Anyway, bring Vincent out now. Let's see what we can do," Layla said. Xander did as was told, and in the next instant, a shadow emerged out of Xander's crystal, leaving Vincent as it slowly dispersed. At the same time, the crystal became slightly lighter in color. Layla kneeled beside Vincent's body and placed the space crystal on the latter's body around the wound. The crystal stayed in place, but nothing was happening. There was no reaction from the crystal, nor was there a reaction from Vincent. She closed her eyes and used her ability, enveloping her hand in green flames. This time she placed the crystal and her hand onto the wound, hoping for something to happen. Still, there was no effect. Again she tried to gather her ki to drain the energy out of the nest crystal, but nothing seemed to be working. "Don't tell me, you jumped the gun and just got the nest crystal hoping something would happen?" Xander asked, already slapping his hand on his forehead. "Look, I thought he had a nest crystal before, and we have one now. I had thought that it would just do its own thing or something. It's not like I know how these nest crystals work," Layla replied. "I panicked. I know we need to save him, and I know that this thing will save him, but I just don't know how this thing works and thought we could figure it out." Seeing how Layla was panicking, Xander felt like he should have noticed it before, but Layla wasn't acting entirely like herself, and it was clear it wasn't because of Vincent or Laxmus, but the most likely reason was to the face of the person she was trying to save. There were a lot of sleepless nights for her back then. "Then, how about we go back to the laboratory, but this time we will go back together," Xander said. "There should be someone that knows how the crystal works in that lab if they use its energy on the clones, but we have to act before Laxmus finds out. He hasn't found out already, has he?" he asked as a worrying expression appeared on his face. Their little revolt would be over before it began if that was the case. Layla shook her head and was already leaving the room, with Xander tailing not far behind her. "So what exactly did you say to June and Kev?" Xander asked. "They know what our goal has been since day one. They have managed to enjoy their life here for a long time already." "You and I should have also left this world a long time ago. Whatever happens to them or us, they will understand," Layla replied. Not sure whether he liked the answer or not, Xander said nothing because he knew this day would come. He just never thought it would be so soon. Both Xander and Layla were no longer in disguise as they walked through the settlement. It was easier for them to travel with their guardian ranks and red vampire leader respectively on full display, especially to the lab they were heading to. And soon they could see the lab where Layla had been not so long ago. "So what will we do if no one knows how this thing works?" Xander asked. "Well, then I guess we just need to leave this place. Of course, Laxmus will chase us, and we might not even make it far, but maybe we can meet someone who can help, or maybe the Dampiers will end up attacking this place before we get caught." Layla and Xander only needed to show their appearance to get into the lab, and the guards didn't ask any questions as to why Layla had returned after leaving so soon. They noticed everything in the laboratory seemed to be working as they walked through the facility and its metallic hallways. "I'm a bit worried," Xander whispered. "Even though you stole the crystal only 10 minutes ago, everyone inside here is acting so normal. Don't they have a mechanism that tells them when the nest crystal is in use and when it stops? Or wouldn't they notice that a large energy source suddenly disappeared? So why isn't there an alarm? And why did they just let us in as if nothing happened and everything was normal?" Although Xander was thinking with his head, Layla was quickly pacing through to where she had stolen the crystal, hoping to find someone or a few people they could ask questions to. Finally, they had reached the main door, which someone had already opened. It was a large, heavy metal door that required access from the staff to open. Walking into the place, they could see the several giant containers of blood, and finally, they had reached the main lab where the staff would be looking after and operating the nest crystal. "Damn it!" Upon entering the lab, Xander couldn't help but curse, because the last person they wanted to see in the world right now, Laxmus, was standing there with his hands behind his back. Based on a staff member's body lying ripped apart on the floor and the blood spilt all over the floor, they knew Laxmus was already aware of the situation. "This is too easy," Laxmus said, looking at the two, being already aware of their presence. "I just received news that someone had stolen the nest crystal, and now my whole mood is ruined. Also, I have yet to alert the entire base to let the thief think they're safe. But you see, these workers here told me that a woman had entered here not too long ago, and it seemed like the crystal went missing around the same time that woman entered. So, this makes me wonder why the female in question returned to this place. Was it a coincidence?" Laxmus asked as he walked toward the two of them. Seeing this, Xander took deep breaths in and out due to fear and panic. "Calm down. We can get out of this situation. He has no proof right now and is just bluffing. We can get out of this if we say the right thing." From the corner of his eye, he glanced toward Layla, and could see she had already pulled out her black sword and was holding it in her hands, while her horns now appeared to be made of lava. She was ready for a fight. Although Xander believed they could get out of this situation by talking, Layla didn't think the same. After all, she had worked closest to Laxmus for a while, and knew she was already a prime suspect, not to mention that Laxmus was the type of person to act first. Seeing the dead research worker in the lab was enough proof of that. Either way, they would have to fight until Layla could prove she didn't take the nest crystal, which was impossible, because she had done. So she took out the strange black short sword, and its marking began to pulse. It seemed synced with the horns on her head, as they would pulsate in red, on and off. For a second, Layla gritted her teeth and squinted hard, but quickly opened her eyes and regained her composure, balancing herself. "I forgot. With her here, it's impossible to talk it out," Xander thought. "Oh, what is this?" A voice resounded in Layla's head, almost as if someone was shouting in her ear. At the same time, she also heard heart-wrenching screams of people. Concentrating, she focused hard to suppress the other sounds so she could listen to the sword talking to her. "We just went through a tough fight not too long ago where you needed to use me, and now you need to use me again. I mean, you should try and fight for yourself." The sword stopped when it noticed the opponent in front of it. "Please tell me it's not true," the sword said. "Tell me you aren't going up against him. Aren't you two on the same side?" "Never have been. I need you to help me, really help me this time. I am determined and promise that everything will not be the same as last time. I know the two of you get your power from the same source, so I want to know if there will be any trouble between you," Layla asked. At the same time, Laxmus was thinking along similar lines. "I see. So you won't step in, will you? So you will still allow her to use her power, and you still allow me to use mine?" "Is this your way of us proving to you which one is more worthy?" Laxmus asked, but there was no reply, which usually Laxmus took as a yes. "Very well, I don't know why you are doing this, but it seems you wish to disturb what I have created." Laxmus didn't hold back, as his body immediately started to transform, and unlike when he entered the arena, his whole body was changing this time. His entire body was growing with muscle, making him almost twice the size he was. His skin turned from pale to an almost pure black, while white lines of energy pulsated where his veins would be visible. His ears became as large as an elephant, but were pointed sharp like bats. His mouth also became bigger, revealing an enormous set of sharp fangs. Next were his eyes, which were now completely red, and there was no white in them. And finally a set of wings extended out of his back, looking exactly like that of bats. It was a horrifying image, similar to what Laxmus looked like when he last transformed. Then the radiating energy around him made him look like someone who didn't belong to this world, not the vampires, humans, or any known species. He was his very own being. When the transformation was complete, a wave of energy escaped from Laxmus's body, causing the nearby vampires in the room to get thrown back. "Get behind me!" Layla ordered Xander. Lifting her sword, she spun it, and a purple fog came out. When the energy reached them, it swooped around the two of them and continued. "I'm going to advise you again. Will you reconsider this fight? I will help you, as you have been feeding me well, and you seem to be one of the most mentally strongest people who has ever owned me. But even I'm not sure if we can win together," the sword claimed. The wave of energy they had just felt wasn't from an attack or anything like that. It was simply from Laxmus's transformation and using all the celestial energy he had at his disposal. Reaching behind her, Layla had pulled out the nest crystal and thrown it straight behind her to Xander. "Take it and run away. Find someone who can use it. Maybe even go to Logan Green. But get away from here, and don't come back until you have some way of stopping this guy," Layla ordered. Hearing those words, Xander was angry because Layla had already somewhat given up. She was simply saying she couldn't beat him and could only buy some time for him to get away. When did it turn out like this? You protecting me instead of me being the one protecting you," Xander thought while running out of the lab. He wouldn't let Layla's sacrifice be in vain. He knew it wouldn't matter if he stayed back, because if she couldn't deal with Laxmus, he wouldn't be the latter's match either. This was why he decided through his head instead of his heart. Exiting the entire building, Xander could see several vampires and squad leaders heading towards the lab. It made him grit his teeth harder as he saw what mess Layla would have to try to get out of. However, they weren't the main concern. Jumping up, Xander landed on one of the building's rooftops and started to run across the town, avoiding as many people as possible. "I shouldn't worry too much. Not everyone in the Red Vampires is aligned with Laxmus. There will definitely be someone willing to help Layla as well. Maybe I can do something." As Xander thought this, his worst fears came to light, as he could see a figure with a hood in front of him in the distance. Then, looking to his left, right, and behind him, he found himself surrounded by 3 more, a total of 4, and all wearing hoods covering their faces. "Xander, we will give you a chance as another fellow guardian. Please give yourself in and don't turn this ugly," one of the guardians called out in a male voice. "You guys know nothing," Xander shouted back. "Don't you know what type of person Laxmus is? Didn't some of you used to follow Quinn? He would have never used the red crystal to turn everyone into vampires, and that might not even be Laxmus's end goal in the first place. How can you trust someone like him?" Xander's whole body had turned into a mist, but it was impossible to cover the vast area that all guardians were covering. They were standing too far apart. Still, out of the mist, red aura lines came out, like a single blade towards the others. Some of the guardians avoided this, while 1 or 2 of them had used their shadow to stop the attack, with one physically grabbing the red aura and throwing it out to the side, hitting one of the buildings. "This is going to be a tough fight with 4 of them. I can't use my shadow because I'm low on it, and Vincent is inside the space. The only good thing is that while he's in there, his wound and the condition of his body won't downgrade because of the slow flow of time. Still, fighting against 1 of them would be hard enough, never mind 4, and they know my mist ability well, having fought side by side for years." When Xander thought things couldn't get worse, it looked like another hooded vampire had arrived in a black robe. So, there were now 5 guardians that he had to face. Oh, right, and the longer this fight goes on, the more guardians and maybe even more people will get involved. Things are only going to get worse from here. "Don't any of you care about Layla?" Xander shouted, hoping to convince some of them. "She is a leader of the Red Vampires as well. Surely some of you follow her more and not Laxmus. The 2 are in a stalemate at the moment." Trying to convince one of the guardians to switch was the only thing Xander could think of, even though he knew it was unlikely. The guardians always respected Laxmus more, unlike the regular Red Vampires, because he was the one that had given them their shadow powers. The 5 kept their distance. Then, simultaneously they raised hands and started swinging away, producing multiple red slashes of aura towards the mist. There were so many attacks that at least one was bound to hit Xander, and he also knew this. Trying to survive, he remained in the fog, releasing his own bloody aura, striking and breaking them when the 2 forces collided. But it seems that he'll soon be finished, as he will not be able to stop all of them. Just then, leaping from the ground, 2 figures entered the mist, and suddenly, more aura appeared out of it. And it turned out that the new auras were just as powerful as the Guardians' attacks. So at that moment, all the Guardians decided to stop their attacks to see what was happening. The mist from Xander slowly dissipated. Now, standing by his side, were a man and a woman. The man had short hair, while the woman had dark brown hair that went up to her shoulders and a hairband holding it. "We will help you," the female said. "June! Kev! What are you—" Xander was speechless. "You have always told us that you're training us for this very day, so here we are. Don't worry, Dad," the male vampire replied. Not all of the Guardians had gone after Xander. There wasn't a direct order from any leaders for them to do this. The Guardians had acted on their own accord, but they knew of the situation due to a specific power that allowed them to communicate together. With each bit of new information received, they were able to tell the others what was happening, where they were, and more. Some Guardians decided to go after the one who had stolen the crystal, while a few had gathered around the lab where it all began. They didn't need to go inside to understand what was happening, as they could feel the energy shockwaves halfway across in the settlement. Due to this, some of the Guardians unanimously decided to stay outside and control the commotion going on, but many red vampires wanted to enter the lab to know what was happening. After all, nearly all of the red vampires were combat-oriented. They were different compared to the last vampire settlement. If they didn't want to take up arms, they could have chosen a more peaceful life in other areas, but instead, these vampires had joined this faction with a goal, mainly due to the leaders. They wanted to create a world where the vampires could live freely, where they weren't persecuted or attacked simply for existing. They believed in the vision of their last king, Quinn Talon, and they knew that they would have to fight for their right to survival. They had just as much of an interest in knowing what was happening in the lab. "Let us in! We have a right to know what is happening!" a vampire shouted. "Is our leader okay? There is so much energy inside." "Most likely both of our leaders are fighting. It's the only time I have felt so much energy in one place. Something must have seriously gone wrong." "It's that damned Laxmus. He's always a hot-headed one. We have to enter and see what is happening for ourselves." The red vampires were split into opinions and had all gathered in one place. Before, the only thing stopping the two sides from fighting was the two leaders working together, but now, if they weren't, it could easily cause the whole group to collapse. Still, the Guardians could hold nearly all of them back with their shadow alone. Some vampires were already trying to rush in, but were pushed back with great force. It had clearly shown them the gap in strength between them was huge, but it was unknown how long the Guardians could push them back as more and more people started to gather. "What is going on inside? It's no doubt that Laxmus and Layla are fighting, and Xander is working with her as well?" Ashley thought. "I thought you were like me, that you hated the humans for what they had done, and you wanted to either get rid of them or turn them, but have you just been a double agent this whole time?" Ashley had an internal struggle because he remembered his times with Paul before and after he turned into a vampire. They had gone through scuffles and battles before, and truthfully there were many times when he had seen humans do just as cruel things to each other over their beliefs. It made him think for a second that even if there weren't vampires, humans would have found something else to fight over each other. In fact, before they knew the existence of vampires, many higher ability users had treated the lower ones like scum. The current state of things felt similar. Ashley shook his head. "No, it doesn't change anything. Paul is dead, and so is my family. This is the right path." Inside the lab, Laxmus had finished his transformation, while Layla's body had stayed mostly the same, even though she was using the sword and her power. She had mastered the true Hanya form, which combined all three of her forms into one, and now she was permanently in this stage. Over the years, there had been minor changes, such as her horns getting a little bigger, their color changing depending on what emotion Layla was feeling, among other things, but she now had only one form and was ready to fight at any time. Immediately, Laxmus threw out his hand, and a large portal opened just above his shoulder. Out came a gigantic black shadow that imitated his hand movements. It was as if a giant had thrown a punch, only this was almost unavoidable and could block most of the attacks that Layla could throw his way. "We have been planning to go against you for a long time, Laxmus," Layla shouted as she held the black sword in her hand. Her hands had begun to turn red, as if they were on fire, and soon a strange yellow glow covered the entire sword, making it look a lot bigger. As the shadow hand reached the tip of her sword, she slashed it forward, and it managed to stab right through the shadow, forcing it to disperse. However, Layla didn't stop there, as she knew she couldn't afford to. So she began to slash repeatedly, as fast as possible, cutting the giant hand of shadows. Her single blade almost looked like it had turned to three, as the yellow aura had split, and there was an after-image of power in her attacks. Then the shadow eventually disappeared, and Laxmus could only see an unharmed Layla. "I see. You have been practicing against that guardian of yours to understand how my shadow works. That's interesting, but let's see how you deal with this." Laxmus's mouth opened wide, and a red energy ball formed right outside of it. It was the size of a basketball, but soon started to condense, and red particles gathered around it. Seeing this, Layla started to desperately spin her sword in a clockwise direction. Her hands were changing colors by the second, covered in all sorts of flames. Then, opening her mouth, she breathed fire onto the sword. It wasn't a small fire by any means, as the windmill of fire was getting larger and larger, and within seconds, it was almost touching the ceiling of the large lab. "I'm going to need to draw more of your power. He's using that strange energy again that you talked about," Layla said. "It's the celestial energy, and I can give you some, but you have to remember your body, although strong, isn't strong enough to handle it like others. You don't have a marking or any celestial energy of your own either. You've only borrowed it from me from time to time," the sword explained. "I know, but if I don't borrow it now, I'm dead, so what choice do I have?" Just then, Laxmus shot out the red beam of energy in his mouth, and it went straight for the large wheel of flame that Layla had created by spinning the sword with her hands. But something strange happened before the red beam could touch the flame. Layla's view began to turn almost black, and while she was unaware of what was happening, the color of her veins also began to change. At the same time, the screams and cries of countless people began to get louder in her head, and it almost felt like she could directly hear them. "Power these feelings! Convert these negative thoughts into your own power!" Layla gave her all. The beam was pushing Layla back, but she started to spin the sword faster, and more energy began forming, countering Laxmus's powerful blood aura. And in the end, the red aura began to dwindle, and after some time, the red beam attack finally ended. Layla was standing fine, having survived the powerful attack. "I knew you were special, otherwise Immortui would have never let you keep that sword. That sword has passed through too many hands, trying to find someone suitable for it, and it looks like you were the right person," Laxmus said. "However, I just see this as another test, another way to prove myself that I am deserving of a position by Immortui's side, and not just as a simple follower. The universe will have to answer to me, otherwise I will make it crumble." Laxmus flapped his wings as he slowly began to fly in the air. The shadow gathered around his back, creating a larger copy of himself. His fingernails grew longer and sharper in length, and the white light in his body shined brighter. Meanwhile, Layla swung her sword, keeping it by her side, and stared at Laxmus. The black veins had gone up to her forehead and were continuously growing. When she opened her eyes, one of them had already turned pitch black. "I have waited for him for so long. For so long. I can't die now!" By now, nearly everyone in the vampire settlement had some idea of what was going on, and this was why most of them had gathered outside the large lab where the Guardians were trying to keep things under control. They had used their shadow a few times to either make sure to settle the rowdy ones or push back the confused and angry crowd from the lab. But as the numbers increased, the Guardians also had difficulty controlling the crowd. It was clear that tensions were rising as the people were getting no answers, and these vampires wanted to know what was happening. "You damn traitors!" a vampire shouted. "We should have first discussed everything. I bet Laxmus found the red heart and has already decided what to do with it. This isn't what Quinn would have wanted." "He's right," a female shouted, and soon a chant started among the crowd in Quinn's name. "Quinn! Quinn! Quinn!" The crowd was getting louder. After all, most of them had joined with their belief Quinn, the last official king of the vampire settlement, wanted to protect the vampires at all costs. "I just received some information, and according to it, Laxmus attacked Green City, and it looks like he retrieved the red heart after all, so it must be the reason the two are fighting." Eventually, news of what Laxmus had done would spread because there were too many witnesses. No matter how tightly sealed Logan tried to keep the information, it would eventually get out, and for the red vampires, who were already being ostracized by the whole world, this was terrible news. And when they heard the vampires' words, the other vampires in front couldn't take it anymore, and a group of 3 started attacking. Not only were they running towards the lab, but their eyes were also red, as was the aura within them that had begun to activate. It was the first time, rather than pushing forward, they had decided to attack, and seeing this, it didn't look like they were the only ones planning to charge in either. They were heading straight towards one of the Guardians, and by now, the latter would have used his shadow to push them back or grab them in the air, but he had done neither. Ashley, who was around 5 yards away, was observing the situation. He had his own group of vampires to worry about, but the side to the right of him was undoubtedly rowdier and more active than his side. That's when he noticed a slight movement by the Guardian. "Don't tell me he's—" Before Ashley could do anything, the other guardian raised his hands and threw a small dagger at the incoming vampires. It instantly pierced right through the head of the vampire, and he immediately collapsed. The guardian then showed his hands, revealing that he had several more daggers ready to throw at any moment. The other two stopped in their tracks, and sweat trickled down their faces. They were too nervous about making another move in case another attack came their way. Both of them were well aware of the gap between the guardian and their strength, and now that they had cooled down, they finally understood how big of a mistake it was to go against the former. In fact, they were only fearless because they weren't expecting him to kill them. "What are you doing?" Ashley couldn't take it anymore as he walked away from his position. "You could have just used your shadow to push them back. You didn't have to kill him." The guardian looked at the other vampire crowd, which had slowly turned silent, and no one seemed ready to charge forward. "I believe the result of my actions shows for itself," the guardian replied. "They are no longer as rowdy as before." "They're just worried," Ashley growled. His fists were clenched and shaking due to the sheer anger and frustration he was feeling at this moment. "They joined our group thinking that we would change things, and they just want to know what is happening, and now you just killed someone, one of our own, just like that?" The guardian smiled back. "I am a guardian, and he was just a simple red vampire. They need to listen to us. I see that I have done nothing wrong." Ashley frowned at the guardian, walked up to the dead vampire, and lifted his corpse carefully. "This vampire, does anyone know him?" he asked the crowd. Then, a female vampire in the group, who had tears running down her face, raised her trembling hand. She looked like a young adult, maybe in her 20s, but it was hard to tell with vampires in the first place. He's my father," the vampire said, her voice choked at the end. Holding the corpse in his two hands, Ashley walked over to her and carefully handed the body to the young vampire. Then, turning around, Ashley bared his fangs at the smirking guardian. "A life is a life. I was told there wouldn't be discrimination based on ranks in this group. You are just as bad as the ones who killed my family." Baring one's fangs at the other vampires was a severe threat, and knowing this, the guardian retaliated immediately. He instantly threw daggers toward Ashley. Just then, a shadow wall rose, stopping them in place, but then breaking through, Ashley ran towards the other guardian with his blood aura hardened, making a deadly claw-like hand. "What are you doing? He's trying to attack a fellow guardian. Stop him!" the guardian shouted, expecting the others to come rushing to his side. But to his surprise, the red vampires reacted first, as they gained some courage, and now charged in toward the other guardians. At the same time, not everyone in the red vampire group agreed with this, and the conflict began. This incident had truly set off the infighting between the red vampires. Blood aura, weapons clashing, and screams of pain resounded throughout the settlement as the fight between Ashley and the other guardians had also begun. "Look what you have caused," the guardian said, using his dagger to smash Ashley's claw hand away. His attacks were relentless, but the two seemed evenly matched in power. "Sometimes small sacrifices must be made for the future," Ashley replied. "You know, I almost forgot after all this time that Laxmus was the one who killed Paul." Not far from the commotion, the family of three, Kev, June, and Xander, were faring well, at least well enough to defend themselves. Both June and Kev were no joke when it came to vampires. Their aura could easily be considered at the same level as the Guardians. However, the Guardians had an advantage in their shadow, and at the moment their numbers, so it was safe to say that the three were mostly on the defensive against the latter. Just then, 3 Guardians had charged in to attack, while 2 held back and used their skills such as blood bullets and blood slashes to support their fellow teammates. Despite all of this, they could not hurt the 3 due to Xander's missed ability, the ability he had learned a long time ago, the one that had belonged to the tent leader's knight. Also, shrouding his 2 children and himself in the mist made it hard for them to be located. While fighting in the mist, they could attack from different angles, making it appear like they were in certain places they weren't. The 3 Guardians in the mist were confused as they suddenly saw a large kick coming from their right. One of them raised a shadow to block the attack, and another Guardian went to repay the kick with the fist, but his punch hit nothing but smoke. It dispersed, faintly revealing an image of a coat one of the 3 was wearing, but the mist soon returned. "I can't believe I have to admit it, but I'm still alive right now because of Kevin June. I know we trained them for this day and did everything we could to help them survive if something like this ever happened, but they have surpassed my expectations. The only thing is, what do we do? We can't hurt them, but they can't hurt us, and if it's a matter of time—" Just then, the guardians on the outside attempted to do something. Rather than carefully aiming their attacks to support their teammates, they started to attack the mist where the others weren't present. "Your ability is annoying, but it looks like you can't use your shadow for some reason either. We will eventually get to you if we eliminate this mist by making you use more MC cells." One of the guardians smirked while saying this, and Xander knew he was right. Can we win? Can we win with the 3 of us against 5 of them? Just when he thought of this, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang. It was deep and low and sounded like it had come from above. Turning around for a second, they saw that the explosion destroyed the outer region of the underground base, and the minor quake from this created a large hole nearly up to half the height of the ceiling. "Someone has broken in! Is it the Dampiers?" Xander thought, only to see a large group of people enter the base. The screams constantly buzzed in Layla's mind when she used the power of the celestial black sword. She didn't know what and whose screams they were, nor if everyone who used the sword experienced the same thing. Or was it because she was a Hanya and was more in tune with others' emotions? Either way, she did know that it wasn't just the screaming. With each scream, it was almost as if she was experiencing that person's pain, what they had gone through. All those sentiments were rushing to her head, whether physical or emotional. It was enough to make people go mad, even if they had experienced this type of thing for a short while, but Layla was strong. She needed to constantly control her emotions to use the sword's powers and her true Hanya form. After all, the negative emotions were what powered her, which was why she believed that this sword was the perfect partner meant for her. The more pain she handled, the stronger she would get. "Now I warn you again, I'm giving you all of my energy here, or at least as much as I think your body can take. If I give you any more, you'll go completely mad. So try to finish this fight quickly, otherwise you might even end up going mad," the sword said. Layla couldn't respond because her concentration was focused on the sword while using this power, but she had heard the words loud and clear. Laxmus was hovering in the air, with his shadow creating a larger version of himself that looked like a demon who had come to destroy the entire world. He was now angrier than ever, and started to create a red aura sphere in his mouth and both hands. The next moment, he fired them all directly toward Layla while flying towards her. Seeing this, Layla stabbed her sword into the ground, which cut through easily. At the same time, multiple small black balls appeared all around the room. They were floating everywhere, and it seemed impossible to avoid them all. While Laxmus was flying, he had touched a few of them, and each time he did, a set of spiritual chains expanded from them, attempting to tie and slow Laxmus down, but he was quite literally a beast. He continued to fly, and would use the beam from his mouth to destroy the links of spiritual chains that were on him. While lifting her sword, Layla noticed another attack coming toward her, so rather than spin the sword like the last time, she swung her sword and deflected the red aura at an angle. It worked, as the attack bounced and smashed into the wall, destroying it to pieces, and the impact of this was enough to shake the entire building. Then, Laxmus fired another red beam, and Layla half expected it to come straight towards her, but instead, it left Laxmus's hand and went to the ground. "Below!" the sword shouted, able to sense the energy. Layla immediately stepped back and tried to move around as fast as she could, but the red beam attack just began to get larger and wider as it shot upward. Finally, the dust settled as the red beam dispersed, and now most of the lab's ceiling was obliterated. As for Layla, thanks to her sword's warning, she was still in one piece, but there was a rather deep wound on her arm. But she wasn't concerned about it, because in the next moment, flames appeared and enveloped the wound, and now the injury on her arm was almost non-existent. "I can't just be on the defense. I have to attack as well," Layla thought, as she lifted herself into the air with her telekinesis powers. The sword began to glow yellow, and soon after, she began to strike the air as fast as she could. Each time, large yellow lines of aura would come out. Now the shadow around Laxmus started shrouding his fists, and he flew straight toward Layla. With the shadow covering his fists, he punched the yellow aura like it was nothing, and instantly broke through it without receiving a single injury. "The shadow is more condensed when he's using it this way, and then he also has his natural strength. He's a brute." On top of that, Laxmus's speed was quick, as he had already reached Layla and crashed straight into her body. He pushed her through the walls of the lab, breaking through them one at a time. Each time Layla's back hit something, the force was so much that she felt like she was being hit by a spaceship. Eventually, Laxmus changed his direction and pushed her upward towards the sky and out of the settlement. He then gave her a large kick with his foot, sending her far into the air. Blood flowed from Layla's mouth, and when she opened her eyes, she realized that she was almost touching the ceiling of the underground settlement. And not only that, Laxmus at the same time was charging another of his red aura attacks by combining hands and mouth. "What's that noise I can hear? The screams of pain, but they're not in my head," Layla thought. It was then that she noticed from this high up that she could see what was happening and the chaos unfolding in the settlement. It looked like a civil war was currently going on, and it was between her own people. Whether or not she was a double agent, Layla had trained and lived with these vampires for a long time. One of her goals was to show these brainwashed vampires a different point of view, but she could see some of them forgetting everything they had been through and attacking each other. "This is partly my fault, and I need to deal with this." Layla held out her hand, and black balls appeared as she began to absorb the negative emotions from the fighting. At the same time, the black balls that had appeared earlier also started to move. Layla was using her telekinesis to control the black balls, and each was moving quickly towards Laxmus. It was too late by the time the latter noticed all of them around him. They swarmed towards him, and if any of them touched him, it would create spiritual chains from the negative emotions and begin to bind him up. Laxmus tried to use his strength to break out of them, but there were just too many. More and more chains started to wrap around Laxmus from head to toe, and eventually they covered his entire body as if it was a cocoon. She had finally managed to stop him for a little while, but she didn't have long before he got out. She had to do something right now. While holding the sword towards her chest, Layla's good eye, which had yet to turn back, was beginning to change slightly. "I told you to stop taking more energy from me! What are you doing?" the sword yelled. The sword started to light up in a bright white color, and its form started to change. It almost looked like when one would use a soul weapon. The black sword had changed entirely, and now it was in the shape of a bow. The marking on the bow was the same as the sword and was placed in the middle. It was black, and one could tell that the bow was made from the same material as the sword, just from its look, because they were the same weapon. As for an arrow, Layla opened her mouth. Usually flames would come out, but bright yellow energy began to form this time. "Mother, thank you for giving me your energy. Yours, mine, and all the energy I have been gathering up this whole time. I am going to use all of it for a good cause," Layla thought. She then took out the key arrow from her mouth. At first it was small, but soon began to grow in size. As to why the arrow came out of her body, it was because it was an ordinary key. It was one made from her own life key. It was pulsating, becoming larger and smaller as if it was alive. Placing it on the bowstring and pulling it tight, Layla didn't hesitate as she let it go. After the arrow left, it didn't end there, as she used her powers to spin the arrow and speed it up as fast as she could. The chains binding Laxmus were beginning to fade away, so she knew this was most likely her last chance. However, just when the arrow was about to hit Laxmus, a huge explosion shook the whole settlement. Upon turning her head and staring in the direction of the explosion, Layla had a hunch about the person responsible for it. Aaron. The fighting between the red vampires had reached a high point. These vampires had a strong sense of pride in their belief that they were ready to risk their lives for their cause, and this only made the situation worse because they had no qualms about fighting their own kind. Nearly all of the vampires had skill training every day to achieve their goal, and now they were fighting each other. Red aura was going off in all directions. Buildings were getting destroyed in seconds, and people were dying every second from slashes and weapons. A lot of the fighting had also reached the rooftops of the houses, as there was inadequate space outside the lab. One could only describe the whole situation as chaotic, as even the attacks from those on the same side hit each other. Some didn't even know if they were fighting against those who disagreed with them, or were trying to beat someone on their own side as they continued to punch, claw, and slash anyone who attempted to attack them. The only one getting quite a bit of support was Ashley, as they knew he needed help to take on the Guardians against him. He was huffing and panting. The claw marks on his face and wounds over his body were healing much slower than before. "Is this what you wanted?" the Guardian shouted. "Well done. Thank you for causing the uprising that will have destroyed the red vampires, and in turn the whole vampire race. You damned fake." Fake was a term used by many of the red vampires among each other, and they never used it in a good way. Rather, it was a derogatory term for vampires who weren't originally vampires and were the ones that were turned. However, the vampires rarely used this word because it was considered very demeaning, and even the vampires aligned with Laxmus's ideal didn't agree with it wholly. After all, the one who saved the vampires before and had done so much for them, Quinn Talon, was also a turned. "Just let us through and let us speak to Laxmus," Ashley shouted. At that moment, an energy blast was shot through the lab ceiling. It had just about reached the underground town's ceiling, but stopped right before hitting the top. Even if the fighting had gotten intense, it looked like Laxmus was careful not to destroy the very settlement he had built. Although the underground cave structure was built using carefully chosen material from the different planets to withstand powerful attacks, an attack of Laxmus's caliber could shake the foundations of the underground settlement, which was the last thing he wanted. The leaders' fight continued, but most of the action on the ground halted when they saw Layla and Laxmus fighting against each other, confirming their suspicions that the two leaders were having some sort of disagreement. However, as vampires stared at what was to happen, a resounding message rang throughout their minds, and they heard someone's voice in their heads. "Everyone, the Dampiers have arrived. They are attacking the base. They have entered from the east side." Every single person at this point had stopped fighting and turned their heads. Immediately they gripped their weapons and headed to the east side for possibly one of the most brutal battles they would ever have. Ashley was frozen when everyone moved, including the Guardian Ashley was going toe-to-toe with. Why now of all times? Ashley felt frustrated as he looked at his wounds, and some vampires, with most of their armor destroyed, who were heading into battle against their arch-nemesis. In fact, the whole ground was littered with corpses, but the vampires ignored everything and ran to the new battlefield. This is the worst time for an attack. We're tired and have been fighting each other. This would have been a hard fight in the first place, but now... At the same time, Xander, along with his son and daughter, who were fighting relentlessly with the other Guardians, had all received the message as well. "It looks like there are bigger problems to deal with instead of the nest crystal," one of the Guardians spoke as he halted his attacks. In the next moment, all the Guardians used their shadow travel to teleport and headed for the new battlefield against the Dampiers. Seeing no one else around them, Xander decided to cancel his mist powers, and now the three of them could be seen standing on the rooftop. And just then, Kev fell to his knees. "We survived. Man, I was so worried." He was tired. "That was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and all we were doing was defending." "Well, it was against the Guardians," June replied, looking in a bit better condition than Kev. It was hard to tell whether she was just trying to hide her nerves or tiredness, but Xander could only guess that she was also worn out. "What should we do now? Do we continue our escape, or go back and help?" "We can't go back," Xander replied. Although he was unaware of the large fight outside the lab, he felt the power during the scuffle and honestly didn't want to know how it was going. "We can't help, and no matter what, we must complete our task. Let's focus on getting out of this place." "Wait," Kev said, standing up. "You mean we aren't going to help them fight off the Dampiers? You're a Guardian, Dad. Your job is to protect the vampires. If you don't help them, many of them will die." "Was a Guardian," Xander corrected his son. "What do you expect us to do? Even if we help them fight the Dampiers and somehow win the battle, do you think they will suddenly forgive us for what we have done? The battle against Dampiers would have tired us even more, making it harder for us to escape. So right now, we are just focusing on escaping alive, you understand? And I don't want one of you to say anything else." Kev kicked a rock as if he was sulking. They were brought up here and had made many friends in the settlement, many of whom they had grown up with. So it was harder for them to leave them to die. It didn't feel right. However, they had been told from a young age what they needed to do and what might happen to them. Knowing how her brother felt, June placed her hand over his shoulder to comfort him. They had enough strength a red vampire would need to survive this. Staring at their backs, Xander's heart pained as well. "You think Layla and I didn't make friends during this time? Colleagues who were loyal to us and helped us? I want to help them too, but I'm just choosing the best option, and this situation is the worst for us. The one thing we must do is avoid the Dampiers from finding us. They grow stronger based on how many vampires there are near them. The urge in their bodies rises, which is why fighting against them in small groups or one-on-one is more suitable. There is no way the red vampires can make it out of this, especially if the Dampier Queen and her strongest have come. Since he had made the decision, Xander took the two, and they started to run through the streets. They headed away from the east side where the Dampiers had broken through. Although it was the main entrance to the place, it wasn't the only exit. There were several tunnels spread around that gave them enough chance to escape from the Dampiers. Xander knew the vampires very well. They will not run away and will choose to fight till the end. And even though his heart wanted to turn and rush to the war, he had to think about everything with his head. That's how he concluded that the best course of action was to escape from this settlement. The three of them ran as fast as they could, through the empty houses, alleyways, and buildings. Finally, a large wall appeared in sight, but still, it was at least a mile before they could reach it. Kev was running the fastest in front of his sister, glanced back and said aloud, "Hey sis, you didn't look tired before, so I guess you were just trying to act cool, huh?" Shaking his head, Xander ignored this banter. He could never stop the competitive nature of these two, but then again, it was what had allowed them to get so strong quickly. Suddenly, Xander's smile vanished as he pushed forward, running past June and grabbing Kev by the back of his collar before throwing him back. At that moment, a large strike of yellow aura came through the building on the side and cut through the ground. It had missed Xander by an inch and continued heading through the other houses. "It looks like we have a few people trying to escape. I never thought the proud red vampires would do this." Turning their heads to where the voice was coming from, they could see a female on the roof. She wore light clothing and white armor. It matched her long blonde hair well. "Flora? Damn, of all the people to come here, Aaron is probably the only one that's worse than her." Xander cursed his luck. Besides Aaron, everyone counted Flora amongst the prominent figureheads of the Dampiers. She made the most public appearances. Thus, she was a well-known figure and was even at the chained wedding. And this was not just because she was a pretty face, but because she had the skills to back it up as well. However, Xander was wondering if he should just tell June and Kev to run, or hand over Vincent's body to one and give the nest crystal to the other, because he didn't believe that the three of them could defeat Flora. "Kids!" Xander shouted. "Ah!" Interrupted by his words, he could hear a peculiar cry coming from above, and looking up, suddenly something had crashed and landed directly in front of Xander. The impact created a smoke of dust, making it hard to see who or what it was. "Damn it! What is wrong with that guy? Why wouldn't he let me smash through instead of using his powers? Now look what's happened." All four at the scene heard a voice coming from the dust. And as the dust started clearing up, Xander had to blink several times to ensure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. With the location of the Red Vampire base revealed to them by Logan, the group was off, and it wasn't strange to say that it was a bit of an awkward ride for this unexpected group. They had taken a spaceship that wasn't suited to fly at the fastest speeds, since it was more for use on Earth than in outer space. But the main reason Logan chose this spaceship for the group was that it created the least noise, so it was best for the group in this situation since they wanted to approach the destination in stealth. And honestly, stealth wasn't this particular group's best trait. Also during the ride, there wasn't much conversation between everyone. That was because they all hardly knew each other. "Man, I don't think I've ever been in a room before with so many people and it was all this quiet," Jake said aloud at the ship's helm. It was on autopilot anyway, so there wasn't much for him to do, but just in case, he was ready. He was getting bored just sitting there in silence, but didn't know how to start a conversation with this strange group. "Everyone is so quiet," Minnie said, drinking a juice box. Ever since Quinn had gone, her so-called three aunties, Jessica, Lucia, and Hannah, were spoiling her. The only one who would say no to her was Muka, which made Minnie think twice about the thought of Vampire Lord becoming her new mother. "Is it because Dad isn't here?" Minnie wondered. Although they didn't want to admit it, that was most likely the case. Everyone in the room was related to Quinn, but they didn't know each other well. Only Lucia and Jessica got on better than most, because they had already traveled alongside each other for a long time. The person they all knew wasn't here, and the rest were basically strangers. Meanwhile, Peter was as antisocial as always. Jake was a loudmouth, and Mitchell took every opportunity to sleep, and was even sleeping now. "Dad? Who's your dad?" Jake asked, finally having a topic of conversation that he could latch onto. Dad's name is Quinn. He went missing after. Minnie started to sniffle, and from the sound of it, it seemed like she would burst into tears any second now. Wow, so your dad's the strong Quinn, huh? No wonder you're so strong as well, Jake quickly said, trying to change the subject. I never knew Quinn had a child, though. We didn't learn about that, and Dad didn't say anything. So, who's your mom, then? After asking this question, Jake could feel heat coming from the back of his head. He could sense the three ladies giving him a death stare, burning a hole into the back of his head. At this moment, Mitchell had woken up as well and was also a little annoyed, because if Minnie started to cry, it would disturb his precious sleep. Although surprisingly, Minnie didn't cry, and instead had her finger on her chin. She looked at the four girls who happened to be standing next to each other. It almost seemed like she was thinking about how to answer that question. Wait a second, is she doing what I think she's doing? Jessica thought. She's trying to decide who to pick as her mother. I thought she'd start crying because her real mother was dead, but it looks like she's looking at one of us as her replacement. I thought she would have said Mooka straight away, but I saw how strict Mooka has been with her, which is why I have secretly been sneaking her juice boxes whenever I can. So it looks like my hard work has paid off. Jessica almost giggled like a child on the thought of her plan actually working. If Minnie likes me like a mother, naturally I will be spending more time with Quinn. If so, who knows what might happen? Maybe after so many years of spending our time together, looking after Minnie, we could be a husband and wife. The thought had made her cheeks turn cherry red, but unknown to her, she wasn't the only one with a red face either. Whether the other two were thinking the same thing or not was hard to tell. Opening one eye and glancing at the situation, Mitchell was just thankful that Minnie wasn't crying, and closed both of his eyes to take a nap in his seat. Master Quinn, you will certainly have your hands full with these many women around you. Maybe I should suggest to Master Quinn to allow me to give him a hand if he has too much trouble. Mitchell was smiling to himself as he went back to take his nap. Minnie can't decide, the little vampire said. For now, Minnie has no favorites. Everyone has done well. Turning around, Minnie prevented the others from seeing her smile. What a bunch of weirdos, Jake thought. I just asked some normal questions, and this is what happens? None of them ever give straight answers. I think the quietness was better, great hero Quinn. You came back after millennia, and these are the ones you chose to be with? Then again, my father isn't exactly a normal person either. While thinking of his father, the ship received a call, promptly attracting his attention, and when he clicked on receive, his father appeared on the screen. I have some important information to give you all. From my radar, it looks like you aren't too far away from the location of the Red Vampire base. Using satellite imagery, I have been keeping track of the site and the area around it, and it looks like the Dampiers are already heading towards it. They will reach the location before you. Anyway, the more important thing is that you need to make a stop and pick up a few people before you reach the Red Vampire's base. The message ended there, before the others could react, much less ask any questions. The Dampiers are attacking the Red base? It looks like the information Andy shared was true, Hannah said, not knowing how to feel. The Red Vampire base was her home. The location often changed, so it wasn't home like in the usual sense, but the people and the community were what made it home to her. The other girls could see this, with Lucia looking at her. It's going to be okay. We're heading there to help, she spoke. Are we? Peter interrupted. Sorry to burst your bubble, but we are going there to give the Red Vampires payback. Don't forget what they did to Vincent, and they're the ones with the red heart at the moment. Yes, the Dampiers want to kill vampires, so they are our enemy as well, but right now, getting the red heart is more important, no? So isn't it a good thing that the Dampiers are attacking? But if the Dampiers get the red heart, what are they planning to use it for? Silence struck the group. Lucia just said words of comfort and wasn't really thinking about that. What Peter says is right, Mooka stated. The strength between the two sides might be equal. On the other hand, one side might also completely overwhelm the other, but we must pick a side in this fight, because fighting against both sides wouldn't be wise, nor would it end well for us. Jake was going to follow the others, but he would also follow his father's orders the most. He was to hide his face and conceal his involvement in this incident, because if the Dampiers found him, there was a good chance they would convey it to Pure, which could be a disaster for Logan Green. It was too early to tell, though, because even Peter wasn't sure. After all, one thing was for sure. If Layla really was on the other side, someone working for Laxmas, and Peter had to deal with her, then he couldn't imagine telling Quinn of those details. No, it was impossible. It just wasn't an option. The ship took a slight detour from their destination and entered quite a mountainous area. Eventually it found a section where the ground was somewhat flat. However, it was surrounded by 3 large mountains that covered the place. "Ah, I can see them up ahead," Jake suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. The ship landed and the rail descended, allowing the newcomers to get on board. Soon the group could hear people entering the ship and coming through the doors individually. "Oh, this is the backup Logan Green was talking about, right?" Lucia said. "I doubt anyone they send will be much use, though," Jake commented, his arms folded. But when the door slid open, Peter's mouth was left wide open as a face he never thought he would see again appeared in front of his eyes. "But, Borden?" Although the man who stepped into the spaceship certainly looked strange, the group was more surprised by Peter's reaction. A man who didn't seem to care about anything or anyone apart from Quinn, and lately one other, was slowly walking towards this person as if they had seen a ghost. "Does Peter know this person? Is it another of his old friends from that cursed faction we learned about?" Lucia thought. On a closer inspection, though, she noticed a few markings on the man's face. It looked almost like scales were running up his sideburns, and there were a few scales close to his hairline. Everything else about the person looked quite human, so it didn't seem like too big of a deal. "I don't understand, Borden. How are you still alive after all this time?" Peter finally regained his composure and asked. "Hey, everyone is interested in him, and there's no welcome for me?" Shiro smiled as he walked in. However, he did get a big hug from Jake, who welcomed his uncle. The others also gave Shiro a respectful bow, knowing who he was in the Blade family. His presence gave everyone in the spaceship a bit more confidence that this mission would go well. Still, it didn't seem like this would be enough to take on Laxmus or anyone of his caliber, based on what they had gone through, unless this other person was also quite special. "It's good to see you as well. It's a shame that Quinn isn't here to enjoy this moment either," Borden replied with a smile. Peter and Borden had a unique relationship. Borden was one of the people who had helped them when they went onto Blade Island. On top of that, Borden was close with the Blade kids, and so was Peter, as the two of them were the primary teachers back then, even if they only really taught them combat lessons. "Quinn will be happy to see you. He probably thought the same as me, that you would be dead by now. And if I remember correctly, didn't the Dalkies have a short lifespan?" Peter asked. After hearing these words, as if an instinct had taken over everyone else, they took a step back. Now thinking about it, the scale looked familiar on his body, and there were more on his arms as well. Being brought up and told how vicious the Dalki race was and how much of a threat they were to the human race, it was normal for everyone to act this way, but seeing everyone's reaction, Borden just let out a chuckle. "Way to go and reveal my big secret to everyone," Borden chuckled. "You just couldn't wait for me to explain myself first." After letting out a fake sigh, Borden went to sit on one of the seats and lifted his hands to show that he was friendly. "Don't worry, I am a Blade, and I'm not exactly a full Dalki anyway, so none of you needs to be wary. But regardless, I will just tell you a bit about myself to ease your worries. But honestly, my situation is quite complicated, and I don't even know the exact reason, as there are a lot of different factors that, let's say, led to this. I don't know if you are all aware, but a group of Dalki had surrendered during the time of war. They continued to live with humans, and Logan supported them for a while. But of course, Logan, being Logan, he had done so with an intention. So he set up a condition that if they could help him with research, he would be happy to help. Just like you said, after another 25 years or so, all of the Dalki on that planet had died. During that time, Logan discovered that I was different from the other Dalki. Unlike them, I primarily have a human form and only change into a Dalki when I'm enraged. When creating me, Logan said he more so created a clone of Vorden rather than another race like the Dalki. So I was quite stable. He also had managed to get some of the demon tier beasts' full energy from the lab when we fought against the dragon. Anyway, Logan told me one thing. I was to stop transforming into the Dalki version if I wanted to live. At least a normal lifespan, a human's that is. Anyway, I listened to Logan and continued to live my life, but with everything happening, I also wanted to help my friends. So I never stopped searching for a way to, let's say, fix myself. A lot of the thoughts were going through the others' heads. Even though they were missing a lot of the context, the more they learned about Quinn's life and those around him, the more fascinated they became. It was as if all these small encounters of Quinn with these people, everything they had done together, was what had allowed them to defeat the Dalki. Without the help and how the events happened, perhaps the Dalki would be ruling everyone at this moment. Surprisingly, it was Vorden and Rayton's humanoid beasts that managed to help me. They told me I was not human and should stop thinking like one. They had a theory that my beast part was incomplete. After all, beasts live for thousands of years. The older they are, the stronger they get. Their solution was to try to become more of a beast, and they recommended that I consume beast crystals. As you know, beasts can evolve by eating the crystals of other beasts. For humans, the energy is too raw and it would kill them. Unless one absorbs it in a particular way like Quinn did, and even then, the human bodies wouldn't be able to handle such a thing thoroughly. But a beast body could, and my body wasn't human. It took a long time, a very long time. I consumed crystal after crystal, and the years went past. It was painfully slow, and I could imagine that the Dalki could not use this method, for their lifespan was too small to begin with. But because I had those few extra years, I could take the risk. At the same time, they also had the problem of being unable to reproduce. Anyway, after 1,000 years, here I am, Borden said, standing up. You're looking at the most likely first complete Dalki. Saying these words, Borden was expecting something, but everyone on the ship was awkwardly silent. They didn't understand the meaning behind the achievement that Borden was being proud of. Well, that was a nice story from Uncle Borden, and it successfully kept things interesting while we got to our destination, Jake said, and then, smiling at Borden, he added, Uncle, I look forward to seeing what type of power you have as a complete Dalki. Hopefully we can put you to the test soon. Is the base here? Lucia asked, looking out of the window, only to see mountains and valleys. It's not far from here, Jack replied. We will park the ship here and get to the base on foot. After a few minutes, the group descended from the ship, leaving it on the mountain top and activating a special camouflage feature to obscure the ship. It made the ship blend in with the background, but if someone came too close, they could tell that something was strange at the scene and might even be able to find the ship. As for why they had been made to stop here, it was made quite clear after following Jake. They traveled across another mountaintop at quite a speed but as silently as possible. When they reached the peak, they could see a valley. In the valley, they saw a lot of individuals gathered outside of a massive hole-in-one on the mountains. Those are Dampiers, and it says the Red Vampire base is located over there, Jake explained while looking at the tracker in his hand. Then, raising his head, he asked everyone, So, any ideas on what we should do? How do we get to Xander? Well, let's just push through, get rid of the Dampiers, and enter the Red Vampire's base. We can deal with things as they come. Peter laid out his straightforward idea. Now that's what you call a plan, Borden nodded, agreeing. You guys are complete idiots. Is there anyone with an actual plan? If we can, I think it would be best if we avoid fighting the Dampiers and enter through a different location. They're just going to waste our time otherwise, Jake replied, looking at everyone in front of him. If you want to know our luckiest way of entering, it would be that mountaintop right there, Muka said, pointing at the mountain at whose base the Dampiers had created the hole. Luck, Jake frowned, shaking his head. Soon, the whole group found themselves sneaking past the Dampiers and were now on top of the mountain. Surprisingly, the peak of the mountain had quite a flat surface. There's no need to go any further than this, Jake shouted. It says they're right below us, but how do we get in? Without saying anything, Peter raised his fist and soon started covering it with the yellow aura. Jake was slow to react because he couldn't quite believe what Peter was doing, but by then, it was too late. While using the black celestial sword, which had turned into a bow, Layla needed to concentrate to not lose control of herself. Even more so now that she had just pulled out a key arrow, although it wasn't just any key arrow, it was one created from her life force. For a long time, Layla had been holding the key of two people inside her, her own and her mother's, which she had received when the latter died. This allowed Layla to have a lot of ki in her body, much more compared to the others. Originally, Layla thought she would amount to nothing and had only gotten stronger due to two things. One, the Hanya form which Quinn had turned her into, and the second was due to her mother's ki. Even now, she was using the celestial energy from the sword. However, Layla had been practicing with her ki endlessly during the years she had been with the Red Vampires. She not only tried to improve her sword skills, her Hanya powers and more, but also her ki capacity. Over time, she realized that she could gather huge amounts of ki just like her mother. The apple didn't fall too far from the tree. Layla was able to train this ki and let it expand more and more inside her body, which was why she was able to go almost toe-to-toe against Laxmus, not just because of the other factors. She even used her ki to disrupt Laxmus's shadow, which seemed a level above and more powerful than Quinn's shadow. Either way, even though she had a large amount of ki, she was using everything in one attack to cause as much damage as possible. However, this life force arrow attack would permanently remove ki from her body. Although it was not all of her ki, it would take years until she could build it up to the current level once again. When she was ready to pull the bow and release the arrow, though, she heard a resounding explosion. That power! No doubt it has to be Eren, Layla thought. Taking her eye off the battle for a second, as she turned back, she could see that Laxmus was already breaking out of the chains. A few links had been broken, and she could sense a large, powerful force trying to break free. She didn't have the time to send more black spots toward Laxmus or his hands. Without hesitation, she let go of the arrow. Then, using her powers, she pulled the arrow as fast as possible and pushed it forward. At the very last moment, Layla saw the man break free but was forced to look away. As the arrow made contact, the whole area lit up with bright white light. It expanded like a ball, but as it touched the buildings and the wall next to it, it did not harm them. As for Laxmus, it was a different story altogether. Where he once was, a large hole went deep into the ground, far too deep for Layla to see Laxmus. Layla was drained after she released the arrow, and slowly she glided down as she didn't have enough power to let herself fly properly. I'm afraid we have lost this one, the sword said. We did all we could. I know you can still push yourself further and continue to use me, but it's pointless. I wish you to at least enjoy your final moments with some peace. The black color running through Layla's veins and from her eyes started to disappear. Her bow changed back into a sword as Layla finally landed on the floor, next to the large hole she had made. The screams in her head had stopped as soon as the sword stopped giving her celestial power. As the sword said, it was a peaceful moment, but only for her. Not far from her, she could still hear the screams and the sound of weapons clashing. While she was staring at the hole, a black hand suddenly appeared at the edge, and as if a monster was crawling out of a pit of hell, Laxmus crunched the ground and pulled himself up. His right hand had a hole as big as a golf ball, and there was another close to the elbow. He had most likely tried to defend himself from the arrow, but it went through his hand. Well, it has been a long time since I have bled. Now I can see why you deserve that weapon, Laxmus said, as his blood dripped from the tip of his finger to the ground. Strangely, as soon as the drop touched the rocky surface, it started to fizzle as if the blood was acidic. I don't know what you did, but I cannot heal, and because of that, I will make sure you can never heal either. Laxmus ran forward towards Layla. Although the sword told her to give up, she just couldn't give up as certain images appeared in her head. She desperately pulled the sword in front of her stomach, above the spot Laxmus was planning to hit. As it landed, Layla's body flew up in the air from the force. The sword was intact, but the strength of the punch almost went through the sword as she could feel a pain in her whole body. It's been so long. It's been so long. I'd even forgotten what he looked like. Can you even imagine how long 1,000 years is? How much time, how many good memories of mine, of him have faded? And when I saw his look-alike, how much hope that would bring. Now heavily injured, she slowly raised her head and could see Laxmus with his fist, ready to punch her in the stomach again. However, she still didn't give up, and rather than block the attack, Layla swung her sword right at Laxmus's fist this time. However, unlike before, she was no match for power. Instead, she was instantly sent flying and slammed far off into the ground near the lab. The blow was powerful, as the shockwave created by Layla hitting the ground had destroyed several of the houses near the lab. Layla coughed off an almighty amount of blood from her mouth. I have to focus. Use the internal flames in my body to heal my wounds. Use the ki to focus on the cells to repair themselves. Damn, it hurts. Even though I used all of the remaining ki to defend, he was able to do this much damage, Layla thought. Soon she felt the ground shake as Laxmus landed in front of her and retracted his wings into his body. I thought Imortui would have trusted someone a lot stronger with his sword. I gave you compliments early because I thought I would see more, but instead you suddenly became so weak. Are you really a servant of him? Was this really a test? Laxmus asked. Layla stared at him. She knew she could only count on one thing. We shouldn't be fighting right now, Layla said as more blood dripped out of her mouth. We have more problems we need to deal with right now. You're right. I need to get my nest crystal back and then use the red heart, but for now, I shall deal with you. Laxmus opened his mouth, and the red energy beam began to accumulate. Laxmus's blood breath was one of his strongest attacks, and without the celestial sword's power, Layla had no way of stopping it. Holding the sword, Layla stabbed it into the ground and managed to pull herself upright. It would still take some time for her wounds to heal, and she certainly wouldn't be at 100%. I know you said you didn't want to give me more power. I know you want me to die peacefully, but please let me at least inflict one last wound on him to help whoever fights him next, Layla said to the sword, while raising it and holding it in both hands. Suddenly, from the side, a large strike hit Laxmus, and he was sent flying through the air in the other direction. In a single blink, Layla had missed what had just happened. Standing there where Laxmus once was a knight adorning a golden rose-colored armor with a giant long sword in her hand and a katana blade on her back. She's right. The two of you can't fight each other right now if you want to have any chance of surviving this fight. The golden rose knight gripped the hilt of her sword. I will make sure that all vampires are gone from this world. In the next instant, when Layla tightened her grip around the sword, she didn't even see how the knight covered the distance between the two, or how she managed to avoid her sword. All Layla could see was blood spraying out in the air and the face of the person who had attacked her. Rin. Layla somehow managed to say the name of the Golden Rose Knight, the Queen of the Dampiers. It was not the first time that Layla had a tussle with Eren. She was aware of who the person in the armor was, because not too long ago, Layla and a group of the Red Vampires had gone out hoping to stop the Dampiers' advance. The truth was, Layla was hoping that she could persuade them to leave and turn around. After all, she had a special link with Eren. However, it failed, but in the end, a fight broke out, and she even needed the power of the celestial sword. It only took a couple of clashes against her for Layla to confirm a few things. One, the amount of ki they both had at the time was relatively even, but the power of the Dampier, among other things such as the armor and weapons, made it so that Eren's strikes, speed, and attack power were superior. Then, on top of that, there was the swordsmanship itself. Despite Layla trying to become a better swordsman, honing her skill with practice partners and more, she was no match against Eren. There was no way she could beat Eren in a sword fight, which was why, in the end, she had decided that if Eren wouldn't listen, the best thing to do was to retreat and defend the base. She also planned to discuss with Laxmus the best course of action. Unknown to her, Laxmus was busy with his own plans, and on top of that, there was the problem with Vincent that had distracted her from the incoming threat. Looking at Layla, Eren's eyes were emotionless even though she had attacked someone who once used to be her dear friend. Don't you feel anything? Was it so easy to attack me? Why? Why do you hate me? Is it because of your urges? Have you just decided to give in to them that I'm nothing to you? No, I won't take that. Layla had shifted her leg back a little and then directed the ki towards the wound across her chest. The next moment, flames enveloped the wound, created by Eren's sword slash, and began to heal Layla. At the same time, Layla's right eye was black again, and the veins running up her arms had also turned black. I have agreed to be your partner, and I can feel your pain. You don't desire to be killed by someone like this, the sword shouted, powering her once more with energy. Although the sword was helping Layla, it wasn't the same as when she was fighting Laxmus, since she had used up most of her ki reserve in the arrow attack. Eren looked quite surprised when she found that a single attack wasn't enough to kill Layla, but just holding her sword in another position, around to her side, it looked like she was ready to go ahead with another slash again. I have to observe. I need to see every moment and block this attack, Layla thought, not even allowing herself to blink. As Eren moved from her position, it looked so light, so effortless. There wasn't even any crack on the ground from her movements, yet a strong force was behind it, and the attack was swiftly heading for Layla. At that moment, Layla realized it didn't matter which way she swung her sword or how this attack would go. I just hope my death wouldn't have come from you, Layla mumbled. Before Eren could reach Layla, though, an intense beam of red energy came out from the side. Eren moved her sword to block her body, and suddenly a large ice barrier formed around the sword. The red energy beam was destroying the ice fast and pushing Eren back. Ah, this attack! I know this well. Earlier my powers couldn't match yours, and I can see that you have a bit more strength this time. Well, unfortunately for you, I have gotten stronger since then, a lot stronger, and it's time for payback. Eren's eyes started to glow yellow. Her hair started to rise in the air. Then, encasing her sword in ki, Eren began to slice through the red beam rather than blasting an attack of her own. She cut through, Not wasting any movement, she slashed upward, left, right, diagonal, and across, getting rid of the red aura. She continued to cut through the red beam. Just as she got about midway through, Erin sensed something. Activating the third ring on her demon tier weapon, she stabbed it into the ground, creating a huge ice barrier. Leaving the sword in its place, Erin quickly pulled out the other weapon on her back, and in a single motion, she cut through what looked like 3 arrows. The arrows, however, didn't break and instead burst into particles. After cutting through the arrows, though, a lot of black balls had hit her arms, and chains began to tie her up. Then, turning her head to the right, she found her ice barrier was shattered through and flying straight towards her was Laxmus. If his breath attack didn't work, he would use his fists, which was exactly what he had done against the ice barrier, and now that it was out of the way, he had gathered 2 more red beams in his hands and threw them out towards Erin. This time, Erin felt like she had no choice. Her armor began to glow brightly. This wasn't just any armor. Instead, it was a complete set of demon tier armor Erin had for herself, and the chains coiled around her arms disappeared when the armor began to glow. She quickly went to grab the handle of her demon tier sword, and upon twisting the hilt, a red streak activated over the weapon, and the 3 circles on her sword started to light up. Immediately, Erin slashed the sword out, sending out a ray of fire, which looked like the sword a giant snake made of flames was slithering out. Redirecting the red beams toward the tunnel of flames, Laxmus had broken through, but he was no longer able to attack Erin. Finding himself open, Laxmus jumped away and surprisingly landed not too far away from Layla. At the same time, Erin had taken a step back as well, and now she was around 60 feet away from the two of them. The battle between Layla and Laxmus had already destroyed the area around them. With everyone else having run off to fight the other Dampiers, no one was within the vicinity of the area. Both the red vampire leaders teamed up against me. I thought you pathetic vampires would have more pride than this. Do you see me bringing my teammates? Erin asked. Honestly, for Layla, who had just had a life and death battle with Laxmus a few moments ago, leaving her on the brink of her death, it was strange for her to stand by Laxmus's side. However, since she saw that Laxmus wasn't looking her way and wasn't attacking her right now, in that small interaction, Laxmus must have known as well. If they were to fight against this person one-on-one, there was a good chance that even someone like Laxmus would lose. I'll support you, Layla said, using the sword in its bow form again. If it comes to fighting her with a sword, I won't win. You're better at close combat, and you have your shadow. I'll help you the best I can. Laxmus didn't reply, but no response was usually him agreeing. Both of you will fight me together? That will be better because it will only make me stronger, Erin said with her eyes glowing an even brighter yellow. The Dampier energy instantly covered her entire body, and her hair began to fly back on its ends. It was then that Laxmus started to chuckle. It's really troublesome, Laxmus said. Enough for my master to decide to give me more power, just so I can get rid of you, and that I will. I will get rid of this troublesome god-slayer for him. Since the Dampiers had only attacked from one direction, the red vampires thought they might have an advantage. Therefore, to contain the Dampiers to one area, all the red vampires headed for the entrance from where the former had broken through and had begun the attack. The vampires wanted to use the location to their advantage, and had decided that upon reaching the entrance, they would fire off their blood aura, use their beast weapons and everything at their disposal to attack the Dampiers that were coming through. However, the Dampiers were able to push through and even took down a large number of the red vampires for a few reasons. For one, the Dampiers had all attacked from one location because they had predicted how the red vampires would act. If they were all together, it actually gave a little boost to the Dampiers being around so many vampires at once. Using this adrenaline rush, the Dampiers could defeat the red vampires easier than they usually would have. Another reason was the fears that vampires had in them regarding their counterparts. They believed that the Dampiers were very powerful and dangerous, and this had already made them quite apprehensive about the incoming battle. But regardless of all this, it wasn't the only reason the Dampiers had an easier time. The main reason behind this one-sided battle was that the red vampires were already injured in the first place, so even if they didn't feel any weaker, they were tired. They had been fighting each other a few moments ago and had consumed most of their strength and stamina due to strong attacks and to heal their bodies from wounds. Perhaps they were at 80% of their peak strength, but against such strong enemies, it was a considerable disadvantage. Eventually, the fighting spread out from one location. The Dampiers had made the impact they needed to, and the red vampires were now retreating. The fighting had spread out over several streets, on top of buildings, and even more throughout the city. Still, not everything was in favor of the Dampiers, as their progress was coming to a halt due to one particular reason. In each group of red vampires that were fighting, they had what they called true followers, the vampires with a marking. But realizing the severe nature of the fight, they had decided to transform. These true followers, beaming with celestial power, took on all sorts of different forms, looking like different types of demons from all over. Their power was strong, and some were even able to kill a few Dampiers here and there, something the regular red vampires hadn't been able to. One of the females in a group of 4 was on a rooftop of one of the buildings. She had a helmet on, which only the captains of the Dampiers had. Firmly holding back her enemies, Captain Ni faced one of these true followers. Some Dampiers in her group were injured by the transformed vampire and were finding it hard to deal. "Remember, our queen is fighting the hardest of them all. She is going through the worst and having the hardest time of all of us. So the least we can do is help her out a little," Ni shouted to motivate her people. It invigorated the other's spirit, and at that moment, all 4 of them split up. The others went towards red vampires, fighting them one-on-one, while the captain decided to go for the transformed vampire that looked like a regular vampire, apart from all the tentacles sticking out from its back. He held them out and went straight for Ni. She carefully avoided the first 2, letting them hit the tile. At the same time, she cut the 3rd and 4th tentacles going towards her. Then she quickly swung her yellow sword, and a string of aura went out, and the true follower had done the same. Swinging both hands, he created a crisscross pattern in the air. When both of the strikes had hit each other, to Ni's surprise, her attack had lost out. Suddenly she was grabbed by the tentacle in the air and slammed into the rooftop. Out of desperation, Ni had to grit her teeth and make the tough decision. She slashed her sword at her own foot, slicing it cleanly off so the vampire could no longer hold her. Because of the impact, she rolled towards the true follower on the ground, and using her good leg, she hopped up. She touched her satchel, but there wasn't any knife, so without hesitation, she threw her sword, which hit the true follower right in the middle of his forehead, and killed him on the spot. "This is a lot harder than we expected. We were told about the true followers, but for there to be this many of them?" Ni hopped over to where her foot was, and attaching it to her torso, she used her ki powers to heal the wound until she finally reattached it. One from her squad had died, and the other 3 survived. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end of the battle for them, as there were others and many more things they needed to deal with. "With all these true followers, this battle might be quite even. I hope our queen can achieve her objective so we can retreat as soon as possible," Ni said to herself. "You are wrong about one thing," a voice said. Suddenly, Ni felt herself in the air and wrapped around in shadow. She tried to use her ki to disrupt the shadow, but it wasn't working. Looking at who it was and how they were dressed, Ni could tell that it was a guardian. "With us joining in this fight, this won't be even at all. Remember, you were the ones that had brought this on yourself, coming to us." It was true. Ni had forgotten about the guardians, who were a step above the true followers. Although the Dampiers were stronger than most of the vampires and vampire elites, they didn't have many that could deal with an actual guardian. Flora and Aaron were stronger than guardians, but were probably the only ones who could face them. This power gap was a pretty significant issue within the Dampiers. Holding out his finger, it looked like the guardians were ready to use a blood cannon on Ni, making sure to finish her off once and for all. He thrusted his hand forward, and it had crunched back as a large force of red aura was sent Ni's way. As it was about to reach her, another energy came and hit the aura head-on. "What is that? Is it lightning? But why is it red?" Ni was taken aback. Did someone just save her? But who? Over at other locations, strange things were happening as well. Another guardian was hit in the arm several times, while one was hit in the back. There were also reports of a vampire hitting others. Blue lightning was flashing across the whole settlement. The attack was that strong. Back on the previous battlefield, as Ni tried to regain her composure, a woman with a spear stepped forward. "We made our choice," Lucia stated. "We originally came here to pay back the red vampires for what they did to us, so you damn guardians are our #1 targets." Lifting the spear, Lucia swung it down at the shadow hand. It was covered in red lighting, and had broken through the shadow, which surprised the guardian. Then, just as he was about to act, another attack came from behind, similar to the woman in front. "What is going on here?" the guardian shouted, deeply confused. Nee was now on her knees, thankful to the stranger who had saved her. She could tell she was a human and not a dhampir or vampire. She wondered what a human was doing in a place like this, and even wanted to thank her, but before she could react, the tip of the spear was pointed in her face. "They told me to make something very clear. We are here for them, but not to help you. So if anyone gets in our way, we will get rid of them too." At the same time, someone else announced the same words. "Now that you heard what I said," Peter replied, "tell me, why the fuck did you just try and attack me?" Peter asked, staring at Flora after having just crashed on the ground, landing between her and Xander. The last way Jake ever expected to enter the Red Vampire base was falling through the sky. Perhaps it would have been a relaxing moment for him if it wasn't for the fact that he was heading straight into a war zone. Even now, still high up in the air, he could see blasts of energy shooting off in different directions. One attack nearly hit him, but Jake had to harden his arm and was able to whack it away. What aim was that? How did an attack from below get up here? Damn it, Peter. Damn you all. Dad, you never warned me that I would be traveling with a bunch of idiots. Looking around him, Jake could see that Peter's attack pushed away everyone, and it looked like they would all end up landing in a different location. However, one person in particular seemed to be having a peaceful fall down. It was the beautiful vampire Muka. She had her eyes closed as if she knew all of the attacks from below would miss her, and indeed, none of the attacks even came close to her. What kind of trickery is that? Anyway, I can't focus on other people. I need to focus on my own situation. If I had known we would be falling, I would have brought a wind ability or something. In the end, thinking of his abilities, he decided the only thing he could do was harden his body and crash into the ground, which was exactly what he did. His hard body skidded and bounced across a whole street, crushing everything from the impact like a meteor. It had even hit a few dhampir and vampires, severely injuring them. When Jake could finally balance himself, he turned around and instantly covered both hands with blue lightning. "I'm sorry, Dad. I think I broke your portal, but in return, I'll try to get rid of these headaches for you." Taking advantage of the confusion and chaos, Jake used his super speed, rushed to a nearby vampire, and grabbed it by the head. Since his hands had the power of lighting in them, the vampire could feel pain going through his body, and in the next second, a sped-up hardened knee smashed the vampire in the face. Just then, a whip of yellow aura had come towards Jake. Seeing this, he jumped and spun in the air, avoiding the blow. Then, as soon as he landed, he fired 2 lightning strikes at the attacking dhampir, hitting her on the shoulder and in the stomach, instantly killing her. As soon as the first dhampir fell, another one came from the side, and this one decided to use her weapon. When she jumped and swung it down from above, Jake lifted his hand and used his hardened hand to block the attack. At the same time as lifting his hand, Jake stomped his foot, and in doing so, 2 spikes from the earth with hardened tips stabbed the dhampir in the leg. This chance allowed Jake to quickly hit the man in the stomach and send him flying into another building. Lightning, hardening, earth, and super speed. I love using all of these abilities together. Jake smiled to himself as he continued forward and went to attack the other vampire that was straight ahead. Since both dhampirs and vampires were attacking him, Jake had no qualms about attacking both factions. After all, the Green family weren't really on the Red Vampires or the Dhampir's side. Both groups were headaches for the former. However, when he threw out a fist of lighting, it stopped before touching the last vampire, as a wall of shadow appeared in front of him. "Oh, it looks like I hit the jackpot. I've been looking for you Guardian guys since you disturbed our tournament," Jake claimed. "There seem to be more annoying people joining this fight," the Guardian replied, sinking into his shadow and appearing on top of one of the buildings away from Jake. "But the darkness is our dominion, and there are shadows everywhere that I can use," the Guardian stated. It was then that something began to appear from the ground. Jake noticed that it was hard to see where the shadows were because of the dark inside the place. However, he could soon see whatever was coming out of the shadows. "Man, you guys have more of these things, and I thought only he could summon them." Out of the shadow, beasts came out, but not just any beasts. These were the same types that Laxmus summoned in the tournament, and he clearly remembered that these beasts also had the shadow power. At the same time, the other guardians were doing a similar thing in different locations. It looked like just the guardians were not the only trump card, but these special beasts were too. The red vampires were pushing the Dhampirs back, much more than they could have ever imagined. Turns out that Laxmus's belief in holding them back was not as short-sighted as before. Two people crashed from the sky at once, somewhere on the battlefield, destroying the building from their momentum alone. One of them was Jessica, and because of the impact of the fall, she was a bit hurt and was coughing hard because of the dust. Then, looking down at her chest, she found a little girl sitting on her, completely unfazed from the fall or the impact. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt, Minnie?" she said in a pained voice, finding it hard to breathe. Minnie eventually got off, brushing a few crumbs from the building off her. Immediately, though, she bared her fangs when she heard footsteps rushing into the building. 4 Dhampirs had their swords out, pointed towards them. "Wait! Don't attack! I'm one of you!" Jessica said, quickly transforming her eye and making it turn yellow. Although only one of her eyes had turned, which the Dhampirs found strange, they could recognize the energy well. "Wait! That little girl, she's a vampire!" one of the Dhampirs shouted, and immediately slashed his sword towards her. Jessica pulled out her dagger at that moment, parrying away the sword. "Damn you guys! Are you so cruel to even attack a little child?" she shouted. "That's not a child. She's a vampire, and we must eliminate all vampires," Dhampir shouted. 4 of them at once would be a bit too much for Jessica to handle, but before Jessica could even move to attack, she saw that someone else had made a move. It was Minnie. She was already in the air and instantly appeared behind one of the Dhampirs. And while in the air, she had already transformed into her little devil-like form, and with a single swipe, she had sliced the Dhampir's head off, and blood spilt everywhere. As Minnie landed on the ground, she quickly ran off again, swiping at the other Dhampir's legs, and as she hit them, large chunks of their limbs would go missing. "Get the vampire!" one of the Dhampir cried in pain. "She's too fast! I've never seen a vampire like this before! What the hell is she?" another one screamed. Honestly, even Jessica was shocked at this scene. She didn't know Minnie could be this brutal, especially as a child. She quickly got a hold of herself and started to use her strings to attack the distracted Dhampir's legs and pulled on them, making them fall to the ground. "Minnie, you can stop now," Jessica shouted, but another group ran into the building, and this time it was the red vampires. It looked like they were not out of the woods just yet, though she wasn't sure she wanted Minnie to act like that anymore. Outside, away from most of the fighting, one large-scale fight was going on. Peter was attacking Flora with his special headtail. He had transformed using his celestial energy, and Flora was on the defensive. She was using all her aura and strength to stop all the incoming attacks from the headtail. However, her hand began to turn numb, and whenever an opportunity arose, Peter would punch her straight in the stomach and send her flying into the buildings. "Dad, who is that person?" June was shocked by this display of strength. Xander was still in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. It's Peter, but how is he here?" Then, in answer to his daughter's question, he replied, "Peter is someone your dad beat a long time ago." "You can't be joking at this moment, Dad," Kev replied. "That guy is a lot stronger than you." "I know," Xander replied, "which is why I'm wondering what happened to him." Just then, Peter returned from his fight and appeared on the rooftop in front of them. In his hands, he was holding half-unconscious and thoroughly bloodied Flora by her hair. Peter had defeated the second strongest Dhampir, just like that. Although Layla was aiming her bow and arrow at Aaron, she hadn't realized it yet. She was careful in her next move and was waiting for what Laxmus would do next. On the other side, Aaron was also ready to battle against the red vampire leaders, and to aid her in this, she had very powerful means. For one, the armor she was currently wearing, what it exactly did, what its properties were, and how much it would aid her in this fight were unknown to the two. So far, it had broken the spiritual chains that bound her, which Laxmus could do as well, but it took more time for him. Then there were her Dhampir powers, swordsmanship skills, and demon-tier weapons that she had kept with herself for a long time. If both of you will just continue staring at me, then I guess it's up to me to get this show started. Erin stabbed her sword into the ground, and a trail of ice spread across the floor, aiming straight for Layla and Laxmus. Seeing this, Laxmus clenched his fists and punched the ground when the ice was just a few inches away from him, shattering and stopping it there. Surprisingly, Layla could also block the ice with the help of her ki. Did he use pure physical strength to block that ice? I'm sure anything that touches the ice coming from that sword will be frozen, Layla thought. On closer inspection of Laxmus, though, she noticed he had small parts of the shadow constantly moving over his entire celestial body form. You have been a pain in my backside for a long time, Laxmus said, as shadow started to spurt out from his leg and began to cover the entire area the three were fighting in. Eventually, it rose, creating a shadow dome that encased all three of them inside. Laxmus then opened his mouth and fired a blood breath beam straight toward Erin. However, rather than blocking the attack this time, she quickly stepped out of the way, but instantly had to defend herself using her sword from the three incoming ki arrows. Slashing her sword in a perfect motion, Erin was able to slice through all of them and block the attacks. However, by now, Laxmus had enough time to prepare another attack. Since the blood breath had missed the target, it went straight at the shadow dome's wall behind Erin and returned from a different direction after getting reflected. Jumping at the right time again, Erin avoided the attack once again. However, this time, while she was in the air, she twisted the handle of her sword and covered it in flames before striking down on the red blood beam, slicing through it. But by the time she landed, Layla had again fired another set of arrows, this time 5 at once. The truth was, Layla couldn't summon so many ki arrows at once, but using her ability, she was able to hold on somehow, and that's what she had done to fire 5 at once, and she did it at the perfect moment. On top of that, she had moved into the perfect position for her next attack. I need to stop considering her as the old Erin and start thinking of her as the bitch that just tried to kill me moments ago. The arrows were too fast for Erin to use her sword to block this time, so instead, she decided to activate her armor once more. It lit up, and when the arrows hit her, it looked like they passed right through her, and instead, they hit the shadow dome behind Erin, which displaced a bit before recovering back to its original state. Watch your aim, Laxmus shouted, charging in with his bare fists, now that he was annoyed. Erin went to strike with her sword, swinging it, but Laxmus instantly grabbed it with his bare hand and kicked her in the stomach. Perhaps it looked like a normal kick in the shadow space, but Layla knew that kick had enough force to destroy mountains. And when Laxmus kicked Erin and sent her flying into the air, he disappeared from the spot using his shadow, only to appear right behind her. At that point, Erin had stabbed her large sword to the ground to get hold of herself and brought out her katana blade, swinging it behind her. This time, the attack was a lot faster, and when Laxmus tried to grab it once again, he had missed it entirely. However, as the katana hit his hands, it didn't hurt Laxmus. Erin wasn't bothered by this and slashed the katana at Laxmus from a different direction. Since she was no longer using the large sword, she could move at a much faster speed, much faster than Laxmus, as he couldn't do a thing to catch her. Layla fired another few arrows from behind, but even while in the middle of attacking Laxmus, Erin deflected the incoming attack, taking out the arrows with ease. A sneak attack will never work on me. Do you forget what power I have? Erin shouted. Her whole katana lit up yellow, and then slashing from up to down in one smooth motion, she made a large attack, which cut through the shadow dome and even sliced through the walls of the settlement on the outside. It had cut through everything that came in its way, including Laxmus. Although he had no deep cut on his body, there was a diagonal slash over his face. Now extremely infuriated, Laxmus managed to move faster than he usually would have, and instead of trying to grab the weapon, he caught both of Erin's arms. Holding her still, he opened his mouth wide and stretched it, gathering the red aura he usually would. Quickly seeing this, Layla decided to run over towards the sword. With it being a demon weapon, as long as she got her hands on it, it would give her a power boost, even if she didn't use it and just had it on her back. However, the second the beam had left Laxmus's mouth, Erin's armor lit up again, and once again, they saw the attack go right through Erin without hurting her. And just like that, she was also able to get out of Laxmus's grasp, and then, moving her sword, she released all her yellow aura, and putting all her strength into one attack, she stabbed the katana right through Laxmus's stomach. Laxmus was genuinely surprised. His shadow, his celestial body, and even the fact that he was an original vampire, far stronger than the others, none of that had seemed to work against this woman. Her attacks didn't feel tough and powerful, and neither did this woman seem to have anything special in her. Yet why was he unable to defeat her? I know what you're thinking. You don't understand, do you? It's simple. I'm just different from you in every way. A simple action from me has a far greater significance than yours ever will be, and soon I will make you realize that you amount to nothing, Aaron shouted. Laxmus went to swipe toward Aaron, but she quickly moved back, and his attack missed the target. While dodging Laxmus's attack, Aaron sensed another power building up not far from her. She turned around and saw that Layla had the demon tier sword in her hands, which wasn't just one demon tier weapon, but two, with the attachment. Aaron, what has happened to you? Have you forgotten everything? Why do you hate us so much? Why do you hate vampires? Look at the sword you're using and the skill that you have. Wasn't that all taught to you by Leo? What do you think he would think? Layla shouted. Leo. He was a great teacher, but in the end he was a vampire, and we all know what has to happen to vampires. They can't control themselves, and they would eventually kill everyone, so I must get rid of all of them. Hearing Aaron talk just felt strange to Layla. It wasn't like this was some urge to kill vampires. Instead, it was more like she genuinely believed in those words. Now be a little darling, and give me back my weapon before you hurt yourself, Aaron demanded. You can forget the sword, unless you come to your senses, Layla shouted. What happened to you? What happened to you and Leo? Is that what changed everything? Behind them, Laxmus had finally pulled out the sword from his stomach and instantly placed it in his shadow. Now, Aaron could no longer use the katana blade she had been using, which meant she had no weapon, and although Aaron was strong, she was mainly a swordswoman. This bare hand against the two of you would be tiring, and I'm going to need a weapon, so you leave me with no choice. Aaron gritted her teeth, ignoring Layla's words and keeping an eye out for Laxmus. A dark portal opened right next to Layla, and as she turned around, she saw a giant claw coming right at her. Unfortunately, because she was focused on Aaron, she moved a moment too late, and the tip of the claw instantly sliced at her wrist, cutting her arm. The attack went through my second stage ki so easily. Who is this? Layla was shocked by this, and when her maimed hand fell on the ground, so did the sword. But Layla had no choice but to retreat and use the flames to stop the bleeding, and that's when she saw her assailant's face. It was an enormous, terrifying monster with claws so long that they scraped the ground. But for Layla, this monster was familiar because it once belonged to someone close to her. Without a doubt, what Layla was looking at right now was the Bone Claw, one of the four kings of the familiar world. Once again, someone she hadn't seen in a long time had stirred long-forgotten memories. The Bone Claw. He was initially linked with Quinn, but when Quinn went into slumber, this familiar left him. Later, the vampires were less and less inclined to use familiars due to all the deaths that kept occurring with them. I heard the rumors, but didn't think it would be true. What do Aaron and Quinn have in common for them both to be able to link with the Bone Claw? Layla thought. Staggering a bit, Layla could see that her vision had faded slightly. It was not because of the wound on her hand that had already been somewhat sealed. Instead, it was because of the energy of the black sword. You are close to your limit of containing the power. If the celestial energy from me consumes you completely, it's unlikely that you could get out. Who knows what will become of you then? The sword warned. When the sword said these words, Layla felt a stinging pain in her left eye, which was now already half black. Bone Claw lifted the demon tier sword with its large claws and teleported, appearing beside Aaron, and then handing her sword back. Seeing this as an opportunity, Layla used her telekinesis powers to pull her hand and bring it back towards her. Eventually, she reattached the hand with her green flames again. She rotated her wrist a few times to ensure everything was in working order, but she didn't have much time to do anything else as a claw was heading her way. Immediately using her black sword, which had long since reverted to its original shape, she clashed against the long claws of Bone Claw. There seemed to be a struggle of power, but Layla won out as she pushed through. Before she could follow with strength in her attack, she felt like the pressure against her had disappeared, and that was because it had. The bone claw was no longer in front of her. "Behind you!" the sword shouted. Listening to the words, Layla spun around and tried to block the attack. Her maneuver was extremely lucky as she pushed back the incoming attack. "Let me take over. I'll protect you. You trust me now, right? You trust that I can take care of both of us and make it out of this alive. So you just focus on not letting the energy take over, and I'll protect both of us." There was no other option for Layla, and the veins that were shooting up her arms, although others couldn't see them, had now shot to her heart and partly up her head, towards her brain. One of Layla's eyes was still 1/3 white. When Bone Claw went to attack again, Layla parried him away and even went on the offense by sending a strike at him. She hit the beast, causing it to push its shoulder back in an attempt to defuse the blow, as the attack's impact also caused it to stop the relentless teleporting attacks. "I taught you everything I knew about swordsmanship, but you never were meant to use the sword. In the end, you can fight better with your own powers, which is why we decided not to go down this path. However, this damned monster is weaker than the other two you were fighting, so I will at least beat him for you," the sword shouted, giving itself confidence despite no one being able to hear it. Erin started to spin her sword, and as she did, the momentum would create heat waves, and suddenly they would change to frost as well. She had long mastered the attachment demon tier item and the sword to switch between the two seamlessly. "Now that the other one is no longer distracting us, the two of us can fight to our fullest," Erin shouted while tightening the grip over her sword. Although Laxmus didn't say anything, every cell in his body was at boiling point. There had never been someone in the whole universe he wanted to crush more than her. The shadow dome surrounding them started sinking as it returned to Laxmus. Since it wasn't working, there was no use for it. His arm was still bleeding, and so was his stomach. The first to act was Laxmus, as he threw out both of his fists at the same time toward Erin. He was too far from her for his attacks to work, but halfway through his attack, enormous shadow fists had come out and went straight to crush Erin. Jumping in the air, Erin avoided the incoming blows and allowed them to hit the ground, creating a mini crater. Then she activated the first ring of her sword and shot out an ice spike towards the shadow. On the other hand, while still in the air, Laxmus attempted to use his blood breath, but by this time, Erin had twisted her wrist and directed the attack towards him, but instead of a snow spike, it was a fire breath. When landing on her ice spike attack from earlier, it didn't affect her, and she used it as a footing to push off from, heading straight towards Laxmus without any hesitation. Laxmus threw his fist again from a distance, his shadow extended, coming at Erin like a large pole. Although this attack once again completely missed Erin, it didn't matter. The shadow expanded and quickly spread out like a spider web. The same thing happened with the other fist, and both were beginning to get interlinked. It happened so fast that some of it even brushed Erin before she could react. And the moment the shadow came in contact with Erin, she felt her movement slow down. It looked like the shadow web from all around was slowly enveloping her and was decreasing in size. Laxmus had pushed off for an attack the second his spiderweb caught Erin, and the fist was glowing red as he threw it right towards her head, intending to finish her off in a single attack. "I can get out of here if I activate my armor, but that's going to take some time," Erin thought, so instead of taking a risk with the armor, she did something else. Right before Laxmus's fist could hit her, an object appeared in between the two of them. It glowed before bearing its shape, but a dark purple shell materialized, bracing Erin from the impact. Now, far away from this fight, on one of the half-destroyed buildings, Lucia was looking at the whole fight, and she wasn't alone, as Captain Nee was with her as well. They had fought together and defended themselves from anyone who attacked them, and when the Shadow Dome disappeared, it caught many people's attention, including these two. How does she have the familiar that once belonged to the Greylash family?" Lucia clenched her hand. "I don't know, but I will find out once that fight is over," a voice replied, and it was one Lucia had become familiar with. "Peter, and... She had recognized him, but not the three others by his side. After Xander had explained himself, Peter allowed him to come with him, and Peter surprisingly remembered him well. At first, Xander thought he might get hit, but Peter had asked if he was okay, leading them to this. Xander had truthfully told Peter that although he wasn't heavily injured, Layla was in big trouble, and Xander then even asked a favor, even though he knew he didn't deserve one, and he had requested Peter to help Layla and save her life. By the time Peter reunited with Lucia, Xander had explained everything he could to Peter, enough for the latter to understand the ongoing situation and make his own judgments. However, after looking at the ongoing fight in front of him, Peter decided it was better to not jump into it straight away, and let the two faction leaders weaken each other, and then, on the right moment, he would swoop in and deal with the weakened one. Since none of the two were really their allies, he didn't care who the weakened party was, as long as Layla was all right. "It's a Dhampir," June said, baring her fangs and ready to attack, but Lucia quickly stood up. "It's okay. She's not hurting anyone. We saved each other's lives a couple of times. I can vouch for her. She's not going to do anything," Lucia said. "What about their urge?" Kev pointed. "You vouch how many times you want, but we all know they can't help themselves against the urge." "That's not true," Nee answered. "Although we indeed have an urge when we are near vampires, we can use this to either strengthen us or simply suppress it. Trust me, not just I, but all the Dhampir can control themselves." Upon hearing this, a strange look of confusion appeared on everyone's face, including Xander, because this was not what they had been made to believe. "Wait, what about your queen? Is she the same? Can she control this urge?" Xander asked. Nee nodded. "Of course. After all, she was the one who taught us how to control it." The shell that had appeared in front of Eren to block Laxmus's punch wasn't an ordinary shell, nor was it a beast item. Instead, it was another familiar and one of the legendary Four Kings, known for his defensive shell and massive turtle-like body, Genbu. Of course, despite the shell getting more robust over the years as Genbu deshelled and got new ones, it was nothing in front of a being like Laxmus's fists, because the latter had enough strength to destroy mountains, and quite possibly the earth itself, if a hit was directed at the right spot. However, Eren had already predicted this, but still used the shell for a reason that it was a backup plan, and it did work, because the shell turned out to be strong enough to give her a few moments to get a hold of herself. The shell cracked and was slowly getting destroyed as the force spread out. Finally, when it dispersed into energy particles, Laxmus's fist continued onward, but Eren was no longer there, having escaped the Shadow's spiderweb. Their fight wasn't over yet, and neither of them was willing to give up, as both readied themselves to continue this battle. The group was observing the fight between the two from far away, and after hearing what Nee had just said, they were starting to realize many of them hardly knew anything about the Dhampirs. Vampires were just taking in what they had learnt and been taught for years about the dangerous nature of the Dhampirs, and because many vampires were being targeted and attacked by the latter regularly, the new generations took it as a fact. But now, after hearing about another side of the story, it didn't seem like things were as straightforward as they had all believed. "Wait, isn't that the bone claw that Quinn used to have?" Peter finally noticed the huge figure fighting off Layla. "I'm pretty sure that's Quinn's familiar, but didn't she also use that turtle? How can a person have two familiars? I thought that wasn't possible." Honestly, the others were confused about many things too, and most of them hadn't even heard of the familiars. "I'm really not sure," Xander replied. "The familiars have been acting strangely with the vampires after the war. Contracts became almost impossible to form, and those vampires that did get contracts were killed by their familiars, so we stopped the whole thing altogether. You must keep one thing in mind. These aren't just any familiars. Those are the kings that rule the world. Maybe the rules don't apply to them, or Eren figured out some way to make it like this?" One person in particular was devastated by this news, and she couldn't hold it in. "Nee, you have to explain it to me. Why does she have that turtle spirit thing? I must get to the bottom of this. Tell me, Nee, was Eren who killed Owen Greylash?" There was a reason for Lucia's little theory. The familiar, Genbu, had stayed with Owen and stayed with him for a long time through his struggles to establish a safe haven for everyone. So much so that there was even a statue of this familiar on the main Greylash planet. It was why Lucia also knew of the turtle, but for what the elders of Greylash family had told them, these spirits, or familiars, as she heard the others call, didn't leave their host's side unless they or the latter died. So seeing Aaron with it, she could only think of one thing, and her friendliness to the Dampier captain was on thin ice. "I'm sorry, Lucia. I know you want an answer, but I honestly don't know," Nee replied. "This is the first time I have seen our queen use it in battle. She has used the other one before, but not this one. However, I want to give you the answers you are looking for because you saved my life. Although I don't know anything about it, someone else might. The first Dampier that Aaron turned, Flora, has always been by the former side, so I am sure she might know the answer." At that moment, Xander and his 2 kids turned to look at Peter, shaking their heads and almost face-palming. Not too long ago, Peter had managed to defeat Flora with ease. In fact, he had dragged her out of the rubble by her hair. However, the kids started to shout at Peter and came toward him. Since Peter had no clue who these people were, including Xander, Peter believed them to be more enemies and jumped back. In that split second, Flora took advantage of Peter's wariness against the trio. She hit the floor with the heel of her foot, and using all her Dampier energy, shattered the rooftop, causing them both to fall. Unfortunately, by the time they regained their composure, Flora was nowhere to be seen. Since Peter thought he had more people to deal with, he didn't even bother chasing Flora, and felt that even if he let someone as weak as her left running about, it wouldn't change anything. "We could have gotten a lot of answers from her. For instance, what happens to Owen? And the familiars? Also, most importantly, why is Aaron being like this? And why does she hate the vampires so much?" The battle in front of them continued with neither person getting the upper hand. It looked like Laxmus was slowly getting faster, his hits getting more powerful, and they weren't sure if it was an illusion, but his size was getting bigger as well. As the fight continued, Laxmus carried on with more powerful techniques, different blood abilities and such. This was all because his so-called master was supplying him with more energy as the fight continued. Laxmus had only one goal, to defeat the person in front of him, but still, despite all of this, Laxmus was failing. "I've had enough!" he shouted so loud at the top of his lungs that it resounded throughout the underground settlement. "I will beat you no matter what I have to do." Letting out a large, wide-range beam, Laxmus tried to hit Aaron, or at least this is what she thought he was trying to do, but she noticed it was the first time he had made such a wide-range blood breath attack compared to his normal single beam. That's when she noticed that Laxmus had both hands raised, and the shadow in his hands looked like flames. At the same time, while this was happening, the others who were fighting against the Guardians noticed something. Ashley, Muka, Jake, Shiro, Mitchell, Hannah, and the Dampiers suddenly noticed their opponent's shadow powers had dispersed. What did you do?" one of the Guardians shouted in panic. "I didn't do anything," Ashley replied. "I can't use the shadow myself." The 2 of them looked off in the distance, and after concentrating, they could see the shadow either leaving their bodies from their feet or the crystal. Their powers were disappearing, being sucked from them and heading in a certain direction. "I originally owned the shadow, and by adding it with celestial powers, I have made the shadow stronger than ever. With this power, I will become a god of the shadows and make it so everyone suffers the same fate I once did. The fear of the sun, the fear of sunlight, the pain it brings is excruciating. Everyone, human beings, all life forms, or anything that lives, will experience what I had to go through. I will become the god of darkness." Laxmus's words once again resounded throughout the settlement. And when he finished his words, the shadow began to envelop him and turn solid, leading to a whole new transformation of Laxmus. Over his shoulder, giant shoulder guards with several spikes sticking out for them appeared. Next, shadow armor appeared on his forearms and body, and this armor had the same face, somewhat like how Laxmus's current face looked like. Then on top of his head, 2 horns appeared, solidified by his shadow, but looked partially cut off as they were thick and flat at the end, rather than sharp and pointy. Finally, clasping both hands together, Laxmus began to create a separate attack, and this one too looked like Laxmus's normal blood breath, but instead of red, this one was dark in color. It didn't have the same consistency as his shadow powers, but was undoubtedly the same color, and it looked like even Laxmus, was struggling to condense the substantial amount of energy because his hands were shaking. "It looks like I might need everyone's help for this one," Aaron shouted, and just then a light appeared below her, and what emerged was none other than another familiar king, the great horse that a certain person used to ride. It was glowing with a green aura from its nostrils and eyes. At the same time, another black cat figure appeared on Aaron's shoulder, quickly moving to her head. And while these two appeared, Aaron clutched her demon-tier weapon as her armor also began to shine. "This is the end," she shouted as the horse charged forward, and Laxmus unleashed his dark beam of energy toward her. The people who knew about the familiars, or had researched them, or maybe were around when they were more common, were shell-shocked upon witnessing the scene in front of them. It was already incredible for a person to have two familiars, but now they were stumped upon seeing all four kings linked to a single person, because it was an unprecedented event for everyone at the scene. Either way, it was something that they didn't have much time to think about. Aaron and Laxmus had moved at an incredible speed, and an immense amount of powers clashed at once. The shockwave from the clash instantly destroyed the last remaining buildings around the area. It was an invisible wave that shook the air itself, and even though the buildings were made from reinforced material from a different planet, not from Earth, the aftershock destroyed them. The vibrations caused all buildings to crumble right there and then, including the one where the others were watching from. The very flooring collapsed, and everyone braced themselves. The fighting throughout the large settlement was coming to a stop. Members of both factions were now more focused on saving themselves from the aftermath of the battle between their leaders. After the initial wave that had crushed the buildings, more shockwaves came out, and the force was enough to send many to their knees. Both the vampires and dampiers were strong, and they couldn't help but wonder how such an energy force could make them feel this way. When the shockwaves went through their bodies, it was like someone had hit them from the inside out, and eventually a few of them even started to cough out blood. "Is everyone okay?" Xander shouted. He was holding up the roof they were standing on a few moments ago, and because of the shockwaves, it got destroyed, and they fell to the ground. As for why he was holding up, it was to save his children from getting crushed. "Dad, we are strong enough to hold that ourselves, you know. You don't have to try and act all cool in front of us." June shook her head, although the corner of her lips was curved upwards. Meanwhile, Kev helped push the piece of rubble off, and the three of them looked to see if the others were okay, and that's when they could see Peter standing upright, although half of the rubble and one whole side wall were on his head. It looked as if part of a building fell on him, but he simply had just stood there, allowing it to crash on his hard head. But what was surprising and making the two kids snicker a bit was what he was holding. He held Lucia in a princess carry in his hands, and his face was hunched over hers, staring at her. "Did you get hurt?" Peter asked. No, Lucia answered, and rather than be embarrassed and jump out of Peter's arms quickly, she decided to stay like this for a few moments. Besides, Peter was strong, right? He could hold a frail woman like Lucia for a few moments. "Hey, what about me? You could have protected me as well," Nee shouted, pushing a few of the rocks off of her leg. She had seen Peter rush over and thought he would protect both of them, but he had just grabbed Lucia and didn't even glance at her. "Hey, look!" Kev's shouts suddenly attracted everyone's attention. The energy waves continued spreading, but now a giant ball of energy also appeared where the two were fighting seconds ago. It was growing bigger and smaller, as if the power was trying to condense itself. "It reminds me of when Quinn beat Graham," Peter mumbled. It certainly looked like that, but the energy here was different. Rather than Quinn condensing the energy and using his own powers, this was a clash of two powers, and the yellow orb of energy looked far more unstable than when Quinn had condensed the energy. While Peter was thinking about this, the yellow energy was getting larger and larger by the second. Finally, it consumed the ground around it, and had already reached the first set of buildings that were originally around the lab. "This doesn't look good," Xander said. "Layla, get out of there!" he screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping Layla had heard. Even now, it seemed like she was somewhat fighting against the Bone Claw. Although the two were moving away from the enlarging energy sphere, they were still fighting, and the closest to it. In the end, Peter started running away while holding Lucia in her hands.
As much as I would like to jump in at the last second and take out Laxmus or Aaron, the most important thing is survival.
Maybe because the celestial energy was influencing Peter, but he could feel that this expanding ball of energy was very powerful. However, it was not just him. Everyone could feel it and knew they needed to escape it. So without hesitation, everyone began to run towards the exit. However, as everyone turned around to run, the yellow ball of energy instantly expanded. It first consumed Layla, and in the next instant, it had covered the entire settlement. As the energy went and grazed everyone, they couldn't hear, feel, or see anything. When they opened their eyes, all they could see was a bright flash of white light in front of them. This made many of them think that they were dead, that they were no more, and this was the afterlife. But after a few moments, the light began to fade, and the first thing everyone noticed was the familiar ceiling of their settlement, where they lived underground, a large part of their life. Most of the vampires and dampiers were on the ground, and slowly they started to get up and turn their heads, wondering what had happened or what was going on. The buildings were still destroyed, but their bodies felt slightly weird, as if the energy within them had been partly zapped. Still, a few began to attack as soon as they saw an enemy dampier or vampire. As Peter got up, he checked if everyone around him was all right, and they were, but even he had collapsed and was on the floor.
What happened? Wait, what happened to the fight?
Peter shouted. He turned around, and with the whole settlement turning almost flat after the fight, it was easier for them all to see. Jessica, Minnie, and everyone alive turned in the direction of where the great energy had come from, and there they saw Erin standing with her demon-tier sword in her hand. She wasn't on her horse and had her back facing away from Laxmus. It was the same for Laxmus. He stood motionless in his horrifying black form that looked far more frightening than a bloodsucker. Both were unmoving, and anyone who noticed this had stopped fighting, as they were waiting for either one of their leaders to move. In the end, Laxmus's large body collapsed and fell face first on the floor. It fell straight, unmoving as if there was no support from his muscles at all, and at the same time, in the area around them, several items started to spew out, being chucked in all sorts of different directions, some of them large, some of them small. Laxmus had stored all of these items in his shadow, and now that he was dead, they were coming out for everyone to see. At that moment, Erin leapt up and caught two items, her blade and the red heart.
I must admit it wasn't as easy as I thought, but I have done it,
Erin said, placing the stone inside her armor and away in a safe place. Then, turning around, she raised her sword.
I can't leave a job unfinished, can I?
Saying this, Erin moved towards Layla, who was just now getting up from the ground. Since she was closest to the initial attack, she had taken the longest time to recover, and there was something else as well. She didn't have her black sword. It was at least a few meters away from her. Therefore, there was no way for her to defend against the incoming Erin.
"Run, Layla, run!"
Xander shouted at the top of his lungs, and had already started to run as fast as he could. Swinging his arms, he was throwing out his red aura, but he was too far for his attacks to reach Erin. The projectiles hit nothing but the ground. Erin then raised her sword at Layla and activated the first ring. "Burn," she whispered, and a tunnel of flames came out of it, heading straight towards Layla. Layla tried to move, but it felt like her legs weren't listening to her, and all she could do was watch the flames come toward her to engulf her, and the person she once called her closest friend now become the person behind her demise.
"I owe Quinn a lot, so it would be unfair if you died here,"
a voice resounded. In the next moment, someone appeared between her and the approaching flames, and before she could even react, this person threw one blow at the incoming attack, and instantly the flame dissipated.
"Vorden,"
Layla whispered, her eyes widened upon seeing the person in front of her.
"Well tried. You're almost right. I will give you another guess,"
Vorden winked. Although the power of Erin's flame attack was nowhere near her previous attack just moments ago that had caused everyone to fall asleep, it was still impressive that someone could disperse the flame attack from a demon-tier beast weapon with a single punch. This show of strength had even impressed Borden's opponent, Aaron.
A single punch. What strength you have. She narrowed her eyes for a moment. I didn't sense any use of ki or anything else. You simply did that with raw strength? That certainly is amazing.
On top of this, another remarkable thing about him was that Borden didn't seem to have any injuries, even after taking Aaron's attack head-on. There were only a few scales on his face and arms, and no spikes were sticking out of his back. Yet he was able to draw out this much power, something he couldn't have done before. When looking at Borden now, he could easily be mistaken as a normal human if one didn't pay close attention to his features. Not far away from the battlefield, while the others were seeing the confrontation in front of them, they suddenly felt a gust of wind, and Jake landed in front of the group.
What are you guys doing? Come on, we have to help him.
He turned around and frowned at the group.
What do you mean? Lucia asked. He just managed to get rid of those flames with a single hit. Can't he take her down on his own?
Just like the others, Lucia had improved in strength by leaps and bounds after meeting Quinn. However, she knew it was nowhere near the level of power Borden had just showcased. The flame tunnel attack would have completely overpowered her blood lightning attack, and she would have been dead before she knew it. This wasn't why she wasn't so quick to charge in.
Didn't you notice? Or have you guys gone blind? Jake shouted with a panicked look on his face. That damn woman they call their queen, she didn't receive a single injury in her fight against Laxmus. She's completely fine. We have to do something. Borden alone can't stop her for long.
A look of horror dawned over everyone's face at that moment as they released what Jake had said was true. Her armor didn't even look scuffed, and although there were some difficult moments for Aaron during the fight, she hadn't received any fatal wounds at all. Instead, she looked completely normal and didn't even seem worn out.
Stay here.
Peter opened his mouth as he went over to where Jake was and turned back to the others. Then, addressing the group, he continued,
Don't come too close. There's a good chance you guys could get hurt as well.
With that, Peter and Jake were already running to where Layla and Aaron were. Not long after, Minnie, Jessica, Muka, Hannah, and a few others like Mitchell had managed to catch up and regroup with Lucia at the ruins of the building and stared at the battlefield.
They killed Laxmus. The Dampiers were successful in killing our leader.
Ashley pursed his lips. Did this all happen because of me? Many vampires at that moment questioned themselves as they realized their leader was dead, and the Guardians, who no longer had their shadow powers, felt hopeless, to say the least. In the end, the red vampires were hanging on to one thing. It was the fact that they could still see their other leader, Layla. She was still alive, but for how long? It was hard to tell. Despite seeing Borden taking out her attack, Erin had only shown an initial surprise, but was mainly unfazed as she tightened her grip around her sword and looked like she was ready to clash again. However, her attention was elsewhere as well. It was as if she was looking at other things around her, and it was true, because she was interested in a particular item that Laxmus had taken away from her, and she could sense where it was.
Sorry, it's Borden. It's been a long time. I'm sorry I messed up your name, Layla said, both hands on her knees, struggling to stand up. Her head throbbed in pain, and her vision was constantly blurry. Thank you, but please don't risk your life. Leave this place and help the others get away from here as well.
Borden didn't turn around, as he was carefully watching Aaron. He had a hunch that if he moved from this spot, Aaron would instantly attack Layla. But honestly, it was as if Aaron wasn't bothered by Borden, apart from the fact that he was getting in her way.
Layla, you don't have to worry about me. I've lived a much longer life than I ever anticipated, Borden shouted as he threw his fist forward.
One thing to note was that he didn't step forward and threw it for where he was. Everyone heard a loud bang again, and although it was completely invisible, with the help of her ability, Erin sensed that a dangerous attack was heading her way due to her ability. Immediately she moved to the side and moved quite the distance, around 2 yards from where she was. Moments later, an explosion resounded, and a part of the settlement wall behind Erin was destroyed, jolting the entire underground settlement they were in.
Another troublesome one who really isn't on my hit list,
Erin frowned as she started to move forward, but she did so in a zigzag path. This made it difficult for Borden to hit her, but he soon began throwing out fist after fist,
creating large explosions in the ground that missed Eren. "She seems faster than me, but only a bit, so I know exactly what to do," Borden said, charging off for the first time. His power was explosive, and since he timed it perfectly and was only going in a straight line, he had already reached Eren, grabbing her sword and pushing her back. "You should be careful because something like this I can break with my bare hands," Borden said. But just as he was about to grab her sword, it started to freeze, and it was as if an ice-type attack was building. Borden let go, but not before kicking her right in the stomach, sending her flying off. As she skidded off the ground, Eren started to spin, and during her spin, she replaced the sword with her katana blade that she had been looking for as soon as Laxmus's items began to pop out. Whilst spinning, she fired little slashes of yellow aura in every direction, but mainly concentrated the attack on Borden. He started to move his hands, hitting them away and reflecting the attacks towards the ground. However, he couldn't avoid getting hurt, and ended up with many minor cuts throughout his left side. Suddenly, though, Eren had stopped and turned her head towards her right, away from Borden. An electric fist came out of nowhere, but she whacked it away in the air with her bare hands. And right before that, she had already gathered Ki in both hands and punched the attacker right in the stomach. She sent him back, hurt to the point that he had difficulty breathing. "Ah, that hurts! How much Ki does she have? That attack went straight through my hardening ability," Jake shouted while rubbing the side of his chest, feeling Eren's counterattack may have broken a few of his ribs. Jake had thought he had come in at the perfect time, fast enough that she wouldn't notice him, but Jake was unaware of Eren's ability. Even now, Eren had it active, overlooking everyone's energy from a bird's-eye view. Surprise attacks never seemed to work on her because of this reason, and it was because of this she noticed two things. "This is getting more annoying by the second. How has your energy increased?" Eren asked, looking back at Borden, who had green blood gushing out of his wounds. "You think I couldn't avoid your attack?" Borden replied. "I was getting hurt on purpose. I guess it's been too long for you to remember what exactly happens to us when we're hurt." By this time, Jake had recovered and was ready to attempt another attack, this time with a fellow blade. Just then, someone appeared behind Borden and in front of Layla. "They say one shouldn't visit someone empty-handed, so I give you this," Peter said, handing the black celestial sword to Layla. As she grabbed it, she looked up, and her eyesight started to become even blurrier by the second. "Peter, is it really you? You're back? You're back. I'm sorry that you had to see me like this." Layla's voice quivered, unable to control her emotions upon suddenly seeing another face of a long-lost friend. "It's okay, you can tell me all about it later," Peter said, as he dropped something heavy by his side, and it made quite the loud thud sound. "Let me get rid of our problem first, and then we can talk," Peter said again, while kneeling down and placing his hand on someone's body that had died not too long ago. "Come on, you bastard! Wake the fuck up and finish your job!" The others who had been around Peter for a while knew he was a wight. They knew he was an undead creature, a subclass of the vampires, and they were also well aware that wights could raise the dead and turn them into their loyal servants. However, they didn't know that Peter was a bit special in that regard. Not only could he raise some types of undead that others couldn't, but he could also have two undead at once. But unfortunately, he had lost his favorite two lesser wights, Hilston and Legs, who came from a five-spiked Dalki during the Great War a millennia ago. And with Peter having gained additional power, there wasn't really a necessity to have lesser wights. In the first place, he didn't want to use anyone that would be weaker than the last two he had. Otherwise, they would just get in his way or slow him down. But now, there was a good opportunity for him. Peter put his hand against Laxmus's back. The latter's body was in good condition, apart from a few holes and scratches here and there, but the most important thing was that he wasn't missing any limbs or anything that could make him any weaker. In fact, he even had his wings out even after death, so Peter was hoping he had hit the jackpot. However, Peter didn't realize that he hadn't turned anyone into a lesser wight ever since he woke up from his slumber, not to mention that he had also received the celestial power from Quinn, which would surely affect his ability. And sure enough, when the energy was leaving his body and going into Laxmus, Peter felt a tingling sensation like he had never felt before. Being a wight had dulled Peter's senses, but right now he felt as if he had thousands of spiders crawling down on the hand that he had put on Laxmus, and no doubt the large figure that Aaron had killed not long ago began to twitch and finally stood up. Hey, what's going on? Didn't Laxmus just die? How did he suddenly stand up? June asked. Her lips quivered, mainly out of fear. She wasn't alone. Most of the vampires and dampiers at the scene didn't understand what was happening. There were certain beings that a wight could raise, and others that could not, and someone as powerful as Laxmus would fall in the latter category, not to mention he was in his most powerful form. However, seeing him stand up like this, almost everyone on the battlefield found it hard to believe. After all, Laxmus was one of the peak existences in the known solar systems. "Come on," Peter shouted. "You can't rest yet. Finish the job you started," he added, giving Laxmus a hefty slap on the back. As he did, Laxmus opened his mouth wide, and at that moment, to everyone's surprise, a red aura started to gather in front of his mouth. It was the iconic move that Laxmus had used multiple times while fighting either Aaron or Layla. It was the blood breath. And seconds later, the red beam was launched and headed straight towards Aaron. Usually, Peter's lesser wights could only use their physical power, and even that was affected somewhat, but Laxmus could still gather the red aura. Peter wasn't sure if this was due to the upgrade in his power because of the celestial energy. Nevertheless, he was satisfied that he now had a strong minion by his side. On the other side, seeing the incoming attack, Aaron stabbed her sword into the ground again, creating a giant ice barrier. It was one of the active skills to reflect the attacks from the enemy. However, it hadn't worked against Laxmus' attacks for whatever reason. Either way, it had stopped the attack, although she had to put some of her ki into the ice wall. "Aaron, you damn bitch! This is for all those dirty looks you gave me in the past," Peter shouted, throwing out a fist. Aaron dodged the attack by moving her head, but Peter had quickly gone down to grab her shoulder and threw her straight to the ground. "You're freaking trying to kill Quinn's wife?" Peter shouted again, his whole body transforming into his celestial form. He now had his head tail, and similar to Laxmus, a strange hardening black material covered his arms. With Peter coming at her quickly, Aaron pulled out the katana blade she had just found. Clang! A loud clash resounded as she managed to deflect attacks back to back. "Since when did Peter get this strong? I knew he was always powering up, but how? And if he's here, does that mean Quinn is as well?" Aaron was surprised by her opponent's strength as she charged up her blade to let out a large ki attack that pushed Peter's head tail out of the way. She then quickly took a step forward, bursting with power, ready to slash at Peter's stomach, but before she could, a kick came from her right and hit her right in the ribs, sending her off again. "Did you forget this isn't a one-on-one fight?" Borden shouted as he stepped into the fight as well. The kick had thrown her into the air once again, drawing some more blood. And he was right, because there was a certain blade waiting for Aaron for payback in the direction he had sent her. As Aaron's body flew through the air, Jake had created a hardened pillar of earth and extended it out. Then, using the pillar like a bat, he swung it and hit the incoming Aaron. The hit sent the latter in another direction, and when she fell, Aaron coughed up even more blood. For the first time since she came here, Aaron was injured. "They're doing it," Hannah said with a smile. "They can defeat the Dampier Queen." The people who were fighting against Aaron certainly weren't just nobodies. They could have given Laxmus a run for his money, and now they were together against one opponent. Since Aaron had already used her 4 kings to fight Laxmus, she couldn't use them again for some time because they were still recuperating from the previous fight. "We can't relax. Guys, be on alert," Jessica said. "So far the Dampiers haven't decided to get involved, but I can see them fidgeting. They're ready to jump in and fight at any second now." On the battlefield, Aaron had twisted the handle of her demon tier sword while bearing through the pain and began spinning it around to create a vortex of flames around her. "I've already used up most of my ki when fighting Laxmus, and now I have to not just fight him again, but the others as well. It's not the real Laxmus, and I have achieved my objective. If I stay here, I will die, but if I leave, all of the Dampiers will most likely die. Erin was conflicted, but in the end, she had made her choice. I have to go. Finally, she made up her mind. My work is not done yet. I can't die right now. Erin stabbed her sword into the ground, and to make sure no one could get close to her, she formed a fire barrier. Although no one was close enough to reach her, Jake saw through her actions and instantly sprinted forward. This is a defensive move. You think I don't know you're trying to run away? Jake shouted as he created lightning in his hand and thrust it forward. But at that moment, a giant sword had come between his attack. Jake had never seen this sword before, and it didn't come from Erin. And as soon as Jake's lightning touched the sword, a massive explosion went off, creating smoke through the battlefield. Let's get out of here, someone shouted. And when others turned towards the direction of the voice, they found it was from Erin's most trusted ally, the Dhampir Flora. Behind her was a teleportation portal, and in her hand was a huge sword. It wasn't just any sword, but the one which once belonged to a person named Arthur. Well, this trip has given us many rewards, Erin thought. She instantly appeared by Flora's side and could sense several attacks coming her way, but Flora had already activated the teleporter for both of them to escape this place. Goodbye, all of you, but I promise this won't be the last time you see me. I will not stop until I have ridden this whole world of every single vampire. That is my promise, and I will make sure to pay back to everyone who got in my way today. She projected her cry throughout the settlement, using her key as the fire barrier descended. When the dust settled, there was no one to be seen at the same spot. The Dhampir Queen had escaped. Out of frustration, Peter attacked the spot from where Erin had teleported. His headtail continued to pound that spot and even created a crater. Seeing Erin escape right before his eyes had frustrated Peter more than anything, and the fact that she escaped so effortlessly was just putting salt on the wound. In anger, it looked like Peter's new lesser white, Laxmus, was doing the same. It was punching the ground like an angry gorilla and hitting it repeatedly as it imitated its new master. The ground was easily shaking the whole nearby area. I don't know if it's just me, but I find it so weird to look at, Kev said. I mean, after how much we were afraid of Laxmus and the fact that everyone in the Red Vampires respected him, and now for him to end up like this, isn't it ironic? He wanted to make the whole world bow, but now it's nothing but a mere puppet. Many Red Vampires at the scene felt the same way as well, and they had heard what Laxmus had said. Although they agreed with him on hatred for humans, they didn't know his reasons, which seemed petty more than anything. It was as if he felt being a vampire was a curse, and because he had to deal with it, he wished everyone else did as well. While most of the vampires that sided with him did so because they thought they were superior, which contradicted the two ways of thinking. However, something strange was in the underground town. The Dhampirs that had come with Erin were still inside the settlement, and through whatever means Erin had escaped, she hadn't revealed it to them. The Dhampirs soon realized they were in danger and were trying to leave from where they had come. However, by communicating with each other telepathically, the vampires were one step ahead and had already blocked off any way of escaping. The Red Vampires were not tired yet. This war had filled many with anger because they had lost a lot of their friends and even one of their leaders. Therefore, they didn't show any mercy to the escaping Dhampirs. The battle resumed, and this time it was more of a one-sided massacre. Ni, seeing this herself, didn't know what to do since she was also part of the Dhampirs. I can help, Xander suddenly suggested. My shadow power. I didn't get it from Laxmus. We had been designing contingency plans against him for a while, and the shadow was one of them. Using his own shadow crystal that looked dimmer than the last time he took it out, he used the shadow to shroud Ni for now and decided to think about what to do with her later. However, it was too late for the rest of the Dhampirs. There was too much wrath and bloodshed as the Red Vampires massacred the Dhampirs without showing pity or mercy. By now, Peter had also calmed down and had stopped acting crazy. The group decided to head to where he was standing. Everyone was curious about what had truly happened and what would be the next course of action. However, as they did though, Xander noticed that Layla was wobbly on her feet. "Layla!" he shouted and ran across the ground, grabbing onto her. "Is she okay?" Shiro asked. He had just come from a tough fight against one of the Guardians. Although the Guardians lost their shadow, the fight became much easier, and Shiro defeated his opponent swiftly. "I think so. She's just tired and will recover with good rest," Xander replied. He could hear her faint heartbeat and even sense her breathing slowly. The battle between the red vampires and the Dhampirs had ended by now. The red vampires were currently only a quarter of their size when the war began. Nevertheless, a little over 200 vampires had managed to survive. However, of all the Dhampirs that had attacked, only a handful had managed to escape. Earlier, since Peter and his group had landed right in a war, they had taken care of most of the Guardians. The group came to this planet with a heart of vengeance and had planned retribution for the red vampires for attacking the Green City. And if it was another day, they would have seen this plan through to the end, but this day was different. Even though this group of newcomers had been attacking them moments ago, now that the Dhampirs were defeated, the red vampires were on their knees, staring off into the distance, not knowing what to do now. "I really don't know what to report back to Dad. Do we say we won this battle? Achieved our goal?" Jake asked. "Well, yeah, it's hard to judge what has happened," Muka replied, walking towards Jake. "The Red Heart is no longer with Laxmus, who was our biggest fear. I don't think the red vampires will ever be the same threat as ever after this, and it looks like their other leader was working as a double agent." While saying this, Muka looked towards Layla, lying flat on the ground, relaxed. "However, the Red Heart is in the hands of someone who sees the whole world as her enemy, and she is also the one who defeated Laxmus. This simply means we could be in for an even bigger mess." Just then, Lucia, Jessica, and Minnie came running back to the others, looking tired and out of breath. "I'm sorry, but we couldn't find it anywhere," Jessica said. "The sword that you were talking about. There were a few other weapons and a strange box, and some larger stuff that we couldn't open, but nothing that resembled the sword." A few minutes back, they were sent to find Arthur's sword, but after hearing what had happened, they knew it would be almost impossible to get it back, because the sword was now in the hands of the vengeful Dhampir Queen. And since she also had the Red Heart, the combination of the two could potentially be very dangerous. After the meeting ended, they began to focus on their own things, and Jake reported to Logan to update the latter about what had happened and how the mission went. But that was when the red vampires started to do something as well. They began to gather in front of the wrecked lab and headed towards where the others were. However, they didn't get too close, only staying away for around 20 yards and waiting. This is a bit strange, right? Should we do or say something?" Jake asked. "Not yet," Xander stated, as he could tell that Layla was finally opening her eyes. "Xander," Layla said in a soft voice, smiling and rubbing her forehead again. "You're alive." "Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. Did you really want me dead?" Xander asked. Shaking her head and lifting herself slowly, she noticed Peter and the others, the destroyed settlement, and more. "I guess everything wasn't a dream in the end. Did Laxmus die? And what happened to Aaron?" Layla slowly asked. Xander then explained everything that had happened, even though he felt now wasn't the right time. He just wanted her to rest, but knew she wouldn't give up until she had her answers. "I see. I should thank everyone." Then, using the sword, she pushed herself off the ground, and Xander helped her. Quickly, both Kev and June went to her side, and she finally stood properly with her hands around their shoulders. "Please, you really shouldn't walk," June pleaded. Layla didn't respond because her thoughts were occupied by something else. Instead, she continued to stare into the eyes of everyone there. She didn't know why they were there, nor did she know who everyone was, but she knew one thing. They had all worked as hard as they could to stop Laxmus and Aaron, and most importantly, they were on Quinn's side. This was the critical factor that they all had. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for helping me. No, not just for me, but for the whole vampire and human race from collapsing," Layla stated while bowing her head. The group felt a bit embarrassed. Some of them didn't know what to say. The red vampire leader, considered an enemy of the world, had given her apology, confirming she really wasn't an enemy after all and was one of the good ones. It was mind-scratching, but they somewhat knew this could be the case after learning the truth from Quinn. "Quinn will be happy that you were helping him as well," Peter said. "And hey, look what I got out of this whole thing. It might be a loss for everyone, but it's a plus for me." Peter smiled, patting the shoulder of the large Laxmus, who just grunted. Just then, a particular vampire walked over to Layla and bowed down on the ground. "My name is Hannah, captain of a small squad of the Red Vampires. I greet the leader with great respect," Hannah said. "Please, stand," Layla replied. "I was the leader of the Red Vampires, but—" Standing up immediately after hearing that, Hannah had a tear in her eyes. "No, the Red Vampires are still here. We all fought for a cause, and you were one of our leaders, still our leader, which is why I ask you, as there is still something you need to do." Stepping to the side, Hannah presented her hand and gestured at the 200 or so Red Vampires. "Please, as the only leader of the Red Vampires, look after us and guide us on what to do." Hannah bowed again, and following her words, the rest of the vampires did as well. This was not the first time Layla was seeing all the Red Vampires gathered in front of her. As one of the leaders of the Red Vampires, there had been multiple occasions when they stood in front of her. In fact, the numbers for previous events were far more than this time. However, for some reason, seeing them this way this time felt different. Was it because before she had always stood in front of them as a fake leader? The respect, honor, and awe all felt fake, and to a certain degree, she thought it was the same now. Was she really still their leader? In some way, she had betrayed the trust of almost everyone here, even if she had done it for the right reasons. Either way, this wasn't a responsibility she could just shrug off. "They're waiting for me. They want me to say something," Layla thought. After taking a long breath, Layla gently brushed Kev and June away, who were helping her balance. And as the two of them stepped back, she stood straight and stepped forward. She couldn't look weak in a moment like this, not with what she was about to say. And finally, when she was around 30 feet away from all the remaining Red Vampires, her steps came to a halt. "The Red Vampire leader Laxmus is dead, and the Queen of the Dampiers killed him, but I am not here to tell you that. It's a fact that you already know. And I am sure many of you must have seen that moments before the Dampier attack, Laxmus and I were fighting each other. So before you call me your leader or wish for me to lead you, you all deserve to know the truth," Layla said, inhaling a deep breath. All the vampires were hanging to her every word, and she had their full attention. The confusion of the Dampier attack had made some of them forget that they had been fighting each other just before. "The truth is, Laxmus was using you all. There was a much larger force in control of what Laxmus was doing, and he would gather anyone under that banner to achieve his goal. His true fealty lay not with the Red Vampires, but with someone else entirely. He never saw any of you as anything more than pawns for his goal. I'm sure many of you had heard what he said in his final moments. The Red Heart, although he might have planned to use it to eliminate humans, sooner or later his attention would have turned on all of you as the one controlling him dictated what he did. I knew this, which was why I joined the Red Vampires, to stop him from achieving his goals. But that doesn't mean my feelings towards you all for these years have been fake. On the contrary, I wish to protect everyone and give you the life you deserve, because I am a faithful follower of the great hero Quinn. I believe he would have wanted the best for you, and I continue to follow his wishes and strive to make his dream a reality, which is why I want to continue doing that. I don't plan to turn the humans into vampires or control them as Laxmus wanted. Instead, I plan to create a safe place for vampires like us. I know many of you don't feel safe around humans, and you have every reason to. I have heard your stories, and I have listened to you. So I won't force you to live with them, but just like in the old settlement, you will have the choice not to get involved with them. We can create a life for ourselves, away from the humans and their problems, and try to live peacefully. I'm tired of fighting, and I'm tired of losing people I care about. So let's just tend to each other from now. If you guys agree with me and believe in that, then feel free to follow me." Once Layla's brief speech ended, something strange happened that the Red Vampires themselves didn't understand. Many of them had started to cry, and their eyelashes turned moist. A wave of emotion hit them as if they felt free from their duties, free from everything they had been toiling for years. If they followed Layla, they felt like they could finally live the life they had strived for, and after an emotional turmoil, they could express their feelings more easily. They could live free from the threat of being wiped out at any moment. They could be happy for once. "Thank you," Hannah cried. "Thank you for not abandoning us. Thank you for not just leaving us and forgetting about us. Leader!" The last word resounded throughout the area, and hearing her, the rest of the red vampires also followed and clamored in unison. "Leader!" The others witnessed history in the making for the red vampires, and they couldn't help but feel warm inside after seeing this scene. The vampires were patting each other and hugging with tears of joy. As another favor to them, Layla was removing the fog above their heads and consuming it all, letting them feel happiness and forget about the bad that had transpired. "I will take on your pain in return for trusting me," Layla thought. While all this was happening, Jake whispered something to Shiro, who was by his side, and the two nodded after they agreed on something. Once the clamor calmed down, they walked to the front. "We are partly to blame for this mess here," Jake stated, "which is why the two of us have decided to do something. Just remember that I, a human from Green City, have decided to do all of you a favor." Shiro sighed a little. He thought the last bit was unnecessary, but the two of them placed their hands on the ground anyway. A few seconds later, large buildings, just like before, started to rise from the ground. Section by section, several buildings rose and were created within seconds right in front of the stunned red vampires. And finally, in the place of the lab, Jake decided to place a mansion instead. In front of it was a garden, and through it was a pathway leading to the front door. The two of them were done, and Jake clapped his hands as if he were pleased with the results. "It's not as strong as the buildings before, but it's at least a start and something you can live in for now," Jake said. The vampires were impressed as they looked inside the buildings, but they soon noticed something. "Hey, human, we have no furniture. The battle destroyed them as well. Do you think you can also build some of that from your Earth ability?" "Yeah, for me as well. A nice large cabinet would be nice. And can you make my room a bit bigger? I mean, there's less of us now, so we can have bigger houses and rooms, right?" Soon, several vampires were making requests, and sweat ran down Jake's face. "Well, go on. You want them to see you in a good light, right? So you should finish what you started." Shiro gestured to the other. Sulking, Jake walked towards the vampires with heavy feet. "Do you know how excited I'm going to be after this? I was hoping to go to the nice mansion I designed," Jake mumbled, but listened to his uncle in the end. The group laughed and thought it would be best to head inside Layla's new home for a little bit to discuss the next steps. "Everyone, please have a well-deserved rest. Then once everyone has recovered, we will gather the fallen and pay our respects to them. Whether they agreed or disagreed with us, they fought by our side, and it's due to them that some of us are alive today." Saying these words, the vampires felt like they had a little breath of energy and decided to do as Layla told them. "Ah, Minnie is tired as well." Minnie yawned while getting a piggyback ride from Jessica. "Minnie worked hard. Everyone worked hard as well to be my mommy." Minnie finally shut her eyes. "It looks like you are all an interesting group. I'm surprised you took such a young vampire onto the battlefield," Layla said, still being helped by the other two. "Hey, Dad, can you, come over here and give us a hand or something?" June asked. "Ah, right, sorry." Xander quickly rushed over to their side. "They're your kids, Xander?" Peter asked. "Right, you told me they were, but does that mean Layla is their mother?" Then he looked at Layla, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. "Wait, did you two have kids? What about Quinn? I thought you and him were, dating." At that moment, Minnie woke up, and all the girls turned their heads. It was a tense moment for the group for multiple reasons. First, they had heard Quinn talk about Layla before. When talking about her, it did sound like the two had some connection, but to hear directly from Peter that the two of them were dating meant it went a lot further than they thought. "Wait a second, those three are acting pretty close," Jessica thought. "Quinn was in slumber for 1,000 years, while Layla was running the red vampires. It would make sense for her to move on and find someone else, and these guys are incredibly close to her. That means I might be able to sweep in when he has a broken heart, show how caring and loyal I am, and then with Minnie on my side and all the juice boxes I've prepared, Quinn and I can... "These are not my kids," Layla answered. These 4 words crushed Jessica's hopes, and a few other faces reacted for a split second, but not many managed to catch it as they quickly put on a brave face. "That's right, she's our auntie," June replied as they continued to help. "I'll answer your questions once we get inside," Layla said. Upon entering the mansion, the first observation everyone had upon stepping inside was, "It's huge!" It was a luxury mansion with a large double staircase leading to the second floor, and even had specific pieces of furniture carved out, all made from earth. It looked a little strange because it was all one color, but the others could imagine what it would look like when everything was fully furnished. Walking around, they all eventually found a large room to sit in, and Ashley, who was a bit embarrassed to be with everyone, decided to head over to where Xander, Layla, and the others were. He didn't feel comfortable around others because of his former identity. "Oh, it's a surprise to see you here," Xander smiled. "Don't worry, I'm only teasing you. I heard from June and Kev what you were doing in front of the lab. I know it must have been hard for you, but even though you were an ass sometimes, I always liked you." Ashley didn't know what to say, so in the end, he just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Layla sat down in one of what she could only assume was the living area due to the things that looked like sofas and a table in the middle. There were no cushions though, but it would have to do. "I'm really interested to know about you all, and how you came to travel with Peter, and Peter, how you are even here. It's been a long time, all of us doing our own thing, but I guess I should explain myself first," Layla said, adjusting her position a little. "First, about your question from earlier, these kids belong to Xander, and they are a lot older than they look, a few 100 years old, in fact. Unfortunately, their mother Amy has passed away. During that time, they were still young, so I helped Xander look after them, which is why they refer to me as their aunt." Layla smiled and rubbed Kev's hair. He seemed to enjoy it, but was also a bit embarrassed about it. When the cursed faction was going through troubles, everyone had agreed to split and go their own way. Xander had decided to follow me at the time, but there was something that I had hidden from everybody, and it was this sword. When I used it during the fight against Helen and a few more times after, the sword started to affect me. Even when I wasn't using the sword, I could hear screams in my head, as if they were trying to torture me. I tried to hold them back, but in the end, they took over me. And because of this, there is a blank space in my memory. However, during all those years, Xander stayed with me. At some point, I had woken up from this daze to find out that 10 years had passed, and next to me was Laxmus. It was then that I found out that the sword and Laxmus were linked to the same god, the god that created vampires in the first place. He's called Immortui. During that time, I stayed with Laxmus, and we founded the Red Vampires group. Laxmus saw me as an ally because we had the same marking, and I decided to take advantage of that. But in those years, I also helped the Red Vampires. Unfortunately, there were times when I found out about the cruel things humans were doing to vampires, and I lost my way at times. Enough to even use powers that I never wanted to use." Saying these words, Layla stared at her hand and felt a pain in her chest simultaneously. The others didn't know what she meant by that, and although they wanted to ask, it didn't seem appropriate. "Anyways, I'm happy Xander stayed with me. If you're wondering how he's still here, as well as Ashley, that's thanks to the shadow powers they have gained. Not only do they have the power to stop and slow attacks, but it seems like it slows down the aging process of those who use this ability. Even if it's in a crystal, there is a way one can use it to slow down their own body's time, and they can live an extraordinarily long life." That was when Xander pulled out the crystal. "Well, maybe not so much anymore. The shadow belonged to Laxmus, and I stored it in a separate crystal from the one he gave us. But now that he's dead, there won't be a chance to refill the energy. Also, unlike MC cells, the shadow will not regenerate and can only be stored up to a certain quantity in the crystal. So the more we use it, the faster it will deplete. Eventually, there will be no shadow left." Although it sounded like an unfortunate end to the tale, the expression on Xander's face told a different story. There was a smile on his face, and honestly, it was because he lived quite a painful life, but he never shared and would never reveal his thoughts and emotional pain to anyone. Amy was his wife, and he loved her dearly, but after her demise, the old flame he had for Layla reignited, especially whenever he saw her with his kids. As they spent more time together, his feelings matured, and he knew her mind was always on one person, and she would wait forever for him. To be with the person he loved, and to be by her side all this time to support her, while knowing she liked someone else was heart-wrenchingly painful. He chose to go through it. He was happy that she was happy and that his kids could now live a life with motherly care, but he was also a bit tired. Thinking about this, he inwardly sighed and was thankful that no one else had noticed his sudden mood change, although he could just blame it on the shadow problem if someone asked. On the other hand, after Layla had explained herself to the others, the group started to talk about their experiences and the events that transpired in the last few days. Peter started the discussion and talked about how he found himself in the room one day, and after an unknown time, Quinn also woke up, and from that room, their new adventure began. Next was Jessica, and then Lucia, too, talked about her side of the story. After some time, Layla finally had a clear picture of what happened, how things worked out, and who all these people were. In the end, Layla sat there in silence while thinking about Quinn. "So, no one knows where Quinn is right now?" she finally asked. Everyone looked a bit depressed by this fact, but it was a truth they had to accept. "Well, at least I know he is alive, and there is a good chance that I will see him again. But for now, I guess we just have to do what we can and carry on as we have for all these years," Layla smiled. About that," Shiro opened his mouth, but he had switched with Vorden. "We need to talk about the elephant in the room. I know we have been avoiding it all this time, but what has happened to Erin? Why is she so hell-bent on thinking that everyone is her enemy? Layla, you were close to her and were also part of the Red Vampire later, and the Dampiers seem to have a huge grudge against the Red Vampires. Is there a reason for that? Do you know something?" Vorden asked. "I want to know too," Lucia sighed. "I mean, she had the turtle familiar. Does that mean she killed our leader Owen? I thought he had died of natural causes." "We also learned that the Dampiers can control their natural urges," Peter added. "Does that mean Erin is doing this out of her own will?" "I'm not sure, but I think I might know someone who can answer these questions," Layla replied. There was a reason why no one quite knew what happened to Erin, and that was simply because Erin had blocked all contacts without any explanation. Based on what Leo had told them, they knew she was a Dampier and had trouble controlling herself, but that was it. Shortly after, she returned, saving some of their lives during a crucial moment in the war against the Dalki, only to turn and kill the First Family's vampire leader. But there was something that everyone was pretty sure about. She was the reason behind the uprising of Dampiers, and the reason behind the rift between the two groups. How it started, though, was something hardly anyone had an answer to. "As I said, I don't know the answers to the questions you have, and for that I have to apologize," Layla stated. "The thing is, it's clear that it's Erin's anger, not the urge that's behind her actions. It's as if she genuinely hates vampires, which makes no sense. When I think about it more and more, it reminds me of the old Erin." "The old Erin?" Lucia asked. "Ah," Vorden said, realizing and tapping the side of his head as he figured out how to explain. "I guess you're not aware of it, but Erin isn't just the queen of the Dampiers to us. She's actually an old friend. You see, we had a group, me, Layla, Peter, Quinn, and Logan, from time to time. We were all classmates at the same military school, which is why this whole fight is too personal for us," Vorden explained. When the others heard of this, they couldn't even be surprised anymore. After every fact they learned about Quinn, they would be left speechless, and now Vorden was basically saying everyone who had worked with Quinn had become some giant influential figure, good or bad. Leader of the Red Vampires, Queen of the Dampiers, leader of Earth, and even a high-ranking person in the Blade family. Although they couldn't understand why the fact that Erin was part of Quinn's group had never gotten out. "Haha, and you're forgetting that Quinn was the one that turned Erin into what she is," Peter added. "So in a way, this is all Quinn's fault." Even if it were somewhat true, no one would say it. At least, they wouldn't word it in the same way Peter had expressed just now. "Anyway, I have a theory," Layla said, interrupting the awkwardness. "There are only two events I can think of that could have massively influenced Erin's mentality. One of them is the disappearance of Quinn. However, even then she seemed sane enough to leave in fear that she could hurt us. Then the only thing I can think of, which might have affected her drastically, is Leo's death." Leo was influential not just in Quinn's life, but also in Erin's life. He was her mentor and teacher, and even helped her through all her troubles. Because of this, the others understood the importance of Leo in Erin's life, and somewhat agreed that his death could have been a trigger. "But what happened to Leo?" Peter asked. Quinn tried to find out around. We know it happened while they were fighting against Pure, but when Quinn fought with Chris, he said that Leo died before him, although he wasn't the one who did it. In fact, from the sound of things, it sounded like Aaron was the one that killed Leo."
Layla sighed and tried to understand the situation.
"The whole thing doesn't make sense. Aaron is strong enough to find a way to get rid of the Dampier urge, yet she was the one that killed Leo? Her hatred for vampires had a turning point, and I can only assume it has something to do with Leo. The anger she's feeling and how she acted was similar to how the old Aaron used to react whenever she came across any Dalki." "Could it be that a vampire killed this Leo guy?" Jessica suggested. This was also a good possibility and could validate the reason behind Aaron's hate against vampires. "Maybe. We can't say for sure, but there is someone who might know the answer to all our questions," Layla replied.
"Who? Pure?" Vorden asked. "I mean, Chris was there. We could ask him what happened that day if he doesn't attack us the moment we step in front of him."
"Not. Don't forget that Leo didn't attack Pure alone. He was with someone else at the time. This guy, Sarah. That guy could raise the levels of any weapon to the demon tier level. He is the person I am talking about."
Now that Layla mentioned it, Peter and Vorden started to recall him as well. Although Vorden wasn't directly there at the time, he had heard about Sarah.
"Ah yes, I remember him. He was indeed very powerful."
Muka also remembered the person in question.
"In fact, I would find it hard if there were many that could take him on back then. Maybe one could now, but it was a different story back then. Anyway, I am sure he must have survived the war, and perhaps even traveled with Leo for a bit, helping him to take care of Pure. But the question is he still alive? Isn't he human? He would have died long ago, even with Ki."
Layla shook her head once again and raised her sword.
"The sword told me that Sarah wasn't a normal human. He is similar to Laxmus, but not quite the same. He should still be alive, and I have no clue how we can find him, nor do I have any leads."
The group thought about it for a while and discussed it as they tried to rack their brains. Now that Erin had the red heart, and based on her words, she would soon be moving out against the other vampires, maybe even targeting the vampire core next.
"I just realized something, Layla. Why are we trying so hard to find out what happened to Erin?" Peter asked. "Do you still see her as your friend? Because either way, if we fight her again, we will have to use everything at our disposal to have a chance of winning a fight against her, unless you guys want to end up like Laxmus and be by my side."
It was true, because the simple solution was to kill Erin and take the red heart back to stop her and the Dampiers from accomplishing their goal, and only then can they try to make peace between the humans and vampires again. "Even if you turn Erin normal again like she was before, that doesn't change what she's done either," Vorden added. "The Dampiers have killed many people, including Fex's wife Samantha." "I know," Layla said, clenching her fist, "but we must know what happened to stop it from repeating to us and others around us. After finding out about these Celestials, it just makes me feel that something bigger is happening, and they're all trying to use us. I don't want to lose any more people, and before I decide to pass on, I want to know what happened to Erin. I don't want to pass away with regret, not after living this long." Many understood what Layla was saying because they had felt the same way.
"Although I'm not sure if he will know about Sarah or not because he is a human, there is one genius that might be able to figure out how we can locate him."
"Or how we can perhaps get Quinn back with us as well," Xander chimed in, holding up the crystal in his hand. "Well, take Vincent back to Logan. See if he can get the former back to how he was, and maybe Vincent would have a better idea for what we have to do next. After all, he stayed in hiding for a very long time, and I bet he might know a few facts that we're unaware of." Once they decided what to do next, everyone stood up. The group that had initially come to invade the Red Base would now return to the Green City to revive Vincent. Xander would also be joining the group since he had the crystal and was the only one who knew how to use it. On the other hand, Layla would be staying behind, and although she felt that she needed her friend here on the base to handle the affairs, in the end, she relented since she still had June, Kev, and Ashley to help her. As for going with the group, that was a ridiculous idea since her people needed to stay here with them, especially in this challenging time. On top of that, Hannah had also decided to stay with Layla. She said that she felt a little uncomfortable with the group, and since she was a follower of Layla, she wanted to stay that way as well. But of course, if Quinn wanted to take back the powers he had given her,
she would be okay with that as well. However, the others thought it was unlikely, considering who Hannah had decided to help. At the same time, Shiro and Vorden decided to return to the Blade ship. They were comfortable to help any time if the group called them back, and after seeing Eren, they felt their old friends would need their help soon to deal with her. In the end, a communication line was also opened, so they could come for help at any point and time. While preparations were being made, and before they went off, there were a few things the others wanted to check out. So, stepping out of the mansion, they started to explore the vampire settlement. "So what exactly are we looking for again?" Jessica asked. The large group divided itself into parts, and Jessica, Lucia, and Minnie were in the same group. "Just anything that looks of value or doesn't really match up in the vampire settlement," Lucia explained. "When Laxmus died, apparently his shadow released many items all over the place. Some of the stuff looked good, and maybe we can learn what Laxmus did during his time alive." After some hours of searching, the group mostly found useless stuff, although they all found some handy weapons too. However, none of them could compare to Arthur's sword. Honestly, it turned out to be quite a disappointing lot. However, there was one large object the girls had come across. It was larger than a coffin in size while being round. It was something neither of them had seen before. "This seems quite heavy," Lucia said nervously. The two girls ended up taking their findings back, and Minnie jumped on the large object, not making it any easier for the girls. Eventually, they reached the mansion, where all the other search groups had also returned. Minnie jumped off happily to join the others. "Minnie would have helped, but my arms are too small," Minnie said, imitating picking up the object. "Look, I can't reach." The others found Minnie's actions quite cute, but Lucia and Jessica, who had lugged the strange contraption halfway across the settlement, weren't really in the best of moods to swoon over this little girl. In fact, seeing Minnie from behind, Jessica had a split thought of just kicking her. "Be nice. Remember the game plan, Jessica. You have to stick to the game plan," she thought, putting on a fake smile. "What do you think this is? And why did Laxmus keep it in his shadow?" Lucia asked. The vampires at the scene looked at each other, especially Xander and Layla. Then, to confirm his suspicion, Xander went to have a closer look by brushing his hand against it, and even rolled the object to find its top. "Yep, it really is what I thought it was," Xander said. "It's an eternal chamber. These things were what used to go underneath the vampire castles. In simple words, this is what the leaders used to go into for an eternal slumber." Leaders were not the only ones who went into eternal slumber, although there were specific chambers that would be buried underground just for the 13 vampire leaders, and this was without a doubt one of their chambers. "We didn't find anything like that," Mitchell stated. "It must be the only one, but why would Laxmus have that chamber? Do you know which family it belongs to?" Xander shook his head. "There is only one way to find out, and that's using blood from the same family, because it's the only way to open these things. So I guess we could just try everyone here. I'm sure we have vampires from all the old 13 families' bloodlines." Every vampire at the scene dropped a droplet of their blood onto the chamber, but there was no reaction. Still intrigued at why Laxmus would have such a thing, they decided to ask for the rest of the red vampires to test their blood as well. It was a long shot, especially since it's been so long, and the bloodlines were diluted and mixed, but they also thought this might increase their chances. In the end, however, not a single vampire's blood worked. "There has to be a reason why Laxmus kept this on him. Maybe it was one of the original vampires? One of the others?" Xander pondered. "At least it clears up one thing," Muka said. "Laxmus wasn't behind the disappearance of all the other chambers. He was one of my suspects in attacking the vampire settlement and destroying them. But I doubt he would only have one on him. Maybe he was trying to collect the other leaders and originals as well. Anyway, this leaves Bliss and Pure as my main two suspects." Pulling out his crystal, Xander decided that for now he would place it in his shadow space. Since none of the vampires here could activate it, it was a waste to let it remain here. However, storing the chamber did put his shadow powers to the limit, and it was unlikely he could keep anything else in the crystal. Still, there was Logan as well, who had samples of blood in his lab, and they were hoping that maybe one of the samples might break the seal. "You know, opening things like this isn't always a good thing to do," Jessica suddenly said. "I mean, if Laxmus had it, maybe it's someone as dangerous as Laxmus inside this chamber. Maybe I am wrong, but I believe it's good that we couldn't open it." Upon hearing this, the others realized her assumption also had some backing. It was quite possible after opening the casket could have led them into another battle, and all of them knew they were not ready for one, especially not in the Red Vampire base. Once the group inspected other items and didn't find anything else interesting, they began to bid their farewell. Jake had also returned after helping the vampires with their furniture and other requests, looking exhausted. His eyeballs were sinking in, and he was about to fall over. "Update me on everything I missed once we get home," he said, too tired to care about what happened. Soon, the group exited the Red Vampire base and returned to the ship. It didn't take long for them to begin their return journey toward the Green City, hoping to revive Vincent and find answers about either Aaron or Quinn. A portal has opened in the vast hot desert. The use of portals was banned a long time ago due to a law that Logan Green had imposed, and other planets and leaders agreed with it. But the technology was never lost, and many still continue to use it illegally without fear of getting into trouble. Similarly, for the ones currently using this portal, it didn't really matter to them. Two figures, holding hands, were thrown out of the portal. They were thrown with great force and started to roll across the desert until one of them stood upright and pulled the other up. "Are you okay?" Erin asked while brushing off the sand on her clothes. The armor she was wearing had now disappeared, and she was in her normal attire. "Yeah, I'm fine. My body's just a bit hurt," Floral replied while picking up the sword for the ground she had used not too long ago, but her fingers failed her when she tried to grip its hilt. On closer inspection, Erin noticed how much of a mess Flora was in. Her entire body was bruised, and one of her arms was even twisted and broken. Sensing her energy, Erin could tell it was feeble, and Flora had even made a large cut on her arm to power the sword. It was surprising how she was still standing. Erin was aware that her closest subordinate could fall over at any moment if she didn't get help. "I have to thank you. Because of you, I could get myself out of a tricky situation. I'll be honest, I didn't think I would have survived that one, so let me help you." Erin put her hand on Flora's broken shoulder bone. As Erin transferred key energy to Flora, it allowed the latter to heal more easily or speed up the healing process. "Please, if you weren't here in the first place, we could have never reached this far." Flora shook her head. After she absorbed some ki, Flora purposely pulled away, not wanting to take too much of Erin's energy, because it was clear to her as well that Erin was extremely tired. In fact, the most she had ever seen, but due to Erin's pride, she would never show weakness in front of others, especially to her followers. "Who did this to you?" Erin asked as they began walking. "You're strong, so I can't imagine many who could have troubled you, but then again, a few unexpected faces did turn up near the end. It was the undead one, the same one from the wedding. His strength and speed were already beyond mine, but then it seemed like he had this strange energy, the same type the red vampires used to help them transform. After that, he had powered up, and there was nothing I could do. Luckily, he wasn't the brightest person and was easily distracted, allowing me to get away. Who were those people? I'm not sure if they were with the red vampires or not." When talking about Peter, Flora's body was trembling a little. It had been the first time she had been so overwhelmed like that. Not even the vampire core leader, Andy, was that strong. "Ah, yes, him. He showed potential in the past, and it looks like he's somehow able to become quite powerful. Who would have imagined the weakest in the entire academy would reach this level?" Erin replied. For a second, Flora wasn't sure if she was hallucinating, but it looked as if Erin was smiling, as if she was proud of this fact, and the way Erin was speaking, it was as if she knew the attacker. Flora thought for a moment and then began to follow her lead. Her teleporter was an emergency measure, but there was actually nothing here for them. They landed on Earth itself, but they were dropped at a random location, and once they got their bearings or reached somewhere, they could head back or plan according to the situation. As they traveled through the seemingly endless desert, Erin's previous reaction was bugging Flora, and in the end, she couldn't control herself and asked the questions. "Erin, I don't know if this is too personal, and forgive me if it is, since I know you don't like to talk about your past much, but that undead, do you know him? And what about the others? Are you familiar with them as well?" Flora asked. Erin's steps halted for a moment, and Flora wondered if she would face the former's wrath once Lynn turned around. "Yes, I knew them, but that was my life before I was who I am now, and even he was different in the past. This was before the world even knew of vampires. It's been a long time since then, so it would be hard to imagine, Aaron explained. A world without vampires? Flora repeated, imagining what that would be like. Of course, vampires existed, but they had just stayed in hiding. But for Flora and nearly everyone alive today, vampires had become a norm, and it wouldn't be hard to encounter one. You don't have to worry, Aaron continued. Even if I know them or whoever I face, I will never lose sight of the goal. I've lost too many people because of these vampires, and I know it is the same for you. Your situation reminded me of my own, which was why I decided to turn you, like me. I knew you wanted to change how the world was, how tolerant and helpless everyone was due to the vampires. And all because of what? Just because a vampire saved the world 1,000 years ago? The funny thing is, this vampire hasn't even shown up since then. Just because one of them has done a little good doesn't mean that we can forgive all the evil they have all committed and continue to do. As always, Aaron got heated when it was a conversation about vampires, but at least Flora could talk to her about the past. This was the first time this was happening because she would never answer these types of questions before. The walk was tiring, and since they didn't know what they would face or who they would come across, going all out to run across the desert wasn't the best option. And for now, their bodies were recovering the key that they had lost in the war. What is the plan for now? Flora eventually asked. The Dampiers, since we left them, it's unlikely any one of them would survive. A bulk of our forces were taken out before we even reached the settlement by that other leader, and now with the rest of them gone, there are only a few units of Dampiers scattered here and there. After they find out that we abandoned the main group like that, it might be difficult to convince and rally them up again for the cause. Aaron remained silent for some time before finally giving a response. There are only 2 large factions of vampires that must be dealt with, she answered. The red vampires, who, after Laxmus's death, will struggle and crumble by themselves, and the vampire core. Without these 2, the vampires will cease to exist, but there is one problem. The vampire core gets a lot of support from the Green family, but lately, a certain group has been able to turn the tide in support. During that battle, Jake Green was present. With this information, there is a lot that we can do. However, building up the Dampier forces again for another fight against the vampire core and the Greens would take too long, so we need to use someone else's army to fight for or with us. Finally, the 2 of them saw the endless sea and a small port town on the shore. A wall was built around it, and there seemed to be many travelers and other people. There's no vampire core base, and you see the city flag in support of Pure. It looks like luck is still on our side. Let's meet with Pure and get rid of all these vampires. They will all pay for what they did to me and others, whose lives they've ruined. I will not forget that day. I will never forget that day. Aaron gritted her teeth. In a dark room, someone was seated with his legs crossed. Just then, a marking of a single eye with 2 wings lit up on the said person's head. It pulsed a few times and eventually faded away. Poor Laxmus. It looks like he had failed to achieve what Immortui wanted. However, he was always too greedy. He cared for himself far too much and strayed from the original goal. It looks like I'm the last one left. The man thought as he stood up and gripped the sword next to him firmly. Who would have thought that the last of your royal servants alive would be a human? I guess it's a bittersweet ending. Now a human will kill all the other humans.
Since the group was heading back to the Green City, it didn't take them long to reach their destination. It was mainly because the Red Vampire base was located on Earth, and they no longer had to remain in their stealth mode compared to before. Another thing was that they no longer had Hannah with them, nor did they need to take a detour for the Blades. On their way back, the group had updated Logan on everything they knew so far. Logan reassured everyone and told them to leave it with him, and ended the call shortly as if something else was bothering him. Either way, they would find out when they got back. Entering Green City was never going to be a hurdle for them, and currently everyone was in Logan's lab for a few reasons. First, they gave the casket they found among Laxmus's shadow items to Logan to analyze, and then they handed over Vincent, along with Xander's nest crystal. Logan placed him in a big tube, with the nest crystal attached to a chest device positioned around Vincent. The scene reminded Peter a lot of when Quinn was in slumber, and with Vincent having a face that matched Quinn's, it didn't exactly help subdue old memories. It looked like healing Vincent would not be as easy as everyone had hoped, as they saw a genius like Logan Green struggle to get all the machines in place to help Vincent. "Will Vincent be okay?" Xander asked as Logan wiped the sweat from his head. "I honestly can't give you a definite answer for now," Logan replied. "He's in a similar state to Quinn. The nest crystal isn't properly absorbing into Vincent's body, but it is still absorbing, which is the good news. Let's just hope it doesn't take 1,000 years for Vincent to wake up like Quinn," Peter said, leaning up against the wall. He was frustrated with the whole situation, honestly. The fact that Quinn was nowhere to be found was bugging him even more. He wanted to find Quinn as soon as possible. As for Logan, there looked to be something significant on his mind as well. Each time he looked at Jake, there was a large frown on his head, and he had chosen to hide behind Jessica, avoiding his father's gaze. He knew that whatever was bothering Logan was because of something he did. "Come on, Dad, tell me, what did I do wrong?" Jake finally said. "I helped them as you asked, and there were loads of things you didn't tell me about them, like how crazy some of these people are." "Crazy?" Jessica said. Turning around, she moved away so Jake and Logan could make eye contact. "I told you to stay low," Logan replied. "It was the reason why you were hiding your face." "Yeah, and I was wearing the hood the whole time just like you asked," Jake replied. "What's the point of keeping on the hood if you go and display multiple and a different set of abilities? Sure, there were other blades there, and if they were found attacking, it wouldn't be so much of a problem, but you're my son, the son of the current leader and known to be one of Green's strongest forces. Pure can easily use this against us if they find out. Are you sure that you managed to hide yourself well enough?" This was a question Jake wasn't too sure about. The hood didn't cover his face, and at the time, he was trying hard to help the others take out Aaron. In the end, he was sure that she had at least seen his face. Whether she would remember who he was in the heat of battle was a different thing. Seeing his son remain silent, Logan feared the worst but let out a big sigh after he thought about it. What could he do? Shouting wasn't going to change anything. He would just have to handle the situation as it came to him. For now, he needed to focus on other things. "We will just have to deal with it, and as you said, without you, there could be a chance that some people could have died. We should look at the bright side, and since I've heard nothing so far from the Pure, it has to be good news. It's unlikely that Aaron would be able to use the power of the Red Heart so quickly," Logan stated. Logan also believed that the Red Heart being in the damn Pure's hands wasn't such a bad thing. Laxmus would have used the power for the destruction of all of the humans in some way or the other. As for Aaron, other than its raw power, it was unlikely that she could have any other use for it. It was certainly an item that one couldn't really use against vampires, and as far as he knew, the Dampiers didn't have a great mind. It was the problem Laxmus had as well. They could use it because the Red Heart was not a simple crystal that anyone could learn to manipulate. Logan currently only knew 3 people that could get the full use out of the Red Heart: himself, Vincent, and lastly, Agent 4 from Pure. "As long as it doesn't somehow end up in Pure's hands, we should be okay. That's one less thing to worry about," Logan said as he moved on to the next project the others had bought. The large chamber casket had someone inside. Several robot arms were holding up the object, while others were scanning it. Images flickered through Logan's computer as it was trying to find something. Words such as blood samples were being brought up, while references were coming up as well. At the same time, fingerprints on it were taken, as well as DNA over the whole box, to try and see who had been in contact with it as well, until finally, Logan had come up with an answer. "Just as you all thought, that certainly is an eternal chamber originally created for the vampire leaders, kings, and originals," Logan explained. "After going through blood samples and DNA, I have pinpointed our most likely suspect as to who could be inside this. It seems like the most likely cause is Alex Way." Muka's eyes opened up wide a bit when hearing this name. She had suspected it to be one of the other leaders, but for it to be the Blood Fairy? "Should we open it?" Muka asked with hesitancy in her voice. "I mean, you said before that there were many people after Alex, due to the weapons he could create, and honestly, a Blood Fairy might do us more harm than good." "A Blood Fairy? There's a Blood Fairy inside that thing?" Jessica repeated. "What's a Blood Fairy? It sounds beautiful," Minnie asked.
The robot stopped scanning the device as Logan finally sat down, tired from everything he had been doing. Although his body was mostly robotic, his mind was still fully human. "Even if we wanted to open it, we don't have any other way," Logan replied. "I gave Alex's blood to Quinn. As they say, all roads lead back to him, and I'm sure it will be a nice surprise for him when he does come back." Hearing Quinn's name just seemed to depress the group a bit, and now they were lost again with no lead. Besides that, there was Aaron too. Although they knew Sarah might know a bit about what had happened to Aaron and the reason behind her change of behavior. Looking at all the glum faces in the room and realizing that he would have to stay with these people like this for a while, Logan stood up and clapped, grabbing everyone's attention. "Okay, listen up. Learning about and finding Aaron is still essential, and the Red Heart can still be helpful to us in many ways. We might even use it to find Quinn. So instead of sitting around here, I have a suggestion to make to you all. There are people who have confronted Sarah, and at the same time, keep in mind that Sarah wasn't the only one there. Others know what happened to Leo, like the faction that's most likely triggered Aaron to act like this, Pure." Hearing this, the others believed what Logan was about to suggest. "Pure and I have been working together. I can try to explain to them what happened to the Red Heart, and at the same time, we can set up a meeting between our two groups. Why don't we ask them what happened that day and what happened to Leo?" In the end, the group agreed with Logan's decision, and the latter made the call. Surprisingly, it didn't take much convincing them to have a meeting between the two groups, but there was one condition. The meeting was scheduled at the Pure base. The audience in the celestial space was increasing with every passing moment, and more celestials were needed to support the area, as everyone stared at the orb to witness what was about to unfold. The Godslayer from the Earth, who was recently causing trouble for many, and a celestial were working together. Watching all of this among the other celestials was none other than Bliss. "You're an idiot, and I guess I'm an idiot as well for sending you to this place." Bliss had a deep frown on her face. "How can you cause so much trouble no matter where you go? Now that they see you working with a Godslayer, they will guess that you are both from the same planet or have a connection. If the others learn that a Celestial has a connection with a Godslayer, then we will become a bigger target than we already are, and of course, I cannot contact the other one," Bliss sighed in indignation. On the Amra planet, the ground that Quinn and Syl were standing on started shaking violently. It was as if the planet was frightened of what was coming of this battle. After showing all his weapons, the weapons themselves and his body started to emit and glow with strong energy. He was covered in a strange white light, constantly moving as if it were alive. "I'll take on the right side and you take on the left," Syl shouted. "And a warning about this fight, don't hold back. Don't play with these guys because they can cause serious damage." Syl was already off using super speed to run straight towards Athos' side. Since Quinn had battled with Syl not long ago, and considering the latter's experience in fighting against Celestials, Quinn thought it wise to take his advice. And as he flew forward, the shadow was already wrapping both of Quinn's demon tier wings. Heading straight for Athos, Quinn gathered his blood aura, and while doing so, he covered both his hands with two giant spinning blood drills. He could only wield one of these in the past, but he now had grown used to holding a powerful blood aura. Seeing him coming towards them, one of the women by Athos' side had pulled out two swords and swung them down towards Quinn. From the swing alone, Quinn felt he was getting hit by colossal pressure, even though the sword hadn't even reached him. "What is it? Is this gravity or wind pressure? I don't understand," Quinn thought. His speed had slowed down, but spinning at the right time, he avoided the sword strike, but a strange drag had pulled him down with it, and he felt even more pressure, forcing him to crash to the ground. Quinn didn't land very hard, but the pressure had pushed him into the ground, and that had created a crater. Eventually, another sword from the female Golden Amra was coming towards him. With no chance to get out, Quinn jumped up and threw one of his blood drills like a punch. The blood drill instantly clashed head-on against the sword. The power clash was strong and immense, and it looked like Quinn had the upper hand in this battle of strength as the sword was pushed back and caused the giant female to stumble around a bit. Seeing this as an opportunity, Quinn ran forward again and headed straight towards Athos, who had yet to move. At the moment, however, the female Amra had moved again, swinging her other arm down. But when she attacked, a large rock had come out at great speed and hit the sword, causing it to go off its trajectory. Quinn had been through enough fights to judge the sword would miss him, and that it did. The second it hit the ground, though, Quinn used it as an opportunity. The sword was large, and jumping up, he pushed off the flat surface of the sword to give himself extra strength, and using the momentum, he spun his body and headed towards Athos. There was only one blood drill, but he gathered the blood energy around him, turning into what looked like a giant blood drill ready to pierce right through Athos's chest. "Thank you guys for helping me out. I wasn't expecting any help, but you have returned the favor. Just be careful," Quinn thought, as he looked out of the corner of his eye at those that helped him. Geo, Nock, and Dober were staring at the ongoing battle not too far from where the others were fighting. They had strangely colored green rocks in their hand, and it was Geo who had thrown and hit the sword. "We're crazy for doing this," Nock said. His arms were trembling, and he nearly dropped the rock in his hand. "How can we even consider going against those who have reached the 90th floor, the one that our god has rewarded the most?" "Because this whole situation is crazy," Geo replied. "Who would have thought anyone would even be able to touch our god? And right now, we are fighting alongside someone who is on par, if not even stronger than our god. We make our own decisions in this world, and I have decided to help him." Dober laughed at this comment. "I have long grown bored of the tower's antics. Besides, this is how I always wanted to go out, with a blast." "Great! Even though you think we're going to die, I haven't given up," Nock said, hurling the green rock through the air. As it flew, it created green flames. It was impressive, even for Nock himself, because he had never been able to do such a thing before. Clearly, something was changing in him, and he was improving rapidly. After years of hitting a limit, it looked like he was finally reaching another stage. Not that it mattered anyway, as the golden female just slashed her sword, slicing the rock right in half. "This is going to be a hard battle. Please end this fight quickly, Quinn," Geo thought. Quinn had made himself move faster as he controlled the blood aura at the right time and suddenly accelerated. He wanted to use the speed change to catch Athos by surprise, and he thought it would have worked, only that Athos had lifted the shield in time. "I'll smash through that thing and head back to Earth," Quinn shouted. As his red aura hit the shield, he continued to spin it more and more. Although Athos's hand was slightly trembling as he used his strength to stop, it looked like the shield was in perfect condition, not damaged. That was when, using another hand, holding onto a spear, Athos pulled it back. His limbs seemed to somewhat grow from his body and even had extra joints, which allowed him to put strength while his body was still facing a particular direction. Seeing this, Quinn quickly decided to stop his attack, and the red aura dispersed. Then he covered himself with his shadow wings. The spear had hit the wings hard, and the others saw the shockwave coming from the impact as Quinn took the hit head-on. He could feel the wind on his back. Peeking through his wings, Quinn could no longer see Athos, nor could he see anyone else. Instead, he was flying through the air at an incredible speed. The force of the attack was so strong that although the shadow blocked it, it hadn't slowed it down or frozen it in place. Finally, Quinn stopped using his powers and pulled out his wings. Just how far was I sent back? This raw strength, it's stronger than any demon-tier beast or anyone I have faced before. If Quinn didn't have the demon-tier wings covered in shadow, he was afraid that he would have died in that single attack. He's not faster than me, but speed doesn't do anything even if I attacked him at full speed, and he is just able to brush it off. This is all about power. I need more power. Donning his blue fang set away, Quinn used the tip of his fingernails to make a thin cut on his leg. Then he hardened them to create a pair of blood-colored celestial boots. Only this time, he had cut up to his thigh and continued to have the demon-like hardened blood all the way up. The chest piece only deteriorates if I use the celestial energy through my body, but not when I power it through my blood on the outside. Twin-tail soul weapon activated. Small hard pieces of razor-sharp objects could be seen piercing out from his skin and were pronging over his shoulder. But luckily, the chest piece went around his body and over his shoulder. The bits that moved towards his chest only stuck in the piece a little. Although it was harming the piece, it was only a little.
Two things were going on at once when fighting against Athos. After the two of them had decided to approach the Celestial from the opposite direction, Syl used his fast speed to sprint straight toward Athos. "I must admit, you are much bigger than any other Celestial I have fought against, but size doesn't mean you are stronger," Syl shouted. Just like with Quinn, the female Golden Amra had decided to interfere in the fight and swung her swords down, but when it looked like Syl was about to get hit by the incoming attack, he disappeared from his spot, and in the next instant, he appeared on top of her head. He lifted his leg high, and with it, he created a tornado of flames. Then, without hesitation, he slammed the kick on the female Amra. The fire quickly spread, and it looked like her whole body was about to be consumed in flames. However, Athos had already fired an arrow, which flew through the air too fast for Syl to react, hitting him right through his stomach. However, when it hit him, Syl's body disappeared from the spot, leaving no signs of injury or blood. The female Amra was grateful that her god had saved her, but she soon felt an enormous force hitting her right at the back of her legs. It was so strong that her legs skidded forward, stumbling her whole body as she fell back to the ground. As for the person responsible for this, it was none other than Syl, or, to be more specific, there were a bunch of Syls, 10 to be precise. They were divided into 2 equal groups of 5, and they were pushing each leg using their strengthening ability to the max. They had secretly appeared there when the fight began, and using their massive amount of power and ki, they had slammed the leg. It wasn't easy to pierce the large Amras of this level, which surprised Syl a bit. He noticed that the flames that had covered her body had done next to nothing as well, but still, it was enough to knock her down. Athos shot another arrow, trying to target the Syls without his ally. However, they all suddenly disappeared and teleported onto the female Amra's body, standing on her stomach. "I can see every move you are going to make. There is a reason why the other gods could not kill me, and it will be the same." The Syls spoke in unison as he lifted their hands in the air, and blue sparks of lightning started to form in their hands. Then, swinging it down, several lightning strikes hit the golden female Amra's body. "If fire won't work, then I'll try lighting, and if that won't work, I'll just try something else that will." The strength of 10 Syl clones using maximum illumination had just caused the entire area to light up, to the point where no one could see anything. But the Syl who was at the center of it could see that it was still not affecting the Amra's body. "This isn't even the Celestial itself, and I'm having a tougher time than I usually would. So maybe I should take my chance, and instead of playing safe, I should go all out and figure out how to hurt her." Syl avoided each arrow, teleporting again, and it looked like Athos was reluctant to move from his position. But, at least for now, he could see that Athos was using his shield to block an attack from Quinn. While teleporting everywhere, using his soul weapon, Syl was searching for a power that he could use, and he had finally found one he believed would be of some use. Just then, the female Amra regained her composure and was about to stand up again. After quickly teleporting from place to place, in areas where he knew Athos could not hit him, Syl finally appeared directly behind the female. Then, placing his hand against her back, he was about to phase into it. It looked like his hands were slowly submerging into her back, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot again. In the next second, the female Amra coughed up blood, and her face paled as fear gripped her heart. Her eyes turned red, and she began feeling a strange sensation all over her body. She knew something was wrong, and after a moment of thought, she turned toward her god and opened her mouth to speak. "It was an honor serving you, my dear god." These were her last words, as flame erupted from inside out, spewing blood from her mouth, and before burning her insides with flame. The same happened to her eyeballs, which were burnt to a crisp as soon as the flames came out. It was clear that the Golden Amra female was dead, and with this, Syl had defeated one of the strongest warriors of the Amra race without much effort. A few moments later, Syl appeared out from the top of her body, his arms covered in flames, and his whole body was sheathed in Amra blood. His arms had evaporated off the excess of the blood on him, turning it into steam, but the rest of him, there was nothing about Syl that made him look human. "I can predict what you will do and where you will attack. I can clone myself to create more of me, and I have the strongest powers that the earth has to offer. But do you know what the worst thing about me is?
It's the fact that I can always find a way. Through countless abilities at my disposal, I can always find a way to kill anyone in front of me. I knew you would be far more troublesome than the other one," Athos broke his silence, "which is why I wanted him to get rid of you, but I guess I will just have to do it myself." It was then that other Sills started to gather around him. There were 11 in total. The real Sill stood in the center and lifted his hand, opening up a portal. A large trident dropped out of it, which Sill caught without trouble. He then spun it a few seconds before stopping its shiny reflective blue end into the body of the dead he was currently standing on. The trident was clearly unique and radiated with power. There was a crystal design at the bottom, while the handle went up like waves in a dark blue color heading towards the top. Then at the very top, there were the 3 spikes. All 3 tips were different in color, blue, red, and an almost transparent color, while the base of the trident was still in a similar diamond-like pattern. "You think a demon weapon will change the outcome of this fight?" Athos asked. "Compared to my celestial weapons, they are nothing." Athos lifted up the mace and prepared his sword. Now that Quinn was gone, he could use all of his weapons toward the Godslayer, and it looked like he was confident, but he wasn't the only one who was. "I just wish Quinn was there. That way he could have seen what I had in store for him," Sill said with a smile. Just then, the 10 clones of Sill standing around him lifted their arms as well. As they did, a portal appeared above them, and in the next instant, all sorts of weapons began to drop out. One was shield, another was a spear, one looked like a strange gun, and there were many others, all unique in their own way. However, there was one thing that all of these items had in common. "You're right. One demon weapon won't make a difference, but with my powers and all these demon weapons I have gathered over the years, I think we stand a pretty good chance," Sill replied in conviction. Intense energy was emitting from Athos during the fight. It was so strong that it affected his surroundings. The ground was constantly quivering, and the smaller rubble would disappear altogether. In reality, they were breaking down into fine particles instead of condensing due to the power. As a result, many were forced to get away from the fight. One of them was the other, golden-colored female Amra. She was tightly holding both swords and was constantly on the move, slashing through the rocks thrown at her. "Hey, are we just going to keep tossing these rocks?" Nock asked, while picking up anything he could find and hurling it as far as possible. Even if they were to hit the Amra, the rocks would do nothing. It was as if a child was hurling a piece of dirt at an adult. However, since there were 3 of them and each had 4 arms, these piles of dirt added up and were quite distracting. "Do you suggest we fight this one head-on?" Dober replied, still picking up things from the ground. All 3 were also stepping away from the fight to not get caught in the mess, and soon they had stepped out of the danger zone and even the rubble around them had lessened. And now their attacks slowed down a bit. However, the female Amra was already annoyed enough by them. She smacked the air with her 2 swords, releasing strange energy. Then her swords began vibrating, and whenever the rocks came close, they would constantly get crushed, falling to the ground before reaching her. "How dare you embarrass me?" the female shouted. "You haven't even climbed the tower. You haven't been through the things I have been through, and yet you dare to annoy me?" Immediately she dashed forward, covering the distance between them and her in an instant. Geo could see her blades swinging down. At that moment, he pushed Nock out of the way, and the sword went right between them. Hitting the ground, it sliced through, but it didn't cause the ground to be uplifted like an attack usually would. Both of them had barely survived the deadly blow and were safe from the sword, but Dober noticed that Geo and Nock struggled to stand. "This weight! It's like the other floors of the tower. What is that weapon?" Geo shouted. Holding her sword in her other hand again, she was ready to slash it, to kill both of them in one hit. "It's not the sword that is causing that. It's the power given to me by him." She swung her sword, and Geo, at that moment, felt like this was going to be his end. But just before it sliced him and his friend, a strange object coiled around the sword. It was red and black, with several glowing blades on it. Like a chain, it looped itself several times around the giant sword. Suddenly, the sword stopped. No matter how much force she applied, the sword would not budge. "This strength!" "Thank you for helping me out earlier. Now let me return the favor," a voice suddenly said from above. The next moment, the female Amra felt an immense force pulling her sword. When she tried to pull back, nothing worked, and even though she applied her full strength, she only lost her grip and fell directly to the ground on her back as she lost her balance. When she regained her composure and raised her head to see what had happened, she saw a small figure with black wings and glowing red armor above her. It was hard to tell it was the same person, but after a moment, she knew it was the same person from before, one of the two people that had attacked. "I wasn't planning to kill you. I wouldn't have if you didn't involve yourself, but I can't just let these people die," Quinn said. The weapon from before was his soul weapon. The armor on his body was the hardened celestial blood that would be powered by his own blood. However, the strangest thing was that only one of the twin tail chains was currently in its chained form. Meanwhile, the other one had transformed into a gauntlet that appeared on Quinn's other hand. His hand was in a claw-like shape, as the fingertips on the gauntlet began turning bright red by the second. Then they started to elongate, and a claw made of red aura appeared slightly bigger, covering the entire gauntlet. Suddenly, Quinn started to move towards the female Amra on the ground, but it wasn't by his own will. Rather, he was being pulled forward. With the single twin chain around the sword, Quinn was currently retracting the weapon back into itself and back into his body. Doing this was far faster than him running or at any flying speed as well. Quinn had come down at an incredible speed, crashing into the hard Amra body with his claw hand as they ripped through any armor and hard skin she had. It was so swift and seemed effortless, as if he was slicing his hand through a lake. Blood gushed out immediately from the wound. Then, once his hand was in the body, he pushed it further in, and 5 lines of aura spread out from the gauntlet, ripping through her body and cutting it entirely from her stomach down to her legs. When Quinn pulled out his hand, the female Amra was no longer alive. Retracting the claws, Quinn stood there and turned towards the other 3. Geo was on his backside, seeing Quinn hold his hand up as if he was in some victory pose, and now, seeing one of the greats of his race defeated so easily, he could only think one thing. Did we make the right choice, helping this man? Because at that moment, honestly, he couldn't be sure. 3,420 celestial points have been added. When using his celestial soul weapon, he had just learned that attacking his opponent with it would also allow him to use the celestial drain ability and gain the celestial points from the dead. Staring at the prompt, Quinn knew Athos had invested quite a lot in the two around him. "Thank you, and you have another use as well," Quinn said as he raised his hand, and the blood from Amra's body started to rise up, and then it began to swirl around Quinn like a tornado, eventually going to his celestial gauntlet. A large amount of blood had come out from the giant Amra, and it had all disappeared like that. What Geo and the other two witnessed was clearly a feat that only a god could accomplish. Flapping his wings, Quinn was off again, heading straight toward Athos. It didn't take him long, and he could see that the area where he was fighting once before had changed entirely. There were enormous craters everywhere on the battlefield. The holes went so deep in some of them that lava had come out from below the crust, but it was easy to find where the two were fighting. One would just have to follow the energy. That was when Quinn saw that Athos was somewhat fighting evenly with Syl. To be more specific, there were 9 different Syl clones. "Hey, Quinn, this energy is making it hard to move. I could use a hand," Syl shouted when he noticed Quinn while he swung a small sword, clashing against Athos's large sword. Then the two collided, and a large energy blast went above the sky, splitting the clouds and traveling far enough into space. The clash between Syl's weapons and all of Athos's continued, and the shock waves were going everywhere, destroying whatever they touched. Just then, one energy blast went right past Quinn, causing almost a nuclear explosion in the background. In all honesty, Quinn didn't know how much more the planet could take before it was destroyed. Placing both of his hands out, his gauntlet and the twin chain blade started to glow again, this time creating a completely new shape that he hadn't used before. When the red glow faded, one could finally see what was in his hands. "It's time to go back to my roots," Quinn said,
as he held two giant red celestial blood scythes. The scythes were a dark red, almost black. Where it was curved near the edges, it was shrouded in glowing red energy. Moments before Quinn had arrived, Syl had given 10 of his clones the strongest pieces of equipment he had stored away with one of his abilities. He had gathered these weapons over the last few years while exploring the world, defeating beasts and gods. Each of these weapons in the past would have caused wars to be fought over them, and in all honesty, Syl had never used them against a single person before. However, Syl noticed something after seeing Athos' strikes. This Celestial was different from the last one he had met. This one showed no fear while fighting and kept on counterattacking. He didn't even flinch or give a reaction even after losing one of his strongest allies. There was something in Syl that was telling him he needed to do at least this much. This Celestial seemed to be used to war. He had been a warrior with quite a bit of experience, unlike the other Celestials that Syl had fought, who were powerful, but not particularly used to fighting someone of similar strength. One of Syl's clones pointed its spear towards Athos, activating one of the skills, and it grew larger. Its head now looked almost the size of a cannon, and he was gathering a large amount of energy from it. At the same time, Syl used the ability of foresight to predict where Athos would dodge. After that, he would follow up with the other clones, each using a weapon, and then finish Athos with his favorite weapon, the trident. Syl had planned every strike. As predicted, just before the spear shot out its beam of energy, Athos stomped on the ground, and several cracks formed below his foot, looking like spider webs. Through these cracks, the white energy emitting from giant Athos came out, and the cracks eventually reached Syl. "I saw this in my vision, but it doesn't change anything." Syl stood at the perfect place and avoided all of the cracks. He knew where they would appear, and his first attack was ready to launch. However, just moments before his demon tier spear fired, the light from the cracks rose. At that moment, he suddenly felt a great weight on all his clones. It was so sudden and intense that all the Syls fell to the floor. Taking advantage of this, Athos had already shot an arrow, and it went right through the spear holder's head, killing the clone as the spear dropped on the group and the gathered energy dispersed. "What just happened? My prediction! Nothing like this happened in it," Syl thought. His powers had never failed him before, and for a moment there, he was unsure about how it had failed. But he did not have too long to dwell on this mystery, as he was still in the middle of a tough battle. Athos was not giving him any time to think. Still, using his foresight powers, Syl started to teleport. Unfortunately, he couldn't move too easily because the gravity around him had suddenly increased 1,000-fold. However, as soon as he and the others stepped out of the unknown range, the pressure on them disappeared. So this is the range? His celestial power most likely has something to do with gravity, but why didn't my foresight work? Shouldn't it be able to reveal everything that is going to happen? Or maybe it's because it couldn't predict how the celestial energy would affect me. It only knew how it normally would work. After all, what I see isn't truly the future, Syl thought. Either way, Syl had second thoughts about using his foresight ability. It was the first time since using it with this much power and MC cells that it seemed to have failed him. Instead of wasting his energy on the foresight ability, he used all the different abilities and powers at his disposal and fired them toward Athos. Lightning, fire, wind, water, and earth were at their strongest levels. While using these attacks, all of the Syls charged toward him, including the one with the trident. Seeing this, Athos lifted his large shield, which suddenly started to glow. When it did, all of Syl's long-distance attacks changed the trajectory, and instead of hitting them, they slammed into the shield, and when they hit the shield, they dealt 0 damage. There was not even a tiny scratch. Syl felt a bit frustrated by the fact that all his attacks had failed at once, but he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. "Deal with this!" Syl threw his trident, and it started to multiply when it left his hand. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, and 100 became 1,000. Unlike before, the shield didn't seem to work on the weapon. Seeing this, Athos once again stomped on the group, and the ground began to shine. And just when the tridents were about to hit Athos, they all began to fall, as if something was pulling them. However, the other Syls, with their weapons, were able to reach Athos. They used their powers and weapons as best as possible and clashed against Athos. Still knew he would lose out in the battle of strength as his clones were kicked to the side and crushed on the ground. But at times, an attack or two would get in and hit Athos back. At the same time, Still was looking for the right opportunity. The trident had reappeared in his hand, as it was one of his abilities. It could come back to him no matter where it was. He would throw the blade when he saw the chance, trying to cause a fatal blow. However, every time an attack came close, Athos would use a weapon or his shield to block the attack, and whenever he was overwhelmed, he used his celestial powers to increase the gravity around him, causing everything to fall to the ground. Right now, neither of us has the upper hand, but there was a reason I didn't create multiple clones of myself, my MC cells. This fight has already gone on for much longer than I thought. I assumed he might tire out, but this man has a warrior spirit. It feels like he'll keep fighting like this until his last breath. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Quinn flying toward him. As soon as the latter reached within the range of the car shot, Still yelled out for him to help. He was getting frustrated, but rather than waiting for an opportunity to strike with his trident, this time he was going on his own to create a chance for himself. He could see one of the large hands with a sword coming his way. Still pushed himself up with his great wind powers and then used the fire ability on his arm to thrust himself toward the incoming attack, and in the next instant he quickly switched to a stronger ability. The trident and the sword collided, but they remained mid-air, as both powers appeared somewhat equal. "I'll give you a hand with that," a voice resounded, and a red curved object appeared from beneath, hitting the bottom of the sword and chucking it up somewhat. Still could see Quinn flying through the air with his two red blood scythes in his hand. Quinn had already swung his hand, throwing the celestial soul weapon scythe toward Athos, and the latter moved his shield to block the attack. As the red scythe clashed against the shield, it looked like the latter had blocked the attack well, but something strange happened. As the scythe made contact with the shield, it looked like blood was oozing out of the end of the bladed part. It quickly spread around the whole shield like some type of plague, and going around the shield, it branched out, heading straight towards Athos. Using his other hand and a mace, he had managed to cut it before the strange red blood-looking veins reached his neck. At that moment, Quinn landed on the ground and swung both of his scythes onto the floor, and the same thing happened. Two splots of blood marks started forming, and they quickly went across the ground in spiderweb shape before shooting up and sticking directly into Athos's legs. They had pierced and caused great pain to run through his body. Athos jumped up, and the blood web broke off again. However, from the very beginning of this battle, Athos was wounded for the first time. Quinn started to swing his two scythes in circles, spinning them. The blood that looked like hard ice icicles began to melt, turning into a more standard blood consistency, heading straight toward Quinn. Getting close, the blood jumped onto the scythes, and as it was absorbed, the energy was passed through and into Quinn. "Celestial blood has been consumed. Your celestial powers have increased by 10%. Resistance against celestial power from Athos has been applied." Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Quinn's face, and he raised his head to stare at Athos. "Your blood. It's quite tasty." The system message was a surprise for Quinn. This prompt made him feel that there was still a lot for him to learn about his celestial self. He knew this due to him currently being in the lower levels of a celestial, that there would be more things to learn, but this message made him realize that even more. The change in his soul weapon was quite handy, as he could control his celestial blood and his blood aura in more menacing ways, compared to when he just used his standard blood control. The scythes he used could expand the size of the handle and the blade, while they would emit a red blood aura from their ends. On top of that, Quinn noticed that not only could he use his blood, but just like before when using his soul weapon, the addition of others' blood helped him become more versatile when using his blood moves. The system hasn't come up much since I've turned, Quinn thought, but then again, maybe it's because I have changed and was going up against those that weren't like me. Now things are different, Quinn said, tightening his grip on both of his weapons. "Well, it looks like you one-up me for once," Still said, gathering the rest of his clones and creating one more as he quickly whipped out his book to change his ability. The new clone had also picked up the spear, and now the 10 Sills with 10 demon-tier weapons had lined up. "You got him to jump back. You scared him, which is a first." Looking at Sill, Quinn couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew Sill had a few weapons up his sleeve he had yet to use during their fight, but to think the latter had so many weapons? Although it wasn't working so well against Athos, perhaps because of the giant's own set of weapons and limbs, it did make Quinn wonder how well he would do against Sill. Sill had been fighting Athos alone this whole time, and could barely survive. On the other hand, Quinn had only caught Athos by surprise due to his attention on Sill. "It's not a contest," Quinn replied. "Besides, without blood I can't use these for long. HP 64 of 100. Very rarely did Quinn have to keep an eye on his HP these days. There were a few reasons for that. One of them was that blood attacks didn't affect his health anymore, but the celestial energy was a different story due to it being trapped in his body. Quinn had only figured out how to use it by literally making cuts on himself and drawing his own blood out. The soul weapons he was using acted a little differently, but eventually they would also drain his HP. "It's the same for me, my friend. The longer this fight draws out, the worse it is," Sill replied, thinking about his MC cells. Once his MC cells ran out, he would be helpless against Athos, and this was what they had to prevent. With these thoughts in their minds, it was time for them to charge forward. Quinn ran across the ground, stomping his feet on the surface and using his blood control to control the hardened armor around him, which allowed him to move faster. On the other hand, Sill was teleporting all over the place, putting his trust in the foresight ability once again. This allowed him to dodge all the incoming attacks. Athos was getting frustrated. Stomping his foot, he created several cracks in the ground again, and the white light came out from these cracks. Knowing what this would do, Sill teleported all of his clones directly to where Athos was. "I'll hit you before you can use that crap on me," Sill shouted, as 3 of the Sills struck with the sword on Athos's sides, using flames and their demon-tier weapons. It imbalanced Athos, and at that moment, Sill was able to thrust his trident forward. As he did, a stream of water appeared through the air, suddenly giving Sill a boost as he struck the trident deep into the giant's shoulder. A successful hit had landed on Athos, but it was due to him now being distracted by another as well. The white light from the ground had hit Quinn, and he could feel it somewhat affect him, but thanks to the blood he had consumed, Quinn was in a slightly better state. Just when he was about to swing his scythes, he saw Athos was getting his shield ready, and that's when he decided to modify the attack plan. Then, without any hesitation, he swung the scythes. However, mid-swing they started to glow red as their form changed to the twin-blade chain. Their pointy ends stuck into the shield, creating a small dent. Then, using their ability to retract, Quinn pulled himself and flew towards Athos. Seeing this, Athos, with his other hand, had his spear ready, its tip glowing like before, and using his strength, he hit it out, perfectly aiming for Quinn, but the latter was ready this time. "That's what I was waiting for. Shadow Overload skill activated." Quinn had his demon-tier chest piece on, and the wings sprouted in the back were wrapped by shadows. As for his legs, they were covered in his red blood celestial armor, and the twin-tail chains were held tightly in his arms. The Shadow Overload skill would usually shroud Quinn's body with a shadow body upon activation. As expected, when he activated the Shadow Overload, the shadow enveloped his skin, but strangely, it went underneath the celestial armor, and one could even see the twin tails through the shadow. As the shadow clad his body, Quinn looked less and less like a human, but he wasn't bothered by this fact. Just then, as Athos's spear was about to hit him, he surrounded himself in his wings and deflected the attack. The spear's tip was so large that it nearly covered an entire wing, but at that moment, something strange happened. The spear went through the wing, but instead of hitting Quinn, it suddenly came out of the other wing and was heading straight back towards Athos. Becoming a Celestial and using my skills with this demon-tier equipment, a lot of things have changed. I have found that the Shadow Overload skill and the demon-tier armor's active skills mean that I won't lose MC points as long as the shadow is on my wings. It acts like a condensed form of the shadow, but I can use its other traits just like I usually would when having the Shadow Overload skill. With the spear coming out from Quinn's other wing like a portal, it headed straight for the shield and crashed into it. The shield didn't break, but the momentum had pushed back Athos. But just then, along with Sill's trident hitting his shoulders, the force caused him to lose balance as one of his feet rose, and he fell on his back. Without wasting time, Quinn summoned several shadow portals over Athos's position, and he then swung his two twin blades, creating countless blood slashes. As they went through the shadow, they began hitting Athos's body. At the same time, in the air, Sill had raised himself onto a pillar of earth and threw down his trident. It started to multiply and hit Athos on the ground. With each attack, Athos's body sank deeper, and the two didn't stop until they heard an almighty roar. Ah! Athos, now enraged, leaped up from the ground, and the whole world seemed to react at that point. It shook from the force and aftershock when he landed in a different area from where the two were attacking. It felt like the target they were on had moved slightly as they felt a strange feeling in their stomach. It was as if the planet itself had moved. Athos stood there in anger, huffing and panting, and had blood wounds all over his body from the attack. He was hurt, but it looked like he was nowhere near his end and could still fight on. HP 44 of 100. I've already used my blood bank, so how much time do I have left? It's definitely not much, so I must end this fight as fast as I can. Thinking of this, Quinn decided to change his weapons to the blood scythes once again. It was his weapon's strongest form and made it easier to drain blood from his opponent. Sill, we have to stop him from moving. Use whatever you can. Then we will attack him with all we got, and I meant it. We must use everything at our disposal. I am sure that we can take him down, he said. Oh, so you're saying you would have lost to him without me here? Well, I have to admit I feel the same way. One hit from this guy, and I feel like I would have died. I would have been out of this fight if it weren't for you. Also, I have a feeling someone is watching us up there, Sill joked. Up there? Quinn smiled, thinking of the celestial space. You're right. Someone is watching us from up there, but we decide our own fate. Come, let's finish this so we can finally get back home. Inside the celestial space, none of the celestials were chatting as they stared at the orb in the center and closely observed the ongoing battle. Many wondered if they could survive, or how long they could last if they faced these two. The strength of this duo was certainly impressive, and it looked like the planet was already done for. They had tossed around too much energy for the planet to bear, and it was already on the verge of destruction. Athos will win, right? One of the Celestials asked. Look at his strength, and even after those attacks, he barely has a scratch on him. Not to mention he has plenty of celestial energy still to use as well. Although he was betting on Athos, his nervous tone betrayed his thoughts. The fight was too close to call, but if a celestial like Athos could lose, what would it mean for the rest of them? You know, the celestial energy isn't everything. It allows us to do things that others would never imagine, but it doesn't mean we will win all of our battles. We can use only so much celestial energy in a fight, and it seems like the other celestial is a strong fighter along with the Godslayer. These two are a deadly duo. Biting her nails, Bliss continued to watch because she honestly wasn't sure which side she wanted to win. Although Quinn was causing trouble for Earth, where she thrived and originally came from, she wondered if she was delaying the inevitable. A part of her was blaming herself for even thinking of bringing Quinn here. The other Celestials and Ancient Ones had been trying to claim Earth for themselves for the longest time due to the abundance of life in and around the solar system. As for who would win this fight, it was too close to call. However, according to Bliss's calculations, Sill and Quinn were already on the edge of exhaustion. Bliss was right. The exhaustion was why Quinn decided to gamble everything on this next attack. He had no more cards to play, so all he could do was try to win with his strength. Remember what I said, Sill. I trust you, Quinn shouted, running forward. He held the scythes by the bottom of the handle and changed the shape slightly to create a small loop at the end. Then, putting his finger through it, Quinn started to spin it while still holding the other one steady. His wings allowed him to fly slightly in the air to ensure the part of the scythe didn't touch the ground, and in the next instant, Quinn flew forward. After spinning the scythe to a degree, Quinn gathered his normal blood aura rather than his celestial one and began swinging the scythe swiftly. As he did,
A large tornado of blood came from the scythe. It ran across the ground, destroying everything it touched and anything that would come close to it, heading straight for Athos. After a moment, Quinn swung the other scythe and did the same, and now there were two large tornadoes of blood heading straight for the giant. They had started small, but had grown just as large as Athos himself. Seeing this, Athos grabbed his mace and his sword and swung them both down directly at the attack, destroying it and making it dissipate. As soon as his sword had sliced through the blood tornado, though, a large energy blast hit Athos on his shoulder, compelling him to grunt in pain as he noticed that it was the other one with his clones and demon-tier weapons. The one holding the spear looked like he could finally use his weapon in an attack. "Taking on two of these is harder than I thought it would be. I need to get my act together." Athos tried to concentrate. As more blood tornadoes came toward Athos, shadows appeared with different blood attacks on him. Seeing this, Athos started to spin his whole body, and while doing so, used all of the weapons he could to attack and block the attacks. Mainly, Syl made stronger aggressive attacks as his demon-tier weapons went to work. It was taking nearly everything for Athos to stop himself from receiving a vital blow. Once again, it looked like Syl was able to gather Athos's full attention, as his 10 clones had gotten at an equal distance around Athos, and all of them were attacking with various weapons and abilities. Seeing this, Quinn thought it was time for him to act, so he continued to swing the large scythes, and now they were growing in size. They got larger by the second, and Quinn even started having trouble controlling the energy and supplying his blood to it. 16 of 100 HP. That's it. If this attack hits, we'll win this fight. Quinn was flapping his wings once in a while so he would remain around chest height compared to the giant. His scythes spun, and the range of the blade was now as large as the giant god himself. For the first time, Quinn felt there was a strain on his body holding the large celestial weapons. In fact, he had been feeling the effects ever since he had gone below the 50 health points mark. He realized it long ago. It was almost as if his body wasn't special anymore, since most of his blood was out of his body. This was it. There was nowhere else for him to go or do. It looks like Quinn's ready, Syl thought. At that moment, using the teleportation ability and his foresight, Syl had teleported each one of his clones into a certain position. Instantly, they all put their hands on the ground, and out of it, a solid large ice pillar appeared. They were giant in size, solid and thick. The pillars didn't just come straight up out of the ground as if they were trying to hit the clouds. They had come out of all sorts of angles, going through Athos's legs, going through his arms, and crossing each other narrowly as ice touched ice. Eventually, the 10 pillars had gone through all of Athos's limbs and were also crossing over in such a way that 4 pillars had trapped his head as well. "This is it, Quinn. I'm out of MC cells, and I don't know how long this will hold him for, but I can still use my weapons." All of the clones of Syl started to charge up their weapons as they were ready for one last attack. At the same time, seeing Athos trapped, Quinn swung both of his giant scythes from side to side, straight for Athos's head, planning to chop it right off. Athos could see his death coming before his eyes. He was no fool to think that the scythes wouldn't slice his head clean off, so he gathered his energy, his strength, and the power to fight the ice pillars. As he did, they began to crack, but they were solid and strong, and the attacks coming from Syl were making it hard for him to charge up his energy. "Ah!" Athos screamed and lit up in a white glow. The ice pillars were destroyed, breaking and falling to the ground, but the scythes had already been swung. As he leaned back, Athos followed with his eyes the tip of both of the scythes, and saw them cut through the hard skin around his neck. Instantly, blood started to squirt out, and Athos fell to the ground. With 2 of his arms, he held his neck, but the color in his eyes was fading, and he finally crashed onto the ground. As he fell, the white energy started to fade around him, and that's when both Syl and Quinn knew it was the end of the fight. Still a little concerned, Quinn was in his current form as he flew to Athos's head, where one of Syl's clones was standing as well. The 2 of them looked at his giant eyes, slowly losing life. "We just wanted you to take us back to Earth. It didn't have to end this way," Quinn said. "It still doesn't. We can find a way to help you. Just agree to take us back." Athos's pupil moved to look at Quinn, but in the end, he said nothing. "You said you were a good guy, so why are you stopping us?" Quinn shouted in frustration. Finally, Athos moved his lips. "You're meant to be on our side," he said with heavy breaths in between. Seeing Athos still breathing like this and not giving up, Quinn felt like he had no option. "My friends are more important than any of this celestial crap," Quinn replied without hesitation. "If you won't help us get back to the Earth, then I have no choice." Quinn moved over and placed his hand on his head. "Skill Celestial Drain has been activated. Athos's celestial energy points will be added to yours."
The Celestial Drain was a skill Quinn had only used once before and never on another Celestial. It was his first time, and seeing how Athos was on his deathbed and with no one to help him, it was the perfect opportunity to use it. "I don't really know how this Celestial Drain works. Do I get all of his Celestial points? I don't think that would be the case because gods are meant to reincarnate. If I remember correctly, the system stated I would get his Celestial points, and when he reincarnated, the Celestial points I gained would return to him. But how long until he reincarnates?" Quinn thought. Either way, it would be a power boost for Quinn, even if it was temporary. It wasn't his primary objective in the first place. They had somewhat failed at their primary objective because they now had no way of getting home. Quinn's hand pressed Athos's head, and the white energy rushed through him. It wasn't a painful feeling, rather it was quite pleasant, more pleasant than any feeling he could even describe. It was as if someone had been deprived of sugar for most of their life, and just had their first ever ice cream. It was truly magnificent, which was why Quinn also thought it was dangerous. Inside the celestial space now, the fight had come to an end. There were a few comments here and there about what had occurred. "The infamous God-slayer still lives, and it seems like he has killed quite a skilled celestial for the first time. Should we spread the news?" one of them asked. "This is the type of news that is impossible to keep just to ourselves," Zox almost shouted in excitement, and his ball body was quite sweaty at the moment. "Too many people have witnessed the event, and you know it's impossible to tell a celestial what to do. It will just cause arguments." "Well, what I want to know is, who is the other celestial helping him? If they are celestial, they can enter this space. If that's the case, with the two of them, they could plan to get rid of a large amount of us. I suggest that this matter has to be reported to the Ancient Ones." The others around the man nodded in agreement. They were quite fearful of what they had seen for more reasons than one. "I'm sorry, but I'm quite new here," a short celestial said, raising their hand. They were about half the size of a normal human, but had a similar shape to a pair of forceps in their head. Or at least that's what the outline of energy looked like. "Is it really a big problem?" "Athos was a strong celestial, so he should reincarnate and have plenty of followers. So as long as the two of them don't suddenly start killing us all, will it be a problem?" Since they were a new celestial, they themselves had never experienced reincarnation. However, there were times when even celestials would die from those that weren't even godslayers. "It is a problem because Athos might not be able to come back," Zox explained. "As you said, a celestial can reincarnate as long as they have a follower. All of Athos's dedicated followers were killed by the two we watched. On top of that, the celestial drained his energy away. When draining energy, there is a chance that too much is taken, and it lowers our celestial powers to the point where we can't reincarnate. Even if that's not the case, reincarnation has many problems in itself. For one, the time it takes to reincarnate. What if a god reappears after 1,000 years? If that were to occur, by that time, there might not be a single being alive that can remember Athos. If that's the case, he is no longer a celestial, and therefore can no longer reincarnate. Then there are the cases where one has been reincarnated but lost their memories, another where only their soul and powers have been put in another being." Now, hearing it from Zox, the new celestial really knew how dangerous it was. He thought due to the reincarnation that they didn't have to worry, but with another celestial there who could take over his energy, there was more of a chance that Athos would never come back alive again. "Then doesn't that mean we should report this to the Ancient Ones or the stronger Celestials? Maybe they can come up with a plan to take these two out,"
another replied. Wait! A voice shouted out to the relatively large group. There's no need to do that. As for the one they could see speaking, it was none other than Bliss. Remember that Imortui is part of the other realm that controls Earth. If there is ever a large or serious problem, he will deal with it. Even if he has to personally in some way, this is just a small hiccup in the thousands of years to come. Besides, you all know that if Celestials were to come to Earth, it would attract all types of different Celestials trying to go there for their own purpose. These actions could cause infighting between us, and in turn upset the balance. It was a plea, and many of them knew that. They knew who the god was in front of them, a fairly old one that had been doing things for a fairly long time, but it wasn't her they were afraid of. Wait, the Celestial and Godslayer, don't they both come from Earth? They both have a similar form, and if they're fighting together, they most likely know each other. How can you not keep a Celestial from Earth in check, Bliss? Or maybe you are working with them, another shouted. Hey, wait a second. Didn't that BB guy say he came from Earth as well? Yeah, the new Celestial. You don't think that was him we saw fighting right now? The talking between the Celestials was getting larger, and it seemed like Bliss's intervention had stirred up more conversation, only making their determination stronger to inform others about what was going on. What do I do now? Do I inform Quinn? Do I send him back? But if there is an attack on Earth from other Celestials, then we will need to prepare. Quinn will have to get as strong as possible. Bliss let out a big sigh as she suddenly disappeared out of the space. Her interventions and her ability to see what would occur usually gave her issues. It just had given her major issues this time. Back on the planet that continued to shake and rumble all over, Quinn had finished using his celestial drain. Athos's body was now slowly disappearing, turning into particles, and as he did, so did his other two dedicated followers. Come on, Quinn, I let you do your magic thing, but we have to get off this place now, Syl shouted. Using his powers, a large spaceship was brought out from a portal. Seeing this, the other three Amra that were not too far off were seen running towards Quinn and Syl. Based on what he had seen, Syl knew these guys were friendly. After letting everyone on board the spaceship, it quickly blasted off, heading out of the planet's gravity pull and into space. A few moments later, and looking back, they all could see the planet explode right in front of them. A large force could be felt dragging the spaceship in slightly after the explosion, but the ship, using extra power, had blasted off, heading out. You mean we would have died if we stayed there? Nock commented. It was a close call, but to Quinn, who was staring off into space, it didn't seem to be a reaction at all to the planet exploding. Instead, he was staring at nothing but the air in front of him. 28,546 of 252,256 celestial energy. Congratulations, you have received enough celestial energy to level up. You are now level 4. Congratulations, you have received enough celestial energy to level up. You are now level 5. The following skills have been obtained. The number of celestial points was beyond what Quinn could think of, even though he knew Athos had an abundant amount of it. For instance, the latter created these large towers that had their own world within them. Every time Quinn absorbed the nest crystals with the celestial marking, he could tell that Athos put a large amount of celestial energy into them. However, after only completing his condition with many of those on Earth, he didn't expect much. How many years were you storing this for? Getting those to complete your condition, and you gave it all up for what? Quinn didn't quite understand Athos's reason for fighting against him. Maybe he was arrogant, or he just wanted to start afresh, or perhaps he had even grown tired of this whole thing. Certainly, Quinn was in the spaceship, and they were heading back to the planet where Athos originally resided. Dober was helping Syl navigate between the parents to find out which one was the right one. Dober was always interested in these particular things, even in the tower, which was why he had so much knowledge, even about creating vessels that could travel in space. Although, after finding Syl, they no longer needed a ship, they just needed to know the directions. Now that Quinn and Syl had defeated Athos, they couldn't help but wonder what would happen to the tower and how the people would react to this event. At the same time, Geo and the others tried to forget about the planet they had destroyed. Although Geo didn't know any of them personally, he seemed somewhat upset that all of the Amra, those of the same race as him,
had died on that planet and could have been partially due to them. All three of the Amra were in disbelief at what had occurred. Their god, whom they had never seen until today, was suddenly defeated like that, and killed. It was a tale that they would find hard to believe if someone was to tell them. When everyone was quiet on the ship and lost in their own thoughts, Quinn used the time to understand and see the new changes after leveling up. First, he wanted to know what he had achieved through leveling up, as there was a new celestial power with each level. Reincarnation has been unlocked for the celestial Quinn Talon. Reincarnation will ensue upon your death. Death, natural or not, will incur a loss of celestial points, and this ability will use a certain number of celestial points to activate. The time and the state of reincarnation are unknown. Now that reincarnation has been unlocked, it has been added permanently to the celestial condition to activate. As long as there is one dedicated follower of the celestial, or someone who remembers the celestial and is still alive, apart from other celestials, reincarnation will be possible. I've unlocked reincarnation. Now I really am becoming more and more like them, but it's harder than I thought, Quinn thought as he realized that even though they could reincarnate, death for a god wasn't always a safe bet. Although he didn't know why, perhaps it was because he was reading it on a system screen, but now the information just seemed lackluster. For such a special ability that could theoretically make someone immortal in a way, it just didn't feel real to Quinn. Especially since there were no power boosts like when he previously leveled up, just more skills he could use. You can now create a personal space. A personal space is an independent space that celestials can create using their celestial energy. The size and stability of the space will depend on the amount of celestial energy consumed. The space created by a celestial will be fully under their control, and they can control the flow of time depending on the amount of celestial energy available to consume. Upon reading the second skill he had unlocked, Quinn pondered two things, one of them being about the celestial space that he could already access. It sounded similar to that. Does that mean the whole giant space was created by someone else, maybe by a real god or something? Or is it just the universe acting like what that damned Bliss blabbers about all the time? As for the second thought, it was to do with Bliss, the space she had created before she had taken Quinn away from everyone. I would like to test my personal space skill and see how it works, Quinn thought, but now probably isn't the best time. With this many celestial points, I can start experimenting with more weapons and markings. This was something Quinn was looking forward to most. After fighting against Syl, he realized that there might be opponents in the future, and that his set of skills might not give the outcome he wants, but with weapons, he could make his arsenal much more versatile. It was a close call in the fight against Athos. Without Syl's help, Quinn would have most likely lost the battle. Thinking about this, he remembered there was something else he also needed to do. He then stood up and walked over to the table where Nock and Geo were seated. Then, moving the chair, he sat across them and placed his hands on the table. I first want to apologize, Quinn said. I never meant to kill your god, your celestial. I know you guys looked up to him, and honestly, I just wanted to leave this place and return home. But unfortunately, the two of us were in a tricky situation, and for some reason that I am unaware of, Athos was trying to kill us. If we didn't go all out, it would have been the end of us. The two were silent for a while. In the end, Geo was the one that replied first. You saved us. I admit this wasn't what I expected, but our god was using us as a way to force you to act. We saw that. Your dispute and reasons are probably beyond what we can understand. I'm just worried for my people and my race, now that he is gone. This is actually what I wanted to talk to you about, Quinn replied. I gained a lot of energy after defeating Athos, and I don't know how much it will help, but I would like to pass this on to you. In fact, to all of you three. I think you will be able to use it well to defeat enemies, help your people, or create order in the race, which will soon become chaotic without Athos. The others didn't understand what Quinn was saying, so he decided to show them when he returned. In the first place, he wasn't even sure how much celestial energy they could hold. Quinn took a while to explain what he was going to do and what might happen to them. He also explained how this would link them to him, and if Quinn were to die, they would also. However, instead of hesitating, all three of them were over the moon after hearing everything and were willing to give it a try. "Well, that's a surprise, but I'm happy for you all," Quinn said. "When we get to your planet, we will first gauge the situation, and then we will decide on the next step." "What about your people, Quinn?" Geo said. "I want to thank you for everything you have done, and I want to say that in the future, although we can't help now, you know if there is ever anything you need help with, you can contact us." It was a good gesture, and Quinn shook Geo's all four hands at once to take his word on it if the time would come. It looked like he had made a good ally on this short trip. Just then, as they were approaching the planet, Quinn received a message from his system. "You have received a message from Celestial Bliss. Would you like to read?" Huh? What is she trying to do? Quinn thought. When Quinn entered the celestial space for the first time, he had learned about the message function. Opening up the system at that time, there was a long list of names he wanted to send messages to, but he couldn't send any because his celestial level was too low then. Also, there was another issue. Nearly everyone was under an alias, so he had no idea who they were, not to mention he didn't know any of them either, since the only celestial he could think of was Bliss herself. At the same time, the celestial section of the system could only be accessed when one was in the celestial space, which meant that Bliss was in there at this moment. After teleporting me out here in the middle of nowhere, she is finally reaching out to me, Quinn thought as his clenched fist slightly trembled. Although he couldn't imagine what had gone on while he was away, there was only one plus side to it. He was now with Syl. I really want to just ignore this message, but at the moment, after we drop off Geo and the others, we have nowhere to go from here, and I am curious about what she wants. In the end, Quinn reluctantly clicked to open the message, and he was pretty surprised upon reading the message in the prompt in front of him. This message is paramount for you and the whole human race. I know we got off on the wrong foot, and you most likely hate me for things I have done, but everything I did was for the human race and its survival, so please do not ignore this. No introduction, no sweet hello as expected from someone like her. Quinn continued to read. Your fight with Athos has gained great attention in the celestial space. Don't return to the celestial space if you want to avoid trouble and help the Earth and everyone on it. The message said nothing more, and there wasn't much for Quinn to go by. They know about my fight against Athos, but how? How are they even able to watch us fight? Do they have screens in there or something? I didn't see people doing that before when I was there. Then again, I was focused on my own goals and didn't bother about anything else, Quinn thought. But is she even telling the truth? Since my level is increased, I originally wanted to head to celestial space to see what else I could do. I thought I could walk to one of the white energies and transport myself to their space, but then there's Syl as well. Still, there might be some information there that can help us get back to Earth. And how did she know this was me? I didn't use my real name. I just used an alias BB. There were many things that weren't adding up for Quinn because he was unaware of what was going on in space while they were fighting against Athos. But either way, there was one thing Quinn was sure about. Bliss was currently in the celestial space. Everyone, I will be meditating for some time. In fact, I don't know how long it will take for me to get back. Hopefully not too long, Quinn said, while crossing his legs to sit on the floor of all things, and then closed his eyes. Hey, was he always like this? Syl asked. I mean, he seems a little weird. Just then, Quinn opened his eyes and fell to the floor like he was in extreme pain. Syl rushed to his side, and when he held Quinn, he noticed the latter was extremely sweaty. Quinn! Quinn! He shouted. What happened? Quinn slowly controlled his breathing and held his chest as he looked at Syl. I think I just died, Quinn replied. A moment ago, after Quinn had closed his eyes, he had entered celestial space, and in doing so, a couple of message prompts from the space system greeted him. Due to the increase in your level, certain features have now been unlocked. Ability to send messages has been unlocked. Ability to travel in celestial space has been unlocked. This is great, just like I thought. Since Bliss sent me a message, I should be able to send her one now as well. Although, what do I send? I might just scare her away, so maybe it's best if I just look for her first. If I remember well, Then that floating ball said that once I know who is who, I just need to remember the feeling of their energy, and then each time I come here, I'll be able to find her. So I just need to run into her once." With that, Quinn was on his journey, and almost immediately he noticed a significant distinction in himself compared to the last time he was in space. While in space, one would only appear as a pure form of their celestial energy, and no distinctive features could be seen beside their outline. This time, though, his energy form was radiating with power. It had even grown quite a bit compared to before, and the change was quite apparent. "I can tell a bit more now that my levels have increased. After fighting Athos, I have a rough idea of everyone's celestial energy and how strong they are," Quinn said, looking around at the others. When walking in the space, Quinn was mainly looking for those with a human-like figure, since he could rule out all of the celestials that didn't. However, he quickly latched onto the idea that something strange was happening. As he walked past certain white balls of energy, some of them would whisper and glance at him. "I don't like this. I thought I was safe because of my alias, but it looks like something has happened. Bliss is right." Just then, Quinn spotted a familiar energy ball he met last time. The ball of energy known as Zox also noticed him and came to a stop. After a moment of silence between the two, Zox instantly turned away before starting to dash, but Quinn was much faster, and sprinting across the floor, he soon jumped in front of the latter. "It's nice to meet you again. Do you mind explaining why everyone is looking at me a little strange?" Quinn asked. Zox turned left, but Quinn quickly got in front of him. He turned right, and Quinn stopped him once again, and finally he grabbed the ball with his hands. "I don't really know if there are rules against any infighting here, or what happens if someone hurts others, but I don't mind testing it out to find out," Quinn said while clenching his fist, ready to punch the ball. "Wait. Okay, let me explain, but can we get away from the others?" Zox whispered while looking around. They soon arrived at the sparse part of the space, which was a lot in there. Zox looked around before speaking to Quinn. "Look, you have to get out of here, BB," Zox said. "The Celestials have all figured out that you are the one that took out Athos. A certain group is after you, and if they see you or anyone else talking to you, they will do everything in their power to get rid of you and the person talking to you." "Wait, slow down, what do you mean? How did they figure out I'm me?" Quinn asked. "Don't you remember you were the one that told us you were from Earth? There aren't many Celestials from Earth, and many witnessed the match between the Godslayer and Athos. Seeing a Celestial there who helped the Godslayer, and then because Godslayer is from the Earth, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who you are. People remembered you from the last time because you were doing strange things in here." Zox's tone showed his nervousness as he continued to look around to keep an eye out for himself. Just then, Zox noticed something and decided to run off before Quinn could say anything else. "Wait, I'm not done yet. Help me find Bliss. I need to find her. You said you know everyone's image readings, right?" Quinn shouted. Turning around while floating backward, Zox only had a few words to say. "Remember our deal from last time. I have nothing to do with you, remember that. So don't drag me into the dirt with you." Hearing this, Quinn frowned, and after a moment of thought, he turned around, and when he did, he finally knew why Zox had suddenly run off like that, because now about 20 Celestials were standing in front of him, all with different shapes and sizes, with varying amounts of celestial energy. "BB!" one of them shouted. "You teamed up with a Godslayer. We all saw it, so don't you dare deny it. You even killed one of us, which is why we have decided collectively as a group that you are not welcome in this space anymore. We will spread the word, and continue to spread it far and wide, that Celestial BB from Earth is no longer allowed here, and if anyone is to see him, they are to get rid of him by force." Quinn did not need to be told twice. It was clear he wasn't welcome in this place. However, their actions spoke louder than words as they inched slowly towards him. "Wait, guys, let's be civil here. I can explain everything. I wanted to return to Earth, but Athos wouldn't send me there. Why can no one understand that?" Quinn said, stepping back. The other Celestials didn't seem to care about what Quinn had to say, as none of them reacted and kept coming closer. This only annoyed him more about the entire situation. One option was available to him, though, and that was to exit the celestial space as asked. However, Quinn thought about it for a moment, and instead of taking a step back, he looked forward toward them. "Since none of you are willing to listen to me, I will consider that you guys have already determined that I'm your enemy," Quinn said, clenching his fist. "I never liked you guys anyway, but as I have with everyone in the past, I'll give you a chance. I just want to find Bliss. If you tell me where she is, I'll be out of your way. But if you get in my way—" Before he could finish his words, the Celestial at the front had already arrived in front of Quinn. It looked like a giant beetle due to its outline, and even had 2 large forceps, tentacles, or whatever they were. As he charged towards Quinn, the latter lifted his hands and grabbed them before they could reach him. "I can only use my celestial powers here, so I'm a bit weaker, but I have the advantage when it comes to hand-to-hand combat," Quinn thought, as he kicked the beetle in the chest. It had knocked the latter away, and particles dispersed into space. Before the beetle could recover, Quinn stepped in with his fast speed and sent an elbow straight toward the former's chest, hitting him in the same spot again. It was a decisive blow that would have sent the Celestial flying if it wasn't for Quinn, who had lifted his leg before that could happen, stopping him with his foot. Dragging his opponent towards him with his foot, Quinn slammed his opponent's face into the ground before stomping on top of his head, making his whole body disappear into nothing but particles. "Celestial BB has gone crazy! Is he really fighting in this space?" one of the others shouted. The 20 or so Celestials didn't seem confident after witnessing what Quinn had done. They already knew he was strong, and only his celestial powers were quite lacking. But now, with Athos's defeat, his celestial powers had grown exponentially, not to mention that he was already a master in combat experience. "BB, you might be a new celestial, but even you should understand the consequences of fighting in this space," another shouted. "We just banned you from this place and decided not to take further action. You could have lived your own life without causing any more trouble for others or yourself. Instead, you decided to act and made every celestial your enemy. There will be those you defeat here and will hunt you outside." Quinn was looking at the floating particles. It seemed that destroying one of them hadn't completely scared them. It meant either the Celestials didn't care for their own or each other's life, or the death inside this space wasn't the same as outside. Quinn predicted it was the latter for a while now, especially after hearing that they would come for him outside of this space, but there had to be some consequence. "You are threatening me. My planet has been in trouble numerous times, and even now, all I want to do is protect it. I don't understand why none of you are willing to hear me out. Why are you so eager to make an enemy out of me?" Quinn asked. "People like you, the ones that think they can control everything and have things go their way, are exactly like those on Earth before. So I will warn you again, and believe me, for I am in no mood to joke here." Quinn was done playing nice and openly warned the other Celestials. "If you try to come to Earth, I will ensure your death and kill you over and over again, no matter how many times you reincarnate." Playing nice wasn't working. It had not been for a while with these lot, which was why Quinn had to change something and hoped he could strike fear into them. However, his words didn't seem to work, as they all began to charge straight toward him. Extending his hands out like claws, Quinn was ready. He dashed forward, flipping the first one over his back, and then with the next, he quickly gave out a shocking thigh kick, causing them to be sent flying into the white space in an entirely different direction. As for the next, he grabbed them by the head and started running forward, using their body as a kind of shield as he crashed through them. It was strange fighting like this, not just for Quinn but for the others as well. Since they were only in their celestial energy forms, Quinn was still winning out, but that was when he began to notice something. Although he was doing well against the Celestials against him, there were more and more of them coming his way. "Damn it, I just want to find Bliss. Will this get your attention? Will it? Will it?" Quinn shouted in his head. He had not wanted to get involved in a long-winded fight with the other Celestials, but if this was the only way they could listen to him, he would make them listen quite clearly. From the outside, Zox noticed how many Celestials were now running forward. Word spread that BB was going on a rampage, trying to kill every Celestial within the space. Of course, with Zox not being much of a fighter, he started to float around with no intention of getting involved. "I might be a bit late, but the other Celestials should be able to deal with him by now. Still, let's just see how much damage he's caused. Zox stopped there, because an entire crowd of celestials, of different shapes and sizes, was charging forward. Suddenly, one celestial that was as large as a tree could be seen starting to fall over, and on top of him was Quinn. However, he was unbothered by the fall, and clawed one of the celestials, ripping the energy from them, and quickly used his body as a base to push off his legs and dive into the others. His speed was faster than most of the celestials there, and the ones that could keep up could not deal with his power and skills. What is this? This is a first for the celestial space. I think this is the first time anything like this has happened before. If this continues, even the ancient ones might get involved, Zox shouted. However, Quinn wasn't coming out unscathed. He was getting hit by the faster celestials, tossed with powerful blows, and from each hit, he could feel his energy dissipating as his glow slowly began to fade. However, his speed, power, and skills never faltered. If this is what you guys got, then I welcome you. You won't even be able to defeat half of the people from the earth, Quinn shouted like a madman before throwing another punch, completely exhausted. He was taking out celestials left and right. More and more of them were dissipating into particles, but then even more of them would take their place and continue the fight. He could feel a strange strain throughout his body. It was almost as if he was completely disappearing. Still, Quinn didn't give up as he kicked, pushed, and clawed at everyone who came at him, but even for someone as great as Quinn, as powerful as he was, it was too much. Just then, a giant tail hit him, and finally, the energy of his whole celestial space body dissipated. Is he gone? Is he finally defeated? Zox thought with excitement, since the worst of his days was over. But looking around at everyone's faces who had been there since the fight had begun, it was hard to tell if they had won. Then a shiver ran down his spine as a dreaded thought came to him. What would happen next? How would everyone react to this? From the looks on their faces, he could tell no one now wanted to fight the real BB. Although this was the case for the majority of the Celestials, it wasn't for them all. But there was one thought that each of them knew, especially after the fight with Athos. If he was this strong in here, he was definitely out of their league in the real world. Quinn was thrown to the floor from his sitting position as if something had hit him. His body had slid across the spaceship floor before Syl moved and stopped it. Upon checking the former's condition, Syl found out Quinn was sweaty, and his chest was strangely rising up and down, which had nearly never happened before, and after the moment, he finally opened his eyes. "Quinn! Quinn!" he heard Syl call him out, bringing him out of the trance. "What happened, Quinn?" "I think I just died," Quinn replied. Just like before, next to no time had passed in the real world. However, after being through such an intense situation for an incredibly long time, it felt all strange for him. It was as if he was stuck in a dream, but it wasn't fake, and everything he did was real. "What do you mean you died? What happened to you, Quinn? Is this because you were in slumber for 1,000 years or something?" Syl asked again. After sitting up on the floor, Quinn decided to explain everything to Syl, about the Celestials and the celestial space. He also revealed how they were after, perhaps, not just him, but Syl too, after what the two of them had done to Athos. What was frightening to Syl in the story that Quinn told was the number of Celestials in the celestial space. From the sounds of it, Quinn had fought and defeated many of them, but the number of Celestials seemed endless. "You did what I would have done as well," Syl replied. "In my travels, I've seen some strange things in the places I have been. These Celestials don't see life anymore, and I'll be honest, as time passed, the perspective of life has changed a bit for me as well." Quinn somewhat knew how Syl felt. Although he hadn't lived through the years that Syl had done, the feeling after becoming a Celestial and seeing how the universe reacted to things made everything feel just a bit pointless. His thoughts were beginning to change and become more like the other Celestials bit by bit, but he wasn't ready to give up on his humanity just yet. "We can't think like that," Quinn said, shaking his head. "There are still people that you, and everyone care about. We must think of them and ensure these Celestials can't just do what they want. Heck, I don't want to even think about leaving this world or the next until I have gotten a good hit on Bliss," Quinn swore. The spaceship was soon approaching the original planet where Geo and the others had come from. During this time, Quinn checked a specific notification he had received while fighting. Your celestial body has been destroyed in the celestial space. You are unable to enter the celestial space for 1 week. I knew there would be a drawback to dying in that place, but a whole week before I can enter again, it means I won't be able to travel using the celestial space function and will have to find another way out of this place, Quinn thought. Still, can I even go back to that place? If I do, the same thing will happen again, so what the hell do I do then? Quinn thought. When I go back, it'll be to make sure none of them bother me anymore. On the bright side, at least Quinn's celestial energy, among other things, had remained the same, so there was not a huge downside to dying in the celestial space. The spaceship soon entered the planet's atmosphere, and upon reaching close to the land, they decided to dock just in front of the tower. Seeing that the tower was still the same, Quinn was quite surprised. However, several Amra guards from the first few floors were also outside, with confusion on all of their faces. They had seen the death of the higher Amra, and for a while were unsure as to what was happening. When the ship landed, everyone was on guard, but as soon as they saw Geo, an evolved version of the Amra, and one of those from the higher level floors, they bowed down. They knew he was at least a SETI rank, based on his colors. Well, this is unexpected, Nock said as he looked at the tower guard leaders, even those that were condescending to him in the past. It's good that you are all here in one place. It will make things a little easier for us, Geo addressed the guards. Geo explained what had transpired and how there was a battle between gods, although he chose to skip some details. Because many didn't know what Athos looked like, Geo claimed that Athos was the same shape and appearance as Quinn. This way, Quinn getting rid of their current god didn't seem to hurt them as much. While speaking to the guards, Geo learned that the tower was still functioning how it used to before. Syl and Quinn looked at each other. It was possible that this was the only tower they hadn't taken the nest crystal out of and claimed its energy. Then, what should we do? The captain asked. Is this our new god then? The one that has invaded us? Geo turned towards Quinn as he wanted the latter to answer, and it was then that Quinn walked over and put his hand on Geo's back. Don't move, Quinn instructed. A red marking started to burn into Geo. It was the marking of the celestial Quinn, a red dragon with 2 large wings. Quinn had informed Geo on the ship what he had planned to do and even taught Geo a sign to make him stop if he began experiencing pain. You have gained a dedicated follower. Energy continued to transfer from one to the other, and it was a surprise for Quinn when Geo raised one of his arms at around the 10,000 celestial energy mark. The action was the subtle sign Quinn had told him to make if he felt too much pain. He can hold a lot of energy. Is it because of his race or something else? Anyway, he deserves it. This is their place to look after, and I technically took this energy from their god, Quinn thought. The others could see a red radiating glow around Geo. Some also noticed that the energy was similar to a few places in the tower. Although it wasn't exactly the same, they had somewhat felt it before. After this, Quinn decided to do the same for Nock and Dober. For these two, the celestial points reached around the 1,000 mark, which was still impressive compared to what Quinn had expected. I am a god of another world, Quinn then addressed the confused and amazed guards in front of him. So I cannot stay here, but I have passed the energy that I have gained from your previous god onto these 3 here. They are all good people who help me, and with their newfound prowess, they will be able to protect you. Heed to these 3 if you have any problems with the tower or what to do from here on. It took a while for the Amra to realize what was happening, but surprisingly they seemed pretty welcoming of the change. These people needed someone to follow, give them orders and guide them, and none of them felt ready to step up to the challenge. After the guards dispersed, it was time for Syl and Quinn to head somewhere else, to try to find a way home, because there was nothing else they could do here, but Geo wished to say his goodbyes. Quinn, I can't thank you enough. I plan to completely change this place into a far more peaceful place, Geo stated. Our people didn't live horrible lives, but they certainly did live difficult lives. I want everyone to be able to experience everything they can in this world during their lifetime, and I hope I can achieve that. Quinn, do you remember what I said before? If there is ever anything you need, you are free to contact me. Quinn smiled at Geo, and a thought came into his head. There is one thing you can do. If you can you build a statue of me? Then once a month you can get your people to present a few drops of blood with the statue's image in their heads. It would be a big help. It was a strange request, but after finding out who and what Quinn was, Geo thought it might just be something they did, so he nodded to the request. Turning around, Quinn had a small smile. In the celestial space, I only have my celestial body to fight with, so I will now focus on gathering as much celestial energy as possible, and when I re-enter the space, I'll make an even bigger entrance. The current situation was quite strange for Quinn, to say the least. He was currently with Syl in the latter's spaceship, and they were traveling through the endless space without a planned direction. Although they had their goal, to head back to Earth, they had no clue how to get back there. Which was why Syl had suggested that they just travel. In fact, this was what Syl would usually do. He would go from one solar system to another, finding new life as he searched for these celestials to hunt. And this was what the two were currently doing. They were heading out of the solar system, which once belonged to Athos, and had all the planets with the Amra on, knowing that none of them could help, in search of someone who might be able to. Is there really not a better way than this? Don't you even at least know the direction that Earth is in? Quinn asked, as they had been floating through space for a while now. Syl pressed a few buttons on the ship, and a list of locations appeared, but a big red sign also appeared displaying an error. I'm afraid not, although Logan had installed a navigation system that would create a map as I went on. In fact, I could get back to Earth or the Blades that way, at least before, but I traveled for a long time, and one day I encountered a few strong beasts that sent me completely off course and must have ruined that system. I have no clue where I am, and just continued for a few years since. Ever since then, the system hasn't been working, Syl explained. Anyway, from what you explained, as long as there is life in a particular solar system, there should be a celestial or celestials overlooking them, right? I am sure if we travel enough, we'll be able to find a celestial or a beast or anyone that can help us in getting to Earth. Not everyone will be like Athos. I'm sure there will be those who care for their life, and besides, if you don't want to do this, I have something else you can do. Quinn knew what Syl was hinting at, because Quinn had been trying to write a message for some time. When entering the celestial space, he managed to survive for quite a while, and had received a message from Bliss. The person who got him into this mess could also effortlessly get him out of here. The contents of the message sounded like she actually cared about humans, and if she was warning Quinn, there had to be a reason. But he was confused about deciding how he should approach her in this message. Should he send an aggressive one, a threatening one, or one that seemed open to communication and working together? Whenever he thought about the last option, though, he would feel like vomiting. In the end, Quinn couldn't think of any nice way to put his message, so he decided to use his time better, and standing up, he began to stretch. Let's see what this celestial system can do, Quinn thought. Now that I can no longer enter the celestial space and have a lot of time to kill, I can focus on figuring this thing out. Just like with the system before, this one was also a shortcut for him to learn skills. All he needed to do was select the skill he wanted to use, although there weren't many, and the two systems from the old and new had somewhat merged. After selecting the skill, the energy was already being drawn out of him. However, as he had done with every skill he learned before, he tried to remember the feeling of doing what the system was forcing his body to do. Closing his eyes was the best way to heighten his senses at first. It was taking him back to his time with Leo. He hadn't thought about his teacher in a long time, and the memory was more bittersweet than he had imagined. It reminded Quinn that he needed to find out what happened to Leo as well. For that, he needed to get back to the Earth, though, and he had no way of doing that right now. So, instead, he focused on the system and learning more about it. Once he learned how to do things himself, he could always activate things quicker rather than going through the system. Quinn did notice that it was the first time he could expel celestial energy out of his body. How does this exactly work? Whenever I try to use the celestial energy, I can only activate it in my body, and only then I can use it as a type of blood armor. So, if I can learn to add it to my blood aura this way, I'll be able to use it in my attacks without hurting myself, Quinn thought. Either way, it was food for thought for now. Using the celestial energy to create space was easy enough, because it was similar to how Quinn would control his shadows and make a dome around himself. The smaller the circle of energy, the fewer celestial points it would take, and the larger the circle of energy, the more it would take. Just like his MC points. When he created a space enough for himself, 2 prompts appeared in front of him. Basic celestial space has been created. Current time is 90% of that on Earth. 90%? Does it mean the time spent here is 10% slower than on Earth? So for every 11 days I spend here, it would be 10 Earth days. Is that correct? Quinn scratched his head, realizing that math wasn't his forte. He soon realized, though, that keeping the space operational cost a certain amount of points, but if he used more celestial points, he could upgrade the space to slow down time even more. It's not as good as the celestial space, but it works the same way, so this must have been what Bliss took me in at that time. But wait, so where am I right now? Am I still on the ship? Quinn thought. While he was busy with the celestial space, Syl was busy on his own. He suddenly noticed something strange. 1 second, Quinn was there, and the next moment, a bright white light enveloped him. And as it dispersed, Quinn had disappeared. It seemed like quite the magic trick to just disappear from the spot. However, walking through where Quinn once was, Syl suddenly sensed something in the area. He continued to pace backward and forwards, wondering if he had just imagined things, but the energy certainly felt strange at some spots. Almost as if something was there, but at the same time not. Then, while reaching out to the energy, suddenly Quinn appeared out of nowhere, and now Syl had his hand directly on Quinn's mouth. "Right, what are you doing?" Quinn asked with a muffled voice because of the hand over him. Retracting his hand, Syl laughed and explained himself. It made Quinn wonder if it was something Syl could feel because of his own ability, or whether anyone could sense and break the space from the outside. He had many questions, and there was no way of getting answers right now. "What were you even trying to do anyway?" Syl asked. "I'm just testing something. The ship is on autopilot to—" "Well, nowhere, right?" Quinn asked. "Yeah? Well then, great. I want to see if you can come to this space with me," Quinn suggested. Without asking any further questions or waiting for Syl to agree, Quinn created the space again, and this time he made it large enough for both him and Syl to move freely. When they opened their eyes, both of them found themselves in a large white space. "Whoa, did you just teleport us? Where are we?" Syl asked. "This is my space. I think it's like a world that I've created myself. It's this place that you could feel earlier," Quinn explained. "Anyway, inside this space, time passes 1/10 as fast as it does outside." Syl couldn't believe his ears. What Quinn was explaining certainly was something that only gods could do, but then again, Quinn was one. "I upgraded the space as much as possible, and this was the maximum I could slow down time here, for now at least. With the number of points I have, I can keep this space open for 70 days, which would equal to 7 days on the outside." Hearing this, Syl could only think of one thing. With time passing more slowly inside here, it meant one thing: extra time for them to train. "That's not the best bit. Do you remember when I told you about the celestial space? I could only use my celestial energy. Well, inside here, I can still use my shadow powers and blood powers, which is why I invited you in here. I want you to be my sparring partner for the next few days. 7 Earth days to be exact," Quinn smiled. The celestial space that Quinn could create with his system was intriguing, to say the least. It was completely white, and one might mistake it as endless, but it did in fact have an end. When Quinn walked further into the space that he had created, it would begin to distort, and he would even see the parts of the ship around him in the real world. At the same time, when he tried to expand it further, he found that the white space could be much broader than the whole ship they were on. However, when he reached the edge of the space, and the distortions would begin to form, he would himself in the exact spot at which he was sitting earlier when he made the space. To put it simply, the celestial space that Quinn could create wouldn't be linked to the outside world, but when he returned, he would always be on the ship. It was a bit strange, since technically the ship was always moving, and the space was also moving with it. Either way, it was how it worked, which was perfect for Quinn. However, there were some downsides that he found. For one, although he could increase the time flow by around 10 times, and believed he could do 70 days worth of training in just 7 days, he didn't take note of a few things. Syl could use his powers in space to train himself as well. Using his powers made him the perfect partner for Quinn. The system had prompted Quinn, informing him if he wanted to suppress the former using his energy.
Quinn didn't try to find out how many points that would cost, but it was nice to know in this space that there were more things he could do with his celestial powers, for someone like him who couldn't utilize his celestial energy well. But when they were sparring and training, they found that it would damage the space, which would take celestial energy to mend, just as how the shadow would take up more MC cells when using the shadow dome. So in the end, after about 50 days of training within the space, Quinn's celestial energy ran out and they were back on the ship. "Man, I'm hungry and worn out," Syl said, lying on the floor immediately. "It's weird. Earlier I could go for a long time without eating. Is it because my body is reacting in real time? Is that why I got tired in just 5 days? Anyway, who cares? I need to eat something." Looking at Quinn's points, it was the first time he had completely used up his celestial energy like so. Before, he would only use it to enhance his attacks. But even if he ran out, his blood aura and ki were enough to push him through. "I didn't try to learn more about celestial energy because if I used it, I knew it would lessen our time inside," Quinn thought. "So I decided to just focus on blood skills and, more importantly, improving my shadow powers." He found it quite funny that while in celestial space, he could only use his celestial form, and now in his own space, he just focused on everything but his celestial form. However, that was just how things had worked out. Also, now that his celestial energy had depleted, it also gave him a chance to learn how long it would take for him to fully regain his celestial energy. On the other hand, since it hadn't been 7 days either yet, he couldn't access the celestial space at the moment. "You were trying out some new things, and I'm surprised with how quickly you were able to improve. Whenever I think you're at your peak, you keep improving," Syl said, taking a long sip of a canned drink. "Well, I never really had time to focus on these things. I trained a bit of the shadow with Arthur and Ki with Leo, and blood control was all over the place as I learned it on the flow with Vincent. I've had a lot of teachers that have helped me improve and get stronger within a short period of time, but I never really had the time to focus on just one aspect as things kept piling up, and I would have to focus on many things at once. And honestly, even my shadow powers have been at a standstill for a while, and after learning that this is some God-Slayer type power, I feel like it could be more powerful than it currently is." Now that Quinn could create space and change time flow, he would have plenty of time to train himself, and whoever he would face next, be it Celestials, Dampiers, or even God-Slayers, they would be in for a surprise. "Beep, beep, beep." "What's that noise?" Quinn asked. He had just gotten out of a cold shower and was in the middle of putting on his clothes when the beeping noise came. Wearing the clunky armor all the time was tiring, and since there was no ongoing threat, he had put it all away in his shadow space. Syl had done something similar. He had an ability through which he could equip all of his gear at once, like Thought, and also had his storage ability to keep his ship and all his other items. "I don't know. I've never heard of that sound before," Syl replied while scratching his chin. "Wait a sec. Now that I think about it, I think the last time I heard about it was when I was—" Immediately, a surprised expression appeared on Syl's face, and he rushed to the ship and looked at the scanner. He could now see a giant blip on his radar, and it was bigger than anything he had seen before, bigger than the blip he saw when a colossal beast had attacked his ship, which was the last time he remembered such a thing happening. "I think I might know what it is," Quinn said while looking through the glass. In the distance, they could see an enormous spaceship. It looked like a giant blue whale floating about in space. It was far bigger than anything they had seen. It looked like 100 cursed ships or 10 Bertha ships were put in a line to create such a thing. Yet it looked far more impressive and powerful than any Bertha or the cursed ship. "Well, we wanted to find life. There should definitely be life on that thing, right?" Syl asked. "Where are we, though? Are we out of the Amra solar system yet? It doesn't belong to one of them, does it?" Quinn asked. Checking the map, they had gone entirely out of the Amra solar system in 5 days, and were in the new area altogether. As for who or what was on board, it was hard to tell all the way out here. It could be a new race, humans, or maybe humanoid beasts. As the large ship got closer, another part of the console also began to flash. This time, Syl knew what it meant, so he didn't hesitate as he pressed one of the buttons, opening up a line of communication between the two. "This is the Marpo Luxury Line. We are communicating to confirm if you are friendly. Over." Syl looked at Quinn, who just shrugged his shoulders as he had no clue what to do in this situation, but at least they were able to communicate. We're a bit lost, but we're friendly, squishy soft beings. Over, Syl awkwardly replied. Squishy beings? Are you saying we're fat? Quinn said. Well, I didn't mean to say that we're fat, just that they might not want to eat us, and I didn't mean to scare them away. Anyway, if you don't like that I'm doing the talking, then why don't you do the talking? Just in case, Quinn was ready to battle with whatever was on board, and he wasn't being reckless. In fact, more times than not, he had been attacked, and even if it weren't the case at first, they would eventually need to fight anyway based on his luck. If you wish to get on board and enjoy your time here on the ship, that is possible. Although there will be an admission fee, please reply if you wish to come aboard. Over, the ship responded. Honestly, there was nothing else for the two of them to do, and with how large it was, there were sure to be multiple people on board. The more people they encountered, the higher chances of them finding a way back home. Do you think they'll accept credits? Quinn asked. We would like to board, but before that, I would like to ask what form of payment you would like. We don't know much since we aren't from around here, Syl asked. Usually we would accept bond tons, but if you are not from around here, we also accept beast crystals. It will be 1 demigod tier crystal per person, the voice on the other end responded. In the past, hearing such a thing would have made Quinn faint. Demigod tier crystal wasn't something an average person would be able to come by. I don't have any crystals that high, do you? Quinn asked. Of course, Syl replied, pulling out 2 from his storage and holding them in his hand. It looks like we're going in then. Just a little longer, you guys, and we'll be back. Technology was always a fascinating subject for Quinn, and looking at the massive spaceship in front of him reminded him of the technological state of the Earth. It had come a long way and had advanced far quicker than any time before the Dalki attack, although Quinn did learn that these technologies had existed for a long time, just that the vampires kept them to themselves. Beside him, Syl had set up a link connecting them to the larger ship, and now their spaceship was making its way toward the docking station. The docking station was at the side, near the large ship's underbelly. What was even more surprising for Quinn was seeing Syl could operate the ship, pushing buttons away like he was a natural. It's still hard to get used to. Every once in a while when I look at him, he reminds me of Hilston. He's not as big or muscular as the latter, but they definitely have a similar character, Quinn thought. He's come a long way, though. In fact, everyone has. Now he can talk much better, and after traversing alone in space for so long, he's become independent, which I never expected. So what's the game plan here? Syl asked, pulling Quinn out of his thoughts. We go in looking for Celestial on board? Ask for information from the others or what? Let's just keep a low profile for now. Many saw what we looked like in the fight against Athos, but not all. Most of the Celestials know me as BB and don't know what I look like. Depending on the circumstances, this can work as a disadvantage or an advantage, so let's not take any risk by betting on announcing who we are. Also, remember that we cannot reveal we're from Earth, because that will cause problems and complicate things. Rather, we will say we're looking for Earth, Mars, or any other planet nearby. A small panel on the side of the ship opened up, and automatically, everything was set up so the ship would find somewhere to land inside. Now finally inside, the two of them could see a ship park. Around 1,000 or so small ships the same size as theirs were parked in an orderly manner. This type of setting would only be seen in military events back on Earth. The large difference was that all the ships were uniquely different. Each had a different shape, thrusters, sizes, colors, and patterns. Some of them didn't even look like ships, or at least the two would never believe those were ships unless they were inside here. The exit ramp of the ship descended on the floor once their ship was carefully docked, and they were set to head out. To avoid attracting too much attention, the two weren't wearing any of their usual beast gear. I can't sense any celestial energy in here, Quinn thought. I had a feeling we wouldn't be so lucky to just run into someone so quickly. When their feet touched the ground, a blue light appeared beneath them. Syl almost immediately acted, but Quinn pulled his shirt back down and made him halt. I can see you must have had some bad experiences, Quinn smiled, but this is just harmless light. A blue pathway lit up on the floor, directing them through the space between the other ships, and turned away in another direction at the end. Welcome to the Marpo cruise. Please follow the blue path. It will lead you into one of the many reception areas throughout the entire ship. If you need assistance with anything, please don't hesitate to ask one of the staff. We hope you enjoy your stay on the Marpo cruise. Suddenly, Calm music started to play through the area after the announcement. "It's a change, that's for sure," Quinn said. "It doesn't seem like it's a threat or anything, so why don't we just listen and take it easy while we're here?" The two of them followed the path which took them through the gaps between the parked ships and finally up to a small staircase. They then went through large security doors that asked the two of them to scan their hands and eyes. And whenever they walked into a new area of the ship, Quinn couldn't help but be impressed by the scene in front of him. Everything inside the place had a grand way of doing things, an elegant way of treating people, and more. Then, finally, they reached two huge sets of doors, and the sound of laughing, talking, and cheering resonated in their ears from the other side of the door. Stepping through, they could see a large empty space with multiple things in just one room. It looked like some type of gambling area, with strange slot machines, leaderboards, and more. Then had relaxation areas, game areas, swimming areas, and more. On top of that, this was just one large room that was nowhere near the entire ship. Every single entertainment one could think of was in this single space alone, and this couldn't help but make him wonder what was even in the other rooms. "Look at them," Syl pointed out, as two guests who were on board walked past. They had a humped back and two large tusks in front of their face. From Quinn's inspection skills, they didn't seem to be beasts, even though they looked like a type of humanoid beast. Instead, it was more like they were their own race. However, on board, they weren't the only ones that were different. The room was filled from top to bottom with creatures or races they had never seen before. Many had a humanoid shape with some creature or beast-like features, but a few didn't. This indeed was a universal cruise ship where people from numerous races had gathered. "This place is too much. What type of luck do you have, Quinn?" Syl asked. "I traveled for so long, and never in my life have I found something like this. I could have lived here for at least a few years and enjoyed myself." In front of them was a large oval desk with several staff members standing straight on the other side, donning nice buttoned-up uniforms. It was easy to tell who the staff was, since they were all wearing the same uniform, even though they were of different races. "Welcome to the Marpo Cruise!" An enthusiastic young man greeted the two of them. Looking him up and down, Quinn tried to figure out if he had seen anyone like this person before. He was a head shorter than Quinn, and had straight blonde hair down to their eyebrows. The hair was split, though, to allow for a small upward-curved red horn. Quinn would have assumed this person was human if it wasn't for the horn. "I can see that you two have not been registered, correct?" the young man said after the greetings, and then asked, "Since that is the case, would you please pay the admission fee?" Taking out the two demigod-tier crystals, Syl handed them over. They were then placed into a large tube behind them to be sucked in and never seen again. After that, the two received wristbands that clicked around their wrist. It reminded Quinn a little bit of what the Academy used to have. "These wristbands will allow you to use all the facilities on the cruise and give access to all the public areas. If there is a specific climate that is more to your liking or an activity you enjoy, please just ask so we can point you in the right direction. Based on your image and body temperature, we have escorted you from your ship to this location, believing it is the best place for you. But as I said, you're allowed to choose anything as per your liking," the man smiled. It was amazing, and with what Quinn had seen so far, no doubt this person was telling the truth. This also meant there was the possibility that they had just seen the tip of the iceberg when it came to this ship. "Hi, it's actually our first time on this cruise. Is it possible to ask you some questions about it all? Who you guys are, the different people here, or maybe even some general information?" The smile never left the worker's face, which was creeping out Syl a bit, but after asking his question, he turned his head to look at the other staff. They seemed somewhat busy as well. The young staff member then placed out his hand, revealing an open palm. "We also offer a personal tour guide service, where I can show you around everywhere, how to work all of our facilities, and answer any questions you have to the best of my ability. However, as you can see, we are swamped." The man moved his open palm a bit when saying these words. With a glance at Syl, Quinn was telling him to do something. "Fine, but I mean, you can tell we're getting conned, can't you?" Syl asked as he pulled out another demigod-tier crystal and placed it in the hand of the staff. Just as he was about to let go, Syl's hand froze. Not just him, even Quinn had his eyes widened in shock. "You're seeing that as well, right?" Syl asked. "Yeah. How come there's a Dalki on this ship?" The two saw what they believed was a dalki coming out of some kind of steam room in the upper decks. It was only for a moment, though, as it quickly moved and headed in another direction. But when Quinn turned to look at Syl, they both confirmed that what they had seen wasn't just in their heads. It was indeed a dalki, and not a weak one either. Why is there a dalki on this ship? It makes no sense, Quinn thought. Shouldn't the dalki now be extinct? The whole reason the war started in the first place was their short lifespan. While Quinn was pondering about this, Syl proceeded with the payment, and the young staff member walked out of the oval desk, and it looked like he was ready to be the two's guide. "Hey, don't you think the dalki might have some information about Earth?" Syl whispered, turning towards Quinn. "I know it's not the best place to cause trouble, and I'll avoid it at all costs, but he should know something, and I might be able to find out even more information," he added, as he opened up his soul weapon and the book appeared in his hand. The guide had come over to them by this time. He had a badge on his chest with 2 words, one of which was his name, Nog. Seeing Syl's book, a weird expression appeared on his face, because it certainly was something he had never seen something like this before. It looks like these fleshy creatures were able to produce some magic, he thought. In the meantime, let's just take a walk and figure out the situation with this shit. We can approach the dalki later, when we know what we're dealing with. "I don't know if you've noticed, but Dalki had 5 spikes on his back," Quinn replied. Although it had been a long time since they had fought against a dalki, Quinn had defeated Graham, who had more than 5 spikes. However, it still meant the dalki had a certain level of strength, and if a fight were to break out here, they would need to finish it before it disturbed the others, because there were just far too many different races on board, and far too many variables as to what could happen. Not to mention, there was no need to take an unnecessary risk. Since they both agreed on this, they started to follow Nog around the ship. He walked them through all of the facilities and revealed how they worked, what they could use, and what to do if they needed any help. But Quinn wasn't interested in that. "Sorry, but we wanted to ask some personal questions, if that's okay," Quinn said, cutting to the chase. "What exactly is this cruise ship? Who uses it and runs this place, and what is its purpose?" Nog's steps paused, and after a slight nod at Quinn, he turned back around without saying anything as he walked away from a crowd, and the two continued to follow him. He soon stepped into what looked like a restaurant. The 3 then walked towards the back, where there was a private booth, and it even had a large window from which one could stare at the scenic view of space. A waiter soon greeted them and offered them complimentary food and drinks. It was all high class, and service was beyond what anyone could ever want or imagine. After a while, Nog instructed the waiter not to disturb them for a time. "Well, you have come to the right person," Nog pointed at his badge, which had the word manager engraved above his name. "There aren't many that know the ins and outs of this place as much as me. However, I find it a little strange. You two are obviously wealthy individuals. Everyone on this ship is, since they can't afford a demigod-tier crystal just like that. As for you, not just for the admission fee, but also to let my lips be more, let's say, unrestricted. Anyway, this cruise ship is for the wealthiest people from all sorts of galaxies. The Marpo cruise is for people who wish to experience a luxurious trip and enjoy themselves away from the troubles of their planet. We do different routes from time to time, but we always make a round trip past several galaxies. This allows people to hop on, enjoy a holiday, and then hop off when we pass their planet again. However, the truth is, the Marpo cruise also acts as a transporting service simultaneously. Since we visit so many galaxies, planets can pay us to transfer their goods to any destination we are heading to. As for why they chose to deal with us, that's because of the great staff." Nog pointed at himself and flexed his biceps a little, which hardly had any muscles. "Due to the nature of our business, all staff members on board are highly trained and considered top warriors of their home planet. We pay well, and we protect each other. At times there are disputes on the ship, and each worker has to be strong enough to deal with them. At the same time, we have to be careful of space pirates due to our transporting business. Many wish to board the ship, try to pocket our goods, and sometimes even assassinate our customers. Therefore, we have pledged that as long as one is a customer and is on board our cruise, they will have our protection." It seemed like the staff on the Marpo cruise had great confidence in their skills. From what he said, they had to be strong and robust enough to deal with guests, such as the 5-spiked dalki. Unfortunately, due to Nog not being celestial or having an energy source that Quinn was familiar with, he could not tell the strength of the person in front of him. "Thank you for answering those questions. It looks like we have really come to an interesting place. I wonder if you happen to pass by a place called the Milky Way system," Quinn asked. As he thought about it, Nog placed his finger on his chin but eventually shook his head. I have worked on the cruise for years, and we always take the same path. However, I have never heard of such a place before. It looked like their luck had finally run out. What about the Dalki? Syl asked suddenly. The big draconic human guy. Do you know where he came from? Nog raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but he soon realized who they were talking about. I'm sorry, I know you have paid a lot for my service, and I am happy to help you out by being your guide, but unfortunately I cannot talk about the other guests. It would go against our code. We value the privacy of our customers more than anything. I can help you some other way, though. Our captain has traversed through many parts of the universe. He has visited many galaxies and encountered various races, even outside this cruise ship's course. So if anyone on this ship has an idea of this Milky Way place, it would be him. I shall ask him to meet you two when he is on a break. The two nodded with a smile and thought they should enjoy a nice meal while they were here. Hearing this, Nog called the waiter and still ordered what food he wished to have from a huge, exquisite menu of cuisines. However, when it came to Quinn, he wasn't sure whether he should order something or not. He mainly consumed blood, but wasn't sure if asking for blood would be weird, since he didn't know of any other race that drank blood. Then, suddenly, they heard a man's loud voice. Who are these two, and what are they doing in my seat? Turning their heads, Syl and Quinn couldn't help but glance at what the commotion was. After all, it was on the table just behind theirs. Are you more important than us? I don't think so. Then why does your opinion matter? We simply got here before you. There are plenty of seats in this place. Be a good boy and take one of them, the woman seated behind them replied. She was quite a slender-looking female that looked more human than most, apart from a few shiny scales that showed on her face. But even with this fact, she was quite a stunning beauty if she were to head to Earth, even compared to some of the vampires. Quinn, did you see her? Syl asked. I've seen better, Quinn replied, thinking of the prettiest women he knew. I'm sorry, sir, but you were 20 minutes late from your reservation, which is why we gave your seat to these two. So please, feel free to have a seat anywhere else, and we will make sure to have this place reserved for you next time. One of the staff members who had arrived after hearing the commotion tried to calm down the situation. This is unacceptable, the man yelled. Although calling him a man would be an overstatement. He was large and looked extremely young. He had a large, wide mouth and gray skin. His appearance was more of that of a giant catfish. Even when speaking, it was as if his huge tongue would get in the way, making it hard for others to understand his words. I want these two out of this place, or I will remove them myself. The fishman patted his belly. Sir, please, I hope you would change your mind before taking such drastic actions. Nog had suddenly disappeared from his seat and was now standing right by the other table. It was quick, but even more impressive was the fact that it was silent. Should we help him if he gets into trouble? Syl whispered, already standing up and walking over. He has been a good guide. Soon, Syl and Quinn walked over as well, but they stayed away, just like a few others in the restaurant who were listening to the commotion that was going on. The woman had stood up from her seat while her friend remained seated. You would hurt a woman, huh? Well, do so if you dare, she said, as she looked at the crowd and started walking towards the two. Then, suddenly, she grabbed Quinn's arm, wrapping hers around it. If you dare to hurt me, you will have to deal with him. Wait, what? What the fuck? How did I get involved in this? Quinn was speechless. What is wrong with this woman? I don't even know her. Due to Quinn's multiple experiences with confrontation and clashes against deadly beasts and creatures, he was pretty good at reading someone's following actions and intentions. However, when he saw the woman walking over to the crowd of people, he had no notion that she would latch onto him, which was why he found himself speechless. For a second, Quinn looked down at her face, wondering if he knew her from somewhere, but he couldn't recall ever meeting anyone like her. Ha ha ha, what is this? The giant fishman hollered. You act all tough, and then you run behind a man? Can't you protect yourself on this ship? Turning around, the man walked forward and naturally, with his large body, pushed one of the staff to the side, nearly making him fall off balance. But before he fell, Nog was there with the palm of his hand to push him back to his feet. Thank you, boss. I'm so sorry for everything that is happening. The staff member lowered his head with apparent fear in his eyes. It's okay. Troubles as such are an everyday occurrence, which is why we are here to solve them. It's a good thing I'm here, though. The mermarial race is quite a tough one to deal with. You might not be enough on your own, Nog replied with a straight face. The giant fishman soon stood before Quinn and was now roughly a yard away from him. The two said nothing, as Quinn was a bit speechless and felt trapped in this situation. Finally, he turned to Syl, only to find him standing amongst the crowd, secretly giving him a thumbs up. I don't know if I should be glad that he doesn't interfere or be upset because he left me in this mess, Quinn thought, shaking his head. My handsome husband can end you in one blow. If you want to try fighting him, be my guest. The woman pulled Quinn's arm closer to her enormous breasts. She then raised her head, only to find Quinn's expressionless face staring down at her. Contrary to her expectations, he wasn't flushed in front of a good-looking girl like her, and after staring at his face for a while, she couldn't help but notice his facial features. Flawless skin without any blemish on it, a stern, strong face, but what had attracted her the most to this man were his eyes, his gentle yet fierce eyes that seemed to see through her thoughts. Fine, you asked for it, woman, the fisherman said as he opened his large mouth, and a big rolled tongue came into view. It came out lightning fast like a frog, but of course, for Quinn and his speed, it was slow. Now, how should I deal with this? Quinn thought as he lifted his fist. By my shadow? Aura? Or maybe just some of my ki to knock his tongue back? No, that would hurt this guy and bring unnecessary attention. Maybe just a small punch will do. It should be enough to at least stop him from attacking. Quinn threw his fist towards the tongue while controlling his power not to send the fishman blasting through the ship's walls. However, midway, he noticed that there was some intervention. Nog, with his arm, had knocked away the large tongue, hitting it in the air, and as for Quinn's attack, he had lifted his arm to block it. The fist had hit, but Nog hadn't moved from his place. However, he found himself gritting his teeth as his arm shook slightly. By this time, Quinn had quickly put his fist away. Oh, this guy can withstand that? I guess the staff is pretty strong after all, although I held back a lot of my strength, Quinn thought. He knew his raw strength alone was enough to defeat most people. The staff are to protect everyone on board this ship, Nog shouted. Mr. Tom, you will now be put on watch during your stay here, and if you are seen trying to harm any of the other guests, then we will have no choice but to deal with you. The fishman looked annoyed as he sucked his tongue back into his mouth, but he knew he could not go against this man, so he decided to just walk off in the end. I'm sorry that this occurred on your first day here. Nog bowed towards Quinn and added, Unfortunately, I must go and report this matter. I will return soon, and if you need me, you know where to find me. With that, Nog took his leave, and so did most of the crowd, but Quinn still had a certain someone who was clinging onto his arm. Thank you so much for helping me back there, the woman said, still holding on. I know the two of us are strangers, but if I could reward you in any way... It's okay, Quinn said, gently removing her arm from his. I'm afraid due to your beauty, if I were to hang around with you, I would only bring myself more trouble. With those words, Quinn walked away and met up with Syl. Without waiting for their order, the two took their leave to discuss what to do next, while the girl couldn't help but stare at his back in a stupor. Sis, are you interested in him? Another young blue-haired girl asked, with a few shiny blue scales on her face. I thought you said you only liked strong guys. He didn't look so strong. He couldn't even beat a fishman. I think that spiked draconic guy is better. Although it was all true, carefully watching the man act made her wonder. She thought she had seen the young man's eyes glow red for a moment before they quickly disappeared. Without a doubt, in her mind, she knew he was holding back. The question was, how much? The front of the ship was quite a distance away from where Nog was before, but there was a reason why he had to quickly travel through the multiple doors to head this way, and it was because he was heading to the command center to meet a certain individual. Standing there, looking out into the space, was a man in a bright white outfit and donning a captain's hat. He was tall, around 8 feet in height, and had a similar single horn sticking out from his head like Nog. So, how are our two new guests then? The captain asked. They have been getting on well, and as you expected, their intention didn't seem to be originally joining the cruise, Nog reported. Which means the two of them must be after something else, the captain licked his lips. I trust you, Nog, and you have done a good job, but we have to be extra careful this time. The captain glanced behind him and noticed Nog holding on to his forearm. Looks like you got hurt. It is a rarity. Someone made a mess? Well, this was actually from one of the new ones, but it wasn't them who started the confrontation, but I stepped in to stop the attack. One thing is for sure, our two new guests are strong, so I understand why you are suspicious, Nog replied. On top of that, they seem more wealthy than I initially expected. One can even do some magic to access his crystals. He handed me the demigod crystal just to talk about nothing, Nog explained. I suspect they have more as well. Based on the strength of the other, I can only assume that the black-haired man is a type of bodyguard for the blonde one. Finally, the captain turned around, and a smile appeared on his face. "We lack crystals for this trip, so we must get as much as we can, and the solution is in front of us. Go split the two up and get the crystals from the weak blonde guy. I trust that you know what to do," the captain ordered. After the strange confrontation, Quinn and Syl had gone to relax at the bar. If there was one thing that seemed to be plenty off no matter where they went, it was alcohol. Syl had ordered a type of whiskey. Its smell was so potent to Quinn, it felt like he could taste it in his mouth without needing to take a sip. As for Quinn himself, he was struggling to decide what he wanted, since he couldn't seem to see any blood. "Can I have that?" Quinn said, pointing to a square bottle that had a large X on the front. Although Quinn had no clue what it was, he had seen the shape of the bottle before. Lifting the glass up, he took a sniff. It still smelt a bit too strong for him, but closing his eyes and holding his nose, he took it down in one complete gulp. From the look on his face, one could tell that Quinn didn't enjoy the drink, not one bit. "It's so strange. I mean, it's been 1,000 years, and I think this is the first time the two of us have had a drink together," Syl commented as he took a sip. "But then when I think about it, that makes sense. You have never had a drink, not during the whole time you were a student, and not while you were asleep. That has to be so strange. Why did you order that anyway?" A strange feeling was coming over Quinn. It had upset his stomach somewhat and burned his throat. He remembered that alcohol was a strange substance, something that vampires could still enjoy the taste of, especially if they had enjoyed the drink as a human. It would taste the same as a vampire. "A particular person used to drink this drink. I thought I would give it a shot. I'm surprised to see it in a place like this. They really do have something for everyone and something from everywhere," Quinn commented. It had been a long time, but judging by the tone of Quinn's voice, Syl knew that he was most likely only talking about one of three people: Richard Eno, Vincent Eno, or Arthur. "You still get upset about it. You know, I might understand," Syl said, taking another gulp. "I mean, remember, I had a father that made me fight against my own siblings, and then tried to kill me for some reason. So I understand that I have an asshole father. Asshole father figure." Hearing this, Quinn didn't reply and instead ordered another glass, and he had done the same again, knocking it back in one gulp. He had yet to feel any effect, but it was perhaps due to him drinking them a bit too fast. That's when he went to order a third one, but a hand reached out and grabbed him. "Hey, stop. I know a lot has happened, and it's not all good news, and we're in the middle of nowhere, but I don't want to see you drunk. I've never seen you drunk in my life. Although I think after 1,000 years it might be entertaining, but with your powers, it could be a frightening thing." The words for his best friend helped him settle himself a bit, but to be honest, he was somewhat just trying to understand why people liked alcohol so much. He never got to experience those days of parties and such. A whole life had been missed out, and if he was to get drunk, he should at least experience it once. The thing was, after around 10 minutes, Quinn was starting to feel it going into his head. "I thought because of the healing factor of vampires they couldn't really get drunk. What is happening to me?" His face was feeling hot, and his head started to move about a bit, as if it was hard to keep it still. "Are you serious?" Syl asked. "How would anyone believe that you're some type of god when you can't even hold your drink? Look, you just stay here and drink some water. You don't have to worry about anything. You've had too much on your shoulders for a long time. When that Nog returns, ask if you can meet the captain and ask him about Earth. There's no rush." With that, Syl left his friend at the counter of the bar. Honestly, Syl didn't feel he would have to worry. Quinn was a gentle soul, a harmless person in the first place. And if someone did start something on him, if he wanted to, he could probably take the whole ship down. "As for me, I'm going to find that Dalkey and find out what he knows and why he's here," Syl thought as he went to the last place the Dalkey was seen. What he didn't know was Nog had long since returned, but had yet to approach or be seen by the others. "This is great. I was thinking of a way of splitting the two of them, but they have done so themselves. Let's see. We need to figure out where he stores the crystals, so we can't be too rough on him," Nog thought. While thinking about it, there was an upset look on his face, but he soon shook his head. "We need those crystals." Syl had quickly gone up to the second floor. He didn't use any of his abilities, as he didn't wish to startle anyone, but there were some abilities he could use that didn't require others to see. For one, there was X-ray vision. The second floor was hotter than the first, and on one half of the ship, everything was made of a type of rocky terrain. It was a strange area. There were just people lying on the ground, or on the rock-made sunbeds taking in the heat. Still, it didn't take him long with his X-ray vision to spot where the Dalki was. There was a giant curved rock in the large open space, which was strange to see on a ship. It looked like half of a moon was sticking out. Reaching the other side, Syl approached the Dalki, who looked relaxed and lying on his back with both arms behind his head. Now getting a better look at it compared to before, it was without a doubt a Dalki. "Can I help you?" the Dalki asked. Syl was wondering how to approach this. He had been wondering for a while what to say his whole walk here. "Do you recognize my type, my kind? Do you know about Earth?" Syl asked. The Dalki had somewhat of a reaction. He opened one of his eyes wide and looked at the person in front of him, stared him up and down before eventually giving an answer. "I have heard the name, but I don't really know anything about it," the Dalki replied. For sure, Syl thought that the Dalki had to be lying. There wouldn't be a single one that didn't know about Earth. They were the enemy, the place where they were trying to fight and take over. "That can't be. You're a Dalki. How are you still alive?" Syl asked. Now the Dalki was really interested, as he was no longer lying down, and had lifted his upper body up. Suddenly, the Dalki's eyes widened. "Move!" the Dalki yelled. "What?" "I said move!" the Dalki shouted, and both of its eyes lit up. Syl did as the Dalki said, moving out of the way, and red lasers came out of the Dalki's eyes. It had hit what looked like a person that was dressed in all black light armor. He was sent flying away and started to skid across the floor. He used his tools to defuse the energy and looked to be okay. The next second, 4 more of the same black figures appeared by the person's side. "What the? Did that Dalki just save me?" Syl thought. "And what was that crap coming out of his eyes? Don't tell me." Syl had recognized this power before. He had seen it used many times, which made him think, "Does this Dalki have an ability? A real ability?" It was a strange feeling for Quinn, and he didn't know how to get rid of it. His head was pressed against the cold surface of the marble-like bar, but it seemed like the more he kept his head still, the more it would spin. Still, his ears were working well, perhaps too well, as the echoed sound of high heels against the floor was resounding in his head. "Please, could someone just turn that off?" Quinn mumbled. For some reason, since there was already a third drink in front of him, and because he didn't want to waste it, he had gulped that down as well, which only made his situation go from bad to worse. "Oh, I thought you would be more of a gentleman. I didn't realize you were so rude," the voice said. From the corner of his eye, Quinn could see the shiny, light red hair he had seen before. It was the female that had latched onto him and almost gotten him eaten by that giant fish. "I would have stepped in if he tried to eat you," the voice said. "Huh? Can you read my thoughts?" Quinn said, lifting his head, and his eyes were a little bloodshot. The alcohol was extremely strong, and for someone like Quinn who had never had it before, it was affecting him more than it would have done others. He was wondering why his resistance to substances and poisons like this wasn't working at all. Then again, the creator of the system wasn't the most ethical person. "Don't be silly," the girl laughed. "You were speaking out loud. It looks to me like someone can't handle his drink. Why don't I look after you for the day? As a thank you for helping me out from before. The name is Wince." "Quinn," Quinn replied back, putting his arm out but missing slightly, so the two just didn't end up shaking hands. "You know, speaking about earlier, I picked you because I thought you could win, you know," Wince explained as she ordered a bright light blue drink in a champagne glass filled with bubbles. "You had this look in your eyes, while everyone else was afraid of what could happen, or was going to happen. You just stood there like it was no big deal. You must be strong, right? I was just wondering how strong you are." When asking this question, Wince grabbed both hands of Quinn and held them together, and she started to slowly move up one arm, massaging it gently as she asked. "Me?" Quinn said, slurred. "I am very strong. I saved my planet before, and now I need to do it again." Wince didn't know what to make of Quinn's answer. It was clear he was a bit more open and loose-lipped due to the drinks, but saving a planet could just mean she was speaking to a soldier. "How about beasts? Have you defeated beasts before?" Wince asked, probing a bit further. "Beasts. Lots of beasts. Crabs, trees, some demon tears here and there. Like I said, I'm quite strong," Quinn admitted, not shying away from the truth and somewhat bragging. He was proud of his achievements, but there was never anyone for him to really share them with. In the state he was in, he was saying what was on his mind. "Demon tears, huh? Is this guy just trying to brag to impress me? He's just telling me lies," Wince thought. "I thought since he wasn't swayed by my looks, He wouldn't lie to me like that, but maybe he beat them with a group or something. There is still hope." Standing up, Wince moved her seat closer to Quinn and ordered 2 more drinks. She pushed over the strange blue liquid to Quinn, who looked at it for a second. "It should help you with your headache," Wince said. Taking a sip of the drink, it was a lot sweeter compared to the whiskey he was drinking before, and he had consumed it on the spot. The only thing was, Wince had lied. It made his headache and stomach worse because there was indeed alcohol inside. "Maybe you can tell me more about yourself. You said you saved your planet, so what are you? What type of powers do you have?" Wince asked. What am I?" Quinn replied. "I guess the easiest way to explain it, at the moment, I'm a god." Hearing this answer, Wince wanted to slap her own cheek for believing that this guy must have been something. Her blue-haired sister, sitting alone at the other table, couldn't help but laugh at what was happening. She never believed that this man was anything at all, at least not someone who would pull them out of the position they were inside right now. "You don't believe me, do you?" Quinn asked. "I never wanted to be a god, but I received the title Ruler of Blood." Quinn's speech was still slow and all over the place, but when speaking, Wince noticed something else. Everything he said, there was a slight sadness in his voice. That slight tinge of sadness made her feel closer to Quinn, even though she wasn't sure if he really could help her. "Ruler of Blood. It sounds quite romantic if you ask me," Wince replied, now trying to just play along. She decided to just find out about the man instead of the man's strength and enjoy talking to this person, who for once didn't just look at her as something to win or get for themselves. "I mean, all lives have blood in their body, correct? Doesn't that mean in a way you are a ruler of everything that is living?" Wince tried to play along, perhaps even making the sad god smile a bit. Quinn chuckled at this comment. The chuckle had no mirth in it, though. It seemed to have the kind of regret that pulled on Wince's heartstrings. "Being a god is not as great as you think, and if what you said was true, then why have some of my good friends died in front of me?" A troubled past, that was for sure, but on this cruise there were plenty of people out there that had a troubled past. It was then that Wince herself took a big gulp of her drink, finishing it in one go. "Perhaps if you had more strength you would have been able to save them. Maybe you weren't strong enough," Wince mumbled. She said these words out loud, but they weren't really directed toward Quinn. "Not strong enough," Quinn said, standing up from his seat. He was a little wobbly on his legs that Wince thought she would have to catch him. "I wish that was the case. More like it was making bad decisions and not being able to be in the right place at the right time. It's so annoying," Quinn gestured in a loud voice, looking around at everyone, "that I have the power to make everyone in this room kneel on the floor, but I can't even go back to my home planet and help them. What type of shit god is that?" Since Quinn was speaking loud at the moment, the others not too far could hear him loud and clear. Then one couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. It was the younger sister with the bright blue hair. "I'm sorry, but you should be careful about what you say. Although making everyone kneel is quite unrealistic, there will still be some people that will take offense to that," she said. "You're right, but it doesn't matter because it's true," Quinn said, as he turned around and looked at Wince. He then gave an elegant bow, lifting his other hand like in the movies, as if he was in some type of play before walking to the center of the room. Wince was enchanted for a moment, powers or no. Quinn looked like he was a prince from one of those fantasy movies, elegant in movement and assured in his step. All eyes were on him, but most thought he was just a drunk guest. Even Nog was, now, looking at what was happening along with several workers. "You asked me what my powers were. Well, this is just one of many." Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and from the system something was activated. "Everyone, kneel," Quinn ordered. The next second, all of those that were looking at Quinn felt something strange enter their body as they were compelled to go on the floor and kneel. Everyone who was in the area had been affected. Someone had resisted a bit, but eventually they were all on the ground, or on their seats all kneeling towards this person. Quinn turned around with a smile on his face as he looked at Wince and walked past her, sitting back down in his seat. There were many strong individuals on board the Marpo cruise. They were well-traveled and at times needed to protect themselves. On top of that, even the wealthy individuals that could pay the admission fee usually wouldn't enter on their own and would have a guard of some sort with them. The guards weren't weak either, and everyone on the cruise would know this about the others as well. That was why it came as a surprise for everyone in the bar that there was someone who could force them to kneel suddenly, and it was clear who was the one behind it all. "This is embarrassing, but my body, no matter how hard I try to lift it, my legs and arms won't listen to me. What kind of power is this?" one of them thought. They were all forced to watch Quinn walk back to his seat, and when he had done, the effect seemed to wear off. They jumped to their feet, feeling free, but a few fell back from the exhaustion they felt from fighting against the skill. "Can I have another one of these bubbly blue things? They were quite nice," Quinn requested. Wasting no time, unlike before, the bartender rushed to make the drink. He ignored the other orders he was preparing beforehand and quickly offered the drink to Quinn that the latter had asked for. Not far from the bar area, one of the managers, Nog, was observing everything. He wasn't affected by the strange powers, but he knew well what type of strength one would possess to achieve something like that. "I've seen many people visit this cruise ship, and there have been those with similar powers, but I have never seen anyone have such a powerful effect on other people. Just what is he? What is his race and background?" Staring heavily at the back of Quinn, he couldn't figure out anything. It did remind him of something, though, an order he had passed not too long ago. "His punches are strong. He's fast and has some strange powers. If he's the guard of the other one, then trying to steal the crystals from such a person might not be good. It could affect the whole cruise," Nog thought. This time, Quinn had drunk the drink a little slower than last, because he could tell that he was getting worse by the second. But he was reassured, knowing he had Syl to protect him. As for his new friend, she was still stunned. Wait a second. Was what he was saying before all the truth? About defeating all of those beasts? Could he really not be lying? Is he really some god? Wince felt the last question was too far-fetched, but it didn't matter to her. She had found what she was looking for, someone who was strong. Walking toward Quinn, she soon sensed something coming towards her from the back, and in the next instant, a foot-long spike went past her. Turning her head, she saw quite a few angry faces staring in her direction, at Quinn to be more specific. She somewhat understood what had happened. One of them had sent out an attack. It was fast, and in the state Quinn was in, she wasn't sure he could handle it until she saw him raise his hand and grab the spike with 2 fingers before it hit him in the back of the head. This scene shocked everyone like it was something out of an action movie. Spinning on his bar stool, Quinn looked towards the angry mob. "You tried to attack me. I can hear it going through the air." Quinn hiccuped in between. "Ki, aura, shadow, weapons, I have so many ways I could have stopped this, but I chose to catch it to show the difference between you and me." Using the strength of his 2 fingers, he crushed the strange spike, causing it to fall to the floor. That was when a strange hedgehog-looking creature's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Since it had come from him, he knew how strong the spikes were, so without any hesitation, he decided quickly to turn away and get away from this strange person. After seeing this short interaction, no one else wanted to try to fight with him. On the other hand, Wince was now more sure than before and took the seat next to Quinn. "Wow, you really are strong. Although I somewhat believed you earlier, I honestly felt you were exaggerating too much." Wince had excitement in her voice, but when she saw that Quinn was taking another drink, she couldn't help but recall what Quinn had said earlier. Such a strong individual had a complicated past. "Maybe we can help each other. There has to be a reason why you're here. Everyone who is on a ship has their reason. Escaping from the troubles on their planet, business deals, or simply a vacation, I'm sure you also have your reasons. So I want to ask for a favor. If you can help me, I will do everything in my power to help you." Although Quinn's vision was getting a little blurry, he noticed a few things from the young lady beside him. One was the serious look on her face, her hands clenched together, and her tensed muscles. She was nervous, but she was serious as well. "I'm sorry. I have a million problems of my own to solve. I have to worry about my people first. After all, I'm not some charity or god that goes around doing good. In fact, I'm quite a selfish person. Unless you have some way to take me back to Earth, then I can't even be bothered by any of your troubles," Quinn replied. His mood was beginning to get a little sour, as these words reminded him of all the things constantly bugging him, so he thought it might be time for him to leave this place, but when he was about to get up, Wince pulled the corner of his sleeve. "Please, I'm begging you. I'll give you all the crystals you want. We even have nest crystals that you could use." Wince bowed her head, and Quinn noticed droplets of tears drip on the floor. "My entire kingdom is in trouble, and I can't save them. I have no strength to save them. My last hope was the Marpo cruise, and you're the only one I have found to have the capability to help me in my troubles." It would be a lie if Quinn didn't feel some compassion and pity for the young woman, and even felt the urge to help them. But as he had said earlier, he wasn't in a position to get involved in other people's business. What happened on planet Amra was a different story. It was only because he thought it would help him get back to Earth that he got involved. Just as he shrugged her off, Quinn soon saw a blue-haired female standing before him. She was one with the other woman, Quinn thought. Please help us, the other sister cried. My sister would never beg anyone for help. She was so proud before, and now we have to do this. It's not fair. What did we ever do to deserve this? Quinn had never been good with women in the first place, but now seeing the crying women, he didn't know what to do and could only let out a big sigh. I'm not promising to help. It is very, very unlikely that I will help, but I will at least listen to your story, and maybe when I'm done with my troubles, I'll consider helping you. The two sisters felt hope as their faces lit up. Thank you. Thank you so much. In return, the two of us will give you our flowers, Wince replied. Her eyes had turned red from the tears, but instead of helplessness, there was hope in them. Flowers? What does that mean? Quinn thought, visibly confused, but the bartender behind who had heard everything felt embarrassed, and he had to walk away. Both of them sat beside Quinn. This time, instead of another alcoholic beverage, he decided to go for the water to sober himself up to hear their story better. That was until everyone suddenly felt a jerk, and the waiter, who had just given a glass of water to Quinn, suddenly fell face first over the counter. Is the ship shaking? Wince asked in confusion. Quinn looked down and noticed the water in his glass move, and the bar suddenly began to shake. Then, suddenly, the whole ship shook violently, causing people to fall from their seats. Moving his hands, Quinn quickly grabbed onto both girls. For the blue-haired one he had grabbed from by her elbow, while Wince screamed as she felt a hand latch onto her chest. It's too soft. I need to hold on to something else. Quinn, still tipsy, shouted in annoyance and grabbed her waist this time, not realizing the others around him had heard his words clearly. But before anyone could react, a ship-wide announcement suddenly shocked everyone. All staff members are to be on guard. We are being attacked. I repeat, staff members are to be on guard. The Marpo cruise is under attack. In the strange desert-like area of the ship, Syl was trying to figure out two things. One was who these people were that had just tried to attack them right now, and the second was whether or not the Dalki had used an ability. The Dalki were already powerful beings, and those with more spikes on their back would get stronger the more they fought and got injured. However, Syl also knew they would discover an inherent ability unique to themselves after their fifth spike. One Horn was able to change the size of his body. Slicer had a tail that was fast and could regenerate, and then there were even those that shared similar traits to the clones they were made out of. The only thing was when these inherent traits were actually an extension of their body rather than an ability. This time, however, Syl was sure it was an ability because of two things. One, the type of energy felt when being used, and two, the fact that it was one of Syl's many abilities in his book. I think we should concentrate on the ones trying to get rid of us, the Dalki shouted, emitting a red beam from his eyes towards one of those dressed in black, but just like before, this one had stopped the attack with his axe-like weapon. However, the next moment, Dalki was already in front of them and caught the axe with his bare hand, and before the enemy could react, he knocked him to the ground, and using his laser eyes, shot at the attacker, sending him far into the distance. Quickly, another tried to attack with a dagger, but when it hit the Dalki's hard scales, it did nothing, and the weapon merely bounced off. Turning around, he had whacked the attacker off in the distance. When the Dalki went to look at the others, he could see that the human with him had managed to deal with the intruders on his own, and was standing there with all the enemies knocked out and on the ground. You seem quite strong. I was told that many humans were weak compared to us, the Dalki said. Well, clearly you haven't been to Earth. There are plenty of strong guys there, I believe, Syl replied, realizing he hadn't been there in a long time. Besides, if we were that weak, we would have lost the war against you, but did we? Since it was unlikely that the Dalki would straight-up answer Syl's questions, he was going for another approach, by angering him and making him slip up. Perhaps this way he could get the answers he sought and know the information the Dalki had. Ah, yes, but most of it could be credited to just one person, and he's no longer with you. So if another war happens, do you really think we would lose? The Dalki asked with a smile on his draconic-looking face. The question did pop up in Syl's mind. If it was the past Earth, then probably not, but with him and others, they were much stronger than before. They would be able to have done something, and then there was one more thing he had to take note of. What if all the Dalki that had attacked last time had an ability like this one? Would they have stood a chance then? The images of chaos and battlefields from the Great War flashed in Sill's mind again. It was something he didn't want to see again. They already had enough to worry about with the Celestials, Dampirs, and vampires. Now Dalki, an old enemy they had defeated, had also entered the picture. "How did you get that ability of yours? I'm hoping for an answer. Otherwise—" Sill lifted his hand, and it started to spark blue. The 5-spike Dalki would have been a problem before, but even with an ability, Sill was sure he could deal with him, even without using any of his demon-tier weapons. But at that moment, the floor beneath them started to tremble, and the whole area was rumbling. Then, the next moment, they heard the noise of an artificial ceiling above them breaking down. "What's going on? What is that?" The other guests started to point. Some had noticed the fighting and gathered, but not everyone was interested, and the fight lasted only a few seconds. But this was frightening as more of the ceiling started to break, and giant shards crashed onto the floor. Soon they knew why, and what was the reason behind this abrupt chaos, as several humanoid figures came through. They were covered in dark blue armor from head to toe, and had a helmet covering their face. What was most noticeable, though, was what was in their hands because it looked like a gun. They had jets on their back that allowed them to hover in the air, and like an army of flying ants, they had covered the whole ceiling. "All staff members are to be on guard. We are being attacked. I repeat, staff members are to be on guard. The Marpo cruise is under attack." The announcement reverberated throughout the ship, but it was too late. "Fire!" one of the attackers shouted. Immediately, lasers came out one after another towards the crowds of people. The guards did their best to protect their employers. They were able to block a few shots here or there, but were eventually getting hit. The laser attacks went through their armor like a sharp arrow, leaving a deep wound from which blood would ooze out. There was pandemonium as people started scrambling to get away, but there was no way to get away from the army of ant-like intruders. They would get overwhelmed soon. The ship staff quickly arrived at the scene. They instructed the people to stand back and those willing to fight to help them. Many of the guests were stumbling to get out of the way as some of their guards tried to step up and defend their clients. As for Sill and the Dalki, the laser had hit him, but Sill had hardened his skin in the right place, making the laser attacks useless against him. And when they hit the Dalki, the attack had grazed his skin, drawing a small amount of green blood. Then some of them landed on the ground and started to pull out what looked like swords made of energy. It reminded Sill a bit of what Logan used to have, but the power this time seemed more stable and stronger, and judging by the energy blasts, it was far more potent than anything they could come up with back on Earth. "I will deal with these on the ground. You deal with the ones in the air. That's fair, right? And I think we should save the people on board as well," the Dalki said, and ran off towards the enemies who had landed on the floor. Sill couldn't believe what was happening. Right now, of all things and people, he was about to fight side by side with an actual Dalki. This was something he had never imagined. Nevertheless, he did as the other requested. Sill then put his hand on the floor to create a giant wall of earth. The wall instantly appeared, casting a shadow over the others, but unfortunately the attacks still got through, but that didn't matter. Sill ran up to the top in an instant, and everyone could see him, but the most noticeable thing was his hands, which were electrified and covered in sparks. "Just like bugs," Sill smiled, as he let out several lightning strikes from his hand. As soon as it hit the first armored intruders, his body started to shake wildly, and in the next second, the lightning passed from one to the next, and then to the next, creating a web of lightning. It lasted 5 seconds before Sill stopped his attack, and all of them dropped from the sky like flies. Now, with the job done, Sill slapped his hands together and put away the earth wall. "Wow, did you see that they dealt with the intruder so easily?" one of the guests exclaimed. "You're amazing." When Sill heard the word "they," he looked behind him and saw that the Dalki was also done. He had dealt with them all incredibly quickly. "Even if he is a 5-spike Dalki, how was he able to— Is it because of the ability?" More and more started to congratulate them both, even offering them beast crystals as payment to be their new bodyguards, or to come back with them. But Sill didn't have time to get bothered with this because of the new announcement. "Attention all Marpo crew staff, please head to Section 3 of the ship. The largest enemy force is centered in this position. Get ready to defend the ship!" After hearing this, a thought crossed Sill's mind. Section 3? Wait a second, isn't that where Quinn is?
Section 3 of the ship was one of the most significant sections and one of the few zones from which one could head to any area because it was at the center of the whole spaceship. It was also where most of the different races would gather as they relaxed, socialized with each other, and made connections, meaning it had the most number of people that were on board in one place, and that included Quinn, who was at one of the bars. After everyone heard the announcement that the ship was under attack, the two sisters stood up from their seats. They were concerned, as sweat trickled down the side of their faces. "What should we do, sis? Do you think this is because of us?" the blue-haired young woman asked. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and she felt words get stuck in her throat due to the fear. "Don't worry, Cyril," Wince replied. "The pirates frequently attack this ship. The staff here are some of the strongest in the galaxy. At the same time, there are people from all over. Many of them were more important personnel than us, so it's highly unlikely the enemy is here for us. This is probably one of the safest places we could be right now. Besides, we have a backup plan." Wince turned around, but she soon found herself slapping her head, seeing Quinn lying flat on the table, snoring away. He had fallen asleep somehow, even with all the rumbling. As Wince went over to wake him up, the whole ship started to shake violently again, and an explosion was heard from one of the areas within Section 3. It was so powerful that everyone in the bar stumbled on their feet. A large amount of smoke was coming from the casino area of the ship. The attackers had created a hole that reached 5 levels. Storming through that hole were around 200 troops of men, all holding either laser guns of some sort or swords made of pure energy, and leading all of them was what one could only assume as their leader. He was the only one with a different weapon in his hands. The weapon was a golden-blue trident. At the same time, unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a mask, and everyone had a clear view of his face. His hair was tangled up and dangling down to his shoulders, and he had a muscular face with a few visibly shining scales over his cheekbones. "Kill them all!" the man hollered and stomped his trident onto the floor, creating a small whirlpool around him. It was the signal for chaos to commence throughout the ship. Immediately, the guards behind him started to fire their laser guns at everyone with no specific target. They hit the guests and the staff. Whoever came within the line of fire, everyone was getting mauled down. Some of the staff members had also started to move, and there were around 20 in the room alone. One of the staff swung his arm out, and it started to transform midway into a large hammer, hitting the enemy guards in the special suits. It looked like it would be a one-sided match, but those in the suits were able to use their strength to counter it as they barraged against the attack. Then, drawing out their weapons, they started to hack and slash at the hammer. Seeing this, it was clear to everyone that this was no normal pirate attack. The enemies were quickly taking out the powerful crew staff. It didn't take long for the guests to understand that they would also need to participate if they wanted to survive. So, a full-scale battle began inside the cruise ship, and some of the customers fared better than the staff. Tom, the huge fat fish from before, used his giant tongue to bind one of the attackers up and gobble him up. The enemy remained in his mouth for a while before his belly expanded and he spat the armored foe with great force. Tom spat the attacker into another one of his own and continued to attack. At the same time, the infiltrators were starting to spread out. They cut or sliced the guests until the latter could no longer move. Even the customers who weren't fighting and had surrendered were shot in their legs so they could not move. One of the guests was being chased through the casino slot machine area. He ducked and weaved between the machines as they got hit by the incoming stage and exploded, causing hundreds of coins to drop onto the ground. And just as the guest passed through the machines, he found an enemy guard waiting for him on the other side. Seeing the mask, the man lost all the courage in his head, and, with no other way to escape, fell to his knees, clasped both hands together, and started to beg. "Please, I beg you, I have money. I can give you lots of money. Spare me and come back to my planet. I can make it worth your while," the man said. Not caring about what the guests had to say, the enemy guard swung the sword, ready to kill or hurt him like the rest. But just before it could reach him, a hand grabbed the blade. "This is the Marpro cruise, and we will protect those on board." The person was none other than Nog. He held on to the energy blade with his bare hand. It pierced through his skin as his hand around the blade turned red, and blood began to drip out, but the good news was he had managed to stop the attack. "This is just like a normal sword," Nog grunted, and snapped it in half before punching the attacker in the chest, sending him right into the ship's wall to another section. "We have protected this ship for decades, and we will also protect the ship today," Nog proclaimed as he went on to help and deal with the rest. The staff put up a good fight, even though they were heavily outnumbered, and things got even more challenging when the attackers decided to spread out a bit. When paying close attention, it looked as if they were checking on each person they attacked, since not all of them were being outright killed on the spot. However, despite the defense they were putting up, they were slowly losing out. Some of the attackers with guns were on the second floor, and one of the staff members was fighting 3 with blades and was doing quite well with his flexible limbs. Suddenly, they stopped attacking and jumped out of the way, and in the next instant, a rain of bullets came down on the staff member. Even though it wouldn't go through his body, it drew blood, making him weaker when he was already tired, and eventually he fell face first on the floor. The same happened with even the best guards and fighters. The enemy shot at Tom's giant tongue so many times that his mouth would fill up with blood as soon as he retracted it, and eventually even he collapsed with his tongue rolled out on the floor. "These guys show no respect," he muttered. Nog, seeing all of this, was shaking. Backup had yet to arrive from the other areas. Even though he had sent out a message to them before joining the fight, this was a much larger scale attack than he thought. He knew the enemies weren't pirates, and in fact it was almost as if someone had sent out somewhat of a whole army to get them. "If I can't get in contact with the captain, I'll need to get in contact with the Marpo base. They'll get rid of these guys if they hear of this," Nog thought, as he took a step forward, but suddenly heard the cries and screams. If he wasted time heading to the control room, more lives would be lost. "I must keep fighting and hope the captain makes it in time to teach all these guys a lesson." The chaos ensued in Section 3, but eventually, things were starting to die down because the remaining guests had decided to hide. It was a large ship with plenty of room and equipment, among other things. Since surrendering wasn't an option, they kept quiet, not making a noise and revealing themselves. The enemies had now dealt with most of the noisy guests that had continued to fight back, but they didn't leave because they had yet to find who they were actually looking for. The attackers soon stepped inside the large bar area. They were a group of 10. The 3 in front held swords, while the others had guns ready to give them backup when needed. One of the gunmen suddenly saw a person move from under the table and immediately shot them, and the others followed and put several holes in the tables, instantly killing most of the guests hiding under them. "We aren't to kill them unless we confirm who they are first," one at the front said aloud. Just as they were being told off from the side, 2 females in black dresses appeared in front of them. One of them kicked the weapon out of the enemy's hand, while the other hit the hand away, before using her palm to strike the chin of another. The movements were quick, and the main goal was to get the weapons the enemy was using. Both of the girls, Wince and Cyril, had no hesitation as they slashed the bodies in front of them. Then, holding their bodies in place, they charged toward the gunmen using them as shields. When getting close, they pushed the bodies, throwing them on top of the others. Before they could recover and get off the ground, both of the females slashed their necks, drawing strange bluish blood and killing them on the spot. "This is our fault." Cyril started huffing and panting. The 2 girls had cut off parts of their dresses and covered their faces. They looked towards the chaos that was continuing, but it looked like it was coming to an end. The attackers with their guns had quickly been able to subdue a room full of people. The only one left fighting was Nog, who was up against the trident user. Nog had done well. He was fast, strong, and powerful, and had taken on a group of 10 before running into this man. Still, there was no match between the 2. "You are still standing, but you can't see. We have already taken over the ship. I thought the Marpo ship was meant to be impossible to take over," the man asked, with his hands raised. He then shoved the trident forward, and 3 jets of water started to wrap around each other, hitting Nog straight in the stomach, and sending him flying back and crashing into the several tables in the bar area until he had eventually stopped. Everyone who had been captured, injured, and still alive was watching, thinking that this was the end of their lives. "You have no idea what you're doing," Nog said, getting up and coughing blood. His clothes had been ripped off, and his whole body was bruised and full of broken bones. "If the captain was here, he would have beaten you all." And even if you don't believe that, now that you have touched this place, the real owner of the Marpro cruise will come for you no matter where you are." Nog smiled. The words he spoke were his truth. He was satisfied to know that after his death, all of these people would be dealt with. He was just upset that he wouldn't be there to see it. Around 50 of the attackers in strange masks had been defeated, and the rest had gathered behind the man with the trident. There was no longer any need for them to search the rest of the area, as everywhere apart from one had been searched. The one with the trident had placed his hand next to his ear to report this to the other teams. There was a response from a couple of them, but from one there was no word whatsoever. "That's strange. Is there really someone on this ship that could have wiped them out? Perhaps the captain this guy spoke of, although I find it unlikely, but I guess we still haven't found her," he mumbled to himself. He and the others walked forward, entering the large bar area that covered an entire hall. It was the last place that they had yet to check, and where the last of the resistance currently was at. "You are in quite the situation, to use such words when you can't even stand. They will come after us. Very well, then let them come after us. I am willing to take that gamble," the man said, pointing his trident towards Nog once more. Water could be seen gathering at the tip, and it was unsure even for Nog himself if he could take another hit. "Wait!" The pink-haired female ran out and stood in front of the trident. "It's me you want," she said, taking off her makeshift mask and revealing herself. "Now, this would have been far easier, wouldn't it?" the man asked. "If you had just come out from the beginning, then everything would have been fine. Did you really think that you were protected and safe here?" Wince didn't say anything. She just clenched her fists while a large vein on her forehead could be seen. Her teeth were grinding back and forth, but she knew there was nothing that she could do. Two men held her by her arms as they went to take her away. "No!" Cyril shouted, revealing herself from her hiding spot, just behind one of the flip tables. "Please, someone help her!" Her eyes were full of tears, but she herself didn't act because she knew she couldn't do it alone. She couldn't fight them all on her own. All she could do was continue to scream and ask for help. The other attackers were searching the place to see if there was anyone else that might still be hiding, when one of them had come across a certain individual lying on the table sleeping. The sound of snoring could be heard, so it was clear he was alive. "Sir, what should we do with the guests on board, including this one?" the attacker asked. "Get rid of them all," the leader replied. "Wait, no!" Wynne shouted. "I came with you. You got what you want. Why are you doing this? You don't have to do this, please." No amount of begging would work. She now realized this as the soldiers got ready to use their guns, but that's when her sights went to the one who had a gun held right to his head. "You!" Wynne shouted. "You're a god, right? You proved it to me. You told me about all those things you did, so do them now. I saw how much pain you were in. You were in so much pain because you said you couldn't save your old friends, right? Right?" She continued to scream. "Please help us. Help us. You can help people. You can do something this time to help others. So please, wake the fuck up." The last words were screamed at the top of her lungs. The sound resounded in the entire place, almost echoing, but there seemed to be no response. The sound of the guns in the room was heard, charging up, and one was pointed directly at the man's head on the table. Wince looked at him, her last hope. His life was going to end like that until she saw the man's hand on the gun. She hadn't seen him move. She just saw that the person on the table was now holding on to the gun. The attacker tried to pull away. He used his whole strength, but it couldn't move no matter what. "So much screaming. It's really starting to hurt my head," a voice was heard from the table. That's when the attacker noticed that the man's nose on the table started to twitch. "I smell blood." Keeping his hand on the gun, Quinn stood up from his seat. He had wrapped the palm of his hand around the muzzle. He then clutched the barrel and pulled the man's arms as he stood up, and seeing this, all eyes in the area were on him. "Let go! Let go or I'll shoot!" the man shouted. Panic was evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, the others had stopped what they were ordered to do and were looking at the sudden turn of events. Wince's throat hurt from all the shouting and crying, but now she thought it was worth it because he was now awake. Nog, standing not too far off, was breathing heavily. He could barely stand on his feet, but somehow managed to hold his composure because he didn't want to look weak. "These guys, they're no joke.
I remember he did that trick before, but will it work on these guys? Can he really do anything? Either way, it doesn't matter as long as he can hold them off until the captain arrives. If need be, I'll help him without hesitation too, Nog thought, while focusing on recovering his strength as quickly as possible. The wounds and bruises on his body began to heal as the horn on his head pulsated and changed colors. "Is this the person you were screaming at before?" the commander of the attackers asked. "This person is going to help you? Have you gone mad? Very well, let's see what he can do. Get rid of him." Hearing the order, the man holding the gun pushed the trigger, releasing the energy beam. However, nothing happened as silence descended on the bar. Quinn stood there with no pain or injury on his body. They had expected the energy beam to go through his hand and into his head, but the beam never came out. "Is it broken?" the man wondered, and pulled the trigger again and again. The sight of the gun lit up like it usually would, but the energy beam he wanted never came out. As for what Quinn was doing, he was matching the energy produced by the gun with his own ki. A while ago, he noticed that some pure members used guns that created ki bullets. It had made Quinn wonder if he could use the third stage of ki like that of a blood bullet. It would be an almost invisible, strong, and fast attack. Now that he recalled it, he had the chance to implement it practically. And it looked like he could get the answer to his question here, as the two energies matched with one another and canceled out the effects. The gun was made quite well, as he was surprised it didn't break, but it also worked well as a good practice of releasing his ki as soon as the man pressed the trigger. "It's a shame you're wearing those masks," Quinn said, with a hiccup in between. "Otherwise I might have made you shoot your own friends." In the next instant, he tightened his grip around the muzzle and broke the whole thing, crushing it. He threw it on the ground. The man looked dazed. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't even react and now was unsure what to do. Still, they were strong and trained in combat, so mustering all his confidence, he went to throw a punch. Quinn easily blocked it by smacking it away and kicked the man's legs, causing him to fall. The next second, Quinn pressed his foot on the man's chest. Immediately, the others pulled out their guns and pointed them toward Quinn. Why isn't he using that strange power that he used before? He can control all of them to do his bidding, right? Wince thought. She hadn't caught Quinn's whisper from earlier. The main problem was the masks that the others were wearing, and it was unsure if they would work against such people in the first place. "I would have liked to test a few things on you," Quinn said, nearly losing his balance and falling off the man. "However, I'm not feeling the best today, so I need to end this quickly." The commander laughed, and so did his men. By then, noticing that the firing had stopped and people were laughing, some guests were peeking out of their hiding spots to look over at the scene. Even Tom, who was lying on the floor but still alive, had opened his eyes. "Hey!" Quinn shouted, looking at Wince. "Don't you remember what I said? I'm a god of blood, and these guys have spilled a lot of it." Lifting his hands, the dead guest's blood that was on the floor started to rise up. The blood of the dead was being sucked out of their bodies and slowly rose above the floor. They were in a large area, so it was bizarre for them to see the blood everywhere in the air like raindrops. As they witnessed the scene, the attackers started to panic, and a frown formed on the commander's face. How was someone able to do such things? Wince thought. Nog's mouth was left wide open upon witnessing what was going on. He had met many people on their trips, but no one could do something like this. Combined with what the person had shown before and his strength, Nog was starting to believe that this person might even be stronger than the captain. "What are you doing? Stop him! Fire!" the commander ordered as he clutched his trident and pointed it towards Quinn. Immediately, all the enemies started to fire at Quinn. Multiple lasers came toward him, but before they could reach him, the blood droplets suddenly amassed in the air in front of Quinn, forming a wall and blocking every incoming attack. The blood wall continued to move, and even when the commander used the trident to fire out a jet stream of water, more blood would gather and block it. It was hard for the attackers to see what was going on, as the blood kept accumulating, blocking the attacks from all directions, and as it had almost created a ball around Quinn. In the end, seeing their attacks turning out useless, they stopped firing, but they didn't know this decision would just hasten their annihilation. "Okay, now it's my turn." Quinn's words resounded throughout the room. He moved his hand down, and all the blood in the air turned into something similar to the blood bullet skill. In an instant, it went through all the attackers, breaking through the armor they were wearing, hitting their heads, and killing them on the spot. Before anyone could react, everyone witnessed about 150 bodies fall to the ground, all apart from one, the commander. He stood there in disbelief as he looked at all of his men. "You are an interesting one," Quinn smiled. "On this whole ship, there wasn't one person with celestial energy, so I was losing hope. And then one of you came right to my doorstep." Moving just his fingers, the blood from before and the new blood spilled from the dead bodies started to gather and condense into the palm of Quinn's hand and turned into a solid red ball. "Wait! Who are you? Maybe you and my master can talk," the commander said, now frightened. The situation had completely turned on its head. Everyone thought that it was clear they had the upper side, yet they came across just one person with so much power that he alone turned the tables. Wince, who was being held, noticed that Quinn could even attack them without hurting any others. Somehow, her stroke of luck had worked, and she was now more confident than ever that she had found the right person. Thank you so much." She couldn't help but tear up at the glimpse of hope in front of her. "I'm sorry," Quinn replied to the commander, "but I already know how to deal with your type. Things never change, and I'm not going to give you a chance. In the first place, the easiest way to make them come to me is by taking you out." He thrust his arm forward, and out from the red ball of energy, a large spike came out so fast that it pierced the commander's heart before he could even react. The celestial energy from his body got drained and went straight to Quinn, but the amount was minuscule, and when he retreated the spike, the commander fell to the floor, dead. There was silence for a few moments. It took the time for the guests to process what was happening until a few words came out. Thank you, you saved us," a guest cheered. Applause resounded throughout the room as people shouted tears of gratitude to the person in front of them. Upon seeing all of this, it was hard to say it didn't make Quinn happy. It was a good feeling. Just then, several staff members, along with Syl, rushed into the casino through the large hole that the attacker had created. "As I thought, I didn't have to worry about anything after all," Syl smiled upon seeing Quinn going back to his seat and sitting down. For Nog, though, as soon as he saw Syl and the others, he rushed over immediately and got down on one knee, not in front of him, but rather to the large man next to him, the Dalki. "Captain, please instruct us about what to do next," Nog asked. "Captain? What? This Dalki is the captain?" Because of the sudden attack, the ship had suffered a lot of damage that needed urgent repair. So instead of continuing the flight path as planned to its next destination, the captain decided to halt the ship's advancement and instructed the staff to commence emergency repairs all over the ship. However, because the amount of damage on the ship was too much, there wasn't really enough backup for them to get it back up to how it was, so they had called for help from the main branch, the Marpo headquarters. In response, the captain was told they would send out a fleet to do repairs, but it would take a while for them to arrive. By the time the fleet comes, the captain was instructed to figure out the number of lives lost on the ship and the amount of damage done. There were times when this ship was attacked, but one or two guests would get injured or maybe even unfortunately killed. However, never anything like this had transpired before, and the whole matter required urgent investigation to find out the root cause. However, there was still the question of who would take responsibility for such a thing happening. It was hard to say. The guests on the cruise had their personal problems they had to deal with, so it would be hard for any of them to act, which was why they had pointed most of the anger toward the attackers. But this led to the most important question. Once again, just who were the attackers, and why had they attacked since it was clear they weren't random space pirates? The meeting had been called in the command room, from the captain no less, and the people attending it were the two sisters, Nog, Syl, and Quinn. They were all now in the same room, sitting at a round table across from each other. But the mood was strange in the room, to say the least. When Syl learned that Dalki was captain, he didn't know how to react. The good news was it didn't look like their lead would be getting off the ship anytime soon. Earlier, the Dalki captain, known as Doggoth, had asked if they could meet at some point and would call them after he was done assessing the situation. Since Syl could see that Quinn was in no state to reply himself, he had agreed. The two of them went into a room to relax for the day until Quinn finally recovered. Then, Syl sat down and explained everything that had ensued during the attack, while Quinn had next to no recollection of what he had done, only bits and pieces here and there. It didn't matter, though, because while walking back to their room, plenty of people had informed Syl exactly what Quinn had done while thanking the then-tipsy Quinn. When telling the story back to him, for the first time after a long period, Quinn's face carried a tinge of red out of embarrassment, which deepened as Syl continued. At last, the two of them were eventually called by the captain, which had brought them to the situation they were in now. The Dalki stood up and began the meeting. It was strange for the two humans to see a Dalki act so civil and understanding, although it wasn't too strange for Quinn because looking at the Dalki captain reminded him of Borden. "First, I want to start this meeting by thanking the two of you." The Dalki gestured towards them with a hand and a slight bow. "I have seen what the blonde man can do firsthand, and I have heard numerous reports from Nog and others of what you have done. Without the two of you, the number of lives we would have lost on this ship would have been much more." In truth, Syl didn't want the Dalki to treat them nicely because it made it harder for them to ask what they wanted. Syl wanted to find out why a Dalki had an ability and how it was still alive. They also needed to get information about Earth from him, and if he wasn't going to say anything, then they would have to use force and find out from him, which wouldn't be easy to do if they became friendly with him. Syl and Quinn's plan before coming here was to hear what the meeting was about first, and then act according to the circumstances. "It's no problem. I don't even remember what I did in the first place," Quinn quipped, half smiling, which received some giggles from both Wince and Cyril. "Now, I've called you all here because we have to find out why this unknown enemy attacked the Marpo cruise. According to Nog, it looked like the group's commander was after you." Doggoth pointed at Wince. "So it would be best if you can please explain." Wince turned silent for a second and had her head held down. That was when her sister Cyril held her hand and nodded. "We should tell them we need his help, right?" she added. Sitting up straight, Wince also nodded, and after taking a deep breath, she started to explain. "I will explain everything from the beginning so you can better understand our situation. I am Wince Trail, princess of the Mermerial race, and currently we are on the run. Our planet has always been split into two factions, two groups of people that believe they hold the right to rule our race. However, it has been impossible for one side to rule the other due to our powers being even." The start of the conversation played a lot of similarities with the current situation on Earth, so Quinn was slightly interested. Still, as he stated before, he wasn't interested in getting involved in anyone else's affairs. "On one side, they have a powerful god that supports them. He grants them strange powers to fight us, and on our side, we have a legendary beast, the Hydra, controlled by my father, the king. One day my father and the legendary beast suddenly went missing. Even after a long search and many days, there was no news of him. In the end, some of our people began to believe that they were dead, and because of that, the tide of power shifted, allowing the other faction to take over and get rid of our army. Because of all this, my sister and I had no choice but to run away, but they continued to chase us. They wish to eliminate our bloodline so there can never be an uprising, but before that, they want us alive. As for why he wishes us alive, it's because our blood will unlock the royal room. It will allow him access to weapons, and powerful weapons and items, strengthening the other faction." The four in the room understood what was going on. To be honest, it was a tale heard many times, just in different ways. An uprising, a betrayal, or just two factions colliding and one side getting rid of the other. "This is why we boarded the Marpo cruise," Cyril explained. "We are looking for powerful warriors to help us fight back. Our people have been made into slaves or tortured just for supporting us. We have to set them free and reclaim our world." It was then that Quinn stood up from his seat. "Look, I'm sorry, but as I said before, I don't really want to or have the time to get involved. Whenever I get involved, people end up dying anyway, and I need to get back to Earth. So if no one in this room can help us get back to Earth, we will leave this place and continue on our way." "It's not like this doesn't concern you," Wince chimed in. "If they capture us and get their hands on those treasures, it will be destructive for the entire galaxy. You have seen what type of people you're dealing with, right? And we are not asking you to help us for free. You are free to have the treasures for yourself if you are successful. We just want our people to be free. So we beg you, on behalf of an entire race, please help us out." The look in her eyes annoyed Quinn because somewhere in his heart he wanted to help them out. It was in his nature. It was just who he was. But he had to prioritize who was more important. So, without saying a yes or no, Quinn walked out of the room, with Syl quickly following him. They walked down the hallway until Quinn eventually stopped and placed his hands on the side of his head. "Hey, not to add to the stress of the situation, but are we going to help them out?" Syl asked. "Now you too?" Quinn replied, but noticed something strange. Beside him, Syl suddenly had a strange look on his face, and when listening closely, Quinn noticed the former's heart was beating slightly faster. "What's wrong?" he asked. Syl looked behind before replying while scratching the back of his head. "Well, the thing is, you know how she said that her father and the Hydra went missing? Well, do you remember that trident that I have?" As soon as Quinn heard the words coming out of Syl's mouth, he stopped him there and quickly used his celestial energy to cover the two of them in his white space. Although he hadn't yet fully recovered his celestial energy after the practice, there was enough to secure the location. He believed it was important that no one else ends up hearing what Syl was saying. "Syl, please tell me it isn't true," Quinn asked, still surprised by what Syl was trying to imply. Using his powers, Syl opened the portal to reveal the glorious trident he had used in his battle against Athos. Admittedly, it was more elegant than the commander's, but on closer inspection, both the trident seemed to have similar craftsmanship and design, and upon seeing this, it only added more worry to Quinn's mind. "I'm sorry, Quinn, but you have to understand my point of view," Syl said. "When I landed on the planet, there was nothing but water, and then this damn giant Hydra-looking fish came out of nowhere and started attacking me. What do you think anyone would do in this situation? It was clearly at the level of a demon-tier beast, and a strong one as well, so I thought that it would make a great weapon. There were plenty of times when I would land on a planet and kill beasts and demon-tier beasts, so this was no different. How could I have imagined this would complicate things in the future?" So far, the story seemed quite fair, and Quinn was with Syl on this one. He would have done the same thing. "Anyway, in the middle of the fight, this muscular old man with a white beard came out of nowhere. He was also the same. Without saying anything or listening to me, he started to attack along with the Hydra. I had no clue what was happening, but the man kept yammering about this Yanni guy sending me to kill the beast. I have to admit, it was a really tough fight, but what was even more impressive was that the man could transform the demon-tier beast into this weapon right here. Furthermore, it had the same replication ability, allowing one trident to become many, just like a Hydra's many heads. It was clear that this man was going to take me out, so it was either him or me, and after he disappeared, I took the spear, and it's been like this ever since. But I won't lie, this trident has been one of my best and most favored demon-tier weapons because it helped me gain an advantage in countless battles after that." Syl was shaking his head as he thought back to the fight. It certainly was one of his most challenging ones, especially for not going against a Godslayer or a Celestial. It was almost as if the demon-tier beast and the man were more on the level of a Godslayer, but that wasn't the important bit now. "I have to admit, I feel a bit guilty," Syl added. "Ultimately, it's because of me that her family and the people on the planet are being turned into slaves. Can't we help them?" Quinn's eyebrows furrowed. If he were honest, he would have preferred Syl to keep the story to himself, but he understood why it was eating him up inside and why he felt the need to tell someone. For Quinn, though, this story just made it harder for him to be selfish. They had absolutely no responsibility or reason to get involved in this, unlike with the Amra race, but now Syl had presented a reason, and not a simple one either. "If it's really such a big deal, maybe one of us can continue to focus on finding a way to get back to the Earth while the other helps them out. I don't think there's a need for the two of us," Syl suggested. While thinking about it, Quinn didn't really want to split up with Syl. Splitting up last time didn't turn out to be the best decision, even if the two were titans in terms of power. Hearing what Syl had suggested, though, did give him an idea. "Maybe there is a way," Quinn sighed. "The commander from before had a marking. That means there's definitely a Celestial on that planet. So that's one way of us getting back. Then there's the treasure for helping the princess. Honestly, we don't know which side is the right one, but we have to be selfish in this situation. The princess has promised us rewards,
Not to mention we're the reason their race is in danger. So, let's help them. And with the rewards, there might be a way back through them, and there is also a third reason. If you've been to the Memorial Planet before, it means we're heading in the right direction. Right now, the best way to return to Earth is to retrace your steps, and maybe your ship will kick in and pick something up again. So that's 3 reasons we should help. Quinn nodded with his arms folded. I mean, we didn't really need 3 reasons, but if that's what you need to convince yourself to help these people, then do it, Quinn. I knew you were going to help them anyway, Syl smiled. Maybe I should keep this trident away so no one sees it? Otherwise, maybe both sides will be after us. Although Syl said it jokingly about the bad luck that Quinn was having lately, this was a big red flag for them. After getting out of the celestial space, Quinn decided not to use his celestial energy freely. After all, they were probably meeting another celestial, and after defeating the last one, although he was more confident than before, he didn't wish to do something reckless. They were back in the hallway right now, and the 2 of them decided to turn around and head back to the meeting room. Only the sisters were in the meeting room, and it seemed like the captain and his manager had left the room after Quinn and Syl stormed off a few minutes ago. Even the sisters were about to leave when Quinn suddenly stepped in and made an announcement before they did. The 2 of us, we have decided to help you, Princess. His words surprised everyone in the room. There were only a few words, but were enough to bring the 2 sisters to tears. They turned to each other, locking hands, and began to jump up and down for joy. They were truly happy, and Quinn also smiled at this sight, knowing he was the reason for their hope. Soon after, both sisters ran up to Syl and Quinn, giving them a big, tight hug. Thank you. Thank you. We promise that we will forever be in your debt after this is over. We will do our best to support you if there is a problem or anything you need. The group didn't waste time, and it was mainly due to Quinn. He wanted them to move on and not add any more delays to their original plan. So they decided to take Syl's ship as it could comfortably fit everyone inside and head to the Memorial Planet. Both of them didn't quite know what they were expecting, but the sisters would tell them everything they needed to know along the way. However, just before they left, surprisingly, there were 2 figures standing near the ship's ramp. Hey, what are you 2 doing? Syl asked. It was Nog and his Dalki Captain Doggoth. They were notified by the other staff members about these 4 heading to the docking area, and after a small discussion amongst themselves, they headed for Syl's ship. Seeing the confused expression on Syl and Quinn's faces, the captain clarified. These people destroyed my ship that I have given my life to. I don't care too much about the princess's vendetta. I want to avenge this ship against the people who did this, so they would never consider doing it again. This is why we decided that we would be coming with you, Doggoth stated. Syl stood on the ramp, refusing to budge. He didn't particularly like the fact that these 2 were going on his ship until Quinn pulled him by his shoulder and to the side. I know you said that Dalki knows nothing about Earth, but we also know nothing about him. If the Dalki are still alive and they have abilities, then we should gather information about them as well so that we can be ready for anything. Maybe after this thing, it will bring us closer together and he'll explain more to us. A large huff came out from Syl, which showed his displeasure at the idea. Seeing a middle-aged man act like this was strange, but Syl had improved vastly from the last time Quinn saw him, so he really didn't say anything. Fine, Syl said while walking off, but if you guys betray us, attack us, or pull any of that crap, then I will deal with you all personally. Walking up the ramp, Nog and Doggoth entered the ship, and everyone soon embarked on their journey to the Memorial race planet. Not long after the group had left, a fleet of ships arrived from none other than the Marpo headquarters. A man stepped out of one of the ships and onto the large cruise ship. After observing the ship's state, the man shook his head as a frown appeared on his face, and his eyes began to glow red. What dared to create this mess? After the Great War against the Dalki, the planet Earth had lost most of its landmass, leading to a significant rise in water level and even less land for the populace to live on. To resolve this problem, Logan built a city above the sea, and the Pure came up with a different solution. Cruising through the waves as if they were nothing was a gigantic city on a ship. It was enormous, as if someone had attached 10 battleships and built a city on them. On top of that, there were more ships around it, ahead, to the left, to the right, at the front and behind, and all of them were moving at the same and at a constant speed to protect the large ship at any point and time. However, this wasn't just an ordinary ship. It was the Pure's base. This ship city of Pure and their solution to the crisis that was on Earth. This enormous ship could be best described as a floating city. It looked like bits and pieces which had been put together rather than a singular ship. There were no restrictions for people to live there, but here there were mostly those that supported Pure. 80% of the human population currently on this floating city ship had no ability, as this was their believed philosophy. Only those that had recently switched sides still had their ability, but they chose not to use it and were kept under meticulous watch. However, those that didn't wish to be left defenseless had the option to join the Pure military, and in return, they would be taught the ways of Ki. Small spaceships would board large vessels from time to time for various reasons. For example, if they were here to trade with port cities linked to Pure, the small ships would land on the helipad at the front of the enormous ship to deliver supplies and crystals from other planets. It was a well-built society on board the ship, and they had done well protecting the people for a while now, unlike Green City, which seemed to be having problems as of late, being targeted by the very vampires that they were trying to protect. On board the large floating city, on the top floor of one of the high-rise buildings, there was a high-class restaurant, decorated primarily with golden and red shades. But right now, the restaurant was empty because it was cleared for a crucial meeting. 3 figures were sitting at a fairly large square table. They were the leaders of the Pure. To the left was the red-headed macular man with scars all over his body, Chris, or Agent 1. Then to the right there was Agent 4 with his glasses. Both were sitting down with a straight back, waiting for someone. Then there was a man who looked to be in his middle 30s. He had a black beard reaching up to his mustache and black hair on the top of his head. As for his attire, he wore a tight robe and a belt with 2 blades on its sides. This man was the leader of Pure and the one known as Zero. Just then, the gates of the huge hall opened, and 2 figures stepped in. The 3 men looked up, albeit they remained seated. "It's great to meet the Queen herself in person finally," Zero said with a smile to the 2 ladies walking toward the table. They were none other than the Dhampir Queen Erin and the second Dhampir Flora. The ladies bowed a little to show their mutual respect and took the seats opposite Zero. "I'm sure you know I am a heavily wanted person, which is why I could not meet you before. But it is good that after working together for a long time, we're finally meeting face to face. Even during my time in Pure, I had never met you, so this really does count as a first," Erin replied. There was tension on the table, as it was easy to tell that Chris wasn't happy about this at all. He had his arms crossed, and the frown on his face showed it quite easily. His attitude was annoying to Flora because she wouldn't let someone disrespect the Queen like that, but she chose to remain silent for now. "It's far-fetched to say that we have been working together," Zero replied. "More or less, the 2 of us just happen to have a common enemy. So please, tell me, what brings you here?" Erin had initially been asked to remove her weapons before entering the room, but of course she refused. This meeting in itself was a gamble for her. It wouldn't have bothered her earlier, but now there were only 2 of them, and they were at the heart of someone else's faction. As usual, Erin's aggressive nature allowed them to have their way, and they entered the room like so. "You wish to take out Green City, but with the Vampire Corps supporting them, it's nearly impossible for you to do so. Which is why I suggest we team up for real and take them out together." Zero tapped his finger on the table for a few seconds before giving his reply. "You are only 2 people. I was hoping you wouldn't assume I don't know that you no longer have an army. Yes, you are strong, but I doubt just you 2 would count for much against the enemies. I feel like you 2 coming here was more for protection rather than aggression. Isn't that right?" These words made Flora nervous, because in many ways, Zero was right. "Because we have more to offer than just us 2. Erin, on the other hand, wasn't bothered by Zero's mocking tone. She pulled out the red heart and held it in her hand for everyone to see. Flora, who was by her side, was stunned to see this. When Erin said she had a plan, she never suspected this. This was an item that everyone was looking for, and they had made many sacrifices to get their hands on it. Was she going to give it away just like that?
I'm sure you know what it is. In return for the red heart, we ask you to join Pure. I admit that our position no longer makes us equal, so just let us be part of your group. If you wish to get rid of Green City or the Vampire Corps, then so be it. However, if you try to betray me after taking this red heart, then I will not leave this planet until I have sliced your head off and fed it to all your children," Aaron said with a straight face.
"Unfortunately, I don't have children. Not anymore." Zero shrugged his shoulders. "Nonetheless, I will accept your offer. Agent 4, take the red crystals and show the Queen and the Princess to their new abodes. Please make them feel welcome and allow them to use any of the training facilities as they wish, and if they would like to meet me and discuss anything, give them a direct line." Letting out a long sigh, Agent 4 did as he was asked, and walked over, but he soon had a hop in his step as he approached the red crystal. When he stood opposite the two, he stopped for a second, being cautious. He was reluctant to take it from the blonde Dampier at the start, but when she placed it on the table, he was a bit more inclined to do so. Picking it up and feeling it in his hands, he began to look at the item from every angle he could. Without a doubt, this was the real deal. It was the red heart that was so highly sought after. With the armor and this, things are falling into place, Agent 4 thought. When they finally left the room, Chris couldn't control himself and let out his frustration. "Why are we working with her?" Chris asked. "I understand when we supported them, even collaborated with them, but taking her in as one of our own? Where have your morals gone?" Zero didn't say anything, and just stood up and headed towards the door. "You know what she did, right? You know what she did to him?" Chris shouted, which finally had the effect he wanted, because Zero turned around and looked directly at Chris. "Don't you dare mention him," Zero said in a heavy, low tone that vibrated his own chest. Instantly, a tremendous amount of energy radiated off his body, and all the tables and chairs in the room started to float from where they were before quickly falling back down onto the ground. "If everything goes as intended and planned, then there won't be a problem no matter what happens. You have to keep your eyes on the end goal and put all your focus on it. Then, all the hiccups along the way won't matter. What happened before involving her was a hiccup at most, and there might be more to come, but we will push through. Besides, now that the red heart is in our hands, don't you want to find out why the others want this thing so badly?" Zero asked. "Now, come, let's see what this can do." Sill's ship was state-of-the-art, at least it was when he had last left Earth, so it was relatively fast, but at the same time, according to others, quite slow as well. In fact, it had already been 2 days of space traveling, and they had yet to reach the planet that they were heading for. At the moment, Quinn had even regained the ability to re-enter the celestial space, but he decided that now wouldn't be the best time. If he did return, he wanted to have an impact. Returning now would just catch more unwanted attention from others, and would just end up dying again, temporarily losing a lot of his celestial energy. "I'm still not sure about the celestial strength in general. From the sound of it, Athos was quite a strong one according to Sill, but even he hasn't had much experience." "Okay, everyone," Wynne said, clapping her hands. "In about half a day's time, we should be approaching my home planet. Before that, though, I think it would be best if we all discuss how we are going to approach this." Nog walked over to stand close to where Wince and Cyril were standing, but as for the others, they looked partly disinterested in the whole thing. "Come on," Cyril said. "Can you guys take this seriously? Don't you already remember what happened on the cruise? Do you think that was the full force of their attack? The Mermerial race that Yanni is in charge of is strong. We can't just go there, defeat them, and save the day." "We can't?" Syl replied, which sounded a bit sarcastic, but he was actually somewhat serious. They had done that with the towers owned by Athoses before. The only reason they didn't do that with Athos was because they didn't even know where he was located, but this was a different story as they had their own personal tour guide. Why not just storm the place and get this over and done with? "The danger is real," Wince explained. "Yanni is in charge of a group known as the Predator Fish. In the past, they had ruled all of the Mermerial race planets. They were naturally stronger than the other types and did well to defend us from attacks and more. However, as time went on and more peaceful times were ahead of us, the Predator bloodline was mixed with several other fishes, creating mixed blood,
but Yanni and his group of people had always remained pure. Many people support them thinking that strength is the answer, rather than talking, communication, and technology. Either way, it's true, the predator type is the strongest by far, and they have only gotten stronger. He has what he calls his 10 generals, those that have been by his side for a long time and who receive a strange power. Hearing this, Quinn was a little interested now. The strange power, is it the same as the commander that attacked us before, and is he a general? If he was a general, then Quinn knew that the whole thing would be a walk in the park. Yes, it's the same power, but no, the commander from before was relatively new. He was not a general, and they are more powerful. Before, they were reluctant to use the new technology that our side had created, but now they are openly accepting it, which has just made them even more fearful. It was true, Quinn was surprised by the power that was outputted by their weapons. It was more powerful than anything Earth had come up with, new or old. Quinn wouldn't tell Logan that, but once again, he had been introduced to a race that would have easily been a threat to Earth, even with all their abilities. This is why I suggest we first go to the Royal Vault, Wynn suggested. There will be items that will help us win, items that my father kept in there for use at times like this. In fact, I have a feeling that the legendary beast, the trident, might have been sealed in there before my father disappeared. He was good at predicting things and how the other side would move. He might have even predicted his own disappearance. Syl was sweating once again and started to avoid eye contact. I'm sorry, but the beast and the trident you are talking about aren't in there. It would be useless to go in there, Syl thought, but was wondering how to word it so they didn't have any false hope. I doubt it will be easy, Syl finally spoke up. I mean, if they know there are powerful items inside, then they will definitely be protecting it, right? Maybe we should just use our own powers to defeat him. Are you an idiot? Cyril asked. If we are strong enough to defeat Yanni and his generals, then we are strong enough to beat the guards or whoever is guarding the Royal Vault. Getting what is inside will make us stronger and give us more chances of winning this battle. If the spear is in there, I will be able to transform it into the legendary Hydra, and the weapon itself is even more powerful when used in the right hands, Wince explained. I know it's unlikely to be in the vault, as my dad took it with him many times, and I have a feeling that the others have already dealt with him, but we have to try, and with that weapon, I feel like we have more chance of victory. Syl looked at Quinn, asking, almost begging for his help in some way to stop these girls from entering the vault, because every word felt like he was being stabbed in the heart, as if the world wanted him to tell the truth. We won't be going to the vault, Quinn said. This vault is our reward. It was your words, not mine, and I don't want to waste my time going to one place when we can fix the problem faster by going to another place. The girls stayed quiet after Quinn spoke. They respected him and were thankful that he had even come on the trip. After hearing Quinn speak multiple times, they knew that he was serious about getting this done as soon as possible, and they would rather do it his way than without him. This Yanni, Quinn questioned, is he the one that is giving powers to the others, the generals you are worried about? Yanni is the leader of the predators. However, he is not the one supplying them with power. There is another that Yanni is able to summon. I've only seen him once when going up against my father, but it is possible that if we can take the item off him, that he won't be able to summon him. For Quinn, though, he was pretty sure this was the Celestial, and he wanted him to be summoned. Worst case, he would take the item himself so he could summon the god. After some time of discussion, they could see the ship approaching one of the planets. There were several large ships orbiting it, with fleets of smaller ships, the same type that had attacked the crews. It looks like this isn't going to be as easy as just getting on the planet and getting rid of Yanni, Nog stated. Rather than the large ship and the fleet of smaller ships, Quinn was more concerned with another problem. Hey, this planet we're going to, I don't see much land on it or anything that looks like a big city, Quinn asked, his voice a little shaky. Of course, that's because we mainly live in the water, Wince replied. The others looked at each other because it was a bit of a problem for them all, since none of them could breathe underwater. We aren't going to be able to fight at our best, the Dalki stated. At all for some of us, Nog added. The two sisters looked at each other and their eyes widened. The thought had never crossed the mind that the others might not even be able to reach the city in question. As for another thing, seeing the sea and the idea of getting into it was causing Quinn's body to shiver, as he had a deep fear of the sea. What?
Cyril screamed so loud that nearly the other ships through space could hear her. I don't understand. Didn't you say you were some god of blood or something, and you're afraid of the sea? I mean, isn't like water and blood quite similar? Look, Quinn said, giving out a deep breath, I just feel more comfortable being on land. What's wrong with that? In the water I can't move well, I can't see well, all my senses are dulled, and there is no telling what is in there. It's like the dark, but 10 times worse. I see no reason why everyone shouldn't be afraid of the sea other than you guys. Although the others weren't scared of the sea like Quinn was, they all thought he had brought up a good point. Even the Dalki would struggle to fight in the water, so it looked like the group needed a plan after all, especially if they couldn't dive down. For now, the ship was staying a little away from the planet, as they also needed to figure out how to get past the fleet of ships without attracting attention. I know, Wynne said with a smile on her face. There's a special item in the Royal Vault, just for situations like these. Pieces of beast-tier equipment that will allow you to breathe underwater. I can get those. Her voice soon started to trail off as she realized what the problem was. And how do you want to get those without us if the place is guarded? Nog said. It was time for them to put their thinking caps back on again, but that's when a solution arrived. Well, I can travel in the water somewhat, Doggoth said. I'm not as strong as I am on land, but we can hold our breath for around 6 hours. I never knew the Dalki were whales, Syl commented. Anyway, it won't be so much of a problem for me either. I have an ability that will allow me to breathe underwater. It is just the restricted movement that will be the problem for me. It looked like, in the end, that the Dalki and Syl were the only ones that could go with the girls, so the plan would have to be just that. The girls, along with the 2, would try to get to the vault. Then what about us? Nog asked. There is an island, Cyril said. One of the cities is located on an island. We can stop there for you guys. You stay put while we dive down to the city center and come back. It sounded like a good plan, and Quinn was somewhat relieved that he wouldn't have to go into the water and would actually be able to stay on land. Surely there would be some way to convince this Yanni character to meet them. Steal something precious of his and rise up, who knew? Either way, knowing that Syl was going gave Quinn confidence, and it might also be something that he could complete on his own. Surprisingly, there was another solution put forth by Syl about avoiding the space fleets, and that was another ability Syl had. In his large book of abilities, he had many that would have seemed useless in a battle, but they were proving useful here. For one, he was able to turn any object he touched invisible as long as he was holding it. At the same time, everything inside of the object he would touch, as long as they were touching the object as well, would turn invisible. So that's what the group had currently decided to do. The ship was now traveling in stealth mode while being invisible, so the engines were dead silent. But it also meant that it would take a bit longer for them to reach the planet. It was a shame that Syl didn't have the power to just teleport them all, but then again, although the distance looked small from the ship, it certainly was vast. Since there was some more time before they would leave the ship, Quinn had decided to approach a particular person that was on board. I know the two of us haven't spoken a lot, Quinn said. I'm sorry if I seem a bit nervous when talking to you. I'm sure you know the situation between our two races. The Dalki nodded, but also looked Quinn up and down. From what I know, our two races have a different problem, though, Doggoth replied. Aren't you a vampire, not a human? From the sound of it, the Dalki knew a lot more than Quinn originally thought, which was perfect for what he wanted. Oh, right, and our relationship is even more complicated. I'm quite interested in you. I have a lot of questions. How are you even alive, and more? But I know from Syl that you won't answer that, so I thought I could ask you more about the Marpo cruise, when it all started, and when did you become captain? Quinn asked. In a roundabout way, Quinn was trying to find out if it was related to the Dalki that he knew. Something didn't seem right. If the Dalki were still alive, there were only a few people that Quinn imagined could keep them that way, and they were meant to be dead, both of them. The Marpo cruise. I'd been there since the beginning, I guess. Originally, there was just one, but soon the company grew. Doggoth stopped there. It was as if he was about to say something. I know why you are talking to me. You wish to get home, but as I said to your friend, I have never been to Earth and have no idea about it. But there is one person who will know. The owner of the Marpo cruise line. He's a human himself. Everything I know about Earth, myself, and the Dalki past is thanks to him, Doggoth explained. Hearing this, Quinn stopped there.
thinking who on earth could it be that was still alive or had information about back then? Was it Jim Eno? Was he somehow still alive, but the fact was that the Dalki had specifically said human instead of vampire? It was then that Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and he looked toward the Dalki. And the human, the owner of the Marpo cruise, what is his name? Using the influence skill, Quinn was hoping to get a truthful answer. His heart was thumping louder. Something was going on in the universe. Something that he wasn't able to see. There was a deep, dark feeling that he had, but he wasn't quite so sure what it was. That was when the Dalki didn't answer and tapped his nose. "Your name is Quinn, right? I'll pass that on that you wish to meet him, and let's see what he says." The influence skill didn't work. He is a 5-spike, so that would make some sense, and it never worked against beasts well. Still, I thought it had a chance, Quinn thought. "All right, everyone. We were nearly there. Remember the plan and don't catch too much attention," Wince ordered. Walking over, Quinn headed back to Sill's side and looked over at the Dalki. He then folded his arms and whispered, "Keep an eye on the Dalki. See if you can get any information out of him. Don't harm him. He seems like a nice one, but if he's in trouble, don't help him out so much. Let's see how strong these guys are." There was a strange feeling and thought going through Quinn's mind, and it was a dreaded thought. The threat of the Dalki was meant to be over. It was in the past, and 1,000 years had passed without that said threat coming back. Learning of what was happening, a thought crossed Quinn's mind. What if he wasn't the only one? And what if he wasn't the only special one that could hold an ability? Before anything, like the thoughts that were going through Quinn's mind would come true, he needed to meet this human.
Still's ship was heading to what looked like a relatively small island. The land masses on this planet were mostly of island size, but this was one of the few with a city built on it. The city was quite normal and similar to those on Earth. It was filled with large skyscrapers, towers, streets, and more. Only the architecture and colors differed from the cities on Earth. Most buildings seemed to be made of a light blue material, almost jade-looking, while they would also have hints of green and yellow. Several round giant pearls were also used on certain parts of the building to join them together or on the outside for decoration. It was hard to get used to, but it always was when they traveled to a new planet. The most luxurious things were the long, large, white sandy beaches. There were several fishmen on them, enjoying food, drinks, and more. There were huts for people to live in with large legs for bases that stood in the sea and a giant oval floating object in the water. "What's that?" Nog asked. "It's a hydro station," Wince replied. "They have giant tubes that send people through the water to travel between the different cities, including the capital center. So there are 2 options for us. We can either try and sneak in and take the hydro station, although I believe we would most likely get caught, or we can choose to just swim through the sea." Even though Quinn was no longer traveling with the others through the sea, he shuddered at the thought of having to do something like that. "The sea?" Cyril looked panicked. "You can't go through the sea. You might not survive. Just take the hydro station. I'm sure we can figure out a way." "What's so bad about the sea?" Syl had to ask, since it looked like the better option in his head, at least for a task like this one. "The sea is dangerous, even for us," Wince explained, "because there are dangerous sea beasts that travel in the water. They don't attack the cities or the groups of mermarials, because they know that they can get hurt if they do so. But a small group like ours, we would be sitting ducks." There was another reason Syl wanted to enter the water. He wanted to know how effective his powers would be. Flames, lighting, wind, etc. Perhaps the only ability and the best ability to use in the water would be water, but how effective that would be against the fishmen was unknown. However, there was still one trump card that would definitely work well underwater. "I can't use that. If I use that, it will cause all sorts of problems." Syl scrapped the idea instantly. The ship soon landed on the part of the beach that looked to be the least crowded. There were plenty of trees near the beaches, so there were enough spots for them to hide the ship. The only problem was they couldn't avoid making noise if the ship bashed and landed through the trees. Even though it wouldn't be a loud one, anyone nearby could notice such a thing, so they decided to land it at the top of the trees, allowing it to hold the ship up. "The ship has a camouflage option, but it will no longer be invisible. It can fool some people, but if someone looks at it from above, it might only be a matter of time until they find this, so we need to move fast." All of them jumped down from the ship and stepped on the ground. It was time for the group to head separate ways. "There's no need for you 2 to wear disguises when you enter the city. We have plenty of people that look similar to you," Wince explained. Just don't catch the attention of others, not until we have the equipment we need." Nodding, Quinn and Nog headed towards the city while the others ran towards the hydro station. Walking through the jungle, Cyril and Wince picked up a few colorful fruits, squeezed them, extracted some juice, and then rubbed the strange juice all over their face, as if they were painting on it. "Is that your disguise?" Syl asked. He could still separate them apart, not to mention the lines on their faces weren't really helping them in this disguise. "Not many know the face of the princess and her sister," Wince replied. "Our father was the leader who was killed before we even got any chance of limelight or to be revealed to the world. These disguises are good enough. They won't recognize us at a glance here or there, and besides, the hydro station is automatic. The only problem will be getting a ticket, but the rest is done by itself." Walking on the beach, they noticed that quite a lot of people seemed to be leaving the city and heading towards the station for some reason. The large wooden walkway that reached the station was crowded, and others who looked in a rush decided to travel by water. What was fascinating was that as soon as the human-like figures touched the water, their bodies transformed into different types of fish, allowing them to swim quickly toward the station. "I wonder what these two girls would transform into when they touched the water," Syl thought, but they would soon see that. The large crowd and the busy station were to their advantage. The guards stood still and seemed to allow everyone to walk in. The group of 4 kept their heads down as they walked through, and finally they were inside the station. It was far more spectacular than Syl had imagined. Right now they were walking through a large glass that allowed them to see the sea. Numerous fish were swimming around in the water, and it all looked beautiful. Until, for a brief second, Syl saw a large tentacle snatch one of the bigger fish and pull it into the deeper and darker water. Whoever that tentacle belonged to, one could not see its dark body. "I think Quinn was right about the sea," Syl gulped. Trying to ignore what he had just seen, he looked at the large plastic-like tubes traveling in the sea. In front of them, there were about 10 of these pods that people would step into. Then a sound would go off, shooting through the pod. Finally, the passenger would be sent through the plastic tubes deep into the water to the location stated. "You guys wait here," Cyril said. "I'll go get us all tickets." Wince's face looked like she was ready to stop her, but Cyril shook her head. "If they catch you, it's all over. Remember, you're the princess, not me. I won't be recognized, and once I get the tickets, we can all queue up and head to the city." Cyril had already run off before Wince could respond, so they waited for a while, but Wince was nervous as she bit her fingernail and walked around in circles. "Yes, make us look even more suspicious," Doggoth commented. After a few minutes, Cyril returned and she had a smile on her face. "Come on, let's get moving quickly," she said, as she handed each person their ticket. They then all picked a line and lined up. The queue was moving quite quickly, and Syl could see what one needed to do. First, scan the ticket before entering the tube, and the door would open, then stand inside to be blasted off. It was simple. Syl and the Dalki, at times, would move back a little to adjust their position, allowing the fishman behind them to go before them because they wanted to go in at the same time as the girls. If they went in before them and there could be a problem, they would need to deal with it. In the end, after exchanging places with others a few times, all 4 reached their respective tubes simultaneously. They scanned the tickets and stepped inside. There was a bit of excitement in Syl, and he felt as if he was going to be going on a theme park ride. The next second and the arm buzzer sound went off. It blasted all 4 of them down the tube and into the sea. They were traveling at the same speed, and when they looked to their right and left, they could see each other. Now Syl was where he had seen the fish from earlier. As they got deeper into the sea, Syl noticed several different creatures. It was amazing, as there were several light sources that floated about in the sea, allowing them to see. Then Syl noticed that up ahead, the tubes branched off into several directions, and this was because they could travel to several other cities and directions from one hydro station. This made sense since Syl and Doggoth were sent down another tube and taken to the right. Then the 2 girls' pods deviated and sent them to the left. "Wait, this doesn't look right. We're going to completely different places." Syl was alarmed. They turned towards Wince and saw her scream a few words towards them, and her face showed similar shock and panic. But they could not hear her, and within a few seconds, the 2 pairs were separated and heading in 2 different directions. As they went through the tube, the 2 sisters felt tremendous G-force on their bodies. It was hard for them to move, if it was possible at all. They thought of trying to break out of the tube to get to the other 2, but Wince instantly scrapped the idea after thinking for a while. Breaking the tube wasn't an option. Even if they somehow managed to destroy the building, they would have brought a lot of unnecessary attention to themselves for destroying the hydro system, not to mention they would be in the middle of the deep ocean alone. All in all, destroying the tubes wasn't worth the risk. "I'm sorry, guys. You came here to help me, and now I don't know what's going to happen." Wince clenched her fist, and finally the siblings were chucked out of their tubes into the deep ocean. Instantly, they felt something strange ensue as soon as their body crashed into the water. Their legs started to merge and grow as they stuck together. Then the scales on their body grew and covered their whole face, and at last a fishtail protruded from where their feet were. For Cyril, the scales on the bottom half of her body were a glittering blue, while her sister Wince's scales were shining in bright pink. The two of them had transformed into what most people on Earth called the mystical creature, a mermaid. In front of them there was a large city of some sort, and its familiarity confirmed that they had reached the right destination. This city was called Mersal, the capital of the Mermurial race. Just like the city from earlier, there were several skyscrapers here as well, only these were more like a palace, with giant swirls all around them, making them appear grand and adding a majestic aura to them. There was also an elegant shine to the whole city, and at the end was the royal palace, which, even in the deep sea, shone with bright glittering color all around and illuminated everything. The two could see everything clearly, even though they were still far from the place, as they were chucked into the deep ocean by the hydro tube. This was the same for the others that had come out from the tube, only they were already swimming towards the hydro station, which was at the city's base, and was around 5 times bigger than the one they had departed from. At the same time, they also noticed several tubes, like the one they had used, coming from different directions, and more people were being shot out of them, and just like the others, they swam towards the station. "What is with all of these people? Something is definitely going on," Wince wondered, and this thought made her feel even more anxious than before. Although the city was a popular destination, this was completely different. Everyone was running to it as if their life depended on it. Doing a quick turn in the water, Wince looked towards her sister, who was clenching her hands in nervousness. "What happened, Cyril? Where are the other two now? Why aren't they with us? Did you not know the tubes would send them in a different direction?" Wince asked. I didn't know, Cyril replied. "When I bought the tickets at the counter, they didn't ask any questions or anything, so it looked like no one noticed anything, and I bought the same tickets for all of us. I'm sorry." Cyril burst into tears, thinking it was her fault, and her sister, seeing this, couldn't shout or blame her any more. Swimming through the water, she went to her sister's side and pulled her into a hug to calm her down. "It's okay, Cyril. These are tough times. We have a lot on our minds, and in the first place, this is something the two of us need to do. Maybe they've been watching us from the beginning and wanted us on our own. We need to be careful from now on," Wince said. "But we can't distract ourselves. We need to continue on our task. We have to enter the city and somehow get to the royal vault. It's up to us now, and we must do our part so the others can help us." Wince started to swim off, and Cyril was not too far away. Quinn and Nog walked through the dense jungle and had now entered the city. There were large, open, wide streets that allowed them to explore the city easily. The only thing was, the two of them noticed something very strange. "Hey, don't you think this place is a bit empty?" Nog asked. "Compared to the beach and everything, it looks like everyone was heading to the station. Are they running away or hiding?" Hearing this, Quinn nodded. He had noticed this as well. It was more like the place was deserted than anything. In the end, Quinn spotted an old man in a shopping stall. The latter had barbecued small fish and shrimp. "Does this count as cannibalism? I guess even fish eat fish on Earth, so it would make sense," Quinn said. The old man had a large fin on his back, webbed hands, and wrinkles all over. "Why is the city so empty?" Quinn asked. "Empty? Are there no people here?" the old man replied, as he turned his head left and right. "You're right. No one's here." "Huh. I do remember some customers talking about a royal ceremony. Was that today? I can't remember. Would you like some fish?" The old man was jumping from subject to subject, but Quinn had gotten enough information he needed from the man. "A royal ceremony? Is that why everyone is in such a rush? Is everyone going to the capital city? Maybe it's to crown this Yanni guy. Anyway, we shouldn't worry about them so much, right? Your captain's a strong guy?" "Yeah," Nog replied. "As long as your friend is as strong as you say he is, the two should be okay against any trouble they come across." Although Quinn agreed, he started to look around the place. Maybe there was something that the two of them might need to do to perhaps attract some attention, so the others had an easier time. Well, I don't want to get in the water, but maybe there is another way, another large force that would be sure to get their attention. Saying these words, Quinn looked into the distant sky, where the large ships and fleet of ships could be seen. It was a backup plan, but the question was now, how long would Quinn wait until he decided he would need to act himself? At the moment, a human and a Dalki were moving through the tubes at a fast rate. It had been a while since their tubes got separated from the two girls. Unlike the girls, though, both the Dalki and Syl were confident that they could break out of the tube. The only thing was, if they did, where would they end up? And where would they have to go? They had no clue where and how long to swim in the vast ocean to find the city. In the end, it was better to at least let the tube take them to some place, wherever it was, and plan from there. There should be another hydro station they could access from that location. Out for the bottom end of the tube, the two of them crashed into the water. There was no change in their bodies, but Syl immediately started using the water ability around him to ease his movements and breathe underwater. Hey, I can move easier than I thought. Controlling the water in the sea makes my movements slower than on land, but it's not too bad. Maybe as I get used to the speed, it will be all right, Syl thought. He turned around to look at how Doggeth was doing, and the latter looked fine as well. Using his large tail, the Dalki swim through the water relatively easily. Now that they had regained their composure, the question was, just where were they? They stared at the front, and the sight was not like they had expected. There was no city, or at least not one they were expecting. Instead, there were underwater ruins of what was once a city, and it was now covered with strange green moss all over the place, and more. And there wasn't a single structure in sight that looked to be standing. Someone or something had destroyed everything, and the ruins looked to stretch for miles. What is this place? Why would they even have something like this? Syl said. Just then, shutting out from one of the tubes behind them, a fish person had turned into what looked like a sick turtle. Slowly, he started to float his way towards them and into the ruins. Hey, Syl called out. Sorry to bother you, but what is this place? Is there a hydro station nearby so we can leave this place? The turtle man slowly turned his head. His eyes looked dead as he stared at the two. What is this place? You came here and you don't even know? This is the place where people who no longer wish to live come to die, the turtle expressed as he continued to drift towards the ruins. Both Syl and Doggeth looked at each other. They both were waiting for the other one to take charge as to what to do next. After all, from the brief look around, it looked like there weren't any other hydro stations in the area. According to what they had heard from Wince, every city would have several hydro stations to allow them to quickly travel to other places. So where were they now? There is no use in us doing nothing. Why don't we follow the person from before and ask him some more questions about this place? Doggeth looked around, but it really didn't seem to be a single person alive, but maybe by searching through the ruins they would find something. There had to be a reason why a hydro station even went to such a place in the first place. Why don't we just wait here? Don't you think that would be the better option? Syl asked. I mean, eventually someone else will come out of the tubes after us, right? While the two were talking, Doggeth noticed that the fishmen, who looked somewhat like a cross between a human and a turtle, were still floating deeper and further away into the ruins. If they decided to stay now, and no one else came, then they might never get their chance. Using his large tail and kicking his legs without saying anything else to Syl, he went off into the deep-sea ruins. Shouldn't we stay? And isn't there some way we can go back in the tube and reverse it? Maybe we could just follow the hydro tube back to the start. That would take us to the original station, wouldn't it? Syl thought, using one of his abilities that drastically improved his eyesight, as if it was a camera on several times zoom. Syl followed the tubes with his eyes, and he soon could see gigantic sea creatures. Swimming in the large, deep sea, they had multiple large eyes, strange spikes sticking from them, and teeth, among other things. These deadly sea creatures were the size of mountains moving underneath the water. All of them looked to be the same size as the Hydra I faced. What is with this place? Is it just full of demon-tier beasts or something? Syl thought. How has this mermurial race managed to survive on these planets for so long, with these things in the water? Either way, Quinn did say I should keep an eye on the Dalki. Spinning the water in the palm of his hands, Syl was able to move quite quickly. It worked like a propeller. It was still relatively hard for him to move from side to side, and the other parts of his body.
There they are!
Syl spotted Doggoth and the turtle. He started to head towards the two.
What did you mean when you said people go here to die? Doggoth asked, blocking his way.
The turtle moved towards him, crashing into his chest.
Would you please move? Please? You should understand. After all, you are in the same place as me, the turtle replied.
Well, we are here by accident, so please talk to us. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to stop being nice, Doggoth stated, raising his hand and making a fist, trying to somewhat threaten the fishman. The turtle started to laugh.
Ha ha ha. Please, if you could end my life, then that would make me happy, and I am very sorry to hear about your circumstances. If you are here by accident, then your fate is sealed like all of us. My family is gone. I no longer have friends, and my wife has left me. I'm afraid I no longer wish to be alive.
The next second, the turtle was suddenly dragged through the water. The Dalki attempted to reach out and grab him, but was too slow, and all he could see was something had wrapped around the turtle's waist and pulled him into the deep, dark sea. In the ruins, there were several items that would create a light source for them to see, making everything a slightly blue hue, but beyond the ruins, there was just the darkness of the sea.
What happened? Syl asked, having just arrived. It looked like something pulled him. It reminds me of what I saw before in the hydro station.
Syl gulped, and he didn't even want to use his ability to see what was off in the distance.
Did you find out anything from that guy? How to get out of this place? Anything? Syl asked.
I think so, Doggoth replied, but nothing that's going to help us out of our situation. This is a place where people go to die. When people no longer have the will to live, they come here, and I'm guessing that creature that just grabbed him must be the reason.
You're saying that they come here to just die and get eaten by a giant fish? Syl said. How could the Mermerial have a place like this? It's almost encouraging people to give up. There has to be some reason for them doing this.
Rather than think about the situation or answer Syl's questions, once again Doggoth was on the move. He swam right to where the strange turtle had been taken.
This Dalki, is he not scared? And I don't understand what he's doing, Syl thought. Even if we find what killed the turtle, how is that going to help us get out of this place? Killing the beast will do nothing.
The two continued to swim through the ruins, looking at all of the destroyed buildings. They were relatively close to the seafloor, as they could see several items buried in the sand, including treasures and pearls. It was hard for them to know how long everything had been down there, and they had yet to find anything. Finally, the Dalki decided to tread on his feet, on the surface of the floor.
What's wrong? Isn't swimming faster than walking? Syl asked.
Yes, but I fight better this way, Doggoth replied. At that moment, out of the sand, two large tentacles, dark gray in color, rose up, crashing through the ruins. It had easily destroyed them, not slowing down. It was clear that it was the same type of tentacle that had grabbed the turtle before. Both of them came whipping down towards the Dalki at the same time. Syl could see this and had his hand ready to throw out an attack.
Wait, let's see how he deals with this, Syl thought.
Raising both hands, the Dalki took the tentacle hits head-on and bent his knees. Sand from the ground was kicked up everywhere, but the Dalki still had a firm grip on the other end. Grabbing hard, his fingers dug into the end of the tentacles and blood was dripping out from them. Still, the tentacles had some level of strength to them. Even the Dalki, with his great power, looked to be somewhat struggling until he turned his head towards them and his eyes started to glow up. A red laser came out from them, hitting part of the tentacle, slicing it right off. He turned his head, the laser from his eyes hit the other tentacle, and the same thing happened again, causing the other tentacle to fall. These guys were hard to deal with before they had abilities. Maybe laser eyes isn't so much of a problem, but imagining a Dalki with the same powers as someone like Owen, I understand now why Quinn wants to keep an eye on them, Syl thought. It looks like you vanquished the great beast, so let's get out of here, Syl said, standing by his side. Let's spend our time trying to figure out how to get back. Can't you smell it? The Dalki replied. The smell of blood is coming from over there. Staring in the direction of where the Dalki was looking, in the distance, past the end of the ruins, there was a large, dark outline that was part of the sea. It looked like a mountain in the water. Soon, though, rumbling from all of the ruins was felt. The entire ground was shaking, and what was left of the buildings was starting to fall, one after another. An underwater earthquake? Syl wondered.
It was then that the giant dark figure that could be seen in the sea suddenly had two red glowing dots, and hundreds of large, snake-like shadows could be seen. It was obvious that what Syl first thought was just a dark patch in the sea, or a large underground mountain, was nothing of the sort. Instead, it was a giant beast. What level or what tier, he had no idea, but judging by its size, Syl thought it would at least be at the demon tier level. Judging by how far they were, it seemed like the tentacles could stretch miles. In the next second, all of the large tentacles headed straight into the ground. Piles of rocks and rubble from the destroyed ruins were being chucked up all over the place, and immediately the two of them were surrounded by several tentacles. They started swinging down towards the two of them, and using the water jets on his hands, he started to swim out of the way, allowing the tentacles to miss him. To truly test the Dalki, it's best if the two of us split up, Syl thought. Eventually, when they were far enough, Syl had come across what used to look like a house. It was one of the most not destroyed structures in the area. Landing on top of it, several of the tentacles that were chasing after him rose from the ground. Suddenly, Syl's fighting facial expression changed, and immediately all of the water around Syl started to move and bubble. The tentacles moved at the same time to slam down on Syl, but immediately the water moved in slashes outward in all directions from Syl. The next second, several of the tentacles fell onto the ground, and blood was seen floating in the water all over the place. "That was a warning for you," Syl said out loud. "Don't try to attack me unless you want a short life. Just stay back." While saying these words, Syl looked towards the large dark figure and the red eyes in the distance. For some reason, from that one attack, it looked like all the tentacles were being pulled away. Now all that was left was for Syl to see just how Doggoth would deal with all of this. A 5-spike Dalki against a demon tier. Quinn told me to keep an eye on him, but if he can handle it, am I meant to help him? Syl wondered. Doggoth was unable to pay attention to what was happening to him, and he wasn't even aware that Syl had gone off because he was focusing too much on his own battle. The tentacles were strong and rampant. One had come towards him, but it was stopped by one hand by the Dalki. But his side was soon hit by another and had sent him flying into the water. The Dalki felt some of his ribs break, and a little bit of green blood was coming out of his mouth. While in pain, the Dalki didn't stop his attack, since he continued to use the red laser energy from his eyes. It seems to be the most effective, as whatever it hit would either burn the end of the tentacle or cut through it. However, it looked like Doggoth could only use it in short bursts, as he would stop once in a while and resort to using his hands. "Stop annoying me!" Doggoth shouted, as he threw a punch down right on the head of a large tentacle. It slammed into the ground, creating cracks on the seafloor. "Ah, yes, the reason why these Dalki are so difficult to deal with in the first place, because the more hurt they are, the stronger they get," Syl thought. Although the Dalki was doing well and able to deal with a lot of the tentacles by ripping them off with his hands, stomping on their heads with his foot, and burning them with his lasers, it still wasn't enough. There were far too many, and each time he would get hit, the muscles on the Dalki body would be hurt and restricted. "Is he not as strong because of us being in the water? It doesn't seem to be affecting the beast at all," Syl thought. Just then, one of the tentacles, for the first time in the fight, had grabbed onto Doggoth. It wrapped around him and was squeezing harder and harder to the point where blood was coming out from his mouth. Seeing this, Syl let out a sigh. "I've seen a lot of people, creatures and beings die in front of my eyes, but I guess we need this one to live so we can find a way home." Syl opened his hand and a ball of water started to gather. Instead of pointing it towards the Dalki, he had pointed it towards the cause of the problem, the large creature in the distance. Getting ready to deal with the creature, Syl heard a loud noise coming from his right. He could see that Doggoth had broken free, and not just that, he had destroyed all of the tentacles around him. Immediately after, Doggoth started to run towards the large creature. As he continued to run, more of the tentacles would appear in an attempt to strike him down. The Dalki, even without having to swim, hurt beyond belief, was stronger than before and was now faster. When Doggoth got close, suddenly out from the ground around him, tentacles appeared, creating a wall in front of him. Opening his eyes, the red laser came out wider than Syl had ever seen it before, and it had completely evaporated the large tentacles off. "What is going on here? Wait, don't tell me." Syl started to think back to the fight he had seen so far. He didn't notice it before because it was subtle, but he was sure of it. The Dalki, as they get hurt more, not only is he getting stronger, but his ability is as well. This is messed up, Syl thought. As soon as Syl had finished his thought, Doggoth had already reached the large creature, and now there was a giant hole through his head. It had without a doubt died, and on top of that, Doggoth looked to have taken the demon tear crystal as well. This is not what I expected, Syl thought. Swimming towards Doggoth, Syl landed by his side and checked to see if he was okay. He was bleeding quite a bit, but as always with the Dalki, it was hard to tell if they were on their last legs or not. I see you are alive, but you're too late. I've killed the beast, so the crystal is rightfully mine, correct? The Dalki said. For some reason, the Dalki seemed to be obsessed with crystals. Syl already had plenty before, and letting go of one crystal at least for now, he didn't mind. The two of them started to feel the water rushing all around them. It was as if there were waves underneath the sea. It was a strange feeling, and stranger when they couldn't see anything. Because of this, Syl started to use his ability again, and he soon regretted it. This might be a bit troublesome, Syl said. It didn't take long for the Dalki to figure out what was happening, because soon, large dark figures could be seen in the distance, and they were getting bigger by the second. The single large beast wasn't the end of their troubles. Looks like the two of us will really be dying here. It's such a shame, Doggoth said. Hey, I thought Dalki wasn't like that. I thought they were warriors that fought to the death. You're a strange one, Syl stated, walking forward and in front of Doggoth. It's okay, you can rest. I have something that can deal with all of these. I wasn't going to use it, but I guess since there is no one around, it'll be all right. Opening up the portal, Syl reached in and pulled out his favorite weapon that had originally come from this planet, the Great Trident. Let's get rid of all these and get out of here. Both women had no problem entering the capital city of the Memorial race. Usually they would have had trouble entering the hydro station and the city, trying to avoid the gaze of the guards and more, but thankfully it seemed at least luck was on their side, for now. Thousands of people had come to the city today to celebrate the crowning of the new king, Yanni. They were unaware of this when they first arrived at the scene, but while using the large crowd to their advantage to get out of the lax security in the hydro station, they overheard people excitedly talk about the event. Once in the city, both girls decided to take a break as they swam between two buildings and looked at everyone swimming past. What's wrong? Cyril asked, as she slowly floated to her sister. Tears were running down her face. Lately she had seen her sister cry more often, but at least she knew what the trigger was before. At the moment she didn't know what had brought this on. These people, they don't care what is happening to our family, Wince replied. We've served them for years, trying our best to make them have a better life, protecting them and sacrificing our lives for them. The royal army has been captured, including their families, yet these people are doing nothing. Instead, they're just heading to the city square to celebrate the person responsible for this. Don't they care about our lives, how long we were on the run for? Since they were underwater, her tears were hard to notice, but Wince's eyes had turned bloodshot, and her tears were large and light, causing them to flow up like air bubbles. You followed in your father's footsteps for a long time. You should know that people are selfish. They won't revolt because it will affect their lives, and what happens between the two groups is not their business. You shouldn't take this to heart. This is just how the nature of people is. People are selfish. Cyril tried to calm her down. Although they were sisters, Cyril was never a contender for the throne, so she never felt any tremendous pressure, nor did she really feel like she had lost anything when the predators took over, which was why she could relate to the people a bit more than Wince could. Wiping away her tears and rubbing her sore eyes, Wince regained her composure and firmed her will because she knew she couldn't afford to give up. She had to be strong for the people who relied on her, those who had worked in the palace and looked after her, and those who were captured for sticking up for her family. Wince took a deep breath and quickly swam into the crowd of people, with Cyril following right behind. And now the two were back on the street. It was obvious where they were going, to the main square. It was the city center that would surely be filled with busy shops, restaurants, and stages throughout the whole area. There was a large fountain in the middle that spouted out a mystic pink light, and in front of it was a statue of her father made out of pure pearl. Today, though, the place didn't look like how it used to be. It was much different. There was a giant stage that had been made.
It looked like a fairly large pirate ship, with another ship on top of that and another one on top. It was tiered and used to be the Predator's base. In the past, they weren't welcome to step foot in such a place, so they would sail on the surface of the open sea. It was strange and hard sight for Cyril to see. "What's the plan?" Cyril whispered. Both were towards the back of the crowd, letting others go in front. "We wait for the crowning ceremony to begin. I imagine all the generals will be here to witness it, including Yanni. That will be the perfect time to head to the vault and open it up. Then we just need to hurry and get out of here as fast as we can." They waited a good 20 minutes, and now the entire place was completely packed, shoulder to shoulder, and finally a horn was sounded, resounding throughout the whole city. "Everyone, please cheer for the one and only Yanni Bling," a huge whale-like creature announced. The crowd did as he said, and cheered and waved their arms, and of course, Wince didn't, in protest to the whole thing. She had to remind herself of Cyril's words from before, because right now she felt like she was standing with a bunch of hypocrites. As the crowd calmed down, a fairly large figure stepped out from a door and walked onto the ship's deck. He was muscular and had a yellowish skin color. He had 3 arms on each side and 2 legs, all contained several round suckers on them. Then, finally, there was a strange pattern all over Yanni's body which looked like blue rings. Several blue rings could be seen on his skin, which made him stand out compared to the others by his side who soon joined him. There were those that looked similar to sharks, crocodiles, killer whales, swordfish, and more, but as for the most frightening one of them all, Yanni, his appearance resembled that of an octopus on Earth. "I knew this day would come," were Yanni's first words as he raised 2 of his arms. "The day when the people would accept the predators. Under the old rule, it was only a matter of time before our own politics would have crushed us, making sure to accommodate every single person, making up for others' weaknesses, trying to make them equal, and punishing those that are great and do the most for our race. The Supreme Being told me that there are threats that we need to worry about, so in order to protect everyone, I decided to act and replace the regime that behaved ignorantly and sowed a false sense, a world that hid the real truth. But now the times have changed, and this day marks a new beginning. Together, we will only focus on improving and making ourselves the best of the best, to make our lives and our race the best there is, not just in the galaxy, but the whole universe." There were some loud cheers from the crowd from those that truly believed in what Yanni was saying, while others were swept up, in the moment, by this charisma. But then there were also a few who saw through this and were a bit more cautious. "Does this mean we will be going to war?" "There hasn't been a war in hundreds of years, so what threat is he talking about? Why do we have to act now? Weren't things okay before?" Her eyes lit up hearing these words for the first time. "There are those that appreciate what we did. They might not openly say it, but their actions just now prove it. Father, you didn't waste your time." While thinking of this, Wince looked at the statue of her great and old father with the trident in his hands. It gave her strength until she heard a slashing sound, and the next second her father's head fell from the statue and rolled to the floor. "The old rule is no more!" Yanni shouted. "The crowning ceremony shall now commence!" Several explosions from the building were heard nearby, shooting sparkles into the center. It looked like a lot of preparation had been done for the whole event, and today would be quite the party for them all. Wince felt someone was looking over them because of all the days they could have come back. Today was the perfect day for them to act. "All right, let's get going," Wince said, as she turned around, ready to swim off and head around the center's route to enter the palace. She had only swam a few yards before she heard a loud shout. "Princess Wince is here! I repeat, Princess Wince is here!" Someone shouted these words at the top of their lungs. Immediately, the people cleared the area around Wince, and everyone could see them. "Oh, what's this?" Yanni said with a smile on his face. "The princess has returned home, and has come right back to me. What a surprise! What a surprise indeed." Now that she had been spotted, Wince couldn't escape. She knew this, but even more so, she was heartbroken looking at the person who had shouted and alerted everyone. "Cyril, why?" Wince could barely say anything, as the rest of the words got stuck in her throat. Thinking about it, she recalled when the tubes sent the other 2 to a different place, and now it didn't seem like an accident anymore. The crowd around Wince began to back off, and within a few moments, there was no one within the 30-foot radius of the princess. The look on the people's faces had also undergone one 80-degree change, and many of them seemed displeased. Why did she come back? This silly girl, she should have just used the chance to run away. We all know what will happen to her now. There was no slander against the princess's name, just concern and pity from the general public. For them, both groups wished to improve their race either way. They just had their own ideals and way of working. However, the general populace held no negative stigma for either faction, and they knew that in all of this, the princess was innocent. She got involved in this simply because she had blood ties to the previous leader. Meanwhile, Wince had ignored the looks of pity and stood in her spot in shock. She wanted to understand why her own sister, who had been through the same things as her, betrayed her all of a sudden. She could not understand why someone who had suffered the same hardships as her would give her up like this. "Cyril, I know we don't come from the same mother, but they will kill both of us. Why have you done this?" Wince shouted, not caring if the others heard. Wince thought back to Syl and the Dalki, and was sad to think that she had brought them here to no avail. They would have probably met their end by now, and she was responsible for it. The fact that her sister was the one who had caused it did not bring her any relief. Cyril took a step back and began to move away slightly, heading to where the crowd was. "You remember what I said before? Everyone is selfish. Everyone does things for themselves. Giving you up means that I can live," Cyril replied. Her voice carried no emotions, and her face looked as if she was talking to a corpse. Now, Wince understood at some point during their trip, or maybe even when they had traveled, Cyril must have made a deal with the predators to spare her in exchange for her sister's life. "It means I can live a happy life with my family," Cyril added at the last, and a smile appeared on her face. Just then, coming out of the crowd behind her, was someone who one of the crowd knew well. He was one of the top members of the Predator gang and was always by Yanni's side. The name of this predator was Mokun. His stature was tall, and now he stood with strange curled-up arms resembling a worm's body. He placed his hand on Cyril's shoulder, and, leaning over her, gave her a huge kiss, sticking his tongue down her throat in front of everyone. When he pulled his mouth back, saliva could be seen sticking to the two tongues. You did this to her, you damn parasite," Wince shouted. "I know how your powers work. Get that bug out of her head now." Mokun was a special fish and part of the memorial race. He was incredibly dangerous, as he could place parasites inside others' heads, and whoever had a parasite inside them would naturally be charmed towards the host, doing his bidding for them. Hearing Wince's cry, Mokun's shoulders trembled up and down as he started to laugh out loud. "You seem to know my power well, but you should also know how I would need to transfer said parasite into another. I assure you the feelings were mutual at the time. I just needed to have reassurance." Judging from what the parasite was saying, the two were in a relationship before everything transpired. Wince didn't know whether to believe it or if it was just to throw her off. Either way, it had worked, and now Wince didn't know who she had on her side anymore. "Capture her, but don't use the guns. We need her alive," Mokun ordered the guards. Immediately, out from the crowd, 8 guards in the same getup as the attackers on the Marpo cruise came out. They had their energy swords in their hands, producing steam since they were using them underwater. One of the guards ran forward and swung down quickly as if they weren't even in water in the first place. Still, the princess wasn't powerless, and she promptly avoided the sword and grabbed the man by the wrist. She then spun him towards the others and sent him crashing into the other guards. At the same time, she now had one of the energy blades in her hand. Swinging it faster than the others, she deflected the attacks coming her way and slashed across the chest of one of them. Next, she swam forward fast with her tail and threw her hand out, making a whirlpool of water. It smashed against one of the guards' chest and sent him throwing the water. The guards were not faring well against the princess. "It won't be easy to take me. I trained with my father every day, the strongest memorial to ever live." The guards slowly got up from the ground, and more started to enter the open area. It was then, though, landing on his large 2 feet, that someone jumped into the center, one with a large fin on his back and a sharp pointy nose. Seeing this, Wince wasn't as confident anymore. It was another one of the predators. When he swung his hands, Wince went to counter it with the blade, but the shark man just opened his palm and quickly grabbed it. In the next second, a whole energy of the blade had extinguished right there, and now Wince suddenly had no weapon. "It would be best if you gave up," A familiar voice spoke, walking through the crowd. It was now Yanni's turn to enter the stage. "We will not kill you. After all, we need you. But I promise that if you put up without a fight, we will allow you— No, let's say allow you to live a life." Yanni smiled. "All of my trusted predators are by my side, and although you are strong, not a single one of them can be bested by you." Princess tried to look at the situation around her, the people, her sister on the other side, but there was no one on her side, no one to help, and even her father's head, even though it was just a statue, had been severed. "Please, Princess, just give up. We don't want to see your blood," she heard a voice from the crowd. "Life is the most important thing. Don't give it up for us." For some reason, hearing these words drained the energy out of her, and she no longer had the will to fight back. She knew it was hopeless if she did. "You made the right choice." Yanni clicked his fingers, and immediately he placed a pair of energy cuffs on her from behind and a large shackle around her tail as well. Then 2 guards walked up and held her by her hands. After dealing with her, Yanni walked over to Cyril. "You have done well, but we only need one bloodline to continue." Yanni placed one of his hands on Cyril's head, and the blue rings all over his body started to glow. "No!" Winch shouted. "What are you doing? I gave up and you made a deal with her. She did everything you said." Suddenly, Cyril's eyes stopped moving. Her whole body froze like a statue, and she fell over onto her side, hitting the surface. A few seconds later, her body started to float higher and higher, heading to the surface of the deep ocean. "You murderer! You scum! Liar! You deserve 1,000 deaths!" Wince continued to shout until she started feeling pain in her throat. Perhaps you're right," Yanni replied, "but with your father gone, who can stop me?" Yanni then started to walk away, planning to continue his celebration. After all, everything was dealt with, and he now had what he wanted, until he suddenly heard laughter from behind. "Ha ha ha!" Wince laughed, with her head tilted back. Her hair had become disheveled, and was in front of her face. Her eyes were bulging as if she had turned into a madwoman. "Yanni, you are wrong. I have seen people stronger than my father, stronger than you, and I have brought them here. So let me ask you, do you think you are stronger than a god?" "A god?" Yanni replied, raising his eyebrow. "Did you forget whose support we have? You've gone mad. If you really have a god, then why isn't he here? Where is he?" Just as he finished his words, everyone in the city square felt the ocean's currents moving. The currents moving this deep in the ocean, and in the city no less, was a strange phenomenon to them all. It was something none of them had experienced before. It caused everyone to go silent, as a tingling sensation was felt all over their bodies. "This feeling, it's a bad omen for us all," an old frail fishwoman stated. Although many thought the old woman was one of those that constantly spouted tales of doom or gloom, many felt like she was right this time. "What is that?" Wince said, as she leaned back and looked at the large, dark figure that was moving through the ocean, coming closer and closer to their position. Eventually, it was close enough for people to figure out what it was. "Sea monster!" a member of the crowd shouted. The light reflected off the sea monster's body, and now it could be seen in full view. It had a hard red outer shell with a large orange underbelly that was showing to the rest. On the belly itself, there were several large legs like a centipede. What made the beast look disgusting most of all, though, was the several large floating balls it had sticking out. There were around 10 of them dangling on long, thin parts. They weren't just balls, but the eyeballs of the beast. Opening up, each one of them was around the size of a car, and they soon turned to look at all the people below. Spreading out wide, the mermurial race gulped. Although they were strong, most of them weren't fighters. That part belonged to the royal family, and those that had been recruited into the predators as guards. A sea beast of this size and power was simply too much for them, which was why panic had started. The fish people had started to swim away from the large beast. They scurried through the water as fast as they could, but rather than leave the square completely, many decided to take cover in the shops or behind large-scale buildings while looking at what was to occur. After all, leaving the city was not an option, as entering the sea to get out would mean running into even more of the sea beasts. But there was one option for them all, and that's when many began to run for the hydro stations. "I'm sorry for involving you all, but these have to go, so no one can escape," a voice said. Wince, taking a closer look at the beast, noticed that on top of one of the eyes there was a human figure.
That's the one that was with Quinn all the time, the one named Syl. So they made it." A slight smile appeared on her face, but it also went away quite quickly, as it was unlikely Quinn was here. She was sure his companions were strong, but strong enough to get them out of this situation? She was unsure. Wait a second. How is he even riding on top of a sea beast like that? This was why the guards, the predators, and Yanni himself were cautious about attacking the sea beast, having noticed the one on top of it. Just as Yanni was about to open his mouth to ask who this was, a large explosion was heard. Turning their heads, they could see that the hydro station had been completely destroyed. When the dust started to settle, they could see that there was a large lizard man now floating where the hydro station once was. "I saw what he did. He punched the hydro station and destroyed it in a single hit. What is that?" one of the people yelled and panicked. "Don't worry, there's another hydro station on the other side," another replied and turned around, only to see a red beam go straight over her head. The next second, and the other hydro station was destroyed and had crumbled, burnt to bits. The mechanism that was used for the tubes was ruined, and the people could no longer escape. Because of this, the only thing they could do was hide in their homes and behind structures as they watched what was going on. "I'm guessing you are the help that Winds talked about," Yanni stated. "Let me ask you if there is anything I can suggest to you, so that you don't interfere." Syl was quite surprised by this, and had ordered the sea beast to drop him down slightly, moving one of the large eyeballs closer to the others, so they were at the same level, yet still far away. Interacting with them while staying so high up seemed pretentious to him, and Syl wanted to see what they had to say. All the guards had their pistols ready, and they quickly got ready and aimed at Syl. "Ah, so you were the guys that tried to attack us last time, I see," Syl replied. "Unfortunately, there's nothing that you can give me because, you see, I have a debt that I need to pay back." Putting both hands to his side, Syl had created 2 balls of water that were constantly hitting against each other, and before the others could react, he threw them out towards Yanni. Both of them had expanded in size, creating 2 large balls of water, but around them, there were several slashes going through it. The water was pressurized and controlled in such a way that it would slice through anything it would touch. If a person was to touch the large ball, a constant strike would hit their body. When the ball got close to Yanni, he simply touched the balls and the slashes had stopped. The balls got smaller, and crushing them in his hand, they had turned to nothing. "You have a lot of power over the sea, I see. No wonder you are confident. It's a shame for you that it's the same for me," Yanni stated, clicking one of his fingers. At that moment, all of the guards fired their guns and began to hit the large beast. At the same time, controlling the water, Syl was able to block the lasers from hitting him and leaped off the beast, so he was, now, on the floor. The beast was enraged and began to run through the guards, swinging its large eyeballs towards them, knocking them out, and soon swimming and landing right next to Syl, there was the Dalki. Doggeth had destroyed all the hydro stations in the city and forced the entire populace to stay back and watch. "Predators!" Yanni shouted, and out of the lot of them, 10 fierce-looking fishmen had come out on display. They looked like they were fighting humanoid demon-tier beasts in front of them, and Syl felt the same way if they were all as strong as Yanni. "Take them out!" Yanni ordered. The predators immediately started to swim toward the 2, and Syl knew this was going to be trouble. He was going to need help. "With my abilities, I have to switch every once in a while so I can breathe, and if I don't use the water ability, my movements are slow. This really is a pain in the ass fighting underwater. I need to figure out some way we can get to the surface," Syl thought. It was annoying him that all of these would be easy to deal with if they were just outside. Although he had a large amount of MC cells to use his water ability on, it didn't mean he was the best at using it. If only I could just move all the water out of the way. Throwing out his hands, 2 large slashes of water came out of them. This attack was faster than the clash balls, as Syl had called them. Still, in the water, they were able to easily avoid them, and the next second, he could see a type of shark man come towards him with his mouth wide open. Switch to strength, Syl thought in that second, and grabbed the mouth of the shark. Its jaws were incredibly powerful, so Syl was glad he had decided to use his strength ability at the same time. The next second, he slammed the shark man into the floor, but another crocodile man had bitten the back of his leg, his teeth sinking through his skin and armor. Switching back to his water ability, Syl shot out a vortex of water.
hitting the crocodile man right on the head and spinning him, sending him away. "All right, you damn lizard," Syl said. "I'm going to need you to at least take on 5 of these guys so I can deal with the rest." "I have bad news," the Dalki said, shooting out his laser at the others, trying to keep them at a distance. "I can only fight for around 30 more minutes before I need to breathe." A distinct memory had appeared in Syl's head when he heard Doggeth speak about claiming he could breathe underwater for at least 6 hours. The reason why he remembered was because it sounded as if the Dalki was bragging to everyone about how much better he was compared to the others. At least, that was how it sounded in Syl's head. Regardless, even though they had been in the water for a long time, they hadn't been in for 6 hours. Is it because of all the fighting he did before, or was he just trying to sound impressive? Either way, fighting 10 of these guys on my own is going to be troublesome, Syl thought, as he made what looked like a blade out of the water. It was condensed and constantly moving like waves. Swinging it, Syl had managed to deflect a few stingers that had been shot out with the sword, and used his other hand to send out 3 hydro cannon shots at the others. It had missed 2 of them, but hit the third one in the chest, sending him back and spilling blood into the water. "This one is powerful! We have to be careful!" a member of the Predators shouted. Syl then raised his new water sword he had created above his head, and it began to grow larger by the second. When swinging it down, it looked to still be growing larger, but was able to rip apart part of the sea, moving it away and creating pockets of air. At that moment, Syl's blade had gone right through one of the Predators, one that looked like a stingray. Its body split apart, and its blood entered the sea. The others didn't need to turn around to know he was dead. They could smell their fellow teammates' blood in the water. "It's okay," Syl stated. "It just means we're on a bit of a time scale right now." Unlike Syl, who was faring quite well despite the fact he could only mostly use the water ability, Doggeth was struggling. His movements were slow, and in order to avoid his red eye, lasers that seemed to be the only thing that was fast while attacking, the 5 Predators that had gone towards him were constantly swimming around him. He fired lasers from his eyes, but they would hit nothing but the water or some part of the city buildings off in the distance. Eventually, breaking out of the formation, one of the Predators swam towards him at a great speed, and when getting close, it lifted its head forward and slammed it down right on top of the Dalki. Doggeth was able to react in time, lifting both his hands, but the blow was incredibly strong, and he saw that this type of fishman looked to have a head of a hammer. The thing was that its hammer-like head wasn't the only weapon it had, as it swung both of its arms right towards the side of the body. The second it hit the Dalki, it had heard parts of its rib breaking. Out of anger, more of the Dalki's laser-powered eye-beams were shot towards the hammerhead, but he had already escaped, and the 5 of them had begun their formation once again, swirling around the Dalki. "I can't breathe well, and that guy just whacked a load of oxygen out of my body. Even if I get stronger, the more blood is spilt. I might not survive if this fight goes on. We need to find a way to the surface. Doesn't that human have any good ideas?" Doggeth thought, and also looked towards their sea creature friend. Somehow, Syl was able to control the giant sea creature. After defeating its allies, it looked like one of the sea creatures was quite compliant in listening to the human. Using the sea beast was how they were able to swim to the capital city through the vast ocean without getting attacked. So the Dalki thought that they could use it again to head to the surface. Otherwise, there would be too many beasts for them to face on their way up. However, it didn't look like a viable option right now, and possibly ever. An endless amount of lasers were being shot by the army and guards towards the sea beast. It was in pain with some of its eyes already destroyed and pierced. There were several wounds on its body, and blood was pouring out of them. Still, out of anger, the sea beast seemed to be continuing to put up a good fight, already defeating a quarter of the guards that were at the scene. How long it would last, though, was hard to say. Meanwhile, the princess was watching everything play out, and although the 2 were struggling, she was surprised with how the 2 of them were faring, especially since the one that looked like Quinn, another human, had killed one of the Predators. "What's wrong?" Wince asked, seeing the look on Yanni's face. She could tell this wasn't how he expected the fight to go on. "Is this not what you expected? Your powerful predator race being killed, just like you did to my sister?" Yanni turned his head to Wince and walked over to her. With his hands, he brushed the guards away and grabbed her himself. The rings on his body didn't light up,
so whatever he had done to her sister, he wasn't planning to do to her. I don't know what you did to get people like that on your side, but that's not important. What is important is I have you. So why don't the two of us pay a visit to the royal vault? Maybe there's something in there that can deal with them, Yanni smiled. Moving her away with his great strength, Wince tried to resist. She began to kick and scream, hitting every part of Yanni's body as hard as she could, but it was doing nothing. Using her hands, she had even controlled the power of the water and created a strong slash right across Yanni's back, but it still had done nothing. Let go of me, Wince screamed. Let go of me. I would rather die than let you have what you want. You. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Everyone who was hiding from the battle was watching the poor princess struggle with all her might, but not a single one of them wanted to risk their own lives, stepping up to help her. Instead, they just whispered their prayers for someone to keep her safe. Father, I wish you were here, Wince cried out. Her final cries had managed to reach one person, a person who was desperately fighting. The sharkfish swam straight towards him again, and rather than using the strength ability he did before, Syl placed his hand up and grabbed its face. He used the key inside his body to try and make up for the strength, but it wasn't enough and wouldn't hold out for long. His body was being dragged across the surface of the water floor, but something strange was happening. The shark man could soon feel intense pain, as the skin on his whole face was burning. Eventually, he could see boils appearing before they popped, exploding right in his face. The shark man swam away in pain, shaking his entire head in the water left and right, while the water was bubbling around Syl's hand. I can still use other abilities while down here. I just can't move so easily without the water one, Syl thought, as he opened his book, changing his abilities again. The next moment, he opened a portal and pulled out a weapon, throwing it directly towards Wince. It traveled through the water as Syl controlled it, and made it so it landed in her hand. The crying had stopped from Wince's eyes as she felt a great power, looking at the trident that had appeared in her hand. That belongs to you, so use it to get your planet back, Syl smiled. At first, Wince thought the sudden turn of affairs was nothing but an illusion. In her hands was a trident, but it wasn't just any trident, rather the one that had belonged to her father, who had gone missing years ago. His disappearance was one of the reasons why the conflict between the two factions had escalated to the degree that it had led to today's events. Yet she knew straight away that this trident was once her father's. As a child, she had seen her father carry it many times, and she could feel the energy inside the weapon bonding with her. Right now, she didn't care why the human had her father's trident or how he had come across it. Instead, her whole attention was on what was in her hands and how she would use it to fight back. In the next instant, Wince lifted the trident and slammed it on the ground. A wave of incredibly strong currents with a slight blue glow began to spread out, and Yanni was knocked off his feet. Even she was surprised by the power when she felt her whole body being pressured from all sides. The pressure was actually coming from the trident itself, but she held on tightly for her life onto the trident until it finally settled down. Firmly putting her feet on the ground, Wince lifted the trident and started to spin the weapon. It was extremely light, and even in the water, she had no trouble using it. However, when she thrust it forward, she felt a burst of energy from the trident, and 3 hydro pumps of water shot out from its tips. I didn't even try to use my powers to activate this weapon. It just did that on its own with a simple thrust, Wince smiled. Please, I hope you recognize me. I'm the daughter of your previous owner, and I need your help. I want to borrow your power, and I hope you grant this request of mine. Earlier, when she saw the weapon, there was one thing she was sure of, though. Her father was no longer alive. Help me defeat the one that killed your last owner, Wince pointed the trident out towards Yanni, who had just gotten up from the ground. Not too far away, Syl had overheard the princess, and once again, he felt like someone had stuck a knife in his heart. I'm sorry, but he wasn't the one that killed your father. Please just use that weapon to get this over with, Syl thought. As for his own fight, Syl was doing quite well. He was learning how to use the water ability beyond what he would have before. Even after 1,000 years, it seemed like there were things that he could learn to improve his combat prowess. If I want to keep up with Quinn, then I'm going to have to keep putting myself in tough situations. He was asleep for 1,000 years, and I only just got on his level, Syl thought. Thinking about Quinn, Syl had come up with a nice idea to deal with the predators in front of him. There were still the 2 water blades in his hand, and when the enemies were coming toward him, he threw one of the blades out. Then he controlled where the blade went using the water currents. Syl threw out another sword with his other hand, which chased after one of the other predators. As I thought, these guys are fast, but speed won't matter soon enough. Syl, in his hand, had created another water sword and thrown it out. Then there was another, and then one more. Syl was swiftly making and throwing more and more water blades, and the predators realized they had to face more of these blades around them. Ha ha! This is like a game now, Syl thought, controlling them, trying to catch his attackers. They were no longer trying to attack. Instead, they were just running away. "How much power does this guy have? What is going on?" one of the predators exclaimed in terror. At the same time, some of the water blades veered off course and went close to the guards. Syl decided to move them off track and attack the guard instead, aiming to help the sea beast that had been helping them out so far. Honestly, Syl felt a little bad, but the sea beast had attempted to kill them before all of this, and was only helping because of another ability of Syl's. Who would have thought that the Bree family's ability would have come in handy at a time like this? Not too far from Syl, someone was still struggling, and it was Doggoth. He had been hit several times, and although he felt more power, at the same time he felt more vulnerable due to the lack of oxygen that was getting out of his body. "I can't keep focusing on all 5 of them. I should take them out one by one." After making the decision, he started focusing his eye on just one of the predators swimming around him, and it was none other than Mokun. He hadn't done much so far, which was why Doggoth assumed him to be the weakest, and right now, just lowering the number of enemies he was facing was the best thing for him to do. Focusing his eyes, he fired lasers at the target and also started to move ahead. Mokun, noticing this, had started to swim in the opposite direction, and the predators had all split up before coming at the Dalki like 5 torpedoes. However, not all of them were here. "Where's that hammerhead?" Doggoth frowned. Turning to his right, he suddenly noticed that the hammerhead shark was ready, and instantly he swung his head while holding the 2 arms of the Dalki to deliver a decisive blow on the latter's skull. Far stronger than before, there was a current following him, giving him more power. Each predator had some control over the sea, influencing it to give more power in their strikes. "Why don't you just freeze?" a voice said, and suddenly the area around the hammerhead shark froze in seconds. The hammerhead was unable even to see his own body being frozen. Then, coming out from the area was none other than Syl. "Well, you can do the honors of smashing him up," Syl said. You have the power of ice?" Doggoth replied in shock. Thinking that in the sea like this, it was certainly a dangerous ability to have, he wondered why he hadn't used it. On top of that, he wondered what had happened to his other opponents. Turning his head, the Dalki suddenly noticed Syl was still away from him, fighting against the other predators. "Wait, there are 2 of you? Let's just focus on what is in front of us, shall we? Besides, we're not doing any of this for us. All of this is for the princess," Syl replied, as he got ready to help the Dalki. The fight between Yanni and the princess was on. She was confident with the trident held in her hand, and there was a boost in power. Quickly, she could swim in the sea above and began to spin the trident above her. Power was gathering in the weapon, and she swung it down towards Yanni. Seeing this, the octopus gathered 4 spikes of water in its hands and threw them out towards the weapon, but the princess destroyed them in seconds. "That damn trident!" Yanni shouted as the lightning hit his arm. Sparks of energy collided, and a marking on his head started to glow. There was a reason why all the predators were far stronger compared to the others, and it was because of the gift and marking they had all received. With the marking on his forehead empowering him in his attacks, he went to punch Wince with all of his arms, but she was quickly able to move the trident, knocking his punches away one after another, and then she thrust it forward again. Yanni had jumped back, avoiding it from stabbing him, but was hit by the hydroblasts soon after, which pushed him back and through the sea. "I knew that trident was going to give me trouble. Why has it appeared now?" Yanni shouted in frustration. This wasn't the first time he was dealing with the trident, and he was well aware of its prowess, which was why he was alarmed as soon as he saw the trident. "Forget it. If you're going to fight with help, then so am I." Opening his mouth wide, A strange, large blue pearl had come out of it. The pearl itself was radiating with energy, and suddenly, all of the predators in the area were reacting to the re-energy as well. "We who complete your wish, help us win this battle," Yanni commanded, and the pearl started to light up. Sensing the energy, Syl knew what it was straight away. "It's celestial energy, but what is that item? Is it a celestial item or the god itself?" Syl thought. Suddenly, the currents in the deep sea started to move again, and looking around them, they could see several large, shadowy figures beginning to surround the entire city. "I guess it's time we get out of here," Syl thought. In the city that stayed above the water, it was even quieter than before. Quinn and Nog had been here for a while now, and had seen countless people hurrying to leave the island, and eventually the whole island had become a ghost town. The only ones that were left were relatively old, and finding it difficult to travel, or seemed too senile to know that something big was going on in the first place, which was why the two of them had decided to relax by the beach for a bit. Quinn was lying down, just enjoying his peace and quiet for a while. There was no training involved, no strange mystic celestial stuff, or vampire problems to deal with. At the same time, Nog was by his side doing the same. "Aren't you a bit worried? Those guys were strong enough to attack the cruise ship," Nog asked. "I mean, I know you're strong as well, but aren't you a little too relaxed?" Looking into the sky, Quinn could still see the large fleets and ships flying in the distance. In his head, he was trying to determine something. "I think I can do it," Quinn mumbled. "Sorry?" Nog replied, not hearing fully what he had said. "I'm not worried because Syl is there. Syl will be able to handle whatever comes his way, and if he needs help, I'm sure he can send some sort of signal for me," Quinn replied relaxingly. It was then that Nog stood up, and unlike Quinn, he had relaxed plenty of times before, and he was worried about the captain. Yes, the captain was strong, but to go up against a whole army, just with 4 people, sounded a little ridiculous. "Well, if you need me, then you can just send me a signal as well," Nog replied, walking towards a pier that was set out on the beach. There was no hydro station at this section, and instead, it looked like a small little boat activity had been set out. People could rent out boats. They would then use them to explore the vast sea and surface. Heading to the area, it didn't look like the staff had also left the island, so Nog decided to hop in. The boat was round, and it wasn't really a boat, but looked more like a pod spaceship. However, it couldn't fly. When he pressed the accelerator, like on a car, the boat started to move, and there was also a steering wheel to direct it. The little vehicle was faster than Nog had thought, as it skidded across the water like a jet ski. "Whoa, now this is more like it," Nog said with a huge grin on his face, as the vehicle bumped up and down on the waves. For a second, Quinn had peeked at Nog, but then leaned back to relax. "Just be careful that some giant sea monster doesn't come and kill you," Quinn muttered. He wouldn't really be surprised if the sea monster suddenly popped out, but then he was also hoping that Nog could deal with it on its own. While exploring the sea, Nog was making a note of where he went, and could see that the pod had a return-home function. He assumed this was the shop, which meant he could explore as far out as he liked, and that's what he did. He soon came across a few more islands, but there looked to be no life on them at all. Still, it was nice for Nog to experience sea travel rather than space travel. After exploring for a while, he soon spotted something out in the sea. "What is that?" Nog slowed down the vehicle and went closer and closer to it. Opening up the glass roof of the pod, Nog took a closer look at the floating object. "It's a person! A fish woman!" Nog shouted, expecting someone to come and help, but quickly realized that he was the only one out in the middle of the sea. So in the end, after tossing and turning, Nog decided to jump into the water. Pulling the body was a lot harder than he thought, but using his strength, he managed to place her on the outside of the boat, and then getting himself up, he then pulled her up. Now, back inside the vehicle, Nog was able to get a good look at her, and he couldn't believe it. "Quinn! Quinn, come here quick!" Nog was shouting as he parked up his boat and was holding a female in his hands. At first, Quinn thought that maybe there really was a sea monster to deal with, but as long as he wasn't in the water, he wouldn't have a problem with sea creatures if he ran into them. Nog quickly ran across the sand and placed the body right down in front of Quinn. "What do we do? I just found her floating in the sea like this," Nog said, panicked. "This is Cyril, right? The princess's sister?" Quinn replied. "Why was she in the middle of the ocean?" I don't know, but she's not breathing, and since she floated to the top, doesn't that mean she's dead? Looking at her closely and pressing his hand on her body, Quinn couldn't feel a breath, and there was no heartbeat, but he could sense one thing, and that was life energy. Maybe I can do something, Quinn mumbled as he put both hands on her forehead. After sensing her ki, Quinn started to move it toward her heart. He then controlled it, so it would start to pump itself. It didn't take long for the heart to resume beating, but that wasn't enough. Inside her, there was strange energy. What is this around her head? Quinn thought, as he started to move his own ki into her body, but not too much, since he knew he was now a celestial. Even his ki could react with people in different ways, just hopefully in this situation it was positive. Either way, the worst that could happen to her was death. If he did nothing, she would die anyway. Eventually, though, Quinn had found another ki source in the brain. It was as if it was another living creature in the shape of something similar to a worm. Let's get rid of you first. Quinn directed all the ki straight to the parasite, and with his strong power, he destroyed it in an instant. However, even after destroying the abnormal ki, it did next to nothing. Is she going to be okay? Nog asked. For now, I'm keeping her energy alive, but something is stopping her other organs from working. It's as if her whole body is paralyzed. She needs to heal, Quinn replied. In this situation, he felt that giving her heavenly energy would not do much, but perhaps he could do something else. In the past, if he faced a similar situation, he could always do something. Making a small cut on his hand, Quinn placed it over her mouth. Let's find out if a fish vampire is a thing, Quinn wondered, letting his blood drip into her mouth while activating the blood ritual. It had been a long time since Quinn had done such a thing, and he had thought he might never have to do it again, but here he was doing it on another planet. Unlike the time before, when one would shake and move in pain from the transformation, there was no reaction, but that was most likely due to the state that she was in. If this does work, will she still be addicted to blood? I guess that will be the case, and it may change the whole race ecosystem. I will need to deal with that later. Maybe after this is over, I will have to bring her with me, Quinn thought. Blood ritual has been completed. You have successfully, for the first time, created a new subclass. Merv Vamp. A new subclass? Quinn wasn't expecting this, and it was then that he could see and hear that her organs were starting to come back to working condition. He had somehow managed to save her, but it would be a while until she recovered. Standing up, Quinn looked above. The fact that she was in that condition and is up here might mean that you're right. Something is going on. Why don't we try and get them to come up here? Quinn stated. The blood that started to come out from the cut, made on his hand, had the red vampire aura with it. It started to change form and turned into a large spear made of blood, celestial energy, and blood aura. On top of that, as always, Quinn would add his powers of ki. What are you planning on? Before Nog could finish his sentence, Quinn ran, instantly crossing the beach within a mere second, and threw the blood spear. It left his hand and went into the sky. Before Nog could understand what was happening, the large, giant spaceship above exploded, coloring the sky in a slight orange and yellow color. I knew I could hit it, whispered Quinn. Having felt the large currents before and the dark figures in the sea, Syl knew immediately that these were the dangerous large sea beasts that roam the sea. However, this city was a lot larger than the last place they were at, and there were a lot more large shadows going through the sea. It has to be that damn blue pearl that's causing them all to come out here, Syl thought. The question is, can he control the sea beasts, or is he doing some sort of suicidal attack? Syl could see that Wince was still fighting. She was thrusting her trident, and was doing a good job of pushing Yanni back. In truth, the smart thing to do was for Syl to get the blue pearl and destroy it, but he wanted the princess to get her own revenge. On top of that, it looked like his Dalki friend was at his limit with his own fight. Quinn did say to push him to the end, but at this rate, he would end up dead. I guess it's all up to me, Syl sighed. Still, there is a path to solve this in a way that everyone wins in the end. It just means it's a lot more work for me. Changing his abilities, Syl began to clone himself. He started to make more copies of himself until there were around 30 of him in total. The next step was the choice of weapons. The portal that each Syl could open up was linked to the same space, so they had access to whatever weapons they wanted. Although Syl only had around 10 demon tier items inside, he still had plenty of strong weapons for them all to choose from. The predators, who had a boost of strength from the pearl activating their celestial energy, were stunned. They felt like they finally had the upper hand, and then the strange human had done this. They were unsure if the strength of each clone was the same as the original, but if the one that was helping the Dalki out was anything to go by, they felt like they were in serious trouble, and no one wanted to attack first. "All right, everyone, it's going to be a bumpy ride, but do your best to fight at whoever is going to come your way. I won't slow down for anyone," the real Syl ordered. The rest of them nodded, raising their weapons in the air like some type of army. Straight after, each of them used the water ability to swim away. They headed to the edge of the city, spreading out and surrounding the place in a large circle. At the same time, there were a couple that stayed in front of Syl with the demon tier weapons, and one of them had gone over to the sea beast that had helped them out. The clone Syl soon opened a large portal the size of the giant beast and ordered it to go inside. "You have done well and have helped us, so I don't want you to die. Although if you do die, then I promise to make you into a nice weapon," Syl smiled. The beast listened and got into the portal, which quickly closed up. The people in the city were wondering what the strange clones were doing. Why were they on the edge of the city, and why had they surrounded the place? But the next second, they somewhat understood. A large water pump burst from the hands of one of the clones and headed straight for the dark, ghostly figure. He hit the beast, but at the same time unleashed his own back to force attack, firing a red laser from somewhere, but using his small dagger weapon, he was able to deflect the attack to retaliate against the beast. At the same time, as the other large beasts were coming closer, the clones were using their strength and might to take them out as well. "Is that person protecting us from the beasts? But why?" the townsfolk said. "He's with the princess. She did shout about having some type of warrior on her side. The one that should be protecting us, though, is Yanni, not some stranger from another race. He talks about the pride of the predators, but what are they doing?" It was clear that this act from Syl was starting to turn public opinion. Seeing how strongly the princess was now fighting Yanni back, the small, nearly invisible hope that they had on the other side was starting to return. The only thing was, Syl wasn't doing this to protect them. This was only the start of his plan. Now that the clones had gone away from the real Syl's side, the predators were confident once again and had charged in. The real Syl didn't have to worry, as he had left the two by his side with strong weapons in front of him. Instead, he needed to focus on something else. Placing both hands on the ground, Syl was ready. "After doing all of this, I don't know how many MC points I'm going to have left. So Dalki, Princess, it's all up to you." Light started to shine right underneath Syl's hand, and in the next second, the ground started to freeze. It spread out from the area he was in and crossed the entire floor. The fish people were scared of this. They decided to float up a little so they wouldn't be touching the seafloor. The ice continued to spread out more and more, reaching the very edges of the entire city. Even though the public didn't know how someone was capable of such a thing, they knew that one would have to have an enormous amount of power to cover such a large space. But what was the reason behind it? "Now, here comes the hard part." Syl wiped his head as he braced himself and placed both hands on the ground again. Immediately, the whole city arose from where it was. It was moving through the sea at an incredible speed. No longer was the city attached to the floor of the sea, but instead it was on a giant ice pillar that was getting larger by the second. Due to the force felt on their bodies, many of the mermarials were on the floor lying flat. "What is going on?" Yanni shouted. After the sudden acceleration had stopped, they were now traveling through the sea. The ice pillar was getting larger and larger, and the sea creatures that they had avoided had been replaced with new ones. They were attracted by the strange object coming through the sea, through their territory, and were swimming close, keeping an eye on it. Still, this was why the clones were placed on the side of the city, to make sure that anything that attempted to attack them would be dealt with. Sending out a few attacks, the clones were fighting off tentacles, claws, and more that were coming toward them that could be seen. One of the clones had been grabbed by the tentacle. The clone was not immediately killed, but pulled deep into the water where he couldn't be seen. On top of that, with the pillar of ice still moving, they were getting further and further away from the clone. "What is this person planning? Why is he doing this?" Yanni shouted. still holding the pearl in one of his hands, trying to summon the sea beast towards them. The entire advantage he had was ruined. "You don't have time to worry about that," Princess shouted as she thrust the trident forward. This time, it had been grabbed by Yanni. With a twist, though, Wince was able to create several currents around it that sliced Yanni's hand, causing him to bleed. "Damn you! Damn you all!" Yanni screamed, and for the first time, he could see a clear shadow on the ground. Looking up, he could see that they were now near the surface of the water. At first, Syl was going at a steady pace, with the ice pillar moving the entire city. This was because moving it faster would require more MC points. Although Syl was a monster when compared to anyone else in terms of MC points, back on Earth, this whole event had taken quite a lot out of him. Moving an entire city, constantly freezing the water was no easy task, and on top of that, he had his clones out fighting against deadly beasts at the same time. So, moving the city slowly was to ensure that he would have just enough MC points to still deal with everything if they got out of hand. If Wince had failed in defeating Yanni, if the Dalki was unable to take out the predators, and if Quinn was nowhere to be seen, then he would have to deal with everything. Although the last statement seemed unlikely, from what Syl had heard, it was quite common for Quinn to go unseen and suddenly disappear. But he didn't want to take any chances until he witnessed Doggoth grabbing his neck. He had hit his limit and was gasping for air badly. It was at that moment, pushing his MC cells and powers to the max, Syl made the ice pillar move as quickly as possible and charged it through the sea. The sea became clearer and easier to see now that the light from the sun could be seen. In the next second, the entire city crashed through the surface. It was a hard hit for the city, as some of the grand structures had cracked and fallen in the process. At the same time, all of their memorials were wobbly on their feet for a few seconds. Some had even been chucked airborne and landed back down due to the speed they had risen at. The city was solid, though. It didn't wobble on the surface of the water because there was a giant pillar of ice underneath it. However, after getting to the surface, Syl's job wasn't done. With his hand still stuck onto the floor, he used even more power to stretch out the surface of the sea, making it larger than the area of the city by a good mile or so. At the same time, he was making sure to freeze an amount of water that would be considerably thick and not break if an attack or two hit it. Finally, after all that, Syl was exhausted and fell on his back. It looked like on the journey here, most of his clones had perished. The good thing was they each knew if they were about to die and would open up the portal, shoving their weapons back in before dying. As for why Syl had done his little ice platform at the end, it was due to him not wanting to rely on the pillar. He wanted to create his own island, so that if the beasts attacked the pillar from underneath, it wouldn't be a problem. "The rest is down to you guys now," Syl smiled. While lying down on his back, Syl noticed something strange. It was the color of the sky. It was still quite bright, but it looked almost as if the sky had turned somewhat orange and filled with dust as well. "What is going on?" The next second, in the distance, a large explosion had occurred beyond the sky. It looked like it was almost in space even. "Ah, screw it. Let me just rest a bit, and then I'll help the others out," Syl said. He wasn't the only one that noticed the strange color in the sky and the explosions. The people looked up, wondering what they were, but one person knew straight away. "The fleets are being destroyed! Our forces! What is happening right now? Is this all you're doing?" Yanni pointed at Wince. "I'm not sure. It might be, but you have bigger things to worry about." Princess waved her trident and water started to gather around it. She then swiped it across the floor, and a large wave hit Yanni, taking him off his feet. Leaping from her position, she slammed the point of the trident at Yanni. Lifting up his hand, he tried stopping it, but the point went right through, piercing his skin. "Are you trying to get rid of the memorial race by bringing these outsiders in? If you get rid of everyone, then how will we defend ourselves?" Yanni asked. "From what?" Princess replied, twisting the trident. Water jets shot out of the trident, hitting Yanni in the body. The force took his hand out of the end of the trident and sent him across the room. "Protect us from these imaginary threats? You're the biggest threat to our race," Wince screamed. At the same time, there was another person that was happy that they were finally out of the water. Doggoth was on one knee, gasping in the air. "This air, I have never felt so dependent on anything before, Doggett said to himself as he slowly stood up from the ground. Blood was still dripping all over his body from the wounds he had before. Seeing this, one of the predators, the hammerhead who was close by, had decided to act, thinking he was on his last legs. The fishman now had legs instead of a fin, but he still had great running speed. The speed was not as fast as when he was in the water, though. He swung his head first, and the Dalki reached out his hand, grabbing him. Your attack is stronger. I can feel this energy in you, the Dalki said, as he coughed out blood. The strange power had gone through his body, but he didn't care because he knew it was only going to make him stronger. Now, out of the water, he could use all the pent-up damage. Using his laser eyes, he hit the hammerhead directly. The laser burned the skin of the body slowly, as there was some resistance until eventually there was no head left. Letting go, the predator fell to the floor. Finally, the five-spike Dalki is acting like a five-spike, Syl said, still watching everything from his position. There were interesting fights all over, and the clones that were still alive had come back to help him in his fight against the predators. It didn't take long for the clones to finish off the annoying predators once they were out of the water. Everything is going well now that we're out of the water. Maybe I won't have to get involved after all. Still, there is this god that I have to worry about as well. Maybe if I get the blue pearl or speak to Yanni, then we can talk about this god. I think Quinn would like that as well. A portion of Syl's MC points had recovered. It was a small amount, but he was wondering how much he would need to fight a Celestial on his own, because Quinn was nowhere to be seen. As he said that, a large shadow was cast over Syl's head. As he looked up, something fell from the sky. It wasn't just an object. It was one of the big ships in the fleet. "Look out! Take cover!" the people shouted, as they all hid in their houses. Fortunately, the large ship looked like it was heading right for the square where all of the others were fighting. "Stop making my job harder!" Syl placed his hands on the ground, making sure the ice was reinforced. The large ship crashed right into the square, chucking pieces and bits everywhere. For a second there were some cracks in the ice, but as quickly as they appeared, Syl was fixing them. After the initial crash, there was silence as everyone wondered what had just occurred. They could only see the spaceship. "Hey, look! There's someone there!" a person pointed. Looking at the person standing on top of the ship, with his hair blowing in the wind, Syl smiled. "Took you long enough." Looking at Quinn on the giant fleet ship, Wince had a large smile on her face. This was the person that she had relied on, the person she had put all her hopes into taking back her planet. She just never thought that he would have such a big fear of the deep blue sea, but she was lucky that his friend, as well as the captain of the cruise, had been enough to help her. The real question on her mind, and in Syl's thoughts, was, just what was Quinn doing this entire time? Back on the beach, before the city had been risen by Syl above the water, Quinn had just turned Cyril into a new type of subclass. Checking out the system, he was wondering if there were any different traits to the subclass. Usually, when creating a subclass for the first time, the system would prompt him with a load of information on the subclass, telling him the usual traits, special powers and more, but this time there was nothing. Is this because it's completely new? The system has no information on such a thing? Quinn thought. What he had done was travel into the unknown. Quinn had given his celestial energy to the Amra race people. That didn't seem to be a problem, as it hadn't changed them so much, only made them more powerful. However, this was different. Quinn was using his traits as a vampire to create what was in front of him, but there was nothing that he could do for now, and it looked like she wouldn't be waking up any time soon. "Why did you just attack that large spaceship?" Nog shouted. "Are you trying to let them know where we are?" After destroying the ship with his large blood spear, Quinn was looking through the system to try to learn more about Cyril. To Nog, it looked like the acts of a madman, who would constantly mumble, talk to himself, or just gaze off into the distance. Now, he had just taken out a large ship, as if he had grabbed a piece of fruit to eat. "Yeah," Quinn replied. "If the others are in trouble, then we need to grab their attention and pull them up here, and without a better way other than getting in the water, this is our only choice." Shadow started to cover Quinn, and it was the first time Nog had seen such a thing, causing him to step back. "These humans are strange to have these mystical powers and now shadows as well," Nog thought. With the demon tier chest piece now equipped, Quinn sprouted out his wings and covered them with the shadow, just as he usually would have. "Look after her, and if she wakes up and looks like she's trying to eat you, stay away from her," were Quinn's final words as he flew up in the sky. He flew past, and as he expected, the other smaller ships as well as the larger fleets that had been orbiting in space were heading in the direction where the attack had come from. They were leaving space and coming closer and closer to the planet's orbit. Finally, Quinn stopped in the air as he could see a strange pod-like vehicle. It was a see-through ball with a pilot inside. The vehicle also had 2 laser pointers sticking out from it. Soon, 4 of them were around Quinn. The larger fleet ships, similar to the one that he had destroyed, were slower at moving, so they would take some time to reach him. "Identify yourself or we will fire," one of the small pod ships ordered. "I'm looking for your leader. I think his name is Yanni. Can you please tell him to come up here so we can talk?" Quinn asked. These people were just soldiers following orders, so if it could be avoided, Quinn didn't want to just kill them. The soldiers in the pods just laughed, and Quinn could see the lasers on their ships charging up. Since they had attempted to kill him now, he felt like he had no choice. All 4 of them began to fire at once. Curling up, with his 2 shadow wings, the lasers hit them, and at the same time came back out, firing at themselves. It had come as a surprise to them, and they were unable to move out of the way of the strike, causing all 4 of them to explode in an instant. Leaving them to fall to the ground, Quinn didn't check if they were okay or not. His eyes were set on the large ship that had just arrived. Flying at full speed, Quinn started to spin his body and narrow his wings, so he went in faster like a missile. The weapons on the large ship were unable to fire at him, and before they knew it, Quinn was attached to the side of the ship. Using the regular gauntlet he had on his hand, he pierced the exterior with ease and pulled away a large chunk of the ship, throwing it to the ground. He entered the inside and started to summon 10 blades hovering around his back with the blood aura. He walked into the ship's room and started walking around, looking to see if he could find anyone, and it didn't take long for a group of the same people that had attacked them on the cruise ship to arrive with their guns pointed at him. "Please don't fire at me. I just want a way to contact this Yanni guy. If not, then maybe one of you guys knows how to get back to Earth?" Quinn asked. "Fire!" Once again, it was attack first and ask questions later, but Quinn had been prepared for this. He covered himself with the wings, blocking all the laser shots with them. Although he could try and avoid them all with his speed, that was tiring work for this lot. At the same time, the group was firing from all sorts of different angles, for his last trick of firing back at them to work. Instead, he turtled up and covered himself with the wings. He had his blood swords do the work. They flew through the air, going right through the attackers' hearts, slicing through them, and continuing to travel through their bodies with ease. They were swirling around the entire room, and their attention was focused on the blood swords, but firing at them did nothing. In the end, there was silence as Quinn dealt with them all. Through a series of events similar to this one, he had ended up going to the main command center of the ship, and in the end, destroying the ship, as the captains themselves would opt to self-explode the ship. It wasn't a problem for Quinn, as he could just use his shadow space while the explosion was going off. It was time for him to move to the next one. Using Ki, Blood Aura, the Shadow, and very little of his martial arts, he could take on anyone that was on board the ships, and eventually he found a captain that was a little more compliant. After seeing 3 of the large ships already being destroyed, it looked like he knew what was about to come next. "Take me to Yanni," Quinn stated, with the captain's head pressed against the control panel of the ship. He was quite frustrated that the same thing kept happening, again and again. Even using his influence skill was useless, because most of these guys didn't even know where he was. That is, until a small blip appeared on the radar. It was close to them and directly beneath them. Quinn had the perfect idea on how to drop down and get there quicker to show the others he meant business. All of those events had led to where Quinn was right now, standing on top of the ship. "Who are you?" Yanni asked, "and why are you standing on one of my ships?" Out of anger, Yanni had thrown out a whirlpool of water from his hand directly toward Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn lifted his hand and swung it. The next moment, it looked like the water just disappeared into nothing. The 3rd stage of Ki was enough to break up the attack that had been used. That is the person who I brought," Win said, smiling. Right now, looking at the man standing on the ship, Yanni's blood was beyond the boiling point. He had no clue who this person was, but it was clear that they weren't a mermarial, just like the one before. It was twice now that someone had come in and interrupted his plans. They had significantly changed the flow of everything that was going on. This was also the exact problem that Yanni was talking about. The reason why he wanted to take over the race and focus on strength was so that the outsiders of different races couldn't affect them. Rather than suppressing the great powers they had, they should have empowered them. The only thing was, after that one attack, Yanni was unsure how powerful this person was. Ignoring the crashing ship, the fight with the others soon continued. The predators were going for the Dalki, while the remaining few were going after Syl. Now that Quinn was here, he didn't want to waste any more time at all. Yanni had practically blinked for a second, and suddenly, Quinn was no longer in his sights. Instead, he was holding on to one of the other predators. "Skill, Celestial Drain is being used." On one hand, he held a predator by the head, and on the other, he was controlling his blood to attack the remaining others. Then, when finally drained, Quinn had gathered 2 blood rifles in both of his hands, aimed carefully, and fired them out, killing the other 2 predators that were fighting against the Dalki. The celestial energy that he got from the predators wasn't worth his time. "Who is that person?" people who were still hiding in the city asked. "They just killed the predators with ease. This makes no sense." Now that they had all been dealt with, there was only one more to go. "You know, I could have taken them all out as well," Syl asked. "You try fighting in the water while looking after everyone at the same time." "I know you could have, Syl. It seems you took a lot on your shoulders this time," Quinn stated, and looked toward Yanni, who had taken a step back. "Wait!" Princess shouted, slamming her trident into the ground. "Please, Quinn, I know you have helped me, all of you have, at my request, but this is something that I need to do. Please let me deal with him." The reason why Quinn didn't hold back, unlike Syl, was because he felt like they had spent enough time here. Of course, they didn't want to destroy the whole planet and kill innocent lives, but everyone they needed was here. When looking at Wince, Quinn noticed the trident and gave Syl a look, who just gave an awkward smile back. "Let her have this one. I think she just might win," Syl winked. The large ship that had crashed down in the square had taken up half of it, but the other half was clear for the 2 of them to fight. Doggoth, Syl, and Quinn were now watching the outcome. The trident was a natural weapon in Wince's hand. She had hardly used a weapon like this before, only swords and others when the royal family would train her. Yet it felt like an extension of her body. Even now out of the water, it was so light. She continually spun the trident around herself, and then finally thrust it forward toward Yanni by shooting out a jet stream of water. "If you think for a second I'm going to give up now when I was so close, then you are dead wrong." Yanni jumped to the side, avoiding the strike. It was one of the few times the jet stream of water from the trident had actually avoided him. In his hands, he had also gathered balls of water, although they didn't look normal as they moved about. Immediately, he started to throw them toward the princess, one after another. Wince, unsure what these were, had decided to avoid the first one. She jumped back, and the second the ball of water touched the ground, it exploded, and several splashes of water came out in all different types of directions. Some of them came towards her, but spinning the trident, she was able to block the attack. When spinning the trident, a strange blue glow would come out of it. Still, several more attacks were coming, and hence, she was unable to avoid them all. Eventually, one of the water bombs exploded next to her, and she couldn't stop the slashes of water that were going toward her feet. It had caused a big, deep cut, and her blood was now spilling on the ice. "The wound is quite deep. I won't be able to move as well as I could before." Seeing this as an opportunity, Yanni created a larger water bomb by combining 2 of them together and threw it towards her again. Just as it looked like the water bomb was about to hit the ground, she propped herself up on the trident and then used it to lift her own body above in the air. The water bomb had exploded right where the trident was, but she knew a weapon like hers could take it. Pushing off while in the air, upside down, she lifted herself as if someone was doing a type of high jump and held the trident in her hand like a spear. Wince's hand was glowing slightly blue as she threw it out, and while in the middle of the air, it started to multiply. turning into 6 different tridents. With the way they were coming towards Yanni, it was impossible for him to avoid them all, and one of the tridents stuck right through his arm. Activating the blue glow around her hand, the trident suddenly appeared right back in her hand again. I told you she would do all right, and it looks like she finally learned how to use the thing. Although I can create quite a few tridents, that thing is still better in my hands, Syl said. You think this is over, don't you? I can tell from the look on your face. Yanni had one of his arms holding the wound, applying pressure to it, but in one of the others was the blue pearl he had been holding the entire time. All of you will wish that you joined my side. Yanni threw the blue pearl on the floor, and it broke. Immediately, a large amount of energy could be felt escaping out of the ball. Seeing this, Quinn and Syl knew it was celestial energy. The two of them jumped and leaped to where Wince was, as this would no longer be a fair fight. The sea outside of the ice started to become wild, dark clouds gathered above them all, and the wind began to pick up as well. The people seeing all of this thought that a catastrophe was about to strike. Please, Yongu, rise and teach all of these fools a lesson. Show them why the predators have worshipped you, Yanni laughed. The blue mist coming out of the pearl started to gather into a pure blue energy form. It was starting to make out a shape, a large figure that was a little bigger than Yanni himself. An outline was starting to appear. It had large wings growing from its back, a face of a sea creature, a mix between a shark and an octopus, yet had a figure of a human. When the outline finally finished forming, the blue energy particles dispersed, and without a doubt, what they were staring at now was a god, another celestial. Immediately, Yanni bowed down in front of him. Oh, please, great master, get rid of these fools who wish to take over your planet. Looking at the creature, there was a shiver in all of the people's spines, and even Wince was taken aback. A real god, the god of the sea. The predators really did serve him. It wasn't a rumor after all. Now Wince felt guilty for bringing these two along to suffer a cruel death there was nothing they could do. Yongu was staring at the celestial BB, having been summoned. He then tilted his head down to look at the so-called intruders. Who dares disturb my... Yongu's words were cut short as soon as he laid eyes on the intruders. There was silence as he blinked a couple of times and suddenly got down on his knees. Please, great celestial BB, please spare me. The great god of the whole mermarial race was on his knees, begging for his life. Everyone at the scene was so stunned by the actions they were seeing that they had stepped out of their homes and the shelter they were hiding behind. Some of them even rubbed their eyes and pinched themselves, but without a doubt they weren't dreaming. The one that was currently bowing down on the ground was a god. Not just any god, but one who looked like a fishman from the mermarial race. They knew quite a bit about this god and their powers, as their history books have described him well. He was a powerful being who helped the mermarial race in tough times, helping the predators of the sea. However, in recent times, he hadn't been seen during the Divide, and he had slowly become more of a rumor over the years. The only thing, it was clear he was real. Someone had been giving the predators of today their powers. No one knew whether it was the old god or not, but when they saw him, they knew everything was true. Something inside their bodies was shaking as they felt his power, so why was this powerful and mighty god now bowing down in front of these outsiders? It didn't make any sense. The thing was, in all honesty, Quinn was also confused by what was happening right now. This is a celestial, I can tell by their energy, but why are they acting like this? I haven't seen this person before, Quinn thought, trying to remember. Yongu! Yanni shouted by his side. He was nervous while looking back and forth between Quinn and his god. What are you doing? You should not be on your knees. Instead, you should use your great power to eliminate these invaders. You yourself said you would get rid of anyone who came and... In the middle of his sentence, Yongu stood up and clutched Yanni by his mouth, making him shut up. The grip of the god was strong enough to not just make Yanni shut up, but make a shiver down his spine. If you dare say another word, I will ensure you never live to see another day. I will not lose my life because of you. A surge of power was brewing all over Yongu as he said this. He let go of his grip and Yanni fell to the ground on his backside. He was so filled with fear that he couldn't even move because he knew that this god could take him out in an instant, which was why it was even more confusing for him that the latter was kneeling on the ground. Looking at Quinn, he couldn't sense the same amount of energy out of him. This was because Quinn, of course, had his celestial energy internally and wasn't using it at the moment. "What do you think we should do?" Syl asked, peeking at the god who had gone to kneel again, almost instantly after dealing with Yanni.
"It's the God Slayer. I was pretty sure it was you, BB, but now that you are with the God Slayer, I can confirm you are indeed BB," Yongu stated. Listening to what the Celestial was saying, Quinn was trying to piece things together. The only ones that knew Quinn as BB were from celestial space. Was it from his fight with Athos? Was this Celestial one of them that had seen him?
"Quinn," Princess said as she walked forward, "who are you? How did you make him do something like this?" She was just as bewildered by the actions of the god as the rest of the people.
"Please!"
Yanni finally got the nerve to shout out again. He was in a desperate situation. His last trump card was now not working, and he felt like there had to be some type of mistake.
"Explain why you won't fight these two."
For a second, Yongu turned around and glared at Yanni again, but he kept his head down and stayed in his position out of respect for Celestial BB in front of him.
"BB is a god that has been banned from the celestial space," Yongu gulped before he went on to the following sentence. "He is the one that has decided to go against us, against our ways, and fought hundreds of gods at once, defeating many of them, including me."
Audible gasps spread throughout the crowds. Although they didn't quite know what was going on, without a doubt the words they heard were impressive. It sounded almost impossible. To hear that their god had been defeated so easily was already a shock. This person had defeated several others as well? It made them somewhat afraid of the newcomer. Wince's eyes widened, and her hands trembled. She recalled their conversation at the bar when Quinn claimed to be a god. Although she had used that phrase to describe him a few times, she never meant it in a literal sense, and now she learned that not only was he telling the truth, but he was perhaps beyond a conventional god. "You told me about that rampage you went on, but I didn't realize it had this much effect," Syl whispered with his hand covering his mouth. The truth was, even Quinn didn't know the chaos he had triggered. It was out of anger and desperation that he had done such an act. He never thought that his real-world self would come across a celestial from that space, at least not this soon. "I don't even remember killing him in that space, but I was fighting just anything I could see at the time, and in that space we could only see outlines, not the real figure of the enemies. This guy must have never thought he would meet me. He might think I'm here to get revenge and kill them all in real life, or something, and they will have to reincarnate?" "I will not kill you," Quinn said confidently, walking closer to the other. He had no intention of continuing this fight if things could be resolved peacefully. "If you can meet my conditions at least. That man is never to set foot on this planet again." Quinn pointed towards Yanni. Although Quinn personally had no troubles with him, based on the fight, he knew that he was the one that Princess Wince was having trouble with. "I assume you caused all this mess because it has something to do with your condition. Well, I wish for you to work it out with the new leader, the princess over here." Quinn raised his hand toward her. For some reason, Wince found it quite embarrassing as all eyes were on her, and hearing Quinn say these words, the crowd started behind to cheer. "Yes, bring back the old royal family. I can't believe we let Yanni do as he wished in the first place." "Look at them," Syl tooted. "All of a sudden, they are brave and ready to defend her, but at least it looks like the princess is happy." Syl finally could get rid of a part of his guilt with this, although there was one thing that he still wanted and was unwilling to give up. That was the trident. It had become his favorite weapon. He needed to think of some way to convince the princess to give it back.
"Yes, I can do all those things. My condition will be fine even if I work with the princess,"
Yongu said, banging his head against the floor several times to show his sincerity.
"How could you betray me like that?"
Yanni panicked.
"I did everything you said. After I served you for so long, you just tossed me aside and—"
Yongu stood up and gave a back fist to Yanni. It sent him flying through the city, bypassing every building, and eventually he fell into the deep sea.
"He is still alive.
But if he carries on, he will definitely not bring you any trouble. Forgive him. He is one of my dedicated followers," Yongu explained. It seemed things were going well, but all of the requests Quinn had made so far were for the others and not for him. Now came the moment of truth, and he was hoping for a useful answer. "Finally, as long as you keep these promises, I will not kill you in any way or form, and in fact, I will help you when need be, but I wish for you to return me and my friend to the earth," Quinn requested. So far, they have had no such luck. Athos had disagreed because it would mean going against the other Celestials, but how would they know where he was at that time unless they were checking every star they could find? At the same time, Quinn was gambling. In front of him was a Celestial who feared him more than the others. I agree to the deal. I will return both you and your friend to Earth." Sailing through the endless sea was a giant mesh of equipment put together to create the almighty ship, known as Rain, a suitable name given by the Pure faction. It continued to swim through the sea as it always did. The ship itself never anchored near land, as there was always smaller freight of battleships that would need to be used to complete the trade, going from the giant ship Rain to the smaller places that Pure had their base on. There were 2 new members who had been there for a while now, and they received a grand treatment on board the ship. Aaron and Flora were staying in the same room on the ship, Rain. They were on the very top floor of the ship, which was reserved for Agents 4, 1, and 0 themselves. There were powerful friends that would help them at times and were allowed on the top floor, but these floors were generally for the leaders of Pure. Either way, there were not many arguments about these 2 new guests. For one, the public was unaware of what had transpired. They had no clue about the red vampires, nor did they know that the Dampiers had almost been annihilated. To them, the world continued to exist as it always had. At the same time, the higher-ranking members of Pure had always believed they were working with the Dampiers on the side anyway. This was now more of a direct relationship, and they could do with having such strong forces on their side. Agent 4 himself was just pleased that he had a new toy to play with, figuring out how the blood crystal would work or specific ways he could use it. The only one that seemed to be unhappy about the whole thing was Chris. However, his word could never go above Agent Zero's. In the end, no one in Pure was loyal to him. They were all devoted to Zero because he could give them what they wanted. Currently, Aaron and Flora were not in their rooms, but instead on the outside in the fresh and open air. On the very top of the ship, above the floor where they would stay, there was a landing pad. This was designed for spaceships to come and land on. Although not many came, so it doubled up as a training place as well. With permission, Zero had granted access to Aaron and Flora to use it. The space was large, almost the size of around 3 football fields. The ground was also solid, allowing them to train to their heart's extent. Aaron held on to the large ice blade with the flame grip. The demon-tier weapon that, initially, belonged to Oscar was now in her hands. She charged forward and held the giant longsword down her side. Lifting it, she swung it down, with a large force of ki, crashing into Flora's blade. An explosion was heard, and smoke filled the area of the 2. But looking out the end of the other side was Flora, and in her hand was the legendary sword that belonged to Arthur. The power of the weapon had allowed Flora to handle Aaron's swing and even match it in some ways, something she did not believe she would have been able to do all on her own. "Your weapon is a strong one, but you can't just rely on it. Stop thinking so much about using all the power the sword has," Aaron lectured. "Remember everything you have learned, and try to use your ability and the sword. Do not forget, the weapon you hold in your hand is not the only weapon you can use." Hearing this, Flora then threw out a yellow aura slash with her own hand rather than the sword, while at the same time, using the string ability, she swung the sword out toward Aaron. Against the Dampier Queen, her only hope was to catch her unawares. The only thing was, Aaron could read every move that Flora would make, and the difference in power between them was stark. With just her bare hands, Aaron knocked the yellow aura away into the sky, while using her own sword to block the incoming sword. The training between the 2 of them continued at an intense rate, and watching it all was Zero from one end of the large platform. There was a viewing deck, a place where people went on after landing for snacks, drinks, and more. From time to time, events would be held on the large platform with stands and as such up here. The room they were in would be used as a dressing room for the ones putting on a show. Today, though, like many days, Zero was a spectator with Chris by his side, watching the two Dampiers going at each other with great power. There was a smile on Zero's face as he looked at the two of them. He turned to look at Chris, sitting beside him. "What do you think?" Zero asked. "They are strong," Chris replied. "They have good weapons, and that queen of theirs has a ridiculous amount of ki. It is possible that it could be measurable to my own level, although, to be honest, I doubt she has gone all out in any of these training sessions against that little pupil of hers. However, we already knew she was strong when she defeated Laxmas, which is why I'm telling you to be careful. Do not underestimate her just because she came here to ask for help." Zero continued to watch for a while as he was fascinated at the two of them fighting before giving a reply. "If we are to start an all-out war against our enemy, then we have to be prepared for all those who will or might intervene to help those people. Logan Green, Jake Green, the Blade family, Andy from the Vampire Corps, Quintalon and his damned gang. There is even the Dalky-looking one that fought against you. I also do not doubt that the Greylash family, when push came to shove, would get involved on their side as well. Currently, as things are, although people see both sides as even, it's only because we have the majority support of the people. So if they make a move, they will be seen as ruthless and power-hungry. The people will think they are the ruthless ones who will do anything to get their way, simultaneously destroying us, the logical and fair ones. Bringing these two on board is a must." Chris understood what Zero was saying. It was why they had tried so hard to get the Chained on their side before things had messed up. However, these days, now that the Dampiers were with them, Chris was wondering if there was another way. He had never liked the attitude and single-mindedness of the Dampier. The only thing they were interested in was the destruction of the vampires. They did not believe in the pure at all. As such, they were at best inconvenient allies, someone who could turn on them for the smallest of advantages. "Based on everything I just said, Agent 4 and I will be leaving for a while. A planet with a suspected nest of demon-tier beasts has been discovered. Their weapons and power will do well to improve our forces if we do get into a fight," Zero explained. "Which means you will be in charge of this entire ship while I'm away." The look on Chris's face showed he was surprised. This was unexpected, and he hardly knew Zero to go off like this. "Wait, aren't those from the Green City coming here soon? Will you be away for that as well?" "Correct," Zero nodded. "Without a doubt, they will think the meeting is a trap. But with my presence gone, maybe they will feel at ease. As for what you wish to do in this meeting, I will leave it up to you. Talk about working together, bridging connections, give and take of land and power. Whatever it takes, just to delay them into thinking we won't act any time soon." Just then, they heard a loud bang, and the whole top floor started to shake. When looking out the glass window, they could see it was from the two training, and Flora was on the ground, severely injured. "What about the two? You don't expect me to hide them, do you?" Chris asked. "If those from Green City see them, they will immediately think that this is a trap. In fact, they might start fighting us right here, trying to get rid of us all." A smile appeared on Zero's face, as if he was expecting that response. "Don't worry about them. They won't be here either. They will be coming with me. Since they will be working closely with us, it only makes sense for us to work closely together on this. Besides, I plan to clarify who works for whom in this treachery," Zero answered.
Once again, the most advanced stealth fighter ship from Green City was being used to transport Peter and the others. It was the same one as the group had used when traveling to the Red Vampire base, only this time they were heading to a place that was probably equally as dangerous for those on board, although the general public would never see it that way. They were going to the Pure Base, the large ship known as Rain. The coordinates had been sent to them, because it was almost impossible to find the ship without them. The ship would communicate with the bases they had on land, and it was the same if anyone wanted to immigrate to the main ship. They would have to ask about it at one of the few pure shelters that were set up around Earth, and a few other places on the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy. As for the ship itself, without the coordinates, there were claims that it was untrackable. It seemed like over the course of 1,000 years, there were those that were able to create technology that could catch up with the great Logan Green. Or at least after all this time, they had ways of countering him. This time, the group was not as large as it was before, as there were many that had left the group to pursue their own thing.
Vorden and Borden had gone back to the Blades. They were on standby in case anything was to happen, and at the same time, Logan said bringing them to the Pure Base would be trouble. Hannah was no longer with them, helping out those at the Red Vampire Base. Vincent had yet to wake up, but rather than sit around and do nothing, they wanted to do something which led them to where they were right now. There was no longer Jake either. On his father's advice, it would be best not to send him. In truth, Logan wanted to go with them, and if he could, he would have sent Jake like he did when they went to the Red Vampire Base. But this was meant to be a civil meeting. There was no threat to be made from either side. A leader couldn't just go to the base of the other side. It was dangerous for them. Even if the leader was killed, the other side could blame it on some extremist assassin, even if they were the ones that hired them. In fact, Logan had claimed even through all his meetings with those at Pure, he had never met Zero himself. The only one he would stay in contact with was Agent 4, the great scientist of Pure, which was why sending a group of misfits would be okay. Currently, on board were Muka, Jessica, Lucia, Peter, Mitchell, and finally Minnie. All of them were at a meeting around a cheap metal table. Apparently, Mitchell brought it on board with him so they could have more efficient meetings. Minnie had even got her own seat, and she slammed her two fists on the table. "Okay, so how are we going to solve this?" Minnie said. Although the girls seemed to find it cute and adorable, Mitchell was slapping her forehead. "Who thought it was a good idea to bring a little girl into enemy territory? Why didn't we just leave her at Green City? Surely she would have been safer there," Mitchell complained. "Hey, she saved my life," Lucia argued back. "Minnie is more than capable. Besides, it was Peter who decided to bring her along." Mitchell looked at Peter hoping for a reasonable answer. The thing was, from this person, he wasn't really expecting one. "If anything happened to her, how do you think Quinn would react?" Peter replied. "Do you really think she is safer in Green City with a person who doesn't really know her, or right by my side?" It certainly was a good case, surprisingly. Mitchell couldn't argue with that, and certainly not when the strongest person on this ship, without a doubt, was Peter. Although no one saw him as the leader, instead that role had naturally gone to someone else. Controlling this entire meeting was none other than Muka. "There are two key points that we have to remember about this meeting," Muka began to explain. "For one, we are officially going to apologize about losing the Red Heart. No doubt they know that the Green family was involved in the attack by the Red Vampires due to Jake Green's display of his abilities. Logan wishes for us to talk about how both of our groups can move forward from this. Remember that Pure has been working with the Dampiers as well, so this will be a difficult task. But we are not to initiate or start a war. Whatever the case, please try to keep your fists to yourself. If we start a fight while visiting on behalf of the Greens, we will lose the people's trust." Everyone nodded, showing they understood, but they all soon turned their heads to Peter, including Minnie. "I will try, but self-defense must be an option," Peter replied. "That is acceptable." Muka then gave a nod toward Mitchell, as she wanted him to keep an eye on Peter, and be the one to calm him down, or reason with him when it came to it. This was probably the hardest task that anyone had. "Great. As for the second task, the true reason why we are visiting is to find out if they can give us any information about when Leo and Sarah attacked 1,000 years ago." Lucia scrunched up her forehead as she was trying to think. "How are we going to do that exactly? I mean, it seems like the whole attack wasn't exactly a good experience for them. It's as if we are going to apologize and then ask them for a favor." "They might be okay," Mitchell replied. "Pure are more civil than people think, and have been for a while. They only act a certain way towards vampires to get support from the people. Honestly, at this point, we don't really know if they have another goal, other than winning a general election to be put into power. So asking them a few questions about the past might not be a big deal. We just need to get to the right person." "So, as a Green envoy, we are to find out what happened to Leo the last time he was attacked," Muka said, and once again they all nodded. "I have a question," Jessica said, raising her hand shyly, as if she was in the middle of school. "Can you please tell us who this Leo person was? Why is he so important to the Dampier Queen? Can one man really make much of a difference?" This was actually a question that many wanted to ask, but the main person, Quinn, wasn't there to answer. For me, he was a powerful vampire knight. He worked for Quinn as his second-in-command and looked after those in the 10th family. At one point, there was a large attack from the bloodsuckers, and he had managed to survive until the king came, which is a grand feat in itself. He also got the name of Arm Lobber, but I can't remember why. That had explained a bit about Leo's life in the vampire world, but there had to be more. Him being just a strong vampire would not make him so important to so many powerful people. Leo wasn't always a vampire, Peter answered. He was a teacher at the school Quinn and I went to first, and he was someone who was turned by Quinn. Before he was even turned, though, he had helped a number of times. He never seemed to follow the rules set by above, and always just followed his own rules, whatever he believed in. I don't know the full story. Erin had become Leo's pupil of sort. The two of them had worked together for a long time. She seemed to respect him, do anything he said. That's why we need to know what had such an impact on her life, whether it was Leo's death or something else that we don't know. The others thought of the man who taught the Dhampir Queen. They had already seen how strong Erin was in combat, and her swordsmanship was not to be laughed at. It was difficult for them to imagine the person mentioned, or what they would look like. Someone who was both a very strong fighter, respected by the vampires, and was somewhat responsible for how strong the Dhampir Queen was now. While everyone was left with their thoughts, a beeping sound was heard. Turning around through the large glass-pane window, they could see it, the enormous ship known as Rain. As the spaceship hovered down to land on top of the grand ship Rain, nervousness gripped some of the people on the ship. After all, they were on the opposing side, voicing against the beliefs of Pure. Never in their entire lives did they believe that they might end up going to the heart of the Pure base. At the same time, they had no clue what they were expecting either. When landing and getting off the ship, they found about 15 people in light brown clothing waiting for them. Other than them, a couple wore a white overcoat and had a unique number embedded on the back of the coat. Even after all this time, they're still doing that type of stuff? Peter frowned. They were coming in on the very top deck, and that's when they noticed something strange. Several deep scrapes, burnt spots, and more were all over the large platform. It looks like someone attacked the Rain ship recently, Lucia commented. I wonder who it was. Does Pure have enemies other than the Greens? I wouldn't be too surprised, Mitchell replied. There have been cases of people who defected the Vampire Corps and go after other vampires and even Pure. Although Muka didn't say anything, she found the markings and scratches to be quite strange, the way the strikes and the attacks were, and how distant the marks were. It didn't seem like an attack from a ship or a spaceship of some sort. As the ship landed, each of them walked down the ramp, and standing in front of them were two men in white overcoats, one with the number 13 and the other with the number 15. By their side, there was the normal fighting force of the Pure base, in a type of brown clothing, with pieces of blue armor on certain parts of their body. Welcome, those of you from Green City, the man with the number 13 announced. He had quite long hair, which was dyed in a shade of dark green, and eyes that were a bit wide like a snake's. Yes, send the most untrustworthy-looking person to greet us, Jessica whispered under her breath. Today, I, number 13, and 15, will be showing you around our country, Rain. We will then have a nice meal together, and after that, your trip will conclude with a meeting with our leaders. Our leaders are getting ready for the meeting, 13 said with a smile, while rubbing his hands together. Getting ready didn't sound good to them. They were more afraid that they were setting up a trap. What would one need to get ready for if they were just going to have a talk? Regardless, if they were taking them around the ship, which was known as Pure's country, then there would be plenty of witnesses if they were to do anything. We accept your offer, Muka said, wearing a balaclava that covered up half of her mouth, only showing the top of her face and her eyes. However, even then, nearly all the men that set eyes on her for a second started to blush and look away. I hope the meal that you have planned is suited for all of our tastes. It would be a bit of a problem if I were to go hungry, Muka said with her eyes slightly glowing red. She made it clear to them all that she was a vampire, but it didn't have the effect she quite wanted. Please, just bite me instead. You can have all my blood, a man shouted, and his subordinate slapped him on the back of the head. It was awkward between everyone for a moment after that, but to break the ice, Agent 13 started to move, asking the rest to follow. There were 4 guards with the group at all times, but they gave them their space. It was obvious the guards weren't there to keep them in line. These people could do nothing against Peter. And Peter had become somewhat of a known figure after the video had gone viral, revealing his strength. On the ship itself, there were giant elevators that would go through the various floors. On top of that, it didn't just go up and down, but went backward, forward, left, and right as well. They had preset routes to take, one to all the different places around the ship. There was even a metro train system on the ship that could be used to take you to different spots. The first place they were escorted to looked like an entire village. There were houses, long green fields and shops, and supermarkets on the ship itself. Then, when continuing their tour, they were taken to what looked like a shopping street on board the ship. From leisure facilities to everything else, it was as if Pure had spent all their budget on this giant ship in the middle of the sea. Of course, Green City was just as impressive, but it was just interesting to see the other factions do something different with the resources. Lucia and Jessica could imagine living in either Green City or on the Rain. The only thing was, for those like them, it was impossible. It made them feel upset in a way. If Pure chose to accept vampires, then perhaps they would just be great places on Earth that people could visit. After showing them all the impressive locations of the ship, they were starting to head closer to the upper floors, and what they had come across when stepping out of the elevator this time was a training field. It looked like a giant wasteland with facilities scattered around the place, break rooms, equipment, and different training areas. On one side, there was a group of people sitting down cross-legged. The instructor was standing, explaining how they should feel their ki in the center of their body. In another area, there were those who fought and jumped, sometimes with their bare hands, sometimes with weapons, striking ki here and there. And finally, which was the strangest thing for Peter, there were simulators with machine guns. They were firing bullets out at targets while moving in formations. They looked like normal bullets, but those that had dealt with ki before and had seen them knew they weren't. They were bullets filled with ki. Either the bullets themselves were different, or it was the gun they were holding onto. Pure, they have more soldiers than I thought, and this is just the main ship, not including all of the small cities, Mitchell thought. These weapons are impressive, and have been a problem for us for a while, because they make even the weakest person into a deadly machine that can kill. In a way, if Pure asked all of its civilians to raise their firearms, they would have a fighting chance. It's important that we aren't seen as the aggressor. Otherwise, the people will hold up these weapons and go against us. They stayed and watched the army train for a while. It looked like 13 was trying to do something by showing them such a place. "What do you think? Our forces are quite strong, right?" 13 asked. "Ha!" Peter laughed out loud, saying that none of the people here could even beat this little girl if they were to try. As for who he was referring to as the little girl, it was Minnie. And upon hearing this, she smiled and raised her hand to make a little bicep to show her muscles, although they were non-existent. Those training nearby had stopped to take a look, and it was the same for 13 as well. "Your army is very strong," Mitchell interrupted. "The 2 of them are just kids who are proud of their own strength. Just ignore what they say." Peter took offense to that, but before he could say anything, Lucia grabbed his arm and shook her head. For some reason, Peter seemed to stop right there. "All right, that's enough showing you all around. It's time for you to have your meal, and I've been informed that the meeting will commence there as well." Following both Agent 13 and 15, they were led into an elevator once again, but this time, unlike the going up, down, left or right elevator they had seen before, this one took them directly up instead, to the second highest floor on the ship. It seemed to be a locked floor, as Agent 13 had used a special pass when accessing the elevator. Both Mitchell and Muka seemed to be making a note of everything going on, mainly because there was a chance they could be returning to the ship one day, but not as allies. Information was key in times of battle. When the doors opened, an amazingly breathtaking view appeared in front of them. Walking out of the elevator, Jessica and Lucia were the most excited. This place looked like a restaurant with glass panels, and since it was at the peak of the rain, one could view the whole ship from it. Looking out, one could see the beautiful sight of the sea, and even a part of the ship could be seen, with people outside enjoying themselves and more. It was a pretty peaceful place, and unfortunately, the more they saw of it, the less some of them felt the need to attack such an area. "This is where we will be having our meal for the day." 13's words pulled them out of their trance, and they all sat around a large round table. There was enough room for all of them, but Agents 13 and 15 didn't sit next to each other. Instead, there was a seat left empty, which they assumed was for whom they would be meeting today, 0. "We have been informed that we should go ahead and enjoy a meal without him for now," Agent 13 stated, looking towards the empty seat and noticing that everyone was uneasy about their guests. The group decided to wait and save their questions for later. After all, they wanted to know about Leo, and to do that, they needed to speak to someone who was here 1,000 years ago, whether that be Chris or 0 himself, but it certainly wasn't these unknown faces. Several staff were assigned to the room, as many as there were people, and they were there to serve each individual person's needs, giving them drinks and offering snacks. "We decided to serve alcohol to you all, as we believe that even vampires can taste that, correct?" Agent 13 said. In a champagne glass, alcohol was being served to all, and the group found it quite delightful, including Lucia, who wasn't a vampire. It was truly a drink that could be enjoyed by them all. Not that, Minnie," Jessica said as she pushed it away. "Why, that's not fair. Why is everyone else allowed to drink it but not me?" Minnie complained. Because you're still a child. It will affect your body quicker than everyone else's, even if you are a vampire," Jessica explained. "Huh, but I'm not a child. Peter said that I was older than you," Minnie replied back. They all knew about the situation of Minnie after Peter told them about it, but even though 1,000 years had passed, Minnie's body was still that of a child. In the shadow space, time slowed down to the point as if nothing happened in the real world. "Please, I promise you can have all the juice boxes that you would like, but not this," Jessica insisted, which seemed to have calmed down Minnie a bit. Regardless, she still folded her arms and pouted to show her anger. "Look at all of this," Lucia commented quietly. "Isn't Pure, the group, meant to try to make things equal for everyone? By teaching everyone key and ensuring no one has different abilities and such? Yet their treatment when it comes to money, power, and other luxuries like this isn't the same." It seemed like Agent 15, who had been quiet this whole time, had managed to hear what Lucia had said. Lucia had to admit he was a handsome man with straight hair and strong eyebrows. He placed his hand under his chin as he smiled at her. You're not like the others, are you? I can tell, if I was to take a guess, judging from the robes you're wearing, you're part of the Greylash family. If history serves me right, didn't your ancestors attempt the same thing in the past, to bring equality into the world by giving everyone the power of lightning? And because of it, they started a whole civil war. Lucia clenched her teeth as she knew about the past of her family. It was an argument used many times against the Greylash family when trying to paint them in a bad light. Yes, please deflect the current situation with something that was done in the past, Lucia commented. If you remember history well, then you should also remember that Owen Greylash also changed his views after that. The Civil War simply started due to the disagreement about the way things were run. Owen was also someone who gave his life to the hero Quinn and more. Yet, what did the Pure do while the Dalki were taking over us? You're missing my point, Agent 15 said. As you said, the Greylash family changed, and it is the same for our group as well. The way it's currently set up is because it needs to be this way for the current way of the world. But once we can implement our ideals and have a structure in place, we will make it so everyone gets to live the best life they possibly can. Do you think the people below are unhappy? Again, Lucia had to bite her lip, because without a doubt, the people here didn't look unhappy at all. Please, we should save the political discussions for later. Muka dispersed the argument. The ideals are just different. I think neither is wrong or right. We just have different ways, methods, and beliefs. There is no point in trying to convince the other, so let's just enjoy ourselves. Just then, the waiters returned and placed a plate in front of everyone. Since it had a silver lid over them, they were unable to see their food. However, The smell wafted into their noses when he lifted the lid. It was a nice steak dinner meal, and for the vampires, the meal was cooked extremely raw, basically blue, with it seared a little bit. Peter looked at the meal, and although he could eat it, it wasn't really something that his type was meant to eat, but for now he would dig into it anyway. As everyone got on with their meals, there was only one that seemed to feel that their food was a bit bland, and in truth, for the vampires it was, but they knew their guests were just trying to be polite. "I don't want this. It tastes disgusting," Minnie complained. "I want my juice. Where's my juice?" It was then that Agent 13 clicked his fingers. He knew what the juice boxes had inside them and knew what the little girl wanted. "Not to worry, we have prepared a dessert for everyone. It was just in case our meals today weren't to your liking." The waiters soon returned, and in their hands they each had a glass, and the glasses were filled with a red liquid. Everyone instantly knew what it was. When it arrived at the table, Minnie looked at it with big eyes. She was delighted at what she was seeing. However, Mooka, taking a sniff, instantly could tell something was off. "Stop," Mooka said. "No one will drink this. It smells similar to human blood, but there's something different about it. What are you thinking of doing to us?" she asked. The other two were quite surprised by this, because, genuinely, they had no clue what she was talking about, and just then, a ding echoed in the hall, and the sound of the elevator door opening up came from behind them. "Is there a problem with my blood?" the man asked as he got off the elevator. It was undoubtedly none other than Chris, which became obvious from the large number 1 on the back of his white overcoat. Although the sit-in was already tense, the moment Chris stepped into the room, it felt like the air had just gotten heavier. Sitting across from the rest of the group, Chris smiled at each of them. Seeing Chris, the most unconcerned was Mooka. She was more worried about the blood that was in front of her. Lifting the glass, she smelt it again and wondered why it felt so strange. What are these people planning? In truth, she would have liked to taste the blood, but not on herself in case it caused problems. This moment reminded her of the Dalki blood. It took years before the vampires learned that the Dalki blood was beneficial for them. Could this be the blood of some other kind of creation the Pure had created? She remembered the human-beast hybrids from Pure she had fought 1,000 years ago. "What did you put in this?" Mooka eventually asked. "Were you trying to make us sick?" "I'm sorry about the blood," Chris replied calmly. "I'm not really sure what is suited to a vampire's taste. And, you see, we don't really have many of them around here. I thought that blood from a strong person would be more beneficial to you all, and what better person than myself? Also, I don't want to cause problems for the people in Pure, so rather than asking, I volunteered myself, just as a leader would do." Mooka pushed the glass away, and everyone else did the same, following her lead. "We have come to make an apology on behalf of Logan Green." Mooka started the conversation, and came directly to the objective without beating around the bush. "Since it is an important matter, we would like to know if Zero himself is coming." Although Mooka asked this, the situation currently was actually a better one for them. They had no clue what Zero was like or what his reaction would be. According to what they knew, the best way to find the answers they wanted was through Chris. "It's a shame Quinn isn't here," Chris replied. "I would have really liked to have talked with him again." The others were surprised by these words, and at the end, Chris pulled a light smile as he continued. "I'm afraid Zero won't be here. He apologizes, but feel free to say what you wish." Mooka cleared her throat before she began. "I've come here to make a report. The Red Vampires, including their leader Laxmus, had attacked Green City. We saw an opportunity to track them down and follow them, and also attempted to inform Pure while also pursuing Laxmus. In the end, a scuffle had occurred between Jake Green, the Dampiers, and the Red Vampires, but unfortunately, we could not retrieve the Red Heart from him." It was a short message, but now the ball was in Pure's court for what they were to do. "Tried to inform us?" Agent 13 laughed. "Is that your excuse? We don't live in the past, and sending a message or even leaving one is quite easy. Pure and the Green family agreed to eliminate the threat and share information, and you deliberately obstructed them from us. It was clear that if you did get the Red Heart, you were planning to keep it for yourselves. Who knows, you might be lying to us now and have already gained the Red Heart." Agent 13 was incredulous at their words. He was looking at their leader,
hoping for him to say something to shut down the group from Green City, but he did not say anything for now. Lucia was finding it hard to hold her mouth, and decided to speak instead. "Wasn't your group also working with the Dampiers? They were at the Red Vampire's base even before us." "You're correct," Chris interrupted. "However, there was a meeting that included Jake Green, giving permission to the Dampiers to attack the Red Vampires. This information wasn't withheld from you, unlike the news of the Red Heart. You also failed in stopping Laxmus from getting the Red Heart." "And so did you," Muka replied. "Just like you said, it was a joint venture. The Red Heart wasn't found by one of us, but by Laxmus. Doesn't that mean we're both at fault?" Similar to her appearance, Muka had a soft, angelic voice that seemed to calm and ease situations and tensions. It looked to be working, although it was uncertain how well it worked with Chris. Given how powerful he was and his great amount of ki, it was highly unlikely that her pleasing aura would have any effect on him. "Let me ask you all a question," Chris said as he leaned forward and placed both arms on the table. "I want an honest answer. Why are you here? And I don't mean what you are looking to get out of this conversation, but what situation has brought you here to sit opposite me?" There was a silence at the table for a while, and then everyone answered simultaneously, giving a jumble of answers. "The Greylash family. For Quinn." "For Quinn." "For Quinn." "For Quinn." Chris had a large smile on his face once again. Good, good, good. I like most of your answers. 13, 15, and all the waiters. You may leave the room." Agent 13 and 15 raised their eyebrows in surprise, but the order from 1 was absolute, and they soon got up to leave. "Make sure no one comes inside here either until I'm done," Chris added. Jessica and Lucia gulped, thinking that there could be a fight on their hands after everyone left. They were nervous, but with Lucia next to Peter, she was less worried than she would surely have been. When everyone left, Chris moved from his seat, and everyone chucked a little bit. But Chris didn't attack them, and instead started to walk, turning his back towards them as he looked out into the sea. His demeanor seemed calm. In fact, he seemed completely carefree. If they wanted to attack him, this would be the moment to do it. None of them moved from their seat, though. "I really do like Quinn, and it's a shame he is not here with you all. Otherwise, I think this whole conversation would have gone a lot easier. Did you know there was a time when we both trained together? In some ways, I guess you could say he was my pupil," Chris chuckled. Shaking their heads at this fact, they had already gotten used to Quinn knowing nearly every influential and large figure of the current world powers. They could not run into a powerful person without them having a story about when they met Quinn. "The fact that Quinn isn't here, I will assume that he didn't want to fight. That man, although he seems calm, if he really wanted something, he wouldn't have been afraid to take on the whole ship for his goal. So tell me, why did he send you here?" The others were wondering whether or not this was the right time for them to ask the question. Yet Muka felt it was strange for Chris to send the others away. Was it because this was all a trap, or perhaps something else? "We wish to find out what happened to Leo," Muka answered. "I'm sure you know the Dampier leader Aaron was once a friend of Quinn's and a pupil of Leo. We believe everything started to change after the latter's death. We want to understand what is going on and help Quinn so he doesn't have to lose any more people." "Quinn said you saw what happened to Leo," Peter added. "This isn't anything to do with Pure, so we hope you can tell us." Turning around, Chris let out a big sigh. "I am afraid you are wrong, because this has more to do with Pure than you know. I'm incredibly sorry about Leo's loss. I truly am. Because, you see, before he died, the two of us had become friends." They were wondering if Chris was lying about this fact, but many of them, for one, had no clue who Leo was or weren't around during the time. One thing was for sure, though, that Chris wasn't threatening them at all. He was showing no aggression or even had his ki aura restrained. It was as if he wanted to be as open as possible. "I will tell you about what happened to Leo, but unfortunately, I think it won't help you understand the Dampier Queen at all. I don't even understand it. But before that, I want to ask you for something, and I need you to guarantee it. Your cooperation." "Cooperation?" Muka frowned. Chris exhaled deeply and said, "I want to work with your group and Quinn to bring Zero down." At the table, they were too stunned to speak. Many thoughts were running through their mind about what Chris had said. He wanted to work with them and Quinn to take down Zero. To them, they could hear the sound of their own voices in their head screaming that it was a trap, and rightfully so. "How could we even trust you?" Jessica was the first to speak up. "I mean, these guys might have known you before, and you might have known Quinn before, but even then, I would say they wouldn't be able to trust you." "She does raise a fair point," Muka added, but was least surprised when she heard this. When she saw that the others had been asked to leave the room, in her head, this was one of the possibilities that could occur. "You are Agent 1 of Pure, the second in command of the entire group. In fact, even now you are in front of us in your capacity as the leader of Pure. Not only this, but you have been rank 1 of Pure for as long as we know the organization has existed. So why now of all times, would you choose to suddenly turn against your leader? You should also understand that the fact that you have mentioned this to us means that, unless you have a good reason, it will be just as easy for you to turn your backs on us one day." Chris slowly sat back down in his seat as he looked into everyone's eyes directly. "My life has been complicated from the beginning," Chris answered, speaking slowly. Everything he was about to say was heavy to him. "My connection to Zero is similar to a fatherly figure. He treated me better than any other father I had before. He raised me since I was a child, feeding me and teaching me to fight, to get stronger. But there was a strange look in his eyes. Although I saw him as my father, it did not feel the same way. He never once praised me, no matter what I did for him, no matter how long I stayed by his side. But I didn't care about any of this because I was raised with a single purpose: to kill his student, Leo. I thought, maybe if I completed this task of his, maybe then he would finally praise me." Who Zero was and why he had created Pure was a mystery to many. The one that knew most about Leo and Chris was Peter, since he had been informed by Quinn, but even he found this part of the tale confusing. "From what I know, Leo was one of Zero's best students in the past, but because of him, all of his fellow students, his family, and the entire village had died. However, Leo was also like a son in Zero's eyes. At the time, although he blamed Leo, there was no way he could kill one of his own sons. However, as time went on, this anger started to grow inside him. There was torment as he had dreams of his family reaching out to him, all while Leo himself had been hailed a hero, the blind swordsman. By the time he had summoned the will to kill Leo, he had grown old. His body wasn't like it used to be, so he searched out for someone he could raise to do the task for him. And that was me," Chris explained. "At the moment, the two of you sound like great friends," Mitchell commented, and the others agreed. They were wondering just how Chris's words would turn this tale around. "That part of the story will come later," Chris replied. "For you to understand everything and for you to believe that I truly wish to get rid of Zero, you need to understand from the beginning. Every day I heard tales of his fellow students that he had trained at the temple, but the one he talked most about was Leo. Although Zero had committed to taking out Leo, when he talked about him, it was always in a soft, gentle tone and in a good light. It left me confused, my emotions strange. For me, it was almost like listening to a father who had another son, a son he was extremely proud of. Before Leo, Zero had a bigger hatred for another, and that was the government. The military force in charge. They were the ones that had forced them into this war and had sent no help whatsoever when their whole village had been attacked. Along his journeys, he ran into a woman named Lucy. She too had a hatred for the world. A man with a higher ability had forced himself upon her, and in doing so, she had been left pregnant with the child. Peter's eyes lit up when he heard this. Lucy was Layla's mother, and although they had heard from Agent 2 of this fact, Layla was always unsure if it was true or not. As to why, it was because her mother had treated her like trash all those years. "This is probably something I should keep to myself," Peter thought. Using her strength, her passion, and her ideal of getting rid of the abilities and systems of the world, Lucy, Zero, and I created Pure. We were the beginnings of the organization of Pure. During this time, Zero had taught Lucy how to use Ki. Lucy grew fast and was talented. On top of that, she had revealed a skill she was able to do that Zero was not, to directly control life force. I didn't notice it then, but looking back on it now, that was when Zero's views and actions started to change. Zero has been able to live this long thanks to the life steal. I'm not an idiot, and as to the people he has used it on, well, although he has never kept it a secret from me, I never agreed with it. You see, he and I never had the same views. I was only raised to do one thing, to fight against Leo, to do his bidding for him like some type of avatar or puppet he used to pull strings. I was fine with that, though. It was my part of the deal for being looked after. But now, with his life back, his body getting younger, he could begin to do things himself. The people Zero started to bring into the group, Lucy didn't agree with, as their views didn't align with hers. There was internal fighting at Pure, and eventually, Lucy's position got weaker within the organization that she had started. Still, I followed the person who I saw as my father, and for the first time on the battlefield, while fighting against a Dalki, I met Leo. He was just as great as Zero had said he was, perhaps even better if he were on our own. Then I believe both of us would have died that day. There was a good feeling, I felt, fighting by the side of someone I had heard about for so long, to defeat an enemy together. I enjoyed that feeling, and for the first time, I felt like I had a family. I know it's stupid, and I'm sure Leo didn't feel that way, but it was why I couldn't bring myself to attempt to do what Zero had trained me for all those years. Not yet, anyway. Not until I could continue to experience this feeling. I guess it was after that I started to feel lost within the organization. My whole life, I had been raised to kill someone. Yet I felt happy when I was with them. Could you even imagine how I felt at the time? How confused I was? I know it may not sound like a difficult life to many, but to me, it was hard just to live with myself every day. Feelings of betraying my father, feelings of having no goal, no self-worth. I was already at a turning point, but only later did I find out what Zero was planning, what he felt all this time, and only after Leo, whom I call my brother and friend, died. Before I continue, I will ask you again. I need you on my side, because in this fight against Zero, I'll be on my own. None of Pure will follow me. The reason why I haven't acted is because I have needed support. There was silence between everyone, and they looked at Muka for an answer. We will need to hear what you have to say about Leo first. As we said, Quinn isn't here, so it will be up to us, Muka replied. Very well, Chris said. To find out what happened to Leo, we have to go back to Earth around 1,000 years ago, when the attacks from Sarah and him started. At the time, the current situation on Earth was that Pure had taken over nearly all of the shelters. They had secretly taken out the big suits behind the scenes that were in charge of multiple important resources that were needed for human society to function. One such type had factories that dealt with glathrium, one of the strongest materials that existed. Because of this, at the same time, Pure was able to do an attack from within and the outside. They now controlled the military, the Earthborn group that was once protecting the shelters and Earth. People had no idea who they were really following, but in the end, all roads led to the one known as Pure, and the one behind it was none other than Zero. Because of this, two people, Leo and Sarah, had been given a task to slowly reclaim back Earth from them. Leo was one of the most trustworthy men that Quinn knew, and on top of that, he had experience working with the military and plenty of battle tactics. On the other hand, Sarah had connections with plenty of powerful unranked travelers, people who didn't wish to get involved in the Dalki and Civil War. In the end, though, they were now all fighting to get their home back. Even if Quinn had successfully defeated Graham, if there was no home to come back to, then it would be a loss for them all, which was why Leo's and Sarah's task was just as important. On top of the troops that Sarah had, Leo was given the vampire soldiers. Ashley, who led them, and Paul's men from before were helping in the fight as well. After much discussion between the two, Leo quickly found out what Sarah was capable of. When looking at a map of the entire Earth and the current shelters, it looked like he already knew the big ones to hit first. Currently, the two of them were on board one of Bertha's ships. All of their army was ready for combat. It was just a discussion of tactics that was needed for both of them. We are outnumbered in this fight, Sarah said. Putting it simply, when we put numbers against numbers. If we were just up against Pure, then our numbers would be quite even, but they have managed to control the whole military. I wouldn't be surprised if under their web they have some traveler groups as well. So we have to think our army will dwindle as we continue this fight. No matter what, we have to lessen the amount of people that we are fighting against. Placing his finger on the map,
Sarah pointed to one of the biggest shelters, and on top of that was a city that one of the big four used to own. "This city here has the biggest mecha factory that Earth creates," Sarah explained. "Although there aren't a problem for either of us, I suggest we make one of these places our target. It stops the people who can't fight from fighting back, and if we hit their resources first, their hold on the people will be lost. That's when it's another game altogether." Leo was nodding as he heard all of this. "It also means that these places will be the most guarded as well. It will be the hardest to go against," Leo replied. "Correct, but we have the element of surprise. If we start fighting back, taking small shelters here and there one at a time, then they know we'll be coming for them, and they have time to prepare. Right now they think we are too distracted by the Dalki War. Sure, we could go the other route, try to build up a resistance to fight back, but we only need to do that if we aren't confident we can take down the big bases. I'm confident enough, but for this to work, we need to take out two of them at the same time to have the most impact. So my question to you is, can you do it?" Sarah asked. Leo gripped his sword and started to walk away from the map. "I'll get my people ready." After the meeting was over, the two biggest cities on Earth that had to play in the Big Four were targeted. Sarah would focus on one, while Leo would focus on the other one. The attack had to be coordinated, so support couldn't be sent over. They needed to go in with a big blast. Both of them had the same tactic to start. At first, only one of them would sneak into the city. With plenty of normal citizens, this wasn't hard to do. With the portable teleports that Logan had given them, they had just to turn them on to allow the chaos to begin. Leo and the vampire soldiers started to attack. They knew which places would be heavily secured. At the same time, they knew what weapons could possibly be used against them. Just like Sarah said, the attack was quick and swift. Leo slashed and went from one person to the next, not showing any mercy, because he knew that if he allowed them to live, then it meant an ally dying. There was also the chance for them to use someone against him. They continued forward, and Leo had entered some type of base. This was the manufacturing plant where all the glathrium was made. Entering the main factory, he was there alone. There were mechanical parts being used to shape and cut the glathrium. They used glathrium drills to cut other pieces of glathrium, since it was the easiest material to use on itself. Standing there in front of him were agents with number 16 and 17 on their coats. "Oh, the blind swordsman," Agent 17 said. "We have heard a lot about you. Some of us have even seen videos about you. You seem to be quite skilled, but let's see if you can match up to us." Immediately, the two of them started to shake all over, and their bodies began to turn red. "I have seen this before. It was the same as Chris. Their bodies will be almost twice as strong as they were before." The next second, both of them dashed toward Leo. Leo pulled out a red-colored blade and swiped it in a single motion. He had parried the sword of Agent 17, knocking it back with his own ki, and then hit the blade of Agent 16 as well. As soon as they were knocked back, with his other hand, Leo swiped it across their chest with his fingers pointed. It was just his bare hand. There was no weapon in it, but he still had drawn blood from the other. Out of anger, Agent 16 started to attack again, but Leo was able to use his hand to deflect his sword, and then with the other hand, he twirled it around, redirecting its attack to the ground. Now that his back was turned, Leo used his free arm to stab right through Agent 17's back. "You both have strong ki. You've trained well, but I can see your movements with my abilities. I can combine my ki with my blood powers. I carry more weight in my responsibilities compared to you," Leo said. Pulling his hand out, it looked like Agent 17 was dead. Agent 16, in a rage, started to swing widely, and Leo continued to deflect it with his hand rather than his blood weapon. It was then that he rolled forward out of the way and placed the blood that was on his hand on the sword itself. "This sword is also something I need to get used to," Leo said. As he swung it, a slash of blood aura had been made. Seeing this, 16 had gathered his own ki and was ready to block it, but with the momentum of Leo's hand, he was able to split the blood slash into 5 smaller pieces. His red sword glowed while doing so, and the 5 smaller attacks had gone around 16's attack. The ki slash continued forward, but Leo was able to block it with a swipe of his sword. Meanwhile, his own blood attack that had split into 5 pieces had rejoined, coming back together, and went right through Agent 16, splitting him in half. "I hope you both have peace in your next life," Leo said.
After the task was done, Leo went to check up on Sarah. He had also completed his end of the deal. From there, they moved quickly. There was no rest for either of them as they moved to take out the next large targets again and again. But there was no sign of Chris or Zero. What they needed was a lead, and they soon got it. After taking down the first two major bases, Sarah and Leo continued from there onward. Both of them were surprised that the other had succeeded, and actually believed that perhaps the other would fail. As a contingency, the plan in their head was to move to the base where the other had just lost, or to help them out. Yet they had both been successful and had managed to finish the task quite quickly. Because of this, they decided to continue attacking other major locations. Since the third one was on the flight path of both of them, they had decided to attack it together, which only sped up their pursuit. The shelters were expecting their defenses to last weeks, and for attacks to have weeks in between. But in truth, they were falling in a matter of days with little rest on both sides. After that, the group managed to take back all 5 of the major cities containing resources that could be used against them. Some of the cities started to fight back once they had learned what was happening. Key people were able to inform that their families and more had been held hostage originally. At the same time, a few vampires, or those from Sarah's group, were left behind in the shelters they had taken over. A small little token army to update them on everything that was happening, and just in case Pure decided to attack back. But in truth, everything was just moving too fast for Pure. The situation had turned on its head. Those that were their allies and support had now become their enemy. Finally, Pure had no choice but to back away. They had exited from the other shelters they had occupied, pulling out. It was a smart move on their end because there was still a major issue, which was the main Pure base. Although none of the shelters were under the Pure banner anymore, with a sizable and strong force still out there somewhere, including the leader, it meant that they would be able to come back at any time, causing trouble again. So, now together, both Sarah and Leo traveled, trying to find members of Pure and track down the main base. Currently, the two were at the Sand Kingdom, a shelter that was covered in sand but had a main base, places where almost everything was built from sandstone and golden jewels. The kingdom was a wealthy one. There were rumors that they were working with Pure, helping them export certain goods in return for crystals. The desert was bare, and they had no well-known travelers that could travel to other planets and get high-level crystals for them. Yet the Sand Kingdom was known as a place with plenty of crystals. It didn't quite add up. Currently, both Sarah and Leo were confronting someone who was known as the Prince of the Shelter. "I promise I know nothing. We have never done dealings with Pure," the large man, who was begging on his knees and had his fat belly showing, said. They were in the royal palace, which was quite extravagant, and there was even a throne towards the back. All of this was just an act of the shelter, since royalty had long stopped existing in today's society. Sarah then threw another frail man down onto the ground. He looked back and his eyes met with Leo's. "Tell us everything about your kingdom and the dealings with Pure," Leo asked. It was his influence skill, and it had worked out quite well. "The Rasheen Kingdom has a few deals set up. We purchase Glathrium using the crystals they supply us. We then take a small cut from those crystals and pass the Glathrium on to Pure," the man spoke. Sweat could be seen running down the large man's face as he heard this, but that wasn't the end. "We also every month send a ship full of slaves to them." Hearing this, Leo's hand gripped tight around his sword. "First, you lie to us. I can understand you might want to improve your kingdom, so you have done deals with Pure. However, what I can't understand is why you would have slaves." "Please," the man begged. "You don't understand. I didn't have a choice. When they came here, they realized that we already had our own slaves, but they said that if we gave the slaves to them, then they could live a better life. They paid a good price for them, and I can help you as well. That's what you want, right? Crystals, money? I can cut you in on the deal as—" Before he could finish his sentence, Sarah had thrown a small dagger that went right between his eyebrows and into his head, killing him on the spot. "I could have gathered more information from him, or we could have used him," Leo replied. "Really? I thought with your powers, you would have just told me that the Pure member is hiding right behind that throne," Sarah replied, as he took another dagger out and threw it right at the throne. Instead of going through it, it spun and went around the throne,
and a loud scream was heard from behind. Leo had seen the man with his ability, but thought there was a better way to find out what was going on. Although Sarah was right, it was unlikely that they knew the truth behind the slaves. Are they experimenting again to make those humanoid beasts, or is it something else? Leo thought. Quickly running behind, they could see that a man had been hurt. The blade had gone right through his leg. He took out a dagger and attempted to attack Leo, but in that moment, Leo pushed his sword down, and the tip hit the side of the dagger, pinning it to the floor. We need to try something else. What do you mean? Can't you just use your red eye's magical power? Sarah asked, as he kicked the pure member in the face, causing his head to be flung back and hit the back of the throne. He was knocked out immediately and fell back to the floor. We have found pure members time and time again, yet we still haven't found their base. The threat of pure is not over until we find Zero. We can't keep doing the same thing, hoping that one of these people will have the information, which is why I would suggest something else. When telling Sarah his plan, his eyes lit up, and he had quite a smirk on his face. Do you think they would accept? Sarah replied. And besides, could you really do that to a person? This man is the one that has been transporting the slaves. I have been tailing him in the shelter for a while. His life is not one worth having. In the end, if he was going to die anyway, then he should at least have a use, Leo answered. Sarah had been with Leo for a while now, fighting side by side. As time went on, it was as if Leo was getting a little darker in his methods. For Sarah, he didn't mind, but it did make him wonder why he was so concerned about finding this person. It was then that Leo cut his hand and allowed for blood to fall. It dropped into the pure agent's mouth. At the same time, he drew a circle beneath his body, one that had been taut. The blood ritual was activated. The pure agent's eyes opened, and his eyes started to beam with a red glow. The next second, he had sprung awake. The pure agent had become a vampire. Now, I'm sure you know a way to get back to your base, and I would like you to deliver a message to your leaders. Now that you're a vampire, I don't believe that they would treat you the same way as before, and I'm afraid you have no choice. Leo's eyes glowed red as he made the order. A week later, the Pure Agent returned to the submarine, the main base of Pure, with a note in his hand, but he was shaking. They had let him in after reading the contents of the message to them. They knew it was important as he shook when he walked through everywhere until he finally met Zero. He opened up the letter and began to read it out loud. The men, known as Leo and Sarah, challenge both Zero and Chris to a duel at these coordinates. If you wish to accept, they will be there in 2 days' time at noon. The man had given his message and closed the letter. Standing up, Zero walked over to him, placing his hand on his cheek. I can't believe he did this to you. Don't worry, I'll help you. Pulling out his blade, Zero took a slash, swiping his head clean off. So you're that confident, huh? Well, I accept. After the first war with the Dalki, many of the large continents from before were non-existent. Due to fights, large spaceship blasts, attempted nuclear missiles that had backfired and more, it had caused much of the land to split and the sea levels to rise. Some of the land had simply been sunk into the sea, or had burst into nothing but particles to go into space, or the layer of atmosphere around the world. However, what this did was cause many islands to appear all over the place. Many of them were left unexplored due to the fact they were just too small to make a settlement or a shelter on, so they just stayed there doing nothing. Currently, both Sarah and Leo were staying on one such island together. It was a full day before they were due to fight. The island had a sandy white beach and jungle-like areas in some places, but most of the island actually had next to nothing on it. There were just open spaces where nothing would grow and large rocks that were left in place. In total, to walk around the entire island, it would take about 2 hours. For a vampire who could run with super speed, it would take hardly any time at all. Currently, the two of them were in one of the large empty spaces. The ground was still sand, but there was a large rock that Sarah was relaxing on, with a number of his weapons laid out on the side of the rock next to him. Leo was on his own, with his blade held in his hand. He didn't do much, but once in a while he would unsheath the blade and just cut the air. A sharp sound was heard, a high-pitched noise that hurt even Sarah's ears. Why are you even training so hard? Sarah had to ask, frustrated as the sound was getting to him. He had heard it over and over again, and thought his conversation would at least put it to a stop for a second.
Ever since I met you, all you do every day, whenever you have spare time, is train. If you have a spare second, you train, and now when you should be resting for a big upcoming fight, you are training again. Are you some type of robot? Has your creator given you a task to do nothing but endlessly train all day when you are in front of me or something? Because being with you makes me feel bad for doing nothing. And do you really think anything you do in the next 2 days is going to make a difference?
Leo didn't reply for a second, and once again, after around 8 seconds, he made another strike, making the same sound as before. Since I have been practicing this strike, my timing and speed have improved by 0.02 seconds. Before I had become a vampire, I believed my body had hit its peak. No, in fact, my body had begun to worsen. My reflexes, my attacks, everything was slower. On top of that, no matter how much I trained, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop it. Do you know how depressing it is when your hard work is producing no results? I had to accept the fact that I had gone past my peak, and I would never be the man I once was. Now my body is different. My hard work is rewarded. I haven't reached my peak, and even now I am able to improve my speed.
By 0.02 seconds, are you listening to yourself? Do you really think that's going to make a difference? Why don't you try improving in other ways? Drinking some blood, or becoming some top vampire or something, Sarah complained.
Today I have improved by a fraction, but all these small improvements will add up, and one day I believe it can be the difference between life and death. Either way, I do this to remind myself that my body has not yet reached its peak, that there is still room to grow.
Sarah folded his arms, but he soon looked to his side and picked up a dagger from the rock, throwing it out as hard as he could, and he had aimed it towards Leo. Immediately, Leo saw the energy thrown at him through his ability and turned his head and drew his blade at the right moment. He knew that the power of his ki and the impact of his sword would not be enough, so he had no choice but to use his vampire aura. Hitting the dagger upward, he had deflected it. It spun in the air but soon started to move back down and headed straight toward Leo, ready to strike him again. A clang was heard as the knife was hit, time and time again, and the dagger, no matter how many times it was being deflected, continued to come back.
That weapon there, that you are fighting against,
is an intermediate tier beast dagger, Sarah explained. It has an active ability to move towards its target when thrown, no matter where they are. That's it. Usually after getting knocked once, the dagger is useless. But of course in my hands, it has become a demon tier dagger. It's now just as strong as a demon tier weapon, which is why you are unable to break it, and it's also why its simple active skill has become quite useful in this situation. It will continue to attack you until either I tell it to stop or until you are dead. Now this is what I call power. Maybe rather than just focusing on your body for improvement, you should try and increase your vampire powers or something similar to it. In fact, I have an offer for you. I can tell that you care a lot about this fight, and these people that we are about to meet, they're strong, right? So then I have 2 offers for you. 1, give me your weapon before they arrive, and I can boost it to the demon tier level for you. It was the first time Leo had heard Sarah make such an offer. He didn't know it was possible for him to boost weapons, other than the ones he was using. Yet here he had learned that he could. Then here is my second offer to you. I haven't met someone that I have liked in a very, very long time, and I like you, Leo. If you choose to be my subordinate and follow me, then I will give you the power you need to defeat whoever you wish. I can promise you that in my name as God of War. Hearing the second offer, Leo turned his head away immediately.
I'm afraid I cannot. It's not that I don't like you, and perhaps in another world, at another time, if the 2 of us met, I would accept your offer. But right now my allegiance is to only one person, and that is Quinn Talon. So I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer.
I thought as much. Sarah smiled as he laid by the rock and stopped his flying knife from attacking. It went back to where Sarah was, and he had caught it in his hand, placing it back down. The whole time, while talking, Leo was deflecting the blade. His concentration was beyond normal people. But think about the first offer. I know you wish to do this with your own power, but everything we use, even our very existence, is borrowed from something, even if that is the energy of the universe itself. Although Leo hadn't planned to take any of the offers that had been made by Sarah, his words did get him thinking. Leo had been training, in many ways, the same way as he had always done. He felt that it was because it allowed him to improve, but maybe there was a better way and a way to increase other aspects. Sitting down on the sand, Leo started to meditate. He started to focus on the energy inside his body. He could see the yellow ki energy swirling around, and also the red energy in its body, but it looked a little unstable. It has felt this way for a while now, as if the blood energy is too much for this body to handle, but is there something I can do? Focusing, Leo sat there for a while. An hour went past, and eventually a loud grunt was heard from the sand. Immediately, Sarah got up from his rocks and jumped over, landing in front of Leo. He could see his face, the veins running through his neck, and the flask that contained human blood in it had been consumed. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked. "Yes, I'm better than okay," Leo said, lifting his head. The worst part was already over, and he had been enduring the pain for a while now. Leo could feel it. His whole body felt better, stronger, faster. "I have evolved." Leo had successfully evolved from a vampire knight and had finally, after a long wait, become a vampire lord. He was ready for Zero and Chris if they were to step foot on the island. For vampires, there were mainly 3 different types of evolutions they could have: a regular vampire, a vampire noble, and a vampire lord. Most vampires would remain vampires. They could train hard and try to improve, yet could never get their body to evolve to the noble level. It was similar to the humans that had just a limited amount of MC cells, or remained at a certain ability level for so long. Then there were the vampire nobles. At times there would be those that would be born with such bodies. However, in other cases, there would be those that evolved into vampire nobles. At times there was a little help needed from the leaders. There were rituals and techniques that could bring out the energy that was stuck in their body that would allow them to move on to the next level of a vampire noble. Of course, this wouldn't work if they were just never destined to be at the vampire noble level to begin with. The very best vampire nobles were usually selected to become vampire knights for their families. Vampires respected power greatly and found it hard to take orders from those that they saw below them. However, if one became a vampire knight, according to tradition, it meant that they were unable to become a successor to the family. They were unable to become the leader. When a leader picked their vampire knights, they would usually have this in mind, and at the same time, they would be training a successor. This would usually be a direct son or daughter of the current leader, but this wasn't just due to family ties. There was a reason for this. All of the vampire leaders had evolved to the stage of vampire lords. Since vampires wouldn't like to serve someone weaker than them, this had become somewhat of a minimum requirement, although not an official requirement. Being a direct descendant meant, in most cases, that they had the ability to evolve their body to the final stage of a vampire lord. In some cases, they also had rituals to summon forth the power as well, but doing so too early would be a mistake. It was always best for a vampire to reach the peak of evolution they were at before doing any forced rituals for evolution. Otherwise, it would greatly affect their growth. Of course, leaders, at times, would train more than one successor in case anything happened to one of them, and all of these successors would have the potential to evolve to the vampire lord stage. This brought on the thought that the vampire knights were unable to evolve to the vampire lord level. This was not true. It was just that, if a good leader saw that one could turn into a vampire lord, they would raise them as one of the successors. This was why, when Quinn was creating his family, he had thrown all that tradition and logic out of the window. On top of that, no one knew why, but those that he had turned, or those that became special vampire subclasses, pretty much disregarded the normal rules that they knew before. In fact, no one really knew what Quinn was right now, because it was clear he was no longer a vampire lord, and no one before him had ever been able to surpass that level. Leo, all on his own, had activated the red aura in his body to allow his body to evolve. He had done what the ritual usually would have done in its place. Immediately, he grabbed the blade and struck the air. Sarah was expecting to hear the constant ring he had heard before, but there was no sound this time, not even when the sword had gone through the air. "I have to thank you for your advice," Leo smiled as he placed his sword away. "I have to admit, I was considering your other offer of improving my weapon, but I don't think I will be needing it anymore. And besides, the victory earned through one's own struggles is far more rewarding." The night was spent quietly for the two of them.
and it looked like even Sarah was setting something up. He had told Leo he would be exploring the island as he looked at the shape of the landscape for the entire area. Since Leo had been taking this fight seriously, Sarah, who respected Leo, had decided to take it seriously as well. Then when the sun rose, it was finally the next day. The two of them waited, walking around the island and looking out at the sea to see if they could spot anyone or anything. It wasn't yet noon or the meeting time, but it was the only thing they could do. Time felt like it was moving at a snail's pace. Whenever they would check the time, thinking 30 minutes had passed, it had only been 10. Then finally, exactly when it was midday, at 12 o'clock on the dot, Sarah spotted something coming out of the water. It was a small-sized submarine that had a large, clear outer glass front. It broke through the waves and stopped short of the island by about 20 yards out in the sea. The lid of it opened up, and jumping out of it and standing, now, on the body of the submarine were two people. One with scars covering his whole body. He had no shirt on at all, but had two katana-looking blades on his back, and then there was Zero, with a single katana-style blade by his side exactly like Leo. The second Leo saw the two, his heart started to thump louder and stronger, as a strange feeling was rushing all over him. "So it really was you this whole time. You were really Zero, Master Kasu," Leo stated. "You look different compared to that time, the time we both decided to part ways from each other many years ago." Kasu looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. There were no significant details that would make him stand out. Unlike the mountain of a man that was next to him, he had a scruffy beard on his face, a fierce look, and long hair, although it was tied up in a ponytail. As for what Leo meant by different, it was because his master was already a relatively old man when Leo knew him, and now he looked younger. However, without a shadow of a doubt, this was him. After meeting Chris and learning that all of Pure knew how to use ki, for a while now Leo had assumed that the leader, the man named Zero, was actually his master. However, he felt like there was a chance that it wouldn't be true. It was just someone else, who looked like him, but that wasn't the case at all. Leo had heard from Quinn about what he had seen. He had witnessed himself how far Pure were willing to go, experimenting with those from the Bree family and more. The man that he used to know, the one he used to call Master, would have never gone so far. "I can see you're upset," Kasu shouted. "Why, though? Your appearance has also drastically changed from when I last saw you as well. You look younger and stronger. Isn't it for the same reasons as me?" Leo didn't know what to say. The words wouldn't form in his mind. "Why have you done all of this? Couldn't you have just passed on in peace? You would have been able to rest with the others." Zero started to laugh out loud. "You really believe that? Because let me tell you now, I know that's not true at all. I have learned how the world works, Leo, unlike you. We are nothing in this entire world. Nothing. Our lives mean nothing, but I am the one that is going to make it so our lives truly mean something in this entire universe, and that includes you as well." Leo just shook his head. The tone of voice, the anger, and the power behind his words weren't how his master used to speak. "I understand the loss for you was great back then, and it is hard to move on. But in this life, you can't always be looking for someone to blame. In the end, there was nothing we could do, and those loved ones have moved on. We should focus on the new lives that are in front of us." Taking out his blade from his side, Zero pointed it toward Leo. "You using those words truly means your eyes have yet to be opened. You can't even realize that the man next to you is like them. He is one of them. I'm afraid you have gone to the other side and it's too late. I agreed with your terms, and the one that will be fighting you, Leo, is the one that I have raised from the beginning. The new me, raising one that can't die to those fools like the Dalki. Chris, take him out." It looked like Zero was done with talking, as he no longer said any words, and instead drew out his sword from his strange-colored sheath. The sheath itself was white in color, with several purple spots scattered all over it, and when pulling out the blade itself, it had a similar design. Random purple spots were all over the sword, but both Sarah and Leo weren't able to see it for long, because Zero had used it instantly to throw out a large strike of energy. Unlike usual key strikes, where one would see a line of aura leave the sword, with Zero there was none of this. Following his sword, the part of the sea that was in front of him looked to have split in half. Two large walls of water had been created, and the land leading up to the island could be seen.
Even though the strike couldn't be seen, Sarah was ready as he pulled out a round shield, one that looked fairly ancient and beaten up with several dents and was brown in color. He stood there and dug the shield into the ground. It changed shape, turning into what looked like a door, covering both him and Leo behind him. The attack clashed against the shield, and a large dent was made, but the attack didn't go through.
His attack dented this thing. Oh well, I have plenty more shields that I can use, but you were right about this not being an easy fight, Sarah said.
Sensing that something was now above them, Leo had his blade drawn out and spun around, swinging it, clashing against another weapon. Two hooks looked to be gripping underneath his sword, and before he knew it, his whole body was being lifted into the air. It was a sudden great strike that Leo was unprepared for, to even fight against. When using his ability and sensing the energies, he could tell that Zero had just landed on the beach, which meant the one that had attacked him right now and was in the air with him was Chris.
I'm sorry, but it looks like this time we're actually going to have to fight against each other, Chris shouted, as he lifted his two shark-tooth-looking weapons that could extend and retract. They were similar to the ones that Chris had before, although these looked different, as they were blue in color, and the ends looked sharper and stronger as well. Lifting both his arms, Leo was dragged through the air, and then thrown like a whip, back down to the island. Of course, Leo could have let go, but he refused to let go of his weapon. A loud crash was heard on the island, and a few trees were seen falling. Throwing out one of his weapons again and extending it, the shark-tooth end touched the ground. Next, retracting the weapon and shortening it, Chris was able to safely pull himself to the ground. He moved with great speed towards Leo, hoping to catch him by surprise again. The second he had landed, though, a large slash of red aura had hit Chris. It had come out too fast for him to defend against and landed right across his chest, pushing him back. Using the weapons, he stopped himself from being blown away.
"Now that's some power," Chris commented, looking at his chest, which had a shallow scar on it. It had been a long time since he had last been injured. More than anyone in Pure, Chris trained his body and his second-stage ki to its limit. It was safe to say, in terms of ki, he had the strongest defense there was on his natural body. Yet here he was getting hurt. He was quite impressed by the power shown by Leo as he readied to continue their fight.
"You're not the one that I need to face,"
Leo shouted, walking on the ground and swinging his sword again, creating another large red blood strike. This time Chris was ready to block it with his weapons, using them to create an X shape. Feeling the strength of the attack from before, he knew he would need both, but something strange happened. Leo's weapon lit up red, and the red strike had split. It went around him completely, joining together again into a large strike, and had gone straight towards his back. It was a large hit that sent Chris toward Leo, who charged forward. Seeing this, Chris went to swing his weapon, but could suddenly feel that his arms were being dragged a certain direction, away from Leo. That was because he was using his soul weapon to redirect the attack. Swinging his red sword, the strike hit Chris's shoulder and had gone a couple of inches deep before it stopped. Leo could feel he was battling against an immense amount of ki, so he was unable to go deeper, but the great force and strength still sent Chris skidding across the ground.
"This is his best student?" Leo asked. "The best that Zero could teach? The best of the best?"
When Chris finally stopped, his entire body was starting to turn red. His skin, his face, everything. All of the power and strength inside him was coming out. This was Pure's secret weapon, the type of soul weapon that those from Pure had learned.
"I wouldn't have expected anything less from you," Chris said. "I thought that I had gotten good enough to beat you without using this, but it looks like I wasn't the only one that was improving."
Charging in, Chris ran forward with both of his weapons over his head. He was faster than before, and the ki covering his body and being used in him was causing him to be beyond superhuman. It was then that Leo had done something that seemed strange. He had placed his blade back in its sheath. Chris took notice of this, but didn't worry, as he continued forward and swung both of his weapons down. He was confident he would be able to handle whatever attack Leo was planning to use. At the right moment, Leo took one step forward and with all his strength, pulled the blade out of his sheath as fast as he could. It came out with such a large force of red energy that the sword looked like it was getting wider as it went through the air. A solid red form of energy was following Leo's sword. It touched the weapons in Chris's hands,
and had gone right through them like butter, breaking them in an instant. Parts of his blade fell to the floor, and as soon as Chris's body touched the red aura, he could feel it slicing through his skin right away. All the protection that the key should have provided him was useless. Leo's weapon went through him like a knife through butter. Warm blood was falling from his chest. Am I going to die? The fight didn't even last long. How did he manage to grow so strong so quickly? I still remember the last time I met him. What have you done that I haven't done? I trained every day, every second to improve myself and my body. So why is there such a large gap between us now compared to then? Am I weak? Chris thought. As he fell onto the ground, he saw Leo's face. No, I'm not weak. I should at least know that of all people. He is just that strong. Lying on the floor, Chris could tell that the wound across his chest was quite deep, but with Ki, he could use it to activate his cells in order to heal himself a bit more, and he had plenty of Ki to heal himself. However, for him, the fight was over. He knew he was outmatched. There was no point in continuing this fight. He would just be delaying his inevitable end. It looks like you won after all this time. You were the better student after all, Chris said, his voice a bit shaky. Before he knew it, his eyes were tearing up. He was crying, but he didn't know why. I'm at least happy that I lost to you, and that you are the one that gets to finish me off, Chris said, closing his eyes, accepting death. You are just a lost person, Leo stated, and I can also tell that you are someone who doesn't have a bad bone in his body. I may be blind, but that allows me to see more than the person who is actually in front of me. There's a lot I can tell from the way you speak and how your aura reacts. You can still change. You can still make a difference. Leo then looked over in another direction. Unfortunately for him, it's a lost cause. Chris continued to lie on the ground, even though he was now much better. The wound on his body had somewhat healed to the point where it wouldn't cause him any more discomfort or harm. There would be a scar left there, but that was just another of the many to add to his collection, and he actually wished to keep this one. Leo departed shortly after defeating Chris and telling him those words. So, now Chris was left with his own thoughts, thinking back at the whole situation and what had happened. I lost. From how the master talked about this, I always thought that if the two of us fought, it would be to the death, Chris thought. The hatred master felt when he talked about his past, he had attempted to pass it on to me. However, I never did feel the same hatred as he did. It was hard for me to relate, but I was in his debt, so of course I would do as he told me. And if it was to just defeat one person, then so be it. It was just. I was expecting Leo to carry the same hatred as his master, but it looks like he doesn't. Either way, I've lost now. So what does that mean for me? Chris pulled his upper body up, but was still on the ground. Once in a while, he would feel the whole island shake. Without a doubt, this was the power of Zero. It seemed like their fight was still going on as well. If the master hasn't beaten his opponent till now, it must mean the person he's fighting against is strong as well, Chris thought. These people, they are incredibly strong, and they're the ones that are saving the humans and the planet. When thinking about it more and the Pure's goal, Chris thought it was all pointless. Humans were weak creatures. Even if they taught everyone the power of Ki, there were only so few people that could amount to what he and his master could do. At the end of the day, even then, Chris had lost his battle against Leo, because the latter was a vampire who also knew how to use Ki as well. And alongside those with abilities, the humans were also able to survive the First War. If they truly got rid of all the abilities in the world and replaced them with Ki, would they then be able to beat the Dalki if the latter were to return? Could they have defeated the vampires as well? Right now, perhaps it was just due to his recent defeat, but in his head, the answer was no. The Ki was still far off compared to the power of abilities, and he felt removing the abilities would only weaken the whole race against external threats. After all, they wouldn't be on the losing end right now otherwise. Letting out a big sigh, Chris was on the verge of giving up. Whatever happened to him, he would let it be. If that meant the ants on this island and other insects were to eat his body, then that would be fine as well. Look at me. Without any goal, I feel completely lost, Chris thought, as he heard the whole island rumble again, and a rise in power was felt coming from a certain direction. I should at least see this through to the end. This could be the last time I see him. I should at least thank him for giving me the life I have now." Chris stood up and started to head toward the direction of the fight. On his way there, the entire jungle was ruined and burnt. This continued for more than a mile, and he still hadn't reached the fighting yet, but moving the key to his ears, he could hear in the distance people conversing. "You're a fool!" a voice exclaimed. "You have no idea who that marking belongs to. How can you trust the words of someone like that? You say you understand us, but if you did, you would have never agreed to let him mark you. Every one of us just does things for our own gain, and it's true even for me right now. Whatever he promised you, you will never get it. Do not believe him." The context of the conversation made no sense to Chris, and suddenly everything went silent. The voice died out, the sound of fighting stopped, and the energy he felt earlier dispersed as well. Upon getting closer, Chris came across a large slash made across the whole island. Water had filled the deep cut, making a strange type of stream of seawater. It was unnatural to say the least, and was clearly a result of the battle that had taken place. After a few more minutes of walking ahead, Chris finally reached the beach. He could see several of these cuts on the island, now filled with water, and what surprised him even more were the corpses of fishes and other sea creatures floating on the water surface. On the largest crack on the island, which Chris had followed, he could see Leo staring outward. Looking to his left and then to his right, Chris was expecting to find Zero somewhere on the beach, dead and blood to be spilled everywhere, but the latter was nowhere to be seen at all. "Where is he? Where is my master's body?" Chris asked. "Master?" Sarah said, gripping his broken sword. It was a regular sword that most likely broke in half during the fight. Although he had plenty more on his body that he could use, Sarah looked rather tired as well. He shook his head and replied, "That so-called master of yours decided to run away." Chris's heart sank when he heard those words. He didn't expect this. He ran away, but why? It made no sense in his head. The two of them went everywhere together, and before coming to the island, they knew that this was possibly their final stint. If they were to lose this, then the two of them had done what they could. They would fight to the death, yet his master had run away, and on top of that, had done so without him. "I told you, that man has changed," Leo added. "I don't know if he was different when you first met him. Perhaps he was softer and closer to the man that I remember, but now he is a man who is willing to abandon someone who has been by his side for so long. No, wait, even calling him a human would insult all of us." Chris fell to his knees, because in his head he had lost two things on this day: the only person he ever really knew, someone like a father to him, and the whole purpose of his life. He had been abandoned, and suddenly felt like that weak and broken child once again. There was nothing left in this life for him. "That damn slimy bastard!" Sarah threw the broken sword onto the ground in frustration. "He already had a lot of power, and then he must have borrowed an enormous amount from that sicko. And who would have thought, huh? The person who has secretly been running Pure, the very top of the whole organization, has an ability himself. He certainly left that one till the end." After Sarah vented his frustration, Chris was left speechless by Zero's hypocrisy. Leo had come at the tail end just to see a few slashes of their battle. He was unsure if Zero had decided to leave just because he had turned up, but it certainly did make the latter act differently. Perhaps Zero even thought that Chris was dead after seeing Leo leave him to make his final decision. "I'm beaten," Sarah sighed, lying in the sand. "I'm tired of chasing after these guys. We got one of them, so that should be enough, right? Besides, all the shelters are now back in the Earthborn group's control, and the vampire soldiers are doing well. The people seem to have taken a liking to them after saving their backside. Who would have thought?" Leo was unsure if this was the right decision. Seeing Zero's action upon meeting the latter today, he felt that he would come back someday regardless. Still, the only reason why Leo decided not to give chase was that he would continue to train with his body, and if he met Zero in the future, or if the latter were to come after him, he would be ready to take him on. "Anyway, I don't plan to stay here for long, so let's deal with the elephant in the room." Sarah got up and brushed the sand off his armor and clothes. "Now what should we do with this guy?" Both Leo and Sarah were now looking towards Chris. Inside a prominent shelter on Earth, everything felt peaceful.
But to the people inside, peace felt strange. It was something they hadn't perceived in a long time. At the center of the shelter was a huge military base, and the shelter itself had walls around it for protection against the outside, although some thought it was unnecessary now. Many of those currently on Earth hadn't been to the planet in a long time. They were enjoying every moment they spent on the land. They were now feeling peaceful with the dread of powerful enemies not hanging over their heads, since the Dalki War ended and Graham, leader of the Dalki, was defeated by Quinn Talon. Pure, the group that had caused terror in the upper management of the military, had been cleansed and taken out, and now things could operate how they should. However, there was still much discussion in the streets, as political undercurrents were now igniting with questions, like what would happen with the vampires and more. Currently, however, most of them were just happy that there was no longer an enemy that they needed to be scared of or fight off, and they were enjoying this time of peace. Houses and other buildings were being rebuilt in the shelter from good materials. People no longer had to live in cramped apartments or makeshift places built just from Earth's abilities anymore, because they earlier feared enemy attacks would destroy them again. Gardens, forest patches, and even parks were now in the shelters. It was all there, including a busy marketplace in the high shopping street, and there were smiles on the people's faces as they shopped. "Sorry, sir, if you're not going to buy anything, can you please move?" a woman who was selling fresh fruit from her stall requested. A figure in robes was standing in front of the shop, and seeing that he had a sword by his side, she felt a bit nervous. Few people carried weapons in the open nowadays, especially in the middle of the day like this. "Sorry, I was just waiting for someone. I will move out of your way," the robed man replied as he stepped a little ahead, and soon found the person he had been waiting for with the help of his ability, as a large ball of energy was now in front of him. "Did you get everything you wanted?" he asked. When the lamplights fell on his face, it was revealed he was Leo. "Yes, I got food that should last me a few days at least." "I tried looking for something that would suit you, as I heard there is a black market for it, but I still haven't been able to find a good lead," Chris replied. "I told you not to worry about that. Come on, we have work to do," Leo said, walking away. Chris and Leo had been traveling together for around a year now. It had been a year since that day, and Chris could still remember everything that had happened as if it were yesterday. After the fight between Zero, Sarah, Leo, and him, Chris was left there on the beach, and Sarah drew out his sword and pointed at Chris, asking him, "What do you plan to do now?" Chris didn't react to this and even somewhat accepted his imminent death because he felt like he had lost everything. It was a question he had been thinking about as soon as he lost the fight against Leo. What would he do now? "You're a free man from today," Leo said. "You can do whatever you want, but if you plan to cause trouble for us or continue to get in our way, then I'm afraid I will have to end your life now." It was then that a sudden thought came into Chris's head. There was one other person he knew about, one he knew about quite well other than Zero, and that was Leo. I wish for you to take me in. I want to follow you and help you." Chris then placed his head in the sand as he begged. "No, please let me help you. Then at least I might be able to atone for some of the sins that I have committed." After that day, he and Leo traveled together, searching for two people. The first person was Zero, the leader of Pure. With Chris, they knew all the back routes and their secret hideouts from the past. So far, they had even found some bases that were still operating, and Leo had taken it upon himself to get rid of them. Then there was another person who he felt was his responsibility for a while now, and that was Erin. However, there had been no news or sightings of her for a while. It seemed like she had just disappeared from the face of the earth, but Leo would keep looking and kept going until he found these two people. Erin had not been in the best of shape when Leo had last seen her, and if anything were to happen to her, it would be his responsibility as her teacher and mentor. While walking through the streets, there were some things that Leo thought about. For one, the cursed faction. They were still operating and traveling from planet to planet, trying to sort out the world's problems. As for Leo, he had cut communication with all of them. They didn't need his help or his involvement, and he didn't need to bother them with his troubles. Earth was a good place to live now. They all had their own roles and responsibilities in the aftermath of the war. The kids had learned a lot in a short time, and would be fine without him too. He felt bad that they might be searching for him and whatnot, but was sure that they would all understand.
The one thing that Leo was truly upset about was Quinn. He wished he would have been there to talk to Quinn in the latter's final moments. He imagined the whole thing must have been scary for Quinn, and there were many things that Leo wanted to say. After all, there was so much weight on such a young boy's shoulders that it was unbelievable, but the world continued to put pressure on him and his name because he was the only one that could have saved them. He couldn't believe the kind of man Quinn had become and was proud of him for all his accomplishments, but he wished he could have taken some more burden off the young man. When heading through the streets, Leo suddenly smelt blood. He used his ability to spread out his vision of the place and could tell that there was a vampire in sight. Now that more vampires were living among the humans, there were more cases where they would act out and attack the local people. But of course, Leo didn't agree with this, so he would put a stop to it. The only thing was, Leo would often just set off on his own, running to the crime scene just like he had done now. Man, that guy really never rests or takes a break, does he? He seemed to forget that I don't have a good nose like him either. How am I supposed to know where he went? Chris grumbled, but was used to it by now. As he continued to walk down the street, he knew the two would meet up eventually anyway. They always did. He decided to use this time to go through the stalls. I still haven't found a replacement for my weapons that Leo broke. Maybe we should get off Earth. I mean, Pure had bases on other planets that Zero could have gone to. It will be an excuse to go hunting as well, and then I can get a new weapon, Chris thought. He went past a few rare weapon stalls. The traveler profession still existed at this time, but it was rare to see them on Earth, since there were no beasts to hunt on this planet. The strong travelers on Earth mainly came here to take a break or a vacation. This was why, when Chris saw the choice of weapons, he couldn't help but let out a large sigh in disappointment. I might have something for you. Just then a voice said by his side. Chris waved it off, as these crummy people would often appear, trying to sell fakes to people who didn't know any better. Turning around, Chris was ready to walk away when the person suddenly appeared in front of him. He is wearing a thick black mask that looked like a fox. My, you have changed a lot in a short time. You don't even show any respect anymore, the man said, lifting his mask and revealing his face. Zero! Chris frowned, not delighted to see him. It has been more than a year since the fight on that island, and the last time Chris had seen Zero. In fact, Chris had come to somewhat enjoy his life while traveling with Leo. Although he had just been helping the latter and going along with him with no real purpose of his own, there was also no pressure from the latter, unlike it used to be from the person who was now standing in front of him, Zero. In recent months, Chris had also enjoyed using his abilities to help others. At every shelter or new location, there was always someone in need, and Chris was able to help them on a personal level using his power. The reaction on their faces always warmed Chris's heart. He felt like this was something he could do for the rest of his life if he never found a new goal. Doing something by himself certainly made him feel much more involved. It was much better than the days when he had to order around a bunch of subordinates to handle everything and only stepped on the field when they needed his strength. However, in the past year, he had never forgotten about Zero. Those many years he had spent training under him were impossible to put behind and forget, and he knew that the day would come when he would stand in front of his old master once again. It was just that he didn't expect to meet the latter out of nowhere in the middle of this street. Can you spare some time and have a chat with me? I was waiting until you separated from him, Zero asked, not looking in his direction and pretending he was going through the items displayed on the street stall. When you say him, I'm assuming you're talking about Leo, Chris replied. He too wasn't looking at Zero and was fumbling through the shop's stuff. I thought when we would meet again next time, you would challenge him yourself. And what do you have to do with me? I thought you didn't even know I was alive. Zero scoffed at that comment like Chris was a fool. You really think that was the case? I could sense your energy and your fights, and I know there is a lot in you. Besides, I also know Leo better than anyone. He would have never done anything like that. Anyway, I would like to talk to you in private. Would you at least give me that? It's important to me. You're important to me. Although Chris thought he had managed to get rid of all attachment to this person, these words seemed to draw him in. He wanted to believe it was true even though he was pretty sure they weren't. However, in the end, Chris agreed to go off with Zero and both of them left the busy street,
He wasn't too worried either, since there was a trick that Chris could do that would always bring Leo to him, and it was to just extend his ki aura. The only problem was that others who could sense ki tended to react to it as well. Nevertheless, it was a good backup. Leaving the market, they walked through a large meadow of green grass, and not far into the meadow was a large hill with a tree at the top. They soon reached there, and Chris sat down. Then, Zero did the same while looking out. "I'm sorry, Chris." Zero's first words came out as a big surprise. "You might be surprised by these words, but the reason why I am saying this is that I haven't exactly been telling you the truth. But I think it's because I have realized that I never wanted you to kill Leo." For a second, Chris wondered if the person next to him was really Zero. It felt like he was talking to two completely different people, because the Zero he knew before would have never said anything like this. Admitting a mistake was like admitting to a weakness for Zero. Was this really even a sincere apology, despite everything that seemed to be going on in front of them? "I realized that I was lying to myself, and even when I got the power to fight, I still relied on you, and the truth is, it was because I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill one of my own students, not when I had already lost them all." "So you're saying I was just raised to do your dirty work?" Chris asked, clenching the grass blades. He had activated a bit of his ki, and the grass around it had been pushed away, slicing and floating off in the wind. "The goal has changed, Chris, from what it originally was, and I'm more determined than before to see its end." Zero spoke with determination. "The members of Pure, the high-ranking numbers, I have been gathering them again, teaching them the ways of the ki and making them stronger than before. We still have the info on how to make the hybrid beasts. We still have information that has been gathered from other places and more. We can not only make others better, but you as well. We can still complete this all together." Zero then put out his hand as if he was looking for a handshake. Chris glanced at it for a second, but his whole body was shaking. He didn't even know what the current goal was. If it wasn't to get rid of Leo, then what was it? Either way, to go back to the life he had before or keep the current one. To Chris, the answer was a no-brainer with what he wanted to do. "Zero, you're not the only one in my life anymore. I have a lot more choices to make, and my own life that I now follow." With that said, Chris stood up and began walking away. "What? You think that's it?" Zero said out loud. "Have you forgotten everything I did for you? So did you repay me? Well, fine, but I know when Leo dies and you don't have anyone else, you will come back to me and listen to me again." There were a lot of questions that Chris had in his head as he walked away. First, ask Zero about his current goal, why he had changed his stance on Leo, and what he wanted to do with him. Regardless if he asked these questions, he would only be dragged deeper into Zero's plans and trap, which he wanted to avoid. It didn't take long for Chris to get back to the busy street he once was at. Every once in a while, Chris would check to see if Zero was following him, but the latter was nowhere to be found. Honestly, he was quite surprised that Zero could come out of the blue like that already without him noticing. Although Chris didn't have the same ability as Leo, sensing ki was still something he could do, just not to the same level of detail. "Your mind seems full," a voice said. Turning around, Chris could see he had just walked straight past Leo. "I guess you're right." Chris scratched the top of his head. "Sorry, I'm just thinking about a lot of things, and seriously, I'm still confused about how you can see better than everyone out there who has eyes." "What did you do?" Leo asked. "I just went to get some fresh air. I was thinking about the past again. You know how I get when that happens." Chris gave an excuse and wanted to quickly change the subject. "Anyway, what about you? Did you solve your little vampire problem?" Leo smiled. "I did better. I have a lead on one of our targets." Chris inwardly gulped upon hearing this, wondering if Leo had caught on to the fact that Zero was in this shelter. What would they do then? Chris just wanted to avoid a confrontation between the two from ever happening again. "It leads me to the infamous vampire slayer," Leo added. Chris let out a large sigh of relief in his head. He was worried there for a second. He did think of telling Leo the truth, but knowing how obsessive Leo was, he would have stopped everything they were doing just to chase down Zero, and currently they couldn't do that. "It looks like our luck is turning around," Chris then replied. "So what are we going to do now?" "We are waiting for someone. She will join us on the rest of the trip and take us to the last location the vampire slayer was seen, and we'll go from there," Leo explained. Oh, she's here.
Looking up, Chris saw one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. He had never seen a face so stunning. She stood there next to Leo, confirming they had the right person.
Chris, I would like you to meet Silver.
During the time that Leo had spent in the vampire settlement, he had only gotten along and close to a few people, but he didn't know how most of them were. Sometimes he would wonder how those from the 10th family were after the war, and what was left of them at least. Years ago, Leo and Aaron had trained them well to make them the key powerhouses in the vampire race. As for the people from other families, he didn't particularly mingle with them much. At the time, when he was a vampire knight, the other vampires looked down on him because he was an outsider. However, there was an exception to all of that, and that was Silver. He really didn't know why, but the two of them got on well with each other after their first misunderstanding. Perhaps it was because they were both straightforward with each other. At the same time, although in the past, it didn't look so much since Leo looked more like an old man, the two were actually closer in age than one might think. There was still a large age gap, just not from the side most people would think at first glance of the two.
You actually contacted someone?
Chris was surprised. I don't actually recognize this one. I thought you had lost all contact with those from the cursed faction. So, how did the two of you meet?
This someone has a name, and he just told you it's Silver.
She glared at Chris. Her first impressions of him weren't the best. Then again, she didn't really know who he was either. The run-ins with Pure and vampires were practically non-existent most of the time, since Pure's agenda was on the current government and ability users. Another thing to note was that the world had only found out about vampires recently, so it was hard to tell how different groups of people would treat them.
It was a coincidence, honestly. You know, I have not only been helping people from attacks by vampires, but also vampires that have been attacked by humans. I don't believe in one side more than the other. Rather, I look at the individual case to see which side has treated the other one wrongly. One of them belonged to the 13th family, of which Silver is in charge. I had asked them if Silver was okay and to pass on the message.
Since then, we have communicated quite frequently through members of the 13th family and eventually also got onto the subject of Aaron. After saying this name, Silver's whole demeanor turned uneasy. She looked around her as if saying the name itself would bring bad luck, and after talking for a while, the three of them decided to move and get to a more open area. When heading to a large meadow-like field, Chris noticed the hill where he and Zero had talked not too long ago.
Maybe we should go to that hill? It looks better. I'll race you there, Chris said as he ran to a slightly smaller, different hill that didn't have as nice of a view. Since when did you agree to take on a child? Silver frowned.
He's not a child, and even if he is acting strange today, he's actually a good-hearted guy, although one day I would like to have a child of my own, Leo said as he walked towards the hill where Chris had run up to.
Oh, really? Well, then I have to ask, is there anyone you have in mind? You do know that dating a human would be impossible for you, and besides, even if you could make it work, you would outlive her. It would be more beneficial for you to date a vampire, Silver smirked, as she walked ahead of Leo and brushed her hair against the sun. Perhaps a beauty like me.
Hearing this, Leo smiled. You forget, I'm blind. Women to me look similar, just wireframes and balls of energy with only a few variations. Sure, I can tell girls apart based on the difference in their wireframes, but it is hard for me to beautify that. Instead, I will prefer someone I get along with. Of course, a vampire would be preferable since I wish to have a family, and yeah, maybe someone like you would be nice.
After saying these words, Silver stopped in her tracks. She turned around, and although Leo couldn't see it, her face had turned slightly red, blushing ever so slightly. She was glad at this point that Leo couldn't see. Then how about me? Silver asked. The two of them had an inkling for a while, a connection that the two of them felt from when they first met. The only thing was, it was hard to say what that feeling was. This conversation had cleared up the feeling she had, making her take the plunge. Being a vampire was strange. They had a lot of time on this planet, which made them view it differently compared to humans. It wasn't rare for vampires to have multiple partners as well because of this. However, Silver was always occupied with her responsibilities, and never once when meeting a person had she felt this way. This odd feeling in her stomach she was feeling at this moment was new, She had the urge to tiptoe around the other person and keep herself in check to make sure he never saw the other side of her. The thing was, there were many times when Silver had shown both the good and ugly sides of herself to Leo, and still she felt no different, and he acted indifferently. Before, she had felt like a person who would always have to do things on her own, to protect herself and those in her family, but with Leo around, she was happy for him to do that for her. She wanted Leo's seriousness in his tasks, in his mission and more to be the kind of energy he would bring to being with her as well. She could imagine the two of them working together, a great force that could achieve a lot. The image in her head was a beautiful one. "I can't." Leo's words pulled her out of her thoughts. "At least, I can't yet. I would love to, but there are things that I still need to do, and you know that. Once I have accomplished them, though, I will happily come and seek you out wherever you are, and we can enjoy our time together." It wasn't the answer Silver was expecting after pouring her heart out like that, but it was one that she liked. Without turning back, she ran off, heading straight to Chris's side right up the hill. "Are you a baboon?" Silver remarked as soon as she reached the top. "The hill over there is far larger and taller. It has a better view for us to talk about matters." "Do you really think that matters? Don't you know that Leo is blind? We just needed to get away from the other people," Chris replied. The two were suddenly having a little argument, but it was because, for one, Silver was acting a bit shy while Chris was being protective over his new friend, the one he saw as his brother. Both of them were jealous of the other. "All right," Leo said, reaching the top. "Tell us what you know about Aaron." The argument soon stopped, and Silver instantly switched to work mode. "Before I tell you this, I want to let you know it's a soft lead, but I know that you are grasping at straws here, and this could work. It's more of a trap than anything rather than information," Silver explained. "Fex and Samantha have been doing their best to take care of the vampire soldiers that settled on Earth. Since Samantha is in a high position in the Earthborn group, she has sway over them. Because of this, trial runs were being conducted, and small groups of vampires were being introduced into communities or different human shelters. Earlier, they didn't face any significant problems, and the number of vampires was also increasing. But recently, there have been reports of vampire murders. Their heads were cut off, and now, every time a new trial has been initiated, the same thing happens. I don't believe this is a human's doing. Instead, I believe that it's the work of our little friend." To start a fight with the current government after everything they had been through wasn't a smart move, and Leo knew that unless one was simply just acting to the will of their body, something like this wouldn't transpire, and based on this hypothesis, it had to be Aaron. "Just to let you know, another trial is about to begin, and it's in a shelter not too far from here. I believe that if we bide our time, she will definitely turn up," Silver suggested. Due to the methods that Silver and Leo used to communicate, it meant that at times their messages would take several days to arrive. Leo wasn't exactly going out searching for these vampires. They would just pass messages along to each other if they happened to meet. Only this time, based on where Leo had been in the past, Silver had done well to guess where he would be next, and she was right, relaying the message personally to him. Because of this, it meant that there was little time left to act. They needed to leave immediately, and that was what they had done. Currently, the three of them were traveling via ship. It was sleek, fast, and quite cozy on the inside. The ship itself belonged to Silver, and she had used it to get to Earth. Although teleporters still existed, there were restrictions at the moment. Since enemies and more were frequently using them to attack, there were talks of a blanket ban on all of them. According to the latest news, Logan was trying to create a device that would intercept all of the teleporters in a certain area. "I contacted the vampire soldier who is part of the current expansion plan. Of course, since Fex is the one that is leading this whole thing, it was easy for me to pull some strings," Silver explained. "We will be meeting the vampires as bodyguards, although to the outside we will just be teachers. Both, you and I, have experience in that field, so it shouldn't be too hard to pull that off, although I'm unsure about your large friend." This was clearly a mockery of him. Throughout the trip, Silver teased Chris because she really did not know his past nor why he was with Leo, and for her, he just kind of interfered with her time with Leo. However, Chris didn't say anything. He didn't reply back at all, and just continued to look outside of the window. Anyway, Silver continued, please make note that these vampires will be nervous. They know what happened to the last lot. At the same time, there is a lot of uneasiness with humans in the first place as well. These vampires are committing to a brave task just because Fex has asked them, telling them all it was what Quinn would have wanted. Quinn? Chris repeated. That young lad has become quite the hero, huh? It's strange how at one point I thought the two of us were quite alike. Yet, look at how far he has come now. When did I go down the wrong path? Hearing the tone in Chris's voice, Leo started to walk over to him. He sat down on the bench that was built into part of the ship that had a long rectangular window to look at the sky outside. Worry, guilt, anxiety, pain. I can hear that there are many mixed emotions in your voice, and see it in your aura. It hasn't settled down since we left the planet. On top of that, you have been more silent than usual. Usually I can't get you to keep your mouth shut. You don't have to tell me what is wrong, but if your concern is about what others have done, well, look at where Quinn is now, and look at where you are now. At the moment, I would say you are in a better position than him. You still have time to change things, to make your own history and set your own mark, whereas for him, it's impossible now. Chris couldn't help but smile, because he knew that Leo was trying to cheer him up, and for some reason, he always knew the right words to say. Although ever since traveling with Leo, there was one thing that hadn't come back, and that was his passion for training and fighting. He had remained at a plateau. He did just enough to maintain his current body and powers, but had done nothing to improve, because in his mind, he still had no goal to accomplish. He did not see any need to become better and had not joined Leo in his training. The ship had finally arrived at the shelter, which was placed right by the sea. It was a port shelter. These days, goods were rarely delivered via sea. However, many humans still enjoyed living near the water, even though there was plenty of it. There were still ships and more as well, but more so for activities than anything else. It was a joy to see people enjoying their time for once. It also was one of the few shelters that didn't have a complete wall all around it. The wall only covered the back of the shelter, and anyone could access the place via the sea. At the same time, the landing section for spaceships was out into the sea from the shelter. Similar to a pier, there was a large metallic bridge that went into the sea. Then, there was a large rectangular building sticking upwards. A large place for multiple people to store their vehicles, spaceships, and more. For today, though, one of the floors of the landing building had been reserved for them, to get on with what they needed to do. The spaceship landed on a rectangle-shaped space that had a red outline. There were many, so it didn't matter which one would pick. After that, one had to give their handprint, and then a type of elevator would take the spaceship to a specific spot in the spaceship park. Taking an elevator down, they went from the 120th floor to the 19th, where the entire place had been cleared of ships, and there were a group of 10 people standing there waiting for them. And by their side stood a man in military uniform, but he was a vampire soldier, not a human. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Vampire Knight Silver, and her two honored guests," the vampire soldier said, bowing down. Both Leo and Chris were wearing masks that would cover their faces. Both of them had become somewhat well known, either in the human space or in the vampire space. The 10 vampires behind there were a mix of men and women of all sorts of ages. Although most of them looked to be in their mid-20s, it probably meant they were around 100 to 200 years old. They seemed nervous about the whole thing, but at the same time excited. They also settled down when they could smell that one of the two behind the masks was also a vampire. "Everything has been set up for them by Samantha and Fex. All of the vampires will live in the same apartment building next to each other for support. Their rent has been paid for a year, and if all goes well, that should be enough to get them on their own 2 feet. The task for you and your bodyguards is to protect them from attackers, and to defuse the situation if there are problems, at least for the first month. After that, we will send someone to check with them once a week to see how they are doing. If all goes well, then we will continue this in the same fashion with a similar-sized group, eventually increasing the sizes. At times, we also hope to have events that will bring vampires and humans together, but you won't have to worry about that for now," the vampire soldier explained. A month of bodyguard duty sounded like a long and tiring task, but with no other leads, this would have to do.
At least, Leo could continue to train for whatever would come his way. A month in the same place. It means there is a chance that Zero will approach me again. I wonder if he followed us. Maybe he already knows that we are here. I know I declined his offer, but I imagine he won't take a no that easy. I know he won't take a no that easily. While in the middle of their thoughts, and while the vampire soldier was explaining things to the vampires and Silver, the elevator for the spaceships could be heard moving. It was constant, as it was always in use the whole time, as people moved and more moved from here to there, and toward the center of the floor, one could see the mechanism moving, the spaceships dropping down and then being shifted into the right place. A spaceship had dropped down, and a strange energy had been noticed by Leo's ability. "Silver! Chris, they're here!" Leo shouted, drawing his sword. When the ship passed through the 19th floor, down from where only the ship should be, 3 individuals rolled off the platform and onto the 19th floor. Standing up, a blonde figure stood in front of them all. "I've been looking all over for you, Leo," Aaron said. Rolling off from the platform, there were 3 in total, 2 females, one of them being Aaron, and 1 male. All of them were holding swords, katana-like blades that were similar to what Leo would use. "How was I unable to sense them until now? Were they able to suppress it? Has Aaron finally been able to master how to suppress her aura, even that of the urge inside her?" Leo thought. For a second, there was hope, but that hope was quickly dashed when he started to use his head more, rather than his heart. For one, there were 3 of them. If Aaron wished to talk, she would have just had a one-to-one with him. Sure, she had done unforgivable things, but he believed that the relationship between the 2 of them was strong enough that she could still reach out to him. The next fact was that she had appeared here in front of the vampires, and it could mean that she had to be after them. Lastly, the biggest thing and the most hurtful fact was that the 2 that were by Aaron's side had the same energy as her. They were Dampiers. "Take the vampires and get them out of here," Leo ordered, taking charge. The vampire soldier nodded as he agreed, and asked everyone to follow him. It was at that moment that Aaron used her large sword, the demon-tier weapon that she had on her, and pointed it toward the group of people. One of the rings on the sword started to light up, and the next second, a large ice tunnel was shot their way. Leo knew the strength of the demon-tier weapon well, and even though he had evolved, he wasn't sure with his ki and vampire aura it was enough to stop such an attack. Instead, looking up, Leo had slashed his blade at the ceiling a few times, and a large chunk of it fell. The ice tunnel hit the giant metal rectangle and had frozen it completely. However, in doing so, it had stopped the tunnel from getting any longer. "Aaron, we don't have to do this, we can talk," Leo shouted, and charged forward. He had to be on the move. He knew this fight wouldn't most likely be stopped by talking, at least not until one of them was beaten. At the same time, since the ice tunnel skill had been used by the sword, it meant the skill was now on cooldown before it could be used again. It was his chance to attack. While Leo had run forward, jumping over the large ice block that had been created was another female with blonde hair. She landed on her feet and, without wasting any time, charged forward. Silver saw this and threw needles toward the ground in all different areas. As she did, strings were attached to them and had caused small cuts to appear on the back of the girl's leg. Then, pulling out her own blade, Silver stood there. It looked like her attacker had stopped, as she now realized that she was trapped in a web of strings. If she was to move forward, back, or to the side, then cuts would appear all over her body, and forcing herself through was a risky move. "I will get rid of the threats that are harming my people," Silver shouted, as she threw her sword forward, filled with a red aura, making the end bigger and sharper than it surely would have normally been. As the sword was about to reach her, her eyes started to glow in a bright yellow color. The strings were vibrating due to the energy they could feel from the female. Using her sword, she spun and sliced at all the strings around her, hitting them at the perfect time and only receiving a small cut along her cheek in the process. After doing a 360-degree spin, from above her head she swung down her blade, hitting Silver's sword head-on. It was then that the red aura started to break. Naturally, a Dampier's aura was stronger than a vampire's. Her sword was flung back, but it was attached with a piece of string. So, Silver was able to move it about and swing it, so it was now attacking the Dampier from another angle. "I will not give up just because I know what you are,"
Silver shouted as she continued her relentless attack. By now, the vampire soldier and the rest of the vampires had escaped, allowing everyone to fight with a peaceful mind. Standing in front of Chris was the third Dhampir, the male Dhampir. Now that the others were gone, Chris had taken off his mask and thrown it on the floor. No longer did he need to hide his identity because the ones they were looking for were right here. "You are not a vampire, so I do not wish to hurt you," the male Dhampir claimed. "Oh, really?" Chris replied. "Do you see that one over there that is fighting? I plan to help him, so do you plan to stop me?" The man seemed hesitant for a while until he had finally given his answer. "Yes." The second he had given his answer, Chris was in front of him and had used his large hand to grab the Dhampir by his head. "I'm afraid I can't let that happen." With Chris touching his opponent, using the third stage of ki and his ki control, he summoned it up in his body and into the person he was holding. The next step was easy after that, directing all of his power straight to his head. Blood dripped from his nose, his ears, and his eyeballs. Dropping him, he fell to the floor and Chris killed him in seconds. "I don't want to lose the only person I have now," Chris stated as he looked at Leo. Erin had switched from her large blade to her small katana blade and began swinging it, releasing yellow lines of aura straight toward Leo. Rather than using his own blood strikes to try and attack, he covered his sword in the second stage of ki, mixing it with the blood aura as well. Although the two substances didn't mix well, one could find a sweet spot, a perfect balance to make it far stronger than if one was to use one or the other. Leo had actually learned this from a student of his own. Leo swung his blade, destroying the slashes of aura coming his way one after another, a strike diagonally, a strike above, a spinning strike taking out two of them at the same time, inching his way closer and closer. Every time Leo's sword would hit the yellow aura, it would break it in seconds. "What has happened to you?" Leo said. "Your power has grown stronger, I can feel it, but now all you're doing is relying on your power and not your skill. It seems like I didn't teach you well enough." Noticing that her attacks weren't working, it was time for a change of tactics. The sword was placed back in her sheath, and the large demon-tier weapon was brought out again. One of the rings lit up, and a high-pitched shriek was heard coming from the weapon. Leo could see that his weapon was starting to freeze over. Concentrating, he needed to make sure that his second stage of ki was strong enough to fight off the demon-tier's power. However, that was only the first part of Erin's attack. Twisting the hilt, the sword started to emit heat rather than cold. The three rings on the weapon were able to be used again. Her sword was pointed straight toward Leo and was ready to burn him to a crisp. Knowing what her plan was, Leo threw out a large single strike, a large slash of red aura. However, Erin could see that it wasn't on target and was a desperate move. Due to the freezing of the weapon, it was hard for Leo to aim properly, and she knew that, but she knew nothing about his new weapon. Spitting out from his mouth, a strange red liquid went over his sword, and it began to glow red. The blood in Leo's mouth was human blood, a hidden capsule to pop when he needed it. With the blood weapon activated, Leo could use it to control his strike. It broke up into several pieces and moved straight towards Erin's blade just before the attack had been activated. It had hit the sword as the fire tunnel was to be fired, but of course, it missed Leo completely and burned the entire floor as it went off into the spaceship park. "I guess it's time for the teacher to show his pupil why they still need him," Leo stated. After saying those words, Leo looked like he was ready to kick it up another gear, and that was exactly what he was doing. Swinging his sword several times, he created several blood swipes in the air, all headed toward Erin. The next moment, all of them had split, one strike becoming 10 smaller ones, and each of them was being controlled by Leo. Independently, Leo was able to control them well as he attacked from different angles in different areas all at once. Seeing how moving the large blade would make it harder for her to defend herself, Erin changed to her own katana blade. While doing so, several strikes were coming from one direction. Throwing out her free hand, an invisible strike of ki came out, destroying them and causing them to disintegrate. This was stage 3 ki, and Erin was quite skilled at using it. She soon turned to face the next set of attacks that were coming from behind and mid-air. She slashed her sword against a few more, destroying them, but in the end, the attacks that were coming her way were just too many for her to handle. Several strikes from the side had hit her. They grazed her skin, but using the strong energy that she had from within, she emitted her yellow aura in a similar way that she would have with the second stage of Ki. It caused all of the attacks to just give her a few scratches, but for Eren, it was the first time in a long time she had been injured. The feats that Leo was accomplishing with his sword were something that not just anyone could do. Although Leo's blood weapon allowed him to complete blood control of his attack, that was all it did. Vampires who had good blood control could give orders or instructions to their blood to do as they wished. For Leo, it was the same, yet at the same time very different. With his ability and his mind, he was able to know where each of his blood strikes was at any point and time. Even when breaking up his single blood strike with the sword's ability to create 10 more, with his vision, he knew where each one was going to move. He could predict and act accordingly, allowing him, 99% of the time, to be successful with his attack. "Try again!" Leo shouted, as he swung his sword the same amount of times as he did in the air before. 5 strikes broke into 10, causing 50 strikes that she had to deal with. Eren was doing similar things, moving away, using her third stage of Ki and her Dhampir energy to stop the attacks that were hitting her, but she was still ending up being hit. "You have gotten worse after leaving me," Leo shouted. "Didn't my discipline teach you anything? I know exactly what you are thinking. If only I could draw out more energy, then I could get rid of all of these attacks. And although that might be true, it is not true for the situation you're in now. You need to do what you can to get out of this bind." Eren was frustrated, and even more so because Leo was right. She was thinking exactly his thoughts. A lot of the Dhampir's strength came from the vampire she was facing. She could tell Leo was strong because her Dhampir powers responded. At the same time, during her time hunting vampires, she realized how much strength a vampire truly had based on how much strength she would get in return. In a way, this always made Eren at least equal when it came to whoever she was fighting. However, there were more pros to Eren than that. For one, she was fighting against a vampire as well. Although the energy and strength were equal, it also truly wasn't, because Dhampir energy had an effect on vampire energy. It was like pitting water against fire. Then there were all the other strengths that Eren had. Her Ki, the demon tier weapons that improved her even if she wasn't using them, and her fighting skills. With all of this, fighting against any vampire, no matter how strong they were, she should win. This was why she was struggling. The energy she was getting back wasn't that strong, indicating that Leo wasn't such a strong vampire. Of course, he had great energy, but not compared to that of the vampire leaders, not even that of Nico, who she had killed. Yet why was this then proving to be such a difficult fight? That was clearly one-sided. She even had the same ability as Leo. "Since you aren't improving, then let's try something else. Trying the same thing again and again is madness, so I will try something else." Leo sprinted in with his sword glowing red and threw out a strike toward her. Eren had barely managed to block it in time. When the two swords connected, though, she could feel her energy was stronger. It gave her confidence. Regardless, she realized that wouldn't matter soon, as attack after attack was coming from Leo at hard and odd angles, which was making Eren turn and twist herself in odd ways so that she was unable to get stable footing for herself. Chris was watching everything from the side. He could see that Leo was doing well, incredibly well, and better than he thought he would against this apparently big threat. Still, if he needed to, then he would come in and help Leo, so he was ready to jump in at any second. "Leave him be," a voice said. The voice was heard from behind, and it sent shivers all around Chris's body. He didn't want to turn around, because he knew exactly who it was. He had imagined what he would do if this person had decided to show up here, but now at the moment, Chris could hardly even move from where he was standing. "So you followed me after all," Chris answered. "Are you going to get involved? Because if you do, I'm afraid to say I'm going to have to stop you." In the end, Chris couldn't avoid it and had to turn around, and there he could see that Zero was in sight. Seemingly out of nowhere, he had appeared, and this time it was in front of Leo as well. Whether Leo knew he was there or not, Chris was unaware, but he didn't want him to distract him from the fight. "Move away," Chris said. "You're not getting involved in this." "Don't worry, I won't be," Zero replied. While the two were having their conversation, Silver was also having a tough fight on her own, but in the end, she started to win out. The use of her strings had done her well, and at the same time, due to a certain someone, she had gotten better with the sword. It looked like their battle was soon to come to an end, as the Dampier was on the floor and Silver stood above her. "How is Leo doing?" Silver thought. When she looked up, she could see that Leo was pushing and pushing, and then, for the first time, a sword strike looked like it was going to hit Eren, but it slowed down, allowing Eren to block in time, and Silver wasn't the only one that noticed. Are you not even trying to attack me?" Eren replied. She had done so with such anger that she placed the blade away on her side and took out the demon tier sword once more, striking down with flames being dragged behind the weapon and crashing it into the floor. Why are you doing this?" Eren shouted as she started to swing her sword wildly, attacking as flames followed behind it. Now, Leo was on the defensive, but it was easy for him to avoid each of the attacks. "Are you pitying me? You of all people, you don't get to do that. I will take everything away from you, just like you did to me," Eren screamed at the top of her lungs and ran forward. Leo leapt back, and then the second his feet touched the ground, he leaped to the side, because he knew what she was going to do next. The ring on the sword started to light up, and a tunnel of fire came shooting out from the weapon, but it was twice the size of the last attack. Eren's emotions and powers from her Dampier aura seemed to also affect the demon tier weapon, making the attack stronger. The flame had only missed Leo by a small margin. "Now, it's time for you to lose something as well." Eren smiled, as the flames of the tunnel were heading straight towards Silver, and it was too quick for her to move out of the way. This time, the tunnel of flames that Eren had produced was massive. It touched the ground, the ceiling, and the side, and was almost like a huge wall that was coming forward to swallow Silver, and because of this, she knew she had nowhere to run. At the same time, although the attack was called a tunnel strike, it wasn't that at all. It was more like a solid pillar of flames was coming right toward her, and there was no escaping this. Ultimately, she did what she could, gathered all her aura, and hoped for the best. Seeing this, Leo didn't hesitate, and while his mind raced with several thoughts, he moved immediately from his spot, straight toward the flames. "What have I done? I don't usually act like this," Leo thought. "I know the risks. I knew what Eren could have possibly become, so then why didn't I just finish her off when I had the chance? Why did I try to teach her like it was a lesson? Why was I foolish to think she could still return to the way she was? And now, because of that, someone I deeply care about as well is about to get hurt, but I will not let this happen." Immediately, Leo gathered all the ki on his right leg. It was too much for his leg to handle, but he didn't care, and the moment his leg touched the ground again, it burst with power and broke part of the surface beneath him. At the same time, the skin over his entire calf muscles ripped apart, and blood trickled out. The balance that Leo had previously perfected, he ignored all his own rules at this point. He didn't care if he couldn't walk after this. He just needed to reach the flames before they reached Silver, and in the next moment, Leo's chest began to slow as he summoned his soul weapon. "I haven't been able to perfect this just yet, and I certainly have never used this on an attack this powerful, but it has to work." Using his ability and soul weapon, Leo could cause the flow of his opponent's energy to change, changing the direction of their attack to deflect it. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more MC cells he needed to use his ability. However, he had recently been trying to not just change the direction of certain attacks, such as movements, but also the flow of energy in the MC cells as well. Using everything he could, Leo now was planning to do just that. "Move to the right," he shouted. Silver did as she was told and ran as fast as she could. It was then that Leo drew the fire and could see it deflect slightly, but it wouldn't be enough. "Moving it away in a different direction will take too many MC cells, and then I won't have any left. But if I move it toward myself, that requires less and less control. So I just have to do that," Leo thought. He continued to move towards the flames and changed it toward himself rather than away. And as he did, the tunnel had a drastic change. Leo then thrust his sword forward and gathered his blood aura, his ki, and everything he had to clash against the attack. He was twirling the flames around his sword while using every ounce of energy to get rid of the flames as much as possible. However, this didn't seem like it would be enough, but he soon started to get some outside help, as Chris was choking out his third stage of ki as much as possible to help Leo get rid of the flames. It finally looked like his plan was working out, as the flames from the demon tier weapon were decreasing with every passing moment, and eventually the tunnel was about to come to a halt. "You fool!" Suddenly a voice in Leo's head shouted. It was Ovnik, Leo's familiar. "You used up all of your ki. I told you we need that. Now I'm afraid I can't help you stop this one." Leo was confused about what the familiar was talking about when he soon felt a sharp pain right through his back. The flames were no more, but looking down, he saw a tip of a katana-like blade, covered in his blood, coming out of his stomach. Eren had attacked him from behind. He had not expected his student to do something like this at all. Maybe he had been fooling himself and thinking too much with his heart. Eren had seemingly completely abandoned all his teachings, and he didn't even know what had happened to her. At the same time, she also added ki to this attack. Since Leo had used it all on his spirit weapon to get rid of the flames as he ran as fast as he could to where Silver was, his vampire healing ability was now ineffective. Pulling the blade out, Eren jumped back and switched to her demon tier weapon. "Leo!" two people screamed at the same time. They were Chris and Silver, and both of them panicked when they saw the destroyed leg that Leo could barely stand on, a severe wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. It was the weakest that either of them had ever seen Leo at, and of course, the two of them would help no matter how they could. But just then, the third ring on Eren's demon tier weapon lit up. This was a skill she had yet to use. With the click of her weapon, a giant ice wall instantly formed, blocking the side that Chris and Silver were on. She then twisted the handle and activated the other demon tier weapon's trait, and instantly, the attachment type changed her blade to now have flame properties, and each of the skills was on a different cooldown compared to the ice part of the weapon. The third ring lit up again, and as soon as she slashed out her sword once again, a large flame wall appeared. Chris didn't care and was ready to throw a punch at the ice wall to break through. "No!" Zero shouted. "I do not want to lose you as well in this fight. This wall will redirect any attack you use. The only thing you can do is to wait for it to disappear. Then we can charge in and attack." "You think this wall can hold me back?" Chris shouted as he went to throw out a fist again. However, this time, Zero stood in front of Chris and used his own ki to grab his fist before it could hit the wall. Just then, Leo shouted from the other side of the wall, "Don't you dare die! I'm saying this to both of you. You both must get away from here and live!" Just when he had finished his words, Eren charged forward and once again stabbed Leo in the stomach. He grunted in pain as his hands felt weak, and he dropped the blade to the ground. "Run! Please, I wish both of you. Live a good life!" Leo tried to get a hold of himself and grabbed the sword with both hands, stopping it from going in any further. "Don't make the same mistake I did." He sensed he could still use a flicker of his ability, and he could see the energy in front of him had not flickered for even a moment as she tried to kill him. In his last moments, this showed that even after all the time that they had spent together, Eren didn't care for him a single bit. She used her strength to pull the blade and instantly sliced Leo's hands up. Blood sprinkled on the ground, and he fell to his knees. "With this, I have finally completed my revenge, but this is only the beginning," Eren shouted. At that moment, both the walls went down, the flames and the ice, and when Chris and Silver saw Leo's state, they were too stunned to even act. "Obey Leo's wishes. Get out of here and live. His death hurts me just as much as it does you, but I promise, if all works out, we will see Leo once again someday," Zero vowed. At that moment, Chris was hesitant. He could see Leo right there, and with the help of third stage ki, maybe he could do something. But how will he stop her? Eren looked in a powerful state, and as for Leo, he was on his dying breath. Chris was conflicted with all the thoughts he had in his head, but it was too late. By the time he made up his mind, he saw Eren stab her blade right through the top of his head, and it pierced right through Leo's heart. After a moment, Silver's face paled as she could no longer hear his heartbeat. The scene that Chris saw replayed in his head, again and again. Eren's sword had gone through Leo's head from the top down. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not, but everyone at the scene heard the sound of the sword going right through his skull, and at that moment, everything inside him seemed to break. "Ah!" Chris screamed at the top of his lungs, and his whole body started to turn red as he activated the special soul weapon that was created by the members of Pure. He raised his hand and fired off the third stage ki after gathering it around his palm. Aaron quickly pulled the blade out of Leo's head, allowing his body to fall lifeless to the floor, and placed it away as she held the demon-tier weapon. Holding it against her body and activating its ice powers, she created a type of barrier. The large blast hit her and caused her to skid across the floor. Chris continued to gather out his ki, as he was going to fire out the third stage through the air, aiming to at least hurt Aaron for now. If Leo could push her this far, then I can do something as well, Chris thought. At the same time, she had just had a fight, so surely she was more tired than him. However, before Chris could attack further, his hand was knocked up, and a heavy palm strike hit him right in the stomach, sending him across the floor and forcing him to fall to his knees to balance himself. There was a hand imprint left on his stomach, and Chris gasped for air. His red skin also started to fade as it went back to its usual color, something that Chris had never experienced before. What is this? The energy is draining from my body. Is it a type of technique? Of course Zero would keep something to himself so that he can be in charge of everyone else. Will you listen to me? Zero shouted just then. I do not want to lose you as well. You will get us all killed. Aaron, having survived the attacks, looked at Leo one last time, and she also looked towards Silver. Unfortunately, due to Leo now being gone, the rising energy of the Dhampir that was in her was starting to fade. It would be more difficult for her to face the other two and the vampire. This was why it was always best for her to kill the weaker vampires in the group first. Only this time, she had no choice. I will come back someday, Aaron declared, and went to the edge of the platform. Someone else also appeared by her side, the young woman that Silver was fighting against. Silver was distracted due to the shock of Leo's death, and seeing the opportunity, the young woman avoided the attack and escaped. The two of them then jumped backward, off the platform, and into the sea. Only they hadn't gone into the sea, and instead landed on top of a ship that was seen flying off into the distance far away. Rather than going to give chase after Aaron, instead, Silver had gone over to Leo's side. Leo! Leo! Silver shouted as she knelt down and brought his head into his lap. She looked at the blood pouring down his face and his whitened-out eyes. Images of the few meetings the two had together were flashing into her mind, and she began to rock back and forth, screaming at the top of her lungs, Why now? Why? These were the only words that she repeatedly said as she pulled Leo's head closer into a hug, and she cried in regret and mourning. Chris had managed to regain his breath back, but he was no longer filled with anger. Now that Aaron was gone, there was nothing he could do at this moment, and looking at both Silver and Leo like so, the immense pain he had ever felt in his heart before had appeared. He felt a heavy lump in his throat that he was finding incredibly hard to keep down. If I had just gone in earlier, if I had gone to help instead of thinking too much, Chris regretted his hesitation. Why am I so useless? Why didn't I help him? The sound of footsteps was coming toward him, and Chris could hear them as he looked up. I know why I hesitated, Chris said, furrowing his eyebrows. It was because of you. You were the one that stopped me. You stopped me from helping him. You said you cared about Leo. What bullshit was that then? You, buying up this army, growing as strong as you could, and for what? You couldn't even protect the people you care about, and now you couldn't even protect Leo either. Lifting his hand, Zero slapped Chris right across the face. You have no idea, Zero said with a shaky voice, and when looking at him closely, that's when Chris noticed that Zero was also crying uncontrollably. Tears were rolling down his entire face. You have no idea how I feel. So don't you dare go on and talk like you know everything. Every single person I have raised, I see them as my sons and daughters. I have stronger bonds with them, even when compared to their real families, and the same goes for you as well. I could see Leo was already lost, but Chris, I couldn't lose you as well. If I lost you, then it would mean I have absolutely no one left in this world. Being raised by Zero, Chris was always thankful to him and felt indebted, and because of that, he did everything that he was asked to, but even after years, he never felt a true family connection. It was only while spending time with Leo did he feel like he finally had a place and someone he could depend on. For the first time, seeing Zero break down in front of him like this, the connection between the two of them was felt. Eventually, Zero wiped away his tears and turned around away from Chris for a few seconds. It was almost as if he was trying to regain his composure, and when that was finally done, he turned around and went at eye level with Chris, pulling his shoulders in so The two of them were closer. "I know you, Chris. You are kind-hearted. You are like me. That's why I chose you. You saw Leo like a brother, correct?" Chris was too hurt to say anything. If he even spoke, then all of the emotions he was keeping welled up would come out, so he just nodded instead. "Good. So listen to me," Zero said as he shook Chris. "The two of us only have each other in this world now. We have to continue with the plan. Do you remember what I asked before? Do you recall what I told you?" Chris shook his head because he wasn't really sure what part of Zero was talking about. "I have gathered the members of Pure again. We can change this world so things like this never happen again. So there are people who don't have to experience the same pain that the two of us are feeling right now." High on emotions and sadness and not sure what to do, Chris just nodded along. Right now, he has nobody. The only two people he really knew his entire life were Zero and Leo. Now, with Leo gone, he had no choice but to go back to the only other one that had cared about him. Lastly, this way, his life would have some use. He could be useful to someone, and he could experience what life was like in a family. "Just remember, Chris," Zero said as he clenched his fists, "everything we are doing is for them. Everything we are doing is to get them back, and now Leo is just added to that list as well." By the time Chris finished recounting his story, the mood had turned heavy, and the others were left in a heavy silence. At first, some of them believed that the whole story was made up, an elaborate plan to fool them into believing that Chris truly wanted to go against Zero. However, as the story went on, it was harder and harder for Chris to even speak properly. His voice was shaking, his eyes were teary, and he had even passed a few moments. It was as if he was reliving those days all over again. Technically, for Chris, all of this had happened a long time ago, and yet he hadn't forgotten any of it, not a single detail of what had transpired. At the same time, the others had gotten what they asked for, to find out the truth of what happened between Aaron and Leo that day. "Wah!" A loud cry began coming from Minnie, of all people. This is so sad. The pretty girl and the blind man were meant to get together. They finally told each other they liked each other." Minnie couldn't hold in her sadness, but what she said was true, and the others felt the same way. Fate had been utterly cruel to all three of them. For Peter, though, this had hurt him quite a bit. Emotions that he didn't think he had were starting to resurface inside of him. "Aaron, is this really the same Aaron as before? We did so much for her, and Leo did so much for her. So how the fuck could she be so heartless and do something like that? None of that story made any sense." Hearing Minnie cry, Lucia was also interested in one aspect of the story. "What happened to Silver after Leo's death?" Lucia asked. The story was like a TV drama series they were watching, but just like in a TV series, there were a lot of loose ends that they needed to find out about. "I didn't join Zero straight away," Chris answered. "My heart ached too much. I knew that whatever he needed me to do, I wasn't ready for it. I think he knew that as well, and that I would seek him out when I felt better. Instead, I stayed with what was left of Leo and Silver. She stayed with Leo's lifeless body in her arms for an entire day. The other vampires that we were meant to be protecting had returned and showed their respects and needed someone to help them. I helped them, thinking that maybe that's what Leo would have wanted me to do. After connecting them back with the vampire soldiers and giving them safe passage, I returned, and Silver was still there like a statue, not having moved for a long time. In the end, I said that it would be best if we buried Leo to allow him to rest in peace, and she agreed. She said that there was a planet, a shelter that Leo would talk about, one where he spent most of his time, a shelter that was privately funded by him for years. If the two of them were to really get together and retire, she imagined it would have been there. It was a good place to pick, and I understood why Leo loved such a place when I reached there. It was so peaceful, with a calm river nearby. Even the people were cheerful. It was as if they were away from everything, all the conflict and trouble. After that, we both bid farewell to each other, and that was the last time I saw Silver. I have no clue where she went and how she is. I don't even know if she's still alive." By now, all the girls in the room had tears in their eyes. They couldn't even imagine what it was like to love someone so much that after losing them, they never wanted to leave their side, not even for a second, even in their death. "I did not know this," Muka sighed. I actually know what happened to Silver later on. At the time, the vampire settlement was still active. We were struggling to function properly since we were unable to elect a leader, but things were still going okay. Silver had returned to the vampire settlement. She didn't say a word to anyone, not to her brother, me, or any of the other leaders, and at the time had just gone into an eternal slumber. She chose that if she couldn't live with the man she loved, then there was no point in continuing her life anyway, Jessica mumbled. When someone loses someone dear to them, people react in different ways, Muka explained. Some let anger take over and go for revenge. Others try to replace that deep missing part of their heart to try to heal the wounds, and others decide, well, we know what happened to Silver. The group had learned the entire truth of the Eren and Leo saga, and it seemed like what Chris had told Quinn had matched up, but there was something that didn't match up. Why did Eren kill Leo? Peter blurted out loud. My head hurts every time I try to think about it, but why? It makes no sense. You are right, Jessica replied with her finger on her chin. From what you and Quinn have said, Eren was Leo's student for a very long time. She was part of your group until the Dampier urges began to take over. Yet, we learned from the Dampiers that they have long since been able to control their urge to kill, and that was thanks to Eren herself. Did she still have the urge back then? Could she not control it? This had propped up Chris to listen in more, because he had never thought about this. Chris didn't know much about the relationship between Leo and Eren. He had learned a few things here and there from Leo, but just assumed at some point they had become enemies for one reason or another. If you ask me, it seemed like she already had it under control, Chris answered. Although she was acting on emotion, it wasn't as if there was something in her body controlling her. Back then, I had a strong understanding of energies and ki, and although I never learned the ability Leo had, I learned to sense it. To me, the vibe and energy that she was giving off was pure anger. She truly seemed like she hated him from the comments after she killed him. For one reason or another, she has a deep hatred against vampires. Maybe something happened to her, Mitchell added. Between the time that she left Leo and met up with the two of you, there's a lot that could happen in that time, and the cause of it could have been a vampire. To build up hatred that strong? Peter replied back. I don't buy it. Maybe you guys don't understand, but the two of them were like father and daughter. Let's say a vampire killed a friend she made or something. That still wouldn't explain why she had acted in such a way if it wasn't the urge. The whole group was left at a standstill. They felt like they weren't in a better situation to understand Eren compared to before. Either way, they would pass this information to Layla and see what she thought about the whole thing. Telling Quinn would be difficult as well, because Peter knew that after hearing how Eren had treated Leo, Quinn wouldn't care what happened and would take her out. Thank you for sharing your whole story with us, Muka said. But there is still one thing that doesn't make sense, and that is you. I can understand why you went back to Zero after all this time, but then why now, after all these years, have you decided to go against Zero? Clenching his fist, Chris gave an answer. Because right now, Zero is working with the one person I could never ever forgive. The reason why Zero isn't here is that he's working with Eren to take down Green City. Everything that Chris said seemed more probable after hearing those words. Pure always had good relations with the Dampiers, and with the latter's forces incredibly weakened, they needed to hide behind someone's back, and without a doubt, Pure was a good option for them. At the same time, it explained why Zero wasn't currently on this base, and this also revealed a good reason why Chris wanted to betray Zero. Eren had beheaded the one person he had cared for, and now she and Zero were working together, even though the latter promised him revenge. However, despite all of this, it was still hard for Muka to believe that they weren't walking into a trap, and she wanted to inquire about a few more important things. They had to be completely sure that they could trust Chris if they were to move forward. Any misstep would be disastrous for not only their group, but for all the people on Earth. If you really wish to work with us, then you must answer the next few questions I will ask. Then, if I am satisfied with the replies, our group will agree to work with yours, Muka said. It was natural for her to doubt Chris, and the others were quite apprehensive about the latter as well. After a moment of thought, Chris nodded, indicating to her to fire away the questions she had in her mind. Where are Zero and Eren as we speak, and what are they planning? A planet was discovered with multiple demon-tier beasts. It's impossible for many to even survive in such a place. Still, they plan to work together and bring back as many demon-tier crystals as possible, not only for themselves, but also for those working under them. I hope I don't need to tell you what they plan to do with them, Chris answered. Muka and Peter knew what Chris was talking about, and the others could tell from the story they heard. Depending on the demon-tier crystals, one could gain powerful demon-tier weapons. Not long ago, they had a first-hand experience of how strong Erin's current demon-tier weapon was, and just the thought of her having more such gave all of them a headache. At the same time, if there were enough of those crystals, then Zero could arm all the high-ranking pure agents with the said weapons as well. What is Zero's true goal in all of this? You mentioned he talked about bringing the others back. Does that have something to do with all of this? Muka asked. Chris didn't answer this question straight away. It made Muka doubt that he might be trying to come up with a lie, but in the end, he seemed to be thinking about the best way to explain the situation. He gave the best possible answer he could. I don't know his ultimate goal, but I do know what he has recently done. He was focused on gaining as much energy as possible. So the slaves Pure has been buying, Zero was using his ability of key drain on them to add the power to his own. He has continued to do this for years, and it's one of the other things he has done that I can't agree with. And he's not just after the lives of others, he also strongly desired to get his hands on the red heart, because it would be a purer source of energy, like nest crystals. And I'll be honest, it seems like he is not following his own plan, but rather someone else's. But I don't know any more about this, and the last part is just my own suspicion. I don't have any proof of that. This revelation came as a surprise to them. Zero was at the top of the food chain, so who would follow someone else's orders? Did the guy just go crazy over the last millennia, or was it perhaps something else? When Muka thought about it more, she came to one conclusion. He kept talking about bringing them back, right? And you said he's following someone's orders. So maybe whoever he listens to has promised to bring them back? Muka said out loud. It was then that Chris's eyes lit up. He had been so close to Zero this whole time, yet the thought had never crossed his mind. It explained a lot of what he had heard and seen. Bring the dead back? But is that even possible? Jessica asked. It doesn't matter, Chris answered. All of Zero's feelings were true. It was all true when he said he cared for his students like they were sons or part of his family. So if someone told him they could bring them back, Zero would do anything, blinded by everything. What I'm wondering now, though, is what does this other person want? No one had an answer to that, so Muka decided to continue with her questions. You have werewolf DNA inside you. Quinn confirmed that. The only people with werewolf DNA were the vampire settlement. I remember the DNA was stored in the lab. Does that mean Pure is the one that was behind the vampire settlement attack? Do they currently have the missing tombs? While asking this question, Muka's voice contained frustration and rage because those tombs were very important to her and something she wanted to find out dearly. The old vampires, the originals who were still alive and their ancestors, needed to be respected. No, Chris answered. At least, I don't think I know the answer. First, if Zero had the tombs, the only place he would keep them without worrying about them would be on this ship. However, I've never seen any tomb, and if you really wish, you can search this place from top to bottom for them. The reason why I'm saying I don't know, though, is because Zero was the one that had the DNA. Pure had come across some files that were originally shared with us. They had details about how to mix humans with beasts. There were problems at first, but with the help of the Bree family's ability, we succeeded in creating mixes that we could control. In the end, we had somewhat perfected this technique. Zero was the one who found the werewolf DNA, although I have no clue from where. All I know is that it was not long after the initial contact with the Dampiers. There were some suspicions in Muka's mind that the vampire settlement would have been attacked by them, but they weren't an established organization. They didn't even have a base of sorts, because they were always on the move. Maybe that's why the tombs were spread all over the place. It just meant that for Muka to get her answer, she would have to get it from Erin herself. I promise you, my hatred for Zero grows as I think about everything he has done, Chris added. Zero used me as an experiment. He turned me into this, but did no such thing himself. I fell for his act. I was a fool to believe his words when he said he cared about me, but actions speak louder than words.
It just took me 1,000 years to realize it." The others felt quite sorry for Chris. They could realize in some ways, as many of them in their own lives had felt like outcasts at one point and time. The only thing was, many of them found each other and Quinn, while Chris had found Zero, who took him down the wrong path.
"Let's work with him,"
Minnie shouted with a big smile.
"I like him. He can be my big uncle or muscle uncle."
Seeing Minnie act like this and say those words, a smile formed on Chris's face.
"All right, I've decided that we will work together. So the first thing I would ask is, what is your plan to stop Zero and Pure?"
Getting up from his seat, Chris walked past the table and to the other side of the room.
The
plan is quite simple. The Red Heart is still located here on this ship. We take it back. I think it's a lot safer in your hands than it is in his. Then the next part starts from here today and now. Destroy the lab, destroy the military facilities, and destroy everything that makes Pure a strong powerhouse. Right now, Zero is away, and the second strongest in Pure has decided to join your side. So, what better time than now to cause some mayhem? The others looked at each other, remembering Logan's words, that this was meant to just be a meeting, that they weren't to cause any trouble. However, the situation was something none of them had expected, and in unexpected times, sometimes they just had to go with their gut.
"Let's destroy this ship,"
Peter smiled. Almost everyone who had come with Muka felt their heart beating slightly faster than before. They wondered if they were really going to go through with it, and when Peter, Muka, and Chris began to prepare and discuss the plan, it seemed like it was the case. Previously, they had taken a very cautious and defensive approach. However, now the representatives of the Green family would be the aggressors. Even if Chris was the one leading them, that would not make things look any better for the general public. Pure would be the ones who would get the sympathy and support of the people once the news of the attack got out.
"Don't worry, if all works out well, then it will mean that Pure will have no forces to stand on," Chris explained.
"On top of that, I will become the big bad wolf. There will be no one to blame the Green family. I just need you guys to keep the heart and make sure Zero never gets his hands on it again." Chris walked up to the elevator door and was ready to push the button. The first place they would head to was the lab.
"What are you going to do?" Peter asked. "After this attack, as you said, the people will hate you. They will think you betrayed them. It also means if Logan wants to win the people's trust, he can't take you in either."
Chris let out a big sigh and pressed the button. "I've lived far too long anyway. Maybe I'll just rest after this." All of them entered the elevator as they had done before, and with Chris's handprint, he had access to take them straight to the lab. It was the only place where the others hadn't gone during their tour. The elevator moved fast, heading downward and quite deep toward the front of the ship. After a while, everyone heard a ding, and they stepped out of the lift, not wielding their weapons at first. The room they were in now was a giant lab full of several different pieces of equipment. What was also surprising to them were the giant containers that were in place.
"This reminds me of the vampire settlement,"
Muka commented. This was because, in those giant glass containers that Pure had, there were the half-breed humanized beasts that Pure had been making. They never did stop with their trials. Some looked more beast than human, while a few looked completely human but had hollowed eyes. Of course, unlike the clones that the vampires used as a blood source, these people seemed to have been actual people instead of the brain-dead clones who were grown and died in their containers. "All of them have been drugged," Chris explained. "They probably don't even know where they are. This isn't something I wanted to show you, but it's the only way to get to the main lab." As they walked through, Muka noted that the giant containers looked to hold about 100 people each, and there were 24 containers in total. Pure was experimenting on a lot of people, and she imagined each container was a different experiment. "Sir, one!" a person in a lab coat greeted Chris. He looked to be writing notes while inspecting one of the giant containers. "What are you doing here?" The man started to walk towards the group, and soon realized who Chris was with. "Agent 1, why have you brought the guests down to the facility? Agent 4 stated under no circumstances were they to—" The lab coat scientist's eyes suddenly started to turn white. It was as if they had rolled into the back of his head as he collapsed onto the floor, and blood trickled out of his nose. "Is he dead?" Lucia asked. She didn't understand what had happened. The man was talking to them,
and they didn't attack or take any action, but the next second, he was suddenly on the floor bleeding. "We can't allow them to raise an alarm, so if you want your people to live safely, we will have to take some drastic steps," Chris explained. "And trust me, these people in this lab aren't worth good people either." Being the top agent and the second in command, Chris had access to everywhere, at least almost everywhere. He continued to walk ahead and kept pressing his hand and opening door after door as the group went through different parts of the lab. Chris explained that the real action would begin once they had their hands on the Red Heart. They would destroy the rest of the lab, and considering the numbers in the group, Chris knew it wouldn't take much time. However, there was one door that Chris couldn't open. No matter how many times he placed his hand on the scanner, it wouldn't accept his handprint. Damn it! Looks like Agent 4 never trusted anyone with his research. The Red Heart has to be in here. Chris frowned. "There's a change of plan. Everyone, let's split and head to the different parts of the lab. The second I destroy this door to get in, it will set off the alarm for the entire ship. So if there is one thing we need to do, it is to get rid of this lab." Listening to Chris, everyone had split up. The lab was larger and split by several doors, but it should be possible with numbers and their strength. However, there was one person who had decided to stay with Chris, and that was Muka. "Everyone ready!" Muka shouted. "1, 2, 3!" Chris gathered his key and blasted a punch right at the door. It was blown outward, instantly destroying the reinforced door with ease. At the same time, lighting bolts, vampire aura, bloodshots, and more were all used to destroy the servers, the terminals, and all the equipment that was being used in the room. Just like Chris said, alarms went off in the lab and throughout the entire ship, alerting all agents and the army that the lab was under attack. Agent 4's personal space was small compared to the rest of the rooms, but it had the top technology, one anyone would need to do their own research. Unfortunately, however, it looked nothing like the last time Chris was inside. The room was close to empty. Barely any of the technology that Chris had expected to be in here was just absent. That included the one thing that they were actually looking for. "It's all gone!" Chris was shocked. "Everything that was in here before, all of it's gone. Neither the vampire armor nor the Red Heart is here." A dreaded thought ran through Chris's mind at that point, and time. What were they planning to do if Agent 4 took everything with him and went along with Zero? Why would they need the Red Heart? Had Zero known what Chris had planned? Was this all a ploy to fool him into thinking that he could go against Zero openly? Did this mean they had gathered enough energy for whatever they had planned? Did Zero even tell me the truth? Are they really on that planet in search of demon-tier beasts? He wanted me to stay, so I couldn't stop him. Now that he didn't need me anymore, he was ready to abandon me. The Pure Army was rushing to the lab, heading from all over places, and the drills that the Pure had practiced many times were coming into action. Most of the civilians stayed indoors or went to the pre-built shelters on the ship, which were reinforced areas designed for the people's safety. On the outside of the ship, in the open fresh air, Agent 17 coordinated the Pure Army to also be on the lookout for any attacks coming from the outside. While standing on the deck and out to the edge, though, they suddenly noticed something strange going on in the sky. "Is that thunder? But isn't it sunny today?" Everyone stared at the sky in confusion. In the next second, a massive beam of white light shot out from the sky. It was tremendous and wide, far more expansive than the giant ship itself, and blasted into the ocean, causing huge waves around 100 meters to rise. The waves came out fiercely, as if the ocean was angry, and had hit the ship and pushed it onto its side. Everyone on board was being pushed, dangled, and chucked all over the place. The small fleet of vessels that would protect the larger ship was destroyed by the waves. Even Peter and the others had been knocked off their feet, sliding down, unsure what was happening. Chris jumped using the strength in his feet and slashed through all the metal of the ship. He easily made it to the top, only to see the large beam of white light hitting the ocean. What is going on? Chris wondered. The Mermerial race was a race that traversed multiple planets. However, all of the planets followed one leader, and news soon spread to all the other planets that the civil war that was going on between those known as the Predators and the old royal family had come to an end. However, there were stories that were being spread about the appearance of the Mermerial god known as Yongu, and how another god had made him bow down. How Princess Wince had managed to get such a powerful god on her side, no one really knew, but that didn't stop rumors from being spread around. Some were bad, stating that Wince seduced him with her looks. Others thought that a deal was made that the mermarial race would have to pay back in the future, while others were more tame. The name, BB, was being spread around, as the name was pronounced out of the god Yongu's mouth himself, a god that actually came when there were troubles to right the wrongs of the world. Are you sure that's his name, the god BB? I mean, that doesn't really sound very menacing, does it? The princess trusts him, and so should we, but at the end of the day, what does a name matter? Well, a name is spread far and wide. If a god has a fierce name, then they are more likely to respect him, without having the need for him to fight. Imagine if we didn't know of this before, and someone said the god BB is coming to attack. People would just laugh. Although what you say is true, perhaps that is because we don't know his name. Menacing names are created rather than given. I'm pretty sure the name of BB might be spread far and wide in the universe in the future. The main city that had risen from the seafloor to the surface on a large block of ice had been kept floating on the water. The hydro stations that had been there had mostly been destroyed, and it would be a while until they were repaired. At the same time, Princess Wince wanted a place where Quinn could visit the city whenever he wished. Since he had a fear of water, she believed this was the best thing to do. The city had mostly been rebuilt quite quickly. The Mermarials were a hard-working race, and the royal army that had been captured and treated as slaves as well as items from the royal vault had been used to rebuild the city. Currently, Quinn, Sil, Wince, Yanni, and Yongu were all in the same room in the royal place. It was an office that was used to listen to the counselor and more. The Dalki had gone to stay with Nog for a while, at the request of Quinn. He stated that he might need his help, and at first, it didn't look like Doggeth would accept, but he said that he would, however. He would like to meet him before he left, so the two of them could talk a bit more. Doggeth, finding out that Quinn was some type of god, thought that it was certainly interesting. In the royal room, Yanni was standing behind Yongu silently, not saying a word. In fact, he hadn't spoken much at all since his defeat from the princess, and all his plans had failed. It was almost as if he didn't have permission to speak unless he was spoken to. One would think he was part of the furniture if some particular people in the room did not have an intense hatred for him. The city has been rebuilt and reclaimed back thanks to your help, Quinn, and of course you as well, Yongu. You have helped out the people in these tough times, Wince explained. When looking at Yanni, she couldn't look at him for longer than 3 seconds. She still had the image of one of the predators killing her dear sister. Honestly, she wanted to execute him on the spot, but she knew it was better to keep him alive, especially since Yongu was now working with them. I have called you all because, Quinn, I know you will be leaving soon. Yongu has told me that the preparations to send you back to Earth have been completed, and as promised, I wanted to give you an item for our royal vault, Wince suggested. Both Quinn and Sil looked at each other, because they had a conversation before about what to ask for, and it was sure to be a tough ask. Holding up his hand, Quinn started to speak. There is no need to bring out the items. I only have 2 requests. When asking about these things, I want you to know that both of them you can decline. Do not accept just because I was the one that asked you. Out of all the items, we would like to have the trident. We understand that it originally belonged to your father, but it was a royal vault item, so we hope that is acceptable. There was a pause from Wince for a few seconds, and without saying anything she had left the room, making it awkward for the rest. A few moments later, the trident was in her hand. Walking over, she didn't hand it to Quinn, though. She had handed it to Sil instead. I accept your request, not just because I am indebted to you, but because I can tell. It tells me that it is better in your hands than mine, Wince smiled. Sil took the trident and placed it in his portal space, but of course he felt awkward. Before arriving, he and Quinn had talked about what to say. Sil had told Quinn that he really wanted the trident back. It was one of his favorite weapons, and Wince didn't know how to use half the functions and draw out its power like he did. Quinn had come up with a plan, but the real question was, would Sil have to tell the princess the truth, that he was the one that had killed her father? Don't bring it up, was Quinn's answer. In her mind, she has avenged her father, beaten the one that had killed him. In a way, Yanni's life is in her hands, so telling her the truth will only upset her. Let her enjoy this moment. It was hard to say whether or not Sil agreed with it or not, but it was mainly because he would carry this burden with him. like many he had done during his years of traveling. In the end, he agreed to what Quinn had suggested because he didn't want to be selfish. There was such a sweet smile on Wince's face. "And what is the second request?" Wince asked. Quinn stood up from where he was, and for a second, Yongu flinched, his hand moved, and was shaking slightly. His tentacles that covered his face were shaking. "I would like to keep in contact with you and still be a part of all of this. One day there might be a time when I need your help, maybe even something small, such as locating someone. In return, though, I will give you some of my power," Quinn said, looking at his hand. "Your power? The power of the god BB!" Wince's eyes lit up as she was excited more than anything. "Please, don't call me that," Quinn replied. "You can't, BB!" Yongu stood up, but immediately sat down and bowed his head. "I mean, I would advise against you doing that, BB. I am assuming you wish to make her a dedicated follower. If that is the case, then that means you will have someone that is not even in your territory. I am not the only god that governs this galaxy or solar system. Some might even think you are trying to spread your influence by creating dedicated followers everywhere." Quinn looked towards Yongu, which made him flinch again. Yongu found it hard to look into Quinn's eyes. "I assume you are the strongest god of this galaxy, am I correct?" Quinn asked. Yongu nodded his head. "Then there won't be a problem. The Celestials can think what they want, but I have upset the balance in this place. At least I can do is take responsibility to help protect it. Of course, Yongu, you will be the first line of defense, correct?" "Of course," Yongu answered, hoping that a day like that would never have to come. "So what do you say?" Quinn asked. Immediately, the princess got down on one knee. "I accept to be your dedicated follower." Nervous and not wanting to say anything anymore, Yongu felt like he was in a difficult situation. He would try to keep this under wraps as much as possible, but if others found out about it, once again the celestial known as BB would be causing an uproar, one that would involve the Ancient Ones no matter what. Just like Quinn had done on the Amur planets, he wanted to do the same here for the Mermerial race. Although Quinn didn't believe it was his place to be involved in others' affairs, at the end of the day, he had already interfered. This game of gods was turning out to be a lot more complicated than he initially thought, and although Quinn still didn't have a set plan on how to protect Earth from these future threats, this was a start in his grand plan. Placing his hand out, he touched the top of Wince's head as she was still bowing down in front of him. The Amur race were able to take more celestial points than I thought. It might be the same here. The other races are naturally stronger compared to humans. The Amur had extraordinary bodies, and the Mermerials have the strong power to control water. The energy was being transferred into Wince, and she could feel tingles all over her body. It was incomparable to anything she had felt before, as the cells all over her body vibrated with excitement. Her face was starting to turn red, as pleasure was now felt over her body, and finally, Quinn had lifted his hand as it was over. A mark started to appear on Wince's upper thigh, on the outside. It was visible as she was wearing a sparkly blue dress with a slit where her legs were. "It's as I thought. The other races can take a lot more celestial points," Quinn thought. That was both an interesting discovery, but also a dangerous connotation. If most alien races were stronger than humans, even vampires, it would mean that if any of them were to attack Earth in the future, the battle would be quite a hard one for humans to win. Quinn pushed that thought to the back of his head for now, and concentrated on sending over more celestial points to Wince. Right now, he was essentially sowing the seeds of the plan that would stop such an attack from happening. "A dedicated follower has been created. Wince, 1,300 celestial points." Although Quinn could tell that Wince could take a few more celestial points here and there, he decided to stay on a nice round number. After creating quite a few dedicated followers, Quinn learned the limits that people could take. It was almost like filling up a water bottle. He knew when it was close to the top, stopping just before it spilled over. "The power you have now is similar to the power that Yongu gave to the predators. What you have might be a bit different, though, as I am also different from him. I don't know what powers you will have, but it would be best if you use it wisely. In fact, I would say only use it when you really need to." Wince smiled at this. She wanted to test her new powers, but wouldn't do so in front of Quinn. She knew he was busy and must be anxious to leave this place because, after all, that was all that he had asked for this entire trip. She was happy that he was able to go home after this. "Take this," Win said, as she handed him over what looked like a shell. That was it. It didn't look special, and it certainly wasn't a beast weapon of any kind. "This is a communication shell, and I have one as well. No matter where you are, the two of us will be able to communicate." This seemed handy to have, but it made Quinn wonder how it was even possible. Logan was unable to create such things with technology. Perhaps was it something similar to magic? It was clear that the Mermarials also didn't have any abilities other than controlling water. It just showed how vast the universe was and all of the powers that existed out there. "Will you be leaving now?" Wince asked. "Not yet. There is one more thing that I need to do. Do you mind coming with me?" Quinn asked. It was a strange request, but at this point, Wince was treating Quinn as her god, a person she needed to follow and comply with in order for her race to continue driving. Quinn claimed that it was a private matter. They had traveled by a strange pod-like ship that the Mermarials used to travel on the surface of the sea. Everyone was there, but when they had reached the beach, he had told the rest to stay there, while only the two of them walked to the city. What? What does Quinn want? Why is he walking with me along the beach and asking just for the two of us? It couldn't be. Could he possibly be planning to... Wince's face started to turn bright red as she thought of the things Quinn might do. "We are here," Quinn said. Her hands covered her face, shaking her head from embarrassment. Wince had failed to see where they were at this moment and time. Lifting her head, she was left with her mouth wide open. She forgot all the things she was thinking about in her head. Her mind went completely blank for a second. But how? Wince's eyes were filled with tears in an instant. Her legs were shaking, and her vision was now blurry. The next moment she started to run across the beach, and with all her strength, she leaped up, crashing into the other person and pinning them to the ground. "This is real. You're alive. You're alive, but how?" Wince asked, as she was now on top of her sister Cyril. "I'm so sorry," Cyril eventually replied, wiping her own tears away from her face. "I'm so sorry. I got involved with the predators. It was me. It was my decision, but I want you to know that I would never betray you. I would have never done anything to hurt any of the royal family, especially you, big sis." It was hard for Cyril to speak, as she kept on gasping for air in between her words, but every word that was said was true. Embracing a big hug, Wince wouldn't have even cared if she was under the control of the strange predators. "I am happy that the two of you are together," Quinn said, approaching. Standing right next to Cyril were Doggeth and Nog. The two of them were told to look after her by Quinn for the time being. "Your sister, she has a lot to tell you, and I apologize in advance, but it was the only way for her," Quinn stated. "I will leave you two together." Quinn walked off with Doggeth and Nog, allowing both Cyril and Wince to talk to each other and say their goodbyes. Because Quinn had turned Cyril into a new type of subspecies, he couldn't risk leaving her here. Cyril seemed to have understood, and her wish was to explain to her sister and say her goodbyes, and would now travel with Quinn from now on. The same mistakes that appeared on Earth couldn't be repeated here. Even if he had to break up a family, he would do so. "I wanted to thank you for your help back there," Quinn said to the large Dalki. "I know you don't know much, but our two races had a great war, but I had a Dalki friend. You remind me a lot of him. There are a lot of questions that I wanted to ask you, about whether there are more of you, how you got your powers, but I know that you won't be able to answer them. However, what I did want to say was, I hope that the two of us don't end up fighting in the future, like in the past." Doggeth smiled and turned around. "Trust me, I don't want to fight someone like you. After seeing how much power you have, it would be a tough battle for me," Doggeth replied. There wasn't much for them to say after that, and Wince had returned after a long talk, around an hour's worth. She then came over to Quinn, held his hand, and said thank you. "Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Because of you, I have another chance to meet my sister again," Wince said. After that, it was finally time for them all to leave. Everyone had gathered on the beach. They were ready, and so was Yongu. "All right. First, we need to enter my space, and then I will transport you to Earth. My transportation skills are quite poor, and for some reason, I always end up in the sea. I'm afraid there is no other option." "Wait! The sea?" Quinn shouted. Before he could say anything else, Yongu activated his white space, and it was time to transport everyone back. From the outside, an ample bright white light appeared in the shape of a large sphere, and it continued to enlarge until it had consumed Quinn, Syl, and Cyril as well. As soon as it reached them, all three suddenly disappeared, as if they were never there. At the same time, it looked like Yongu and Yanni had also disappeared, with an agreement to never return to this planet again, of course, unless they came as an ally. "Good luck, my dear sister. I can only imagine the number of stories you will have to tell me when you return," Win said, with a big smile on her face while looking up at the sky. "What will you two do now? You are free to stay here for as long as you like, since you have also played a crucial part in helping us reclaim our planet." Wince turned to her side. "You really believe that?" Doggoth replied. "Think back to what they did, both of them. At any point and time, it felt like that guy named Syl could have defeated the strong predators of the planet. He also returned your previous king's trident, which you used to defeat Yanni, but he could have used that himself as well. Their strength is beyond what they have revealed, and I think your god's reaction proved that." It was true, and thinking more about it, Wince came to believe the same. In fact, if Quinn wasn't afraid of water or Wince didn't insist on going to the vault, they could have solved the matter far earlier. However, whatever the reasons, this had allowed them and their planet to grow, as well as herself. With the power given to her by Quinn, she could now face the outside threats that Yanni was so scared of. "That doesn't change the fact that both of you chose to help when you didn't need to. I was merely a passenger on the Marpo cruise. You did say it was for revenge, but the reason doesn't matter. You and anyone from your cruise are free to stay here whenever they wish," Wince declared. It was a nice offer, and Doggoth didn't say anything else, and soon he and Nog prepared to leave via spaceship to head back. Once the ship left the planet and they entered space, looking at the water-covered planet, Doggoth was thinking about something. It would be better if the others never found out about this place. The two soon got in contact with the Marpo cruise. They assumed that the repairs would be completed by now. As for what they would need to do, it was hard to say. If they could, they would love to just go back on the ship and do what they had been doing before, traveling the universe while stopping on board fights every now and again. That's when they received quite a shocking message. "Headquarters wants you both back here as soon as possible," the voice on the other end said. "Several reports have come in from the other passengers and staff, but they want to speak to you two directly, since it has been said that you left with some passengers." Nog wanted to complain back, wondering why they cared so much. It wasn't like they had left with the attackers of the ship, but Doggoth gave the reply in the end. "We will be there as soon as possible." It took quite a while for them to travel through the vast universe, and after about a week, to finally find a nearby cruise ship. They soon entered it and teleported themselves to the Marpo headquarters. The Marpo headquarters was located on a deserted planet. There were no signs of life here, not even beasts, but the planet was gigantic, around the same size as Jupiter in the solar system. Because of that, it was rich in minerals that could be used to build things reactively easily, like the giant cruise ships that flew from planet to planet. Those in its galaxy abandoned the planet due to the lack of life, and also because there was a reason why there was no such life in the first place. There was no water and no plants on this planet, meaning they would have to terraform the whole place to colonize this planet, and that was a long and arduous task. Yet somehow, the owner of the Marpo cruise came out of nowhere and could do such a thing. Although it was a hard task to change the planet, it wasn't impossible if using resources from the nearby races and other planets. This was why it had come as such a shock to other civilizations, because one had succeeded in doing such a thing. It was as if someone had breathed life into the planet within one night, and now it was home to one of the most well-known companies in the universe. Exiting the teleporter, Doggoth and Nog found themselves in a station. It was not accessible to the public, but instead one that the engineers would use. It was a gigantic space, and the two couldn't even see the other end of this area. Around them, the mechanic staff was working on one of the large cruise ships. Some of them also looked like Nog, and many didn't. However, they all had one thing in common, a humanoid figure. "Why couldn't they just set up the teleporter to take us to the main base?" Nog asked, already getting tired of all the walking they would have to do to reach the destination. "Because it's a risk, and you know it. The enemies can kill the board members immediately if they get in there," Doggoth replied, as the two continued walking, looking for an exit. They continued to watch the surroundings and soon saw a large metal panel around 30 yards wide, carried by a single person.
However, a person wasn't the right word because this figure was just as large as Doggeth and had a tail like him because he was also a Dalki. As they walked past, 3 spikes could be seen protruding out of the Dalki's back. This wasn't the only Dalki either. Moving around were a few more, spread far and in between, doing manual labor and building large spaceships that would be used for the cruise line. It wasn't a new sight for the 2 of them, so they weren't too bothered by it. After finding an exit, the pair went into a tunnel that pulled them through a see-through shuttle. It took them outside, where they could see the planet's surface. The entire place was now practically a jungle, a vast difference from how the planet originally was. All of the inhabitable areas were large enclosed facilities, just like the one they had come from. This was to not disrupt the ongoing projects that were still going on throughout the planet, although the 2 didn't really know more details regarding this matter. Eventually, the shuttle took a sharp turn, and they were now heading into a building encased in a completely black, hard material. The headquarters where the board members lived. The very top of the building was in the shape of a semicircle, sticking out with a large glass that allowed one to overlook all of the giant buildings in place, and that was exactly where the 2 of them were heading. Nog was extremely nervous. As for Doggeth, not so much, since he had been here before. Inside the headquarters, all Nog could see were other Dalki, and with an elevator taking the 2 to the top floor, they were allowed to enter the large room. Upon stepping out, they noticed several things in the hall, but a large desk and a chair facing away from them at the very end, next to a window. They noticed a pair of legs touching the floor, and deduced someone was sitting on it. At the same time, standing by the desk were 2 huge Dalki. "I called you after we received an interesting report, but it seems the 2 of you were away during that time. Did you have fun?" The male voice came from behind the chair. "I forwarded the report, sir. You have always allowed captains to have a level of free will, and since these people were brave enough to attack the cruise ship, I thought I should teach them a lesson," Doggeth answered. "Very good," the man replied, although it was hard to judge his thoughts based on his voice. "I hope this means the planet is destroyed, and we should never have the same problem again. However, there was something else I heard as well, and I wish to confirm with you whether it was true or not. Is it true that there were 2 humans on board the ship? As you know, I have a great interest in it myself, so if there is anything at all that you could tell me about them, that would be certainly helpful, and please do remember that I can tell if you choose to lie." One of the Dalki began to walk forward, and a slight change in his eyes was seen. Seeing this, Doggeth said everything about the humans that they had seen. "I see." The man paused. "And the name of this black-haired person, do you remember it?" "I believe he was called Quinn," Doggeth replied. "Huh? Quinn? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time." Out in the middle of the vast ocean on Earth, a gigantic beam of white light suddenly hit the sea. It had caused gigantic waves to be pushed for hundreds and hundreds of miles. From a distance, it looked like someone had chucked a giant rock into a pond, and ripples were being pushed out of it. Eventually, though, the giant white light started to fade. The power that it was emitting started to go away, and now falling through the sky, Quinn could see the sea in front of them. Quinn was moving his hands rapidly as he could see the dark blue sea coming closer and closer to him. "That damn god didn't even give me the time to prepare myself. If I meet him again, I'm going to drown him in this water," Quinn shouted. "Drown him?" Syl replied, casually just falling through the air. "I don't think that would be possible with a god that is based on a fish. Wait, can fish drown? I'm sure they can't." While in the middle of his thoughts, Syl summoned his soul weapon and selected a few abilities that would help him in this situation. He came to a halt midway, in the air, and quickly flew over and caught Cyril. "Thanks," Cyril replied, "but I would have been fine going into the water. Our bodies automatically transform when they become wet." "Oh, so does that mean you want me to drop you then?" Syl asked. Quickly, Cyril shook her head. Looking around, and just from the smell of the water alone, she could tell this wasn't her planet. She was in a completely different place than before. Going into the sea, it felt a bit invasive for her. Quinn had no thought in his mind, other than somehow not falling into the sea, so he didn't even think about the fact that his friend had gone to save Cyril before him. Panicking, Quinn continued to fall. He then saw that Syl was flying and hit his head with his hands. He remembered his own abilities,
and decided to activate his demon tier equipment. He was able to save himself a few inches from the sea. Damn, I think I just embarrassed myself a little. If I had just thought about it, I could have activated the wings in the first place. Someday I'm going to have to get over my fear of water. There looked to be no land nearby, and because of that, Syl slowly descended and created a little ice platform for them to stand on. It was a square-shaped platform about the size of an average house. Looking around, none of them knew where they were. It was hard to tell just by seeing the sea. However, there was something else Quinn could use, and had been meaning to use it for the longest time. Closing his eyes, he went to sense their energy. Before, Quinn could only sense their energy if they were close by. At times, there were certain things that could get in the way of him finding the others. Regardless of all these things, now Quinn could also rely on the dedicated followers of celestial energy. He was searching for his own energy amongst the planet, and he had found it. "There, this way," Quinn said as he flew up and started moving. Syl quickly did the same as the three of them headed to an unknown location. "What did you find?" Syl shouted. "Peter, he's not too far away," Quinn replied back. After the bright white light had disappeared, everyone was slowly getting back up on their feet. Some were quicker than others, and Chris decided to take advantage of the situation. For the men that just came into the lab, Chris had a little trick. He stomped his foot on the ground, and trails of energy spread out from his foot, covering the entire floor. As they got up from the floor, a strange power was felt from underneath, entering their bodies. Blood started pouring from their mouth, ears, and eyes. Nearly all of them had collapsed at that moment. Not only had they collapsed, but also around 50 or so of them were dead. "What was that? Was that some type of key?" Lucia asked. "Are you talking about the strange beam of light outside, or what Chris just did?" Jessica replied back. Honestly, Lucia wanted to know about both. She had trained her ki up like many in the Greylash faction. Since nearly everyone used ki, it had become the norm to add it to your abilities to power them more. This, though, was on another level than what the others had seen. If she was to take a guess, it looked like the third stage of ki, but spread out far and wide across the ground. Something similar to ki control, giving out a set of instructions to the ki. "We did a good job of destroying the lab, but there are still many places we have to get rid of. Let's head to the military base next," Chris ordered. "There is a research lab there that focuses on the development of new weapons." The group nodded and followed Chris closely behind, but as soon as they went through one set of steel doors to head back to the elevators, they realized that there was a problem straight in front of them. "They look so scary," Minnie pointed. All of the 20 or so large cages that were filled with experimental humanoid beasts had broken. Most of them looked like dazed zombies, but as soon as they saw the group enter, many of them turned their heads. "These guys are giving me the chills," Mitchell stated, as he began to activate his demon tier boots that he had received from fighting against the Chained. They started to glow blue, and he was ready to leave at any second. The group of humans closest had started to change. Their arms grew incredibly large, nearly twice the length and thickness of their own bodies, to the point where their bodies were lifted into the air while their giant arms were pressed against the ground. At the same time, another group had transformed into a type of winged creature, a hideous face with multiple eyes and 4 sets of wings. One screamed towards them, firing off a sonic bomb straight at them, but Chris stood in the way. The explosion hit his body, but there looked to be no harm done to his body at all. With a swipe of his arm, 5 marks went through the air and sliced them into multiple pieces that fell to the ground. The strange giant armed creatures started to move, jumping with the power of their arms and raising them in the air ready to crush their enemies. A blood rifle was fired out, hitting one of the creatures and causing half of its body to go missing. Peter had leaped up in the air, punching one of the creatures, causing it to be sent back through the ship and creating a large hole. The others had joined in with lightning strikes and blood aura attacks to try and keep all of the creatures at bay. "Don't attack too hard," Chris shouted, as Peter. "If I really wanted to, I could destroy this whole ship. However, remember, there are people on board that aren't involved in this. They are simply living here." Peter had already made a couple of large holes in the ship from fighting. Holding back wasn't exactly his forte, but he would try his best while helping others. As he landed on his feet, a strange horse-like creature crashed into him, dragging him across the floor. "All of the beast humans have different levels of strength.
I see Pure would have been really difficult for the others to deal with, but I'm not like others."
Peter caught the antlers of the beast coming towards him and punched it on its head just hard enough to kill it on the spot. Right now, he was wishing he had Laxmus's body by his side, but he hadn't been brought because he was afraid it would attract a bit too much attention in a place like this. There were around 200 or so beasts on board, with different strengths and weaknesses. The group was finding it difficult to deal with them all, apart from Chris, who continued to kill everything with a swipe of his hand, slashing them into several pieces. After a while, they had halved their numbers, but they had spent too long in the lab, as reinforcements had arrived. Pure members, holding onto their special key guns, were there. Then, rolling through, there was something else, a large key weapon that had to be carried by 2 people. It was so heavy. "Key cannon, watch out!" Chris shouted, as the end of the cannon started to light up. Several different departments were working through the Pure ship, Rain, all for the sake of defeating the enemy that might come in the future. These departments were hidden from the eyes of the public, giving the inhabitants a false picture of a peaceful utopia, and even in cases of a scuffle with other factions, Pure would always try its best to show that they weren't the ones that would attack first. They still displayed some things like a strong military and the key guns, but not all things were on display, such as the humanoid beasts. What they were witnessing right now, in front of them, was another device that was purely made for combat and to fight off mainly the vampire core, which didn't have much of an answer for key attacks. "Let me deal with this," Chris said, as he stood forward. His arms grew slightly larger, and gray fur started to appear on the top of them both. His hands began to elongate, and his fingers turned into claws, while his eyes began to turn a slight yellow. The large blast came straight out of the cannon and destroyed anything it touched, including the humanoid beasts that were in its path. It almost looked like it disintegrated their bodies. Gathering his own energy, Chris placed out his hands and began to absorb the energy. The skin on his hands began to peel off, but instantly regenerated after the attack hit him. This was all despite the key he was using to push the attack back. "I wasn't expecting this," Lucia commented. "From what I have seen, Chris has an enormous amount of ki, so why would he be affected so much by a ki cannon?" "If you guys were hit by this, it would really hurt. Maybe the white could get away unscathed, but I'm not too sure," Chris replied, and continued to grunt while fighting off the energy. At the same time, there were a few others who also joined the fray and began fighting against the beasts that were coming toward them. "If the ki enters your body, then it will make it hard for you to heal unless you have good control. Even then, this ki is different because the ki from the cannon—" At that moment, the attacks from the cannon had stopped, and a thud was heard as the large device was dropped to the ground, but they could see that the 2 who had used the cannon had also fallen to the ground. "The energy the cannon uses is life force ki," Chris gritted his teeth in anger. These people were willingly giving up their lives for Pure, all because they believed that they were accomplishing a goal, a lie they had been sold from their leader Zero, and none of it were true. The ki cannon could draw out the life energy ki, which would usually come out when one was on their last legs, and when they had used up all their own ki and were desperate. There were, however, a few instances where one could control this life ki at other times, and that was using the ki drain skill and using the ki transfer skill. However, no one had figured out the way to use them in battle until unique weapons such as these cannons were created and could do that very thing. Chris didn't really know how they worked, due to Agent 4 being behind all the workings of the weapons and devices that they had created. He was a true genius, which was even more worrying for Chris when he thought about where Agent 4 could have taken the Red Heart and just what Zero was planning on doing with it. The group was already dealing with the crazy humanoid beasts, and for some reason, they were only attacking them rather than those for Pure. Their troubles weren't over yet, though, because as soon as the ki cannon dropped to the floor, everyone else opened fire from their ki guns. The guns worked similarly to the cannon, only it was standard ki rather than life force ki, which was the most devastating type of ki to be used in an attack. Chris didn't wish to give them a chance to get the cannon up again, so he leaped over to the other side as fast as he could and lifted the ki cannon above his head. He then pulled it down and bashed it into his knee, breaking it in half. The ki bullets continued to hit Chris's body, but they appeared to do nothing to him as he looked at them all. "Chris, stand down! Why are you attacking us?" one of the men shouted while pointing the gun at him. For a second, as he heard this, Chris was hesitant to attack them. These were his people. He had trained with them side by side. He knew their lives, and he knew they had families as well. Clenching his fist, it was then that he made a choice. He couldn't let down any more people. These people had come here expecting to live a safe and fruitful life. It was not their fault that Zero was using them for his own purposes. He'll try to save as many people as he could. "There are 2 more areas you need to destroy," Chris shouted. "In the military training room, there is a base, underground, that works on these weapons. Then, if you go to the top of the deck, there is an under compartment. There they have a cell where they keep all the slaves. They are fed and trained only so Zero can take their key." Muka and the others were wondering why Chris was telling them this. There had to be a reason. It sounded almost as if he wasn't going to come with them. "I'm asking you all for another favor as well. If you can help it, don't kill these people. Let me deal with them." It was then that Chris placed his hand on one of their heads, and their eyes went white just like they did before, only this time they had passed out. There was no blood. Doing this required more direct control over Ki, unlike the attack he did before, so he would have to go up to them one by one and put his palm over their heads. "It looks like he is planning to knock them all out one by one. That is a tall task if he's planning to do that to everyone on the ship," Muka commented. "I guess he is going to be the distraction while we deal with the main task." "Then let's deal with all of these things first," Lucia shouted, as she thrust her spear, and a bolt of red lighting came out, hitting one of the flying creatures above and sending it to the ground. There were still a lot of humanoid beasts, and they weren't the easiest things to take on. However, there was one that was going through them relatively easily. Peter grabbed one of the beasts and pulled its head, slamming it against the floor. The next moment he dragged it across, causing its head to rip off, and he then threw the remains of its body towards another beast, knocking it out. Not resting or wasting any time, Peter was already on to the next beast.
This is frustrating," Peter shouted. "There's too many of them. Screw this."
He activated his celestial energy, but instead of transforming his arms, he brought out his head tail. The current situation reminded him very much of fighting against the horde of beasts that had attacked the vampire core. Only this time, he knew how to use his new weapon better. With 2 hands and a sharp head tail, he easily sliced and cut a number of beasts, until eventually there were no longer any more for them to deal with.
"All right, we're done here," Peter said. "Now let's destroy those places Chris asked us to and get out of here."
Meanwhile, it looked like Chris was done as well. He had caused the enemies at the scene to collapse, but he didn't plan to travel with the others because he knew there would be more coming as they maneuvered around the ship. Before Peter could finish his sentence, everyone suddenly heard a loud crash on board the ship. In the next moment, several crashes resounded as if something was breaking through the floors above them, and as they readied themselves to fight another enemy, the ceiling cracked, and 3 people suddenly came out and landed in front of them. One had large wings sticking out from his demon-tier chest piece, while another had a soft touch as he put down a blue-haired female to her side. "Am I dreaming things? Is that Quinn?" Jessica almost shouted. Not greeting the others, though, Quinn turned around and could see Chris partially transformed on the other side. "It's time for round 2, Quinn smiled.